In ancient times, a delicate and frail young master, burdened by illness, found himself transported to the modern era, stranded in an unfamiliar world and suffering from a broken leg. He was fortunate enough to encounter a tall, sturdy, and benevolent bodyguard, whose demeanor, though seemingly aloof, was warm-hearted and trustworthy.Mr. Feng, your vehicle is quite spacious. It must be comforting for those prone to motion sickness, remarked the young master. Indeed, this car is spacious and quite economical, replied Mr. Feng, referring to his Cullinan.Mr. Feng, your residence does appear somewhat aged, the young master observed. Well, the house is difficult to rent out. Why not move in with me? Mr. Feng suggested, hinting at a traditional courtyard home. Chapter 1. The First Encounter. In the heart of winter, within the Ningen Marquisate, the Marquis's heir, Liu Jiua, had been afflicted with a debilitating illness since childhood, suffering from an incurable cold syndrome that required an array of precious herbs to sustain him. He had meticulously adhered to a life of propriety for 19 years, but ultimately succumbed during a particularly frigid winter month. Thus, the youthful nobleman, renowned for his striking appearance and exceptional talent, became a mere footnote in history. Alongside him, another figure emerged in the tales, the bloodthirsty and ruthless war god of the great Zhou, the Emperor of Zhou. Despite his brief 5-year reign, he left a lasting impression, evoking both awe and lament among posterity. There were even whispers in unofficial histories suggesting that the Emperor of Zhou was buried alongside Liu Jiua. In a private sanatorium within the city, the early autumn air retained a hint of warmth, though the evening breeze had begun to carry a touch of coolness. Nestled against the mountains and by the water, the sanatorium exuded an elegant serenity, with refreshing air that was inviting. A soft meow shattered the tranquility. "Come here," called a voice as clear and crisp as a mountain stream, emanating from a youthful figure. Perhaps due to the slight elongation of his tone, there was a gentle warmth woven into his coolness, captivating the attention of a passing man. The tall, stoic gentleman paused instinctively as he caught sight of a slender youth in a small garden, positioned behind a cluster of pale, pink bougainvillea. The youth, appearing to be around 18 or 19, possessed a porcelain complexion and exquisitely delicate features. Beneath his platinum blonde hair, his almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a pure, golden hue, their outer corners gently upturned, radiating a beauty reminiscent of 1,000 stars. Though he wore only a simple white shirt, an air of nobility enveloped him. At that moment, he sat in a wheelchair, leaning slightly forward, his back forming an elegant arc akin to the moon, as he fed a small cat at his feet. The little orange cat, after receiving its meal, playfully lingered, mewing and demanding affection. In this dreamlike setting, the boy and the cat appeared to exist in a realm of surreal beauty. Perhaps due to the man's direct gaze, or perhaps because the kitten sensed the approach, it mewed and turned its attention to the man. The youth naturally followed its gaze, maneuvering his wheelchair to glance at the stranger. Unfortunately, the wheelchair became ensnared in the bougainvillea's flower bed, and without a moment to assess the newcomer, the boy pursed his pale, pink lips, barely suppressing a sigh. The earlier surreal quality of the man's presence suddenly solidified with the boy's faint sigh. In a fleeting moment, their eyes, his starry almond orbs and the man's sharp, slanted gaze, met, and both were momentarily taken aback. An inexplicable yet familiar fondness blossomed between them. Then, suddenly, the rain began to pour. Without a second thought, the youth turned and asked, "Sir, could you assist me in pushing my wheelchair? As a token of gratitude, I can lend you my umbrella." As the boy spoke, tilting his head slightly upward, Feng Qinian could finally discern the amber gold hue of his irises, which exuded warmth and innocence. His straight nose and full lips complemented a delicately sculpted chin that seemed to invite a gentle touch. "Is that acceptable?" the youth inquired, awaiting the man's response. Feng Qinian cast a glance at the wheelchair ensnared in the flower bed, stepped forward, and replied in a low, resonant voice, "Certainly." The rain fell heavily, a droplet landing on the youth's eyelashes, prompting him to close his eyes momentarily, only to be startled awake by the sensation of weightlessness. As he opened his eyes, the trembling lashes bore droplets, creating a misty veil through which he beheld the man's proud brow, piercing black eyes, and sharp features, strikingly reminiscent of the guardian he had once taken in. The man's features were rugged, his complexion slightly darkened, as he looked down, seemingly questioning. The warmth of the man's breath brushed against the youth's ear, causing his delicate lashes to flutter, dislodging the water droplets. The boy's face radiated sincerity as he expressed, "Thank you. You are truly impressive, possessing great strength." The man had not merely pushed the wheelchair, but had lifted both the boy and the chair, setting them safely on the stone pathway. This trait, reminiscent of his own guardian's innate strength, was rather reassuring. As the rain intensified, the air became infused with the earthy scent of damp soil, yet it was the faint aroma of medicinal herbs emanating from the youth that lingered in Feng. Qingyan's senses.it was subtly bitter yet comforting, invoking an inexplicable sense of belonging. This soothing essence softened the tension that had long resided within him. "Here, take this," the youth offered, presenting a black umbrella. His long, slender fingers were pale, revealing a fragile wrist. Feng Qingyan observed the youth's damp platinum hair and the soaked white shirt, accepting the umbrella with his large hand, opening it to shield both of them. "Shall I escort you back?" he inquired. Meow. The little orange cat peeked out from beneath the bougainvillea, tilting its head curiously at the pair.Mr. "Lu, it's raining. Where are you?" When the caregiver arrived, this was the scene she beheld. The tall, stoic man holding the large umbrella, his gaze directed downward at the exquisite youth in the wheelchair, who, in turn, looked tenderly at the little kitten nestled among the flowers, amidst the sprawling bougainvillea in shades of pink and white. The soft kitten and the delicate youth, a touch of romance enveloped the rain-soaked tableau. Chapter 2. The streets. The nurse, panting, hurried towards the two individuals. Upon catching sight of the imposing figure of Feng Qingyan, sheltered beneath a dark umbrella, she felt a surge of alarm. The man before her was strikingly tall and robust, his handsome features overshadowed by a demeanor that was excessively domineering and cold. Intimidating, especially with the black umbrella in hand and clad in a black athletic tee, the muscles of his exposed arms were conspicuous, presenting an image of someone not to be trifled with. The nurse instinctively glanced at the obedient boy seated in the wheelchair beside her. Thankfully, he appeared unscathed apart from being slightly damp. "Cough, Mr. Lu. The rain has intensified. We should return swiftly," she urged. All right." The boy cast a glance at a little cat hiding among the flowers and acquiesced. The nurse maneuvered around the man to push the wheelchair from the other side, while the boy turned to the man beside him, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes curving into a smile. "The umbrella belongs to the nursing home. Feel free to leave it behind. Farewell." As the rain drummed heavily against the umbrella, the boy's clear voice was nonetheless perceptibly caught by the man, who responded with a nonchalant utterance. Having handed the umbrella to the boy, the nurse, clad in a raincoat, hastily pushed the wheelchair away, as if fleeing from a beast in pursuit. Beside the rain-soaked bougainvillea, the man with the black umbrella gazed thoughtfully. "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for allowing you to get drenched." The nurse, whose surname was Meng, expressed her regret. She cherished her position beside the boy, for not only was he handsome, but he also possessed a remarkably gentle temperament, never causing her any distress. Hence, she felt a wave of guilt for having neglected the weather due to a personal phone call, leading to the boy getting caught in the rain and nearly being bullied. "It's of no consequence. It's not a significant matter," the boy replied softly. His visit to feed the cats had been a spontaneous whim. His tone, while light and unassuming, carried a soothing warmth. Seeing that he bore no resentment towards her, Nurse Ming continued, almost in a conversational manner. "That man was quite intimidating, Mr. Lu. You even lent him your umbrella. What will you do about getting soaked yourself? You've only just started to recover. It's partly my fault." Faced with the nurse's chatter, the boy interjected with a hint of exasperation. "My wheelchair was stuck in the flower bed. That gentleman assisted me, and in gratitude, I lent him the umbrella. Besides, is he truly frightening? I don't perceive him that way. On the contrary, I find him reassuring. Though he speaks little, he helped me and sheltered me with the umbrella. Indeed, he is a person of a cold exterior, yet a warm heart." He recalled how effortlessly the man had lifted both him and the wheelchair, as if it were a trivial task. He possesses remarkable strength. I envy him." "Oh, So that is how it is. Nevertheless, Mr. Liu, it's wise to carry your phone when you go out. It facilitates communication. Nurse Meng had already wheeled him to the door of his room. Do you need assistance in fetching your clothes? Or shall I summon a male nurse for you? There is no need. I can manage on my own. Thank you for bringing me back. You should tidy up yourself. Although she wore a raincoat, Meng's trousers and shoes were still dampened by the rain. Being a lady, the boy naturally wished to avoid any awkwardness. Such decorum was ingrained in him. Certainly, I shall come by shortly to escort you to the restaurant. Meng, the caretaker, has grown accustomed to the air of detachment that surrounds the young man. In private, several staff members who have interacted with the youth have remarked that Mr. Liu from room 305 is not only handsome and courteous, but also possesses exceptional eloquence. He bears little resemblance to a nascent idol. Rather, he exudes the refined demeanor of a scion raised in affluence, akin to a noble from an illustrious lineage. Moreover, there exists an intangible sense of aloofness about him, creating a perception that there exists a barrier between them, as if they inhabit entirely different realms. Their sentiments are not misplaced. The current Liu Jiue is indeed no longer the same as before. He is the heir of the ancient Mingyan Marquis, Liu Jiue, who suffered from frail health and a chilling malady since childhood. Upon awakening, he was greeted by blinding white light, devoid of any bodily sensation, leading him to believe he had entered the afterlife. It was, however, vastly different from his expectations. At that moment, he contemplated that if there were to be a next life, he desired a robust physique, one that would enable him to ride with abandon and indulge in hearty libations, to roam amidst the blossoms in spring, admire lotus blooms in summer, hunt in autumn, and relish the snow in winter. At the very least, he hoped to invite dear friends to a mountain retreat, where they could share wine and converse by candlelight, a most joyous prospect. He once envied the caretaker he had rescued, a man brimming with vitality, perpetually warm and full of life. If he could not be human, being a cat would suffice, for he adored basking in the sun. Subsequently, he lost consciousness once more, and upon regaining awareness, he found himself in this rehabilitation center. Though his legs remain immobile, the wheelchair has proven exceedingly convenient. It allows him to traverse anywhere without assistance. Modern ingenuity truly astounds, rendering life remarkably comfortable. With a keen mind, he took several days to comprehend his present circumstances while nurturing his health. The young man shed his slightly damp white shirt and donned a foggy blue loungewear. His skin, akin to jade, was further accentuated by the softness of the foggy blue fabric, appearing immaculate as if untouched by dust. As for his trousers, due to his legs' limitations, he opted for loose, elastic-waisted casual pants. He bent his back, beginning to slide the trousers on from his feet. His slender back revealed delicate butterfly bones, moving with an elegance that was both fragile and resilient. With effort, he propped himself slightly, adjusting the pants, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his brow. It was not yet mealtime, and he intended to engage in modern knowledge acquisition, watching television. At that moment, his phone unexpectedly rang. Liu Jiue solemnly grasped the device with one hand while thoughtfully tapping the green icon with the other. Meanwhile, a tall, robust man, holding an umbrella, made his way towards the independent villa area, where the patriarch of the Feng family had recently taken residence. Upon seeing the young master approach, the butler immediately came forward, eager to take the umbrella, only to be rebuffed by the man, who insisted, "I can manage myself." The butler mused, has he been dismissed? Just as Feng Qinian tucked the umbrella away, he encountered the smiling visage of the elder Feng. An unsettling premonition washed over him. Indeed, the very next moment, the elder spoke, "Yin, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to find a companion. Recently, I happened to meet a young individual. Grandfather, you mentioned something important to discuss with me?" Feng Qinian pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling another wave of discomfort. "Yes, seeking a partner is indeed a significant matter in life. You are aware of my busy schedule and my lack of interest. What are you busy with? Hasn't the company's affairs been sorted out?" The old man was troubled. He feared that the sole heir of the Feng family would venture to that wretched M country, undertaking perilous missions. He simply wished to find him a companion, regardless of gender, someone to provide him with a sense of connection and warmth, steering him away from dangerous endeavors. He recalled the complaints from old Gu that morning about his own grandchildren, who had cycled through 4 girlfriends in a year, each claiming to be true love, which left the elder quite exasperated. "Just take care of your health. I know how to handle my own affairs," Feng said, lowering his eyelids as he sipped his freshly brewed coffee. The elder exchanged glances with the butler, tentatively inquiring, "And is there something wrong with your health? Have you sustained an injury outside? Otherwise, why would a vigorous young man like you not wish to find a partner?" The old man began to regret allowing his grandchild to roam freely for so long, concerned about potential injuries. "I am well and in good health. Please do not overthink it," Feng emphasized, noting the directness in his grandfather's gaze. "Then go spend time with that Gu lad. Learn from him. He manages to date 4 true love girlfriends in a year." Chapter 3. Unsuitable for the little deer. Never mind, Feng mused that his grandfather was encouraging him to be a scoundrel. Observing Feng silently, sipping his coffee, exhibiting an impenetrable demeanor, the elder scrutinized his remarkable and unique grandson. Dressed simply in a black t-shirt, neat combat trousers, and sturdy boots, the old man expressed his concern. "Have you been to the training grounds again? Are you experiencing insomnia once more?" It was no wonder the elder worried. This young man slept even less than he did. Since the untimely death of his parents when he was 10, he had suffered from neural headaches and insomnia, with no resolution found despite consulting numerous doctors both domestically and abroad. Ultimately, he had gone to his uncle in M country, where it was said that after enduring rigorous combat training, he could finally enjoy a good night's rest. Thus, he had remained at the base in M country for over a decade. Who would willingly send their child on such life-threatening missions otherwise? "I am fine. Merely sitting in the office for too long and wishing to stretch my legs," Feng replied, setting down his coffee cup, his gaze drifting to the quiet umbrella leaning against the door. The faint medicinal scent that had lingered around the young man moments ago seemed to envelop him again, soothingly permeating his pores, calming the uncontrollable restlessness in his veins. The old man understood his grandson's habits. A day without training left him unsettled. So he refrained from stopping him, merely urging him to learn from the Gu family youth. Hasten to find a partner, to divert one's attention. Moreover, having someone to care for him will provide solace, allowing him to depart this world with a sense of peace. Subsequently, the grandfather and grandson retreated to the study to discuss some matters of business. After dining with the elder, Feng exited the villa enclave. The rain had long ceased, yet he clutched the umbrella. The butler gazed at Feng departing silhouette, somewhat bewildered. Was there something special about that umbrella? It was no wonder he was astonished. Feng robust in health, had never favored umbrellas, often playing in the rain during his childhood. Observing his grandson's retreating figure, the elder sighed, "Alas, this child's heart is too cold and hard, and his temperament leaves much to be desired. Perhaps he is not well suited for Xiao Lu. Let it be." Xiao Lu was a recent acquaintance of his, a young friend with remarkable chess skills and an appealing appearance, rosy lips, white teeth, and a gentle demeanor that the elder greatly admired. He had thought to introduce Xiao Lu to his single, older grandson, but now it seemed they were ill-matched. He also worried that Feng might take advantage of the gentle Xiao Lu. The butler recalled the poised and courteous young man and remarked, "Mr. Xiao Lu is indeed a rare talent, though he is a bit young at only 19. The elder lamented, "Why must such a fine young man not belong to our Feng family?" Meanwhile, the departing Feng remained unaware of what he had missed. He stood near the small garden, placing a phone call to Director Lee of the nursing home. "Mr. Feng, what can I do for you?" The private nursing home was a venture of the Feng family, and Director Lee assumed it was regarding some dissatisfaction from the elder. The man surveyed the stone path illuminated by ground lights, his voice steady and devoid of inflection. "Have the gardener tidy up the small garden, particularly those flower beds. It would be best to add some borders." Although confused, Director Lee complied, tentatively asking, "Shall I also have someone refurbish the recreational area as pathways? Perhaps plant more beautiful flowers? After all, the elderly appreciate flora." "Indeed," Feng replied, "yes. and ensure that the park has accessible pathways and facilities to accommodate all guests' needs. By the way, even if the small animals in the garden are free-range, remember to take them for their vaccinations. Small animals? Director Lee recalled that the nursing home did not care for any small animals, yet he responded, "Understood. You can rest assured that I will personally oversee these arrangements." At that moment, Director Lee mused, although Mr. Feng appears cold and unfeeling, and the rumors surrounding him are rather frightening, one discovers that he is not as cruel or unapproachable as the tales suggest. How could a filial person who cares for small creatures be a villain? On another front, in apartment 305, when Agent Zhou Yang beheld Lu Zhiyu's face, his irritation dissipated. Was it merely his imagination, or did Lu Zhiyu seem even more attractive? Though his features remained unchanged, there was an undeniable enhancement in his allure. He cast several glances at the youth, who sat gracefully in a wheelchair, adorned in a foggy blue loungewear. His slender, fair wrists were visible, and those hands, which had captured the admiration of countless fans since his debut, were now extending a cup of tea. "Brother Zhou, tea." "Oh, thank you." Zhou Yang took a sip of the tea while scrutinizing the young man across from him. In truth, Lu Zhiyue was the most handsome artist he had ever encountered. Regrettably, Lu's prior demeanor had been rather sullen, his personality cold, his professional skills average, and he lacked the initiative to promote himself. Consequently, his career had been on a downward trajectory since his debut, garnering a plethora of fans but even more detractors. This time, he had managed to secure a minor role in a period drama solely due to his looks, yet fate had dealt a cruel hand. Just as the filming was nearing completion, an accident occurred. By a twist of irony, his head struck a stone, leading not only to a brief episode of unconsciousness and amnesia, but also a fractured leg. Such an injury would require at least 100 days for recovery. But the entertainment industry was rife with newcomers. By the time Lu Zhiyue healed in a few months, he would likely be forgotten. The thought weighed heavily on Zhou Yang's heart. After all, he was merely a fledgling artist without a strong backing. And now it could be said that Lu Zhiyue's future appeared bleak. With a sense of resignation, Zhou Yang stated, "I have come to inform you that your future work arrangements have been assigned to other artists." He continued, "As for the web drama you recently signed on for, do not concern yourself with it. Someone else will take your place. Just focus on recuperating, as the production team cannot afford to wait for you." For an artist, being told to take a break without any future arrangements was tantamount to being cast aside. Although he was currently residing in a luxurious rehabilitation center, the company merely offered a facade of concern, primarily funded by the production team. "Thank you for making the effort to come, Brother Zhou," Lu Zhiyue replied nonchalantly, taking a delicate sip of tea, as if Zhou Yang's words were trivial, akin to deciding what to have for dinner. In truth, Lu Zhiyue had a fair understanding that Zhou Yang was the one managing his affairs, and that he was now akin to an actor in this profession. The lack of work brought him a peculiar satisfaction. It was not that he looked down upon artists, but rather that he felt like an outsider, compelled to remain unchanged amidst the chaos. Furthermore, it seemed he possessed none of the requisite skills expected of an artist. Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback by Lu Zhiyue's indifference. His previously impatient mood suddenly transformed into a sense of acceptance. Never mind. Having those resources is of no use now, as you cannot work." However, he felt it necessary to offer a gentle reminder. "Zhiyue, given the current circumstances, aside from focusing on your recovery, you should also consider your future. And what your family? Do you truly not wish to reach out to them?" Previously, when signing him, Zhou Yang had inquired about Lu Zhiyue's family situation, but he had claimed to have no relatives. Zhou Yang was skeptical, yet the youth's striking appearance and newfound adulthood allowed him to sign the contract independently. Sensing Lu's genuine desire to enter the entertainment industry, Zhou Yang had readily accepted him. At that time, he had just been promoted and truly needed a promising talent. In Zhou Yang's mind, Lu Zhiyue seemed to be a young man rebelling against his family, having run away. Yet now, given the circumstances of his injury and temporary amnesia, the situation was undeniably precarious. Zhou Yang believed it would be best to contact the boy's family. After all, when one is ill and hospitalized, there is always a yearning for companionship. Chapter 4. Reunion. Speaking of family, Lu Zhiyue thought of the Ningen Marquise. She wondered if her mother had shed tears after his departure, if her father had taken to drinking, whether her younger brother had been bullied by their cousins, and if her dear friend Sue Jean had chastised her for her lack of loyalty. Moreover, she pondered the fate of the guardian cat he had taken in. Would it return after he was gone? The emotions that the boy had previously concealed surged forth uncontrollably. After a considerable pause, he finally lowered his head, seemingly forcing a facade of calmness, and said, "It's all right. I can manage on my own." However, he was uncertain about his current state. His memories were fragmented, leaving him unable to recall anything substantial. This uncertainty left Lu Jiue feeling insecure. He was reluctant, even afraid, to converse with those familiar to him, fearing he might inadvertently reveal a flaw in his facade. Seeing Lu Jiue's expression of confusion, helplessness, and yet a resilient strength, Zhou Yang felt a pang of compassion and quickly said, "Let us put this aside for now. You should focus on your recovery. Don't worry about the hospital fees. Once you're well, I will come and take you home." "All right. Thank you, Brother Zhou. I shall take my leave now. I still have work to attend to. Do call me if anything arises." "Yes, farewell." Zhou Yang thought to himself, "Why does it feel so peculiar? Was our conversation always like this?" Perhaps he was simply being overly sensitive. That evening, Lu Jiue struggled to sleep due to leg pain, feeling somewhat gloomy throughout the day. Fortunately, his attending physician had visited in the morning, assuring him that his discomfort was a normal response and had provided appropriate treatment. Lu Jiue felt a touch of embarrassment. His pain tolerance was, as always, rather low. Noticing Lu Jiue's continued melancholy, Nurse Ming inquired, "Mr. Lu, would you like to visit the small garden? I heard they planted many flowers there this morning." "Yes, let us go take a look." Lu Jiue donned a light, beige knitted garment and maneuvered his wheelchair outside. Despite no longer suffering from the chills, his body still felt somewhat cold. Upon arriving at the small garden, he indeed found an abundance of new blossoms, and the stone path was wider and smoother than before. He also noticed a small cat shelter nestled in a corner of the bougainvillea. At that moment, a little orange cat spotted him and approached, affectionately rubbing against his legs while mewing sweetly. Nurse Ming chuckled as she observed, "This little cat seems to have taken quite a liking to you, Mr. Lu. It usually hides when others come by." The boy smiled tenderly. "Yes, it's quite clever." Seated in the waning sunlight, the boy held a book in his hands, reading with great concentration. Yet, the occasional furrow of his brow and the slight hesitation in turning the pages revealed that he was struggling somewhat with the text. At his feet, a plump little orange cat dozed, its white belly exposed as it playfully pawed at the boy's trousers. "I've heard you're a little star. You look decent enough, even fairer than many women, though it's a pity you have a limp." A brazen, flippant voice suddenly interrupted the tranquil scene. The youth, sitting in the soft glow of light, merely cast a glance at the middle-aged man who spoke, his beautiful apricot eyes devoid of any emotion. The demeanor of a son of a noble house emanated from him, compelling him to choose silence as he resumed his reading. This infuriated the middle-aged man, who, with a belly larger than that of a woman in her late stages of pregnancy, shouted, "Do you know who I am? Just a lowly actor daring to disregard me." The young man frowned, finding the man not only visually displeasing, but also excessively noisy. He slowly lifted his gaze from the book, seemingly perplexed, and inquired, "Who are you? And why must you ask me?" His eyes seemed to convey the thought, "Is this man not a fool?" The middle-aged man's face darkened with rage as he stepped forward, intending to seize the youth by the collar. He resolved to teach this little star a lesson, believing that his attention was a privilege, especially since he had not been put off by the youth's limp. How dare the boy disdain him? Before Lu Jiue could react, his small orange cat suddenly leaped, its paw striking the back of the rotund man's hand. "Meow! Ah, damn it!" The middle-aged man flung the cat away and, upon noticing 3 bloody scratches on his hand, glared at the furiously puffed-up feline. His expression contorted with malice as he raised his foot to kick. "Damn it! You little beast, die!" The malevolent glint in his eyes suggested that should he land a kick on the cat, it could certainly break its bones or even lead to its demise. Without a moment to spare, Lu Jiue grabbed an object and hurled it. The black square struck the man squarely in his exposed groin. Given the proximity, the accuracy was undeniable. Meow. Bang. Thud. Mr. Lu, are you all right? Meng, the caregiver, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. She could hardly fathom that in the brief time it took to fetch food for the kitten, the ethereal Mr. Lu had been bullied. Typically polite and gentle, the youth now appeared disheveled, his clothes soaked, and his exposed left wrist reddened from a burn. The corners of his apricot eyes drooped, a flush of crimson gracing them, with tiny droplets of water clinging to his long eyelashes. Meng grew frantic. Mr. Lu, you've been scalded. Let me take you to see a doctor. She glanced at the middle-aged man, Mr. Feng, who was rolling on the ground in pain, clutching his groin while cursing vehemently. His threats and foul language incited Meng's desire to deliver a few more kicks. The clever kitten had already hidden in the flower bushes, warily observing the scene. At that moment, the caregiver attending to Mr. Feng arrived, and together with the security personnel, they escorted him away, emphasizing that the priority was to address the injury first. In truth, everyone held a distaste for Mr. Feng. He had a foul temper, created numerous troubles, and had a penchant for lewdly flirting with the attractive caregivers and nurses. Once he was gone, Meng picked up the phone that lay on the ground, lamenting, "The screen is shattered. It's likely unusable. But first, let us return and change your clothes and attend to your burn." Lu Jiu's skin was as pale and delicate as porcelain. Although the cup did not contain boiling water, it still burned him, leaving his left arm and chest feeling uncomfortably hot. The damp fabric clung to his skin, adding to his discomfort, while the water stains had begun to spread down his pants, making him appear even more disheveled. After walking a short distance, Lu Jiu awkwardly said, "Meng, could you please fetch my book for me? I can manage to return on my own." "That's out of the question. You've suffered a burn. I must check on you and contact a doctor," Meng replied firmly. "I'm fine, really. Besides, I'm covered by my clothes, so there's no need for alarm. I can simply change when I get back." "I'm still concerned," Meng insisted. As they spoke, a tall figure suddenly appeared. "What happened?" The man's voice was cold, and his gaze fixed intently on the youth. Chapter 5. Did he touch you? What happened? The man repeated, his tone icy as he observed the boy, noticing the slight redness at his eyes and the dampness of his lashes, as well as the wet patches on his clothing. "Oh, it's you." Lu Jiu blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing the youth in such a state clearly indicated something had transpired. There were even bits of tea leaves clinging to his clothes, and the skin on his neck and wrists showed signs of irritation. Feng Qinian glanced at Meng, who was pushing the wheelchair, his eyes betraying a concealed anger. Perhaps it was the earlier incident that had riled him, or perhaps it was the fact that today he wore a dress shirt and trousers, lacking his usual bravado. Meng, in a fit of indignation, recounted what he had witnessed along with his deductions. In essence, he described how Peng Dehai, relying on his status, attempted to bully Mr. Lu. With an injury to his leg, Mr. Lu was defenseless and had only managed to strike back with his phone. Yet, Peng Dehai continued to threaten retaliation, even knocking over a cup of water, which resulted in Mr. Lu getting burned. Lu Jiu listened, finding little to add. Meng's account was largely accurate. However, he felt compelled to mention the small cat. So he nodded, "Yes, that's about right." The little cat even scratched him. After hearing this, Feng Qinian's expression darkened. He handed over a handkerchief, saying, "Did he touch you? Wipe yourself." His voice carried a chill, as though suppressing something within. Lu Jiu met the man's dark gaze and then glanced at the handkerchief extended toward him. He felt a warmth beneath the man's cool exterior. With a gentle smile, he accepted the handkerchief and replied, "No, the little cat protected me, and I struck him as well. I just wonder how the sanatorium will handle this matter. I didn't intend to cause trouble, but given the circumstances, I had to act. Otherwise, the little cat could have been in danger." Considering his current identity, Lu Jiu felt it prudent to inform Brother Zhou shortly. "Indeed, the little cat is quite perceptive. And you are remarkable as well," the man remarked, slightly leaning in to pluck a tea leaf from the boy's sweater. Hearing the man's earnest praise, Lu Jiu smiled. "Thank you." Meng felt an inexplicable sensation, as though she had discerned a hint of endearment in their recent exchange. Noticing the youth awkwardly tugging at his sweater and realizing that his trousers were also damp, Feng Qinian understood the situation and spoke. "Allow me to escort him back. You can assist him with his books." "Huh? Are you also an employee of the sanatorium?" Meng, the caregiver, inquired hesitantly. Caregiver? It seems unlikely. Could he possibly be a newly appointed security guard? Yes, I just arrived, Feng thought, feeling no sense of guilt. It was entirely plausible to claim he was an employee of the Feng family, who owned the sanatorium. Meng, you go ahead. I would prefer this gentleman to accompany me. Lu Jue urged, eager to dismiss the caregiver. His current state felt too undignified to be witnessed by anyone, especially a young woman. Meng surveyed the two before her and glanced back at the path, considering that she could retrieve the items swiftly within a few minutes. Very well. I shall fetch the books. Please escort Mr. Lu back to room 305 first. I will return promptly. Understood, Feng replied. As they made their way, Lu Jue expressed sincerely, "Thank you for your assistance earlier. I could have returned on my own. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you, and it's quite manageable for me." He demonstrated his capability by maneuvering the wheelchair. It is no trouble. Ensuring our guest satisfaction is the essence of the sanatorium. Let us proceed, Feng said, bending to push the wheelchair. Oh, Lu Jue ceased to be modest, feeling an increased fondness for the tall man who had aided him twice. They soon arrived at the door of room 305. The sanatorium employed electronic locks, and the youth raised his hand to use the fingerprint scanner. Feng observed the slender, pale wrists of a young man, absurdly thinking that he could likely grasp both of them with a single hand. The door swung open, and Lu Jue adeptly maneuvered the wheelchair inside. Do you require assistance? Feng inquired, glancing at the youth's clothing. Thank you, I can manage, Lu Jue replied, removing his sweater, which was soaked with tea. Beneath it, he wore a solid-colored t-shirt, and as he raised his arms, Feng was unexpectedly greeted by a glimpse of pure white, a stark and translucent hue, reminiscent of sunlight glimmering upon a snowy peak. Please have a seat. I will tidy up in the bedroom, Lu Jue said. Very well, Feng replied, swallowing hard as he observed the youth retreating in the master bedroom, allowing him to settle onto the sofa and survey the room. The decor exuded a warm, creamy wood aesthetic, an inviting style conducive to relaxation. The atmosphere was pristine, with freshly cut white roses and pale green bellflowers artfully arranged in a vase, illuminating the space with a bright yet cozy ambience. Yet the essence of youthfulness was notably scarce. His gaze swept across the room until it landed on a book lying open on a small table on the balcony, alongside a cup. At that moment, he heard the sound of running water from the master bedroom. The youth was likely bathing. He pondered, was it truly feasible for someone in a wheelchair to bathe? Moreover, with a fractured leg, how would he change his trousers? He completely overlooked the fact that he himself had once endured severe injuries, fractures, and gunshot wounds, yet managed to care for himself and dress his wounds. Additionally, his mercenaries, some with severed arms or legs, would fight for their survival as long as they drew breath, carving their paths through chaos. In his perspective, wounds that do not threaten one's life are of little consequence. However, instinctively, he felt that the young man was different. He deserved to be cherished and well cared for. This realization, however, had yet to dawn upon him. The man retrieved his mobile phone and called Director Lee, requesting the finest treatment for burns to be sent to room 305, while also inquiring about that individual named Feng. When Nurse Meng returned, she was somewhat taken aback upon encountering the head nurse delivering the medicine at the doorway, expressing her gratitude profusely. Upon entering the room, Nurse Meng sensed a slight drop in the air pressure and tentatively asked, where's Mr. Lu? I brought the book, and I also have his mobile phone, along with this ointment. He is taking a shower. Feng glanced at the book Nurse Meng had brought back. Its cover emblazoned with the 6 prominent characters, A History of Modern China. Below, in smaller font, it read, Volume 2. Feng thought to himself, indeed, he is quite remarkable. Chapter 6, Offending a Big Shot, I will step outside to gather some information. That President Feng is not to be trifled with. It is said that he has business dealings with both the Feng and Gu families and maintains connections with many influential figures. Nurse Meng felt a twinge of concern, for President Feng held considerable clout, while Mr. Lu was merely a budding artist. Feng Qingyan's gaze fell upon the mobile phone, its screen resembling a spider's web of cracks. Hearing Nurse Meng's words, Recalling director Lee's earlier comments and the surveillance footage he had seen, the man's expression grew even colder. This individual dared to wield his influence within the rehabilitation center, even bullying the youth. Rising to his feet, he cast a glance at the shattered phone and spoke in a frosty tone. The mission of St. Yara Private Rehabilitation Center is to care for and protect every client, providing the highest quality of service, excluding, of course, those who seek to instigate trouble. Nurse Meng remarked, "The new colleague is quite impressive, having memorized the corporate philosophy better than I. But will that President Feng truly relent?" Upon emerging from a shower, Lu Jiyue found only Nurse Meng present and inquired, "Has that gentleman left?" "Yes. He mentioned he had matters to attend to and just departed. By the way, here is the burn ointment. Would you like me to apply some?" Nurse Meng looked at the young man's wrist. "It's not serious. Just a little will suffice." "It is indeed serious. The redness is quite extensive," Nurse Meng replied with concern. Mr. Liu, with his fair complexion and skin as delicate as mutton fat jade, exhibited red marks that were particularly striking. She couldn't help but feel that her own daughter, who was in kindergarten, did not possess skin as tender as Mr. Liu's. Reflecting on President Feng, she couldn't help but grumble that President Feng is truly excessive. One wonders when he will be discharged. We, the staff, are quite vexed by him. As the ointment was applied, a soothing coolness emerged. Lu Jiyue glanced at his wrist and asked, "Did anyone come by to inquire about anything?" "No." And the ointment was personally delivered by the head nurse. This was reassuring news, indicating that at least the rehabilitation center would not allow someone like that President Feng to bully him. "I see. I would like to rest for a while. You may attend to your duties." Due to a restless night and the events of the day, Lu Jiyue's spirits were somewhat low. Little did he know, shortly after Nurse Meng left, his door was rapped upon while he was taking a sip of water. The young boy maneuvered his wheelchair to the door, and upon seeing the man standing at the entrance, he expressed mild surprise. "Sir, I thought you had urgent matters to attend to. Why have you returned?" "Feng Qi," the man replied. "What?" The boy's beautiful almond-shaped eyes reflected a hint of confusion. "My name is Feng Qi, with Qi meaning to pray," the man stated earnestly, gazing into the boy's eyes. "Oh, Mr. Feng, greetings. I am Lu Jiyue, with Ji meaning knowledge and Yue meaning moonlight." The boy introduced himself with sincerity, extending his hand in customary fashion. Feng Qi observed the boy's delicate, pale fingers as he enveloped them in his larger grasp. "Hello, Lu Jiyue." His complexion leaned towards a wheatish tone, contrasting with Lu Jiyue's fair skin, and their hands intertwined created an oddly beautiful aesthetic. Inviting the man inside to sit on the sofa, Lu Jiyue intended to pour him a glass of water. "Have you applied the ointment?" Feng Qi inquired, noticing the boy's wrist. A faint scent of burn ointment lingered in the air. "Yes, the nurse Meng applied a bit too much. It wasn't serious, just a bit red," Lu Jiyue replied, glancing at his wrist, feeling the greasy texture of the ointment. "What about your neck? Did you apply it there as well?" the man asked again. "Huh? I seem to have forgotten," Lu Jiyue murmured, fiddling with his collar. After his shower, he had donned a button-up casual shirt, which he could roll up at the sleeves, but he had overlooked the collar. The slight redness on his neck was minor and concealed by the collar, so the nurse had naturally missed it. Feng Qi rose to retrieve the medical kit. "Shall I assist you with that?" The burn on Lu Jiyue's neck would be challenging to apply ointment to without a mirror. In truth, it was not severe, and he could manage without it. Lu Jiyue found the scent and oily sensation of the ointment somewhat intolerable. However, when he looked up, he saw the man holding a medical cotton swab, pausing mid-action. "Never mind, he means well." Lu Jiyue bit his lip, turning his head slightly, and couldn't he help but remind, "Just use a small amount. It's too greasy." "Understood," the man responded, dipping the swab in the ointment and leaning closer to the boy's neck. The stark red mark on his fair skin was striking. He gently applied the ointment, exercising utmost caution, almost reverently. In his eyes, the boy resembled exquisite porcelain, fragile and in need of tender care. As the ointment was applied, Feng Qi's gaze sharpened. He noticed a tiny red mole on the boy's collarbone, reminiscent of a dot made by a vermilion brush on pristine porcelain, captivatingly beautiful. Feng Qi averted his gaze after a fleeting glance, distancing himself from the boy, his voice husky as he declared, "All done." Subsequently, Feng received a call from the elder and departed without delay. Lu Jiyu, however, remained contemplative, gazing in the direction of the door. He felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards this Mr. Feng. Before dinner, Lu Jiyu used a landline in his room to dial a number he had briefly noted during their earlier conversation. On the other end, Zhou Ji's voice came through promptly, as though he had been waiting. "Hello, who is this?" "Zhou, it's Lu Jiyu." "Huh? Jiyu? Why couldn't I reach you? I was just looking for you." Zhou Yang had been unable to contact Lu Jiyu and was searching for the phone number of the nursing home to inquire about Lu Jiyu's room. It is not entirely his fault. In this day and age, few people remember landline numbers. "My mobile phone is broken, and I have matters to discuss. Please hold on. Even monumental issues can wait until I finish speaking. I am truly exasperated." Zhou Yang spoke rapidly, his emotions running high. "Lao Kong and the others are being excessively oppressive. I am utterly furious. Why must my artists be coerced into participating in a variety show that they no longer wish to be part of? Am I merely a soft target for their bullying? Moreover, your leg has yet to heal." Just as Lu Jiyu was trying to comprehend the situation, Meng, the caregiver, rushed in. "Mr. Lu, I've just heard some splendid news. That Peng Dehai has been expelled from the rehabilitation center by the security guards. It is rumored that he offended a significant figure." Noticing Lu Jiyu was on the phone, Meng quickly fell silent. Chapter 7. Recording the show upon hearing the caregiver's voice on the line, Zhou Yang's demeanor softened slightly. He inquired, "Ahem, Jiyu, is there anything you would like to discuss? I was overly animated earlier. I will address the variety show matter with the company again." Recalling what Meng had just mentioned, Lu Jiyu replied directly, "I am fine now. Since Peng Dehai has been ousted from the rehabilitation center and has presumably offended a powerful individual, he likely has no time to trouble me. Given that Zhou Ge is already quite overwhelmed, it is best to avoid adding to the issues at hand." After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Yang promised to procure a new mobile phone for Lu Jiyu before ending the call. Once the conversation concluded, Meng eagerly shared the gossip she had overheard outside. "Mr. Lu, that Peng has truly left. When I returned, I specifically checked. His room is entirely vacant." She added in a hushed tone, "I also heard that he was literally thrown out. His belongings were tossed out as well. He has numerous injuries, as if he had been severely beaten. He often boasted about his connections with influential figures, but it seems he has merely offended them instead." Lu Jiyu chuckled, remaining noncommittal. After all, he had borrowed favor from that significant individual and would no longer need to worry. A week later, Zhou Yang came to pick up Lu Jiyu for the variety show recording. In the car, he incessantly reassured himself, murmuring, "This variety show has decent popularity. Let us consider it from a different perspective. It is, after all, an opportunity for exposure. After all, my artist has no work arranged following this. Although there is a high likelihood of facing criticism and being bullied by the so-called little princess from the Lin family, this might be Lu Jiyu's most significant program to date. Moreover, the show is live. And while live broadcasts lack scripts and are fraught with uncertainties that may test the guests' true characters, it also spares them from the capricious editing that often distorts and maligns artists during post-production." Nevertheless, Zhou Ge remained anxious, advising with a furrowed brow, this time, "Your partner on the show is a child. I wonder if you can manage. Even if you cannot, it is crucial to maintain your composure in front of the camera. One must never lose one's temper with children, nor exhibit impatience, nor engage in rivalry with them. Rather, it is best to accommodate their whims." "I understand." The young lad languidly reclined against the headrest, his voice faint, devoid of vigor. This marked the first occasion since his arrival that Lu Jiyu found himself awake in a vehicle, and predictably, he experienced motion sickness, coupled with the poor road conditions. The vehicle swayed incessantly, and in the cramped space, the incessant chatter of brother Zhou soon lulled Lu Jiyu into a drowsy slumber. An hour later, Zhou Yang's car successfully arrived at the filming location. Lu Jiyu sluggishly opened his eyes, feeling a throbbing pain at his temples and discomfort in his stomach. In this era of modern conveniences, the first thing that displeased the young master was the automobile, which he found far less comfortable than the carriages of his estate. The filming took place in Jiangcheng, a city not located in mountainous terrain. Otherwise, traveling would have posed a significant challenge, further complicating the recording of the program. The program, titled Happy Travels with Big Hands and Little Hands, with a live parent-child variety show under Tomato TV and Tomato Video Network, temporarily convened at this location. As soon as Liu Jiue alighted from the vehicle, the crew members momentarily froze in surprise before swiftly approaching him. They had initially overlooked the fact that their inconspicuous vehicle housed the guest they had invited. The cameraman, relying on his professional acumen and keen perception, immediately focused the lens on Liu Jiue's flawless visage, magnifying it infinitely. The sight of a young man in a wheelchair was already captivating, but combined with his exquisite beauty and ethereal demeanor, it created an unparalleled impression. The previously sparse barrage of comments in the live chat erupted into a flurry of activity. One Li Jian 99. Is there really such divine beauty in the entertainment industry? And he is completely makeup free. I need all his information in 1 minute. Mew, wow. He is stunning. I can guarantee his face is the most beautiful I've ever seen. He must be a creation of Nuwa. A fan of peanut steamed buns? Woo. I've never seen someone with dyed blonde hair who could be so obedient, so handsome. Mom, I think I'm in love. Jiang Zhang's boat. ISNT that Liu Jiue. Even with a broken leg, he still comes out here, truly shameless. Zhou Zhou's loving wife. What is so great about Liu Jiue? He is a third-rate star, and besides, he has had so much work done, is rude, and has a chaotic personal life. Amidst the barrage of comments, fans of Jiang Jianzhou disparaged and defamed Liu Jiue, yet the other viewers remained undeterred. The beauty of the young man on screen was astounding, his presence striking. His skin was as white as snow, his features delicate, with a complexion so fine that no pores were visible. Complemented by his platinum short hair, he resembled a perfect, ethereal youth straight out of a comic book. Particularly when caught off guard by the camera, his almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of countless stars, blinked gently, and his long lashes fluttered, leaving viewers enchanted. Lin Lin was a sophomore student, and since her university was located in the same city, she would return home for a day every weekend. On this particular day, she habitually tidied her wardrobe while the television played softly in the background, the house devoid of company. Little did she know that upon turning on the screen, she would be captivated by an extraordinarily handsome visage, one so stunning that it rendered her unable to look away. Lin Lin found herself momentarily frozen, her legs betraying her as her gaze became entranced by the youth on the screen. The young man, exuding a pristine aura, possessed a pair of strikingly clear, platinum blonde locks that only enhanced his ethereal beauty, lending him an air of both aloofness and nobility. His complexion was refreshingly unadorned, devoid of makeup and seemingly flawless. Resembling porcelain, his long, thick eyelashes fanned out delicately, creating an effect akin to natural eyeliner whenever he cast his gaze downward. Coupled with a finely sculpted nose and dainty, rounded lips that seemed to invite affection, he was undeniably enchanting. His amber-golden almond-shaped eyes, a blend of innocence and cool detachment, were simply captivating. Especially when he appeared momentarily dazed, he melted Lin Lin's heart with sheer adorableness. Oh heavens, she thought. This young man is a beauty beyond the imagination of even the finest manga artist. Blushing, the girl became so exhilarated that she forgot to breathe. Her eyes fixated on the boy on screen. Her hand instinctively reached for her phone. She felt compelled to message her friend. Lin Lin here. Quickly watched the Tomato Channel's variety show, An Unparalleled Beauty. Upon receiving the message, Qin Yao responded, puzzled. What? Variety show? Beauty? Lin Lin's gaze remained glued to the television, and with a quick glance at her phone, she snapped a photo and sent it. On the other side, Qin Yao, upon seeing the somewhat blurry picture, instantly recognized the undeniable charm of the young man, thanks to her 5 years of idol-chasing experience. With nimble fingers, she swiftly downloaded the Tomato app, registered, subscribed, and opened the variety show. The comments section was buzzing with excitement. Yumming tea. Baby, where are you looking? Turn to the camera so mommy can admire your stunning beauty. My favorite orthopedic, to the person above, my husband is watching me. We are in our romantic phase. Longing for forever. I originally came to see Chu-ji, but I can't help but be captivated by the wheelchair boy. He is so handsome, like a refreshing mini milk, rocking back and forth. Ah, the young man is mesmerizing me. WSL. Has it begun already? Lu Jiu asked, somewhat bewildered. The photographer, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded, secretly delighted at the prospect of an easier shoot. This new guest was simply flawless from every angle. He needed no coaxing to find a camera, for he looked magnificent no matter the angle. Having never participated in a live variety show before, Lu Jiu exhibited no signs of stage fright. He calmly nodded at the crew, embodying the poise befitting a young master of a noble house. If one were to inquire why he did not showcase more of his charm, the answer would be that the young master was feeling a bit car-sick. Chapter 8. The little overlord's partner at that moment, the accompanying director reminded him, "Teacher Lu, why not greet the audience?" Thus, the youth with amber-hued eyes smiled gently, his charming dimples slightly pronounced. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Jiu." His voice resonated like a cool breeze through the valleys, clear and melodious, reaching the ears of all present. Due to his uniquely melodious tone, which tempered the inherent chilliness, his voice was simply delightful. Zyson, WSL, not only does this young man possess striking looks, but his voice is equally enchanting. I have completely fallen for him. Shinghazimo, I'm all in. Meanwhile, in the realm of high society, the notorious little princess, or little tyrant, of a prestigious family, Lin Xingxing, who had once decisively defeated the scions of the Li and Qian families, made a name for herself with her formidable prowess. Upon seeing Lu Jiu, who appeared in a wheelchair, she pushed away her uncle and darted forward like a cannonball. "Hey, Lin Xingxing!" Guyi exclaimed, extending his hand in exasperation. The camera captured a small pink figure dashing by at breakneck speed. Before anyone could react, the girl had reached Lu Jiu. However, the anticipated scene of her leaping into action did not unfold. Instead, Lin Xingxing halted a meter away from Lu Jiu, taking a moment to adjust her pink princess dress. Her chubby cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her large, sparkling eyes glimmered like black grapes as she cheerfully inquired, "Are you my new brother? You look so handsome." From a distance, Guyi could only facepalm in resignation. Indeed, Lin Xingxing, a notorious beauty aficionado, must have been insincere when she claimed her uncle was the most handsome. Nevertheless, upon observing the boy in the wheelchair, one could not deny his striking appearance. He resembled a figure from painting. His demeanor exuded an air of aristocratic elegance, sitting there with an innate grace that commanded respect. With an aura that was simultaneously refined, aloof, and inherently noble, coupled with his good looks, it was entirely natural for Lin Xingxing to be enamored with him. Had he not identified as a straight man, he might have experienced an instant crush. Contemplating this, he took out his phone to send a message. His friend was still single and seemingly asexual. Perhaps exposing him to beauty could spark a revelation. Moreover, his grandfather had encouraged him to teach his friend about love. Meanwhile, Lu Jiu, having awoken in a daze, was still unaware of the show's specific proceedings. When confronted with the little girl's question, he turned to the staff, who nodded in affirmation. He then addressed the girl before him. "Yes, I am your new brother. Hello, I am Lu Jiu." After extending his hand for a friendly handshake, Lin Xingxing, satisfied with his response, saw his fair, handsome hand reaching out and immediately stepped forward with a sweet smile, taking hold of her charming brother's hand. Once their hands clasped, her cheeks reddened further. "Hello, brother Ziyu. I am Lin Xingxing." "Hello, Xingxing," he replied. Their handshake was earnest, accompanied by an enthusiastic shake. The little girl, with her captivating beauty, large, round eyes adorned with curled lashes, fair skin, and clad in a pink princess dress, was the very embodiment of a living doll. Facing the camera for the first time, she displayed no signs of shyness. Instead, she beamed sweetly, generously greeting everyone. "Hello, I am Lin Xingxing. And this is my brother Ziyu." Lu Jiu was utterly charmed by the sweet pronunciation of the young girl Lin Xingxing. Yet the ingrained decorum within her compelled her to merely smile modestly. At this moment, the barrage of comments surged swiftly across the screen. Who is this adorable little darling? The contrast between the tall and the small, is simply dazzling. Help! Just now my wife smiled, and it was too beautiful to behold. Sigh, who understands? The wheelchair-bound beauty is captivating me. My beloved, I am at your service. Goodness, is this the level of beauty that graces reality shows? Is this truly not a dating program? I stand at 185 centimeters, possessing looks, wealth, and strength. Dear wife, take a look at me. I have a property in the school district. Mind your words, that is my husband whom I have yet to meet. I have been married to him unilaterally for a year. Who doesn't he know that Lu Jiue is a product of cosmetic enhancement? Those who fawn over her beauty should tread carefully. Although a few discordant remarks mingled within the comments, they were swiftly overshadowed by the fervent fans of the show and Lu Jiue as newly acquired admirers. Some peculiar comments emerged, such as, "Oh my, the little tyrant of the Lin family is pretending to be a lady and acting cute. I must screenshot this, my brother. Wow, the little which can actually approach others? Truly a sight to behold. But who is this person? Quite handsome indeed." Outside the scene, the director was meticulously monitoring the program's data, noticing that with Lu Jiue's appearance, the show's popularity was soaring. Terms such as wheelchair-bound beauty and Lu Jiue holding hands with the little one were climbing the entertainment charts. "Isn't this person merely a background figure?" inquired the producer. "Aren't they just here to fill space?" Moreover, they had not informed Lu Jiue of the correct start time of the show, intentionally preventing her from preparing her makeup. Seeking to generate some buzz, they aimed to depict her as tardy and arrogant, solidifying her image as unattractive and troublesome. This would surely make the show more engaging. Wouldn't it? Little did they know, the moment the program commenced, the spotlight was effortlessly drawn to her. The producer glanced at the data on his phone, astonished to find that Lu Jiue's popularity had surpassed that of the returning male star, the illustrious Chu Yingdi. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke into the intercom. Be sure to give Lu Jiue ample screen time. Although they had previously agreed to portray her unfavorably, her undeniable charm among the public left him with no choice. Zhou Yang observed his artist interacting harmoniously with the legendary little tyrant princess, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Little did he know the extent of his worries over the past few days. This program had originally been negotiated by Jiang Jianzhou, who suddenly transferred the opportunity to Lu Jiue, clearly with ulterior motives. After extensive inquiries, he learned that her partner in the variety show was a well-known little tyrant from a prominent family, one who would not yield even to the most powerful figures. It now seemed that the rumors were mistaken. The little tyrant was quite endearing, and his artist would not have to endure any distress. However, just as Zhou Yang began to feel a sense of relief, he witnessed the diminutive princess, barely over a meter tall and merely 4.5 years old, reaching for his artist's luggage. She sweetly offered, "Brother Ziue, let me help you with your luggage. I possess great strength." Although the bag was not heavy, containing merely a change of clothes, it was amusing to envision a petite girl barely over a meter tall, carrying it. Zhou Yang immediately cast a knowing glance at Lu Jiue. "Quickly refuse, take your own luggage." As her hand reached halfway, Lu Jiue, initially intending to decline the girl's offer, paused. Zhou Yang's expression suddenly reminded him of something he had heard in a drowsy haze during the car ride. Never contend with children. Try to accommodate them. He glanced at the cheerful little girl, Lin Xingxing, who was beaming as she took hold of the luggage. Reluctantly, he retracted his hand and allowed her to assist. After a moment's thought, he complimented her. "Indeed, you are remarkably strong." Zhou Yang, on the verge of exasperation, lamented, "Is there no semblance of understanding left?" The others wondered, is this person truly unafraid of the backlash? Chapter 9. Checking luggage. The program featured 4 pairs of guests. The first duo comprised the semi-retired veteran actor, Emperor of Film Chu Tianhua, and his son, the aspiring pilot, Chu Yu. The second pair included singer-songwriter Jian He and his younger brother Jianzhe. Unlike the cool Chu Yu, was shy and introverted. The third group consisted of the rising star Xie and her niece, Xie Zihan, who was in tears, feeling overwhelmed. The fourth pair was the impromptu team of Lu Jiue and Lin Xingxing. Both were newcomers to the show, one reluctantly dragged along, the other coaxed into participation. The little girl, witnessing a recording for the first time, had eyes brimming with curiosity and wonder, while she kept a vigilant watch on her handsome companion, fearing he might wander off. Especially after hearing Brother Ziyue commend her strength, her cherubic face glowed with pride. She had entirely forgotten her dear uncle, Gu Yi. As anticipated by Zhou Yang, the comment section erupted with criticism directed at Lu Ziyue, casual bystander. Seriously, is Lu Ziyue even human? How can he have the audacity to let a 4-year-old carry his luggage? Truly disgraceful. TSK, Lu Ziyue remains as uncouth as ever, now even bullying children. A leaf on a boat. Haha, this show is still a platform for Lu Ziyue to overshadow our brother. Some people just can't find peace even with a limp. While Lu Ziyue faced backlash, the fans of other guests fervently promoted their idols. Yiya is the most beautiful. Indeed, comparison is necessary. Our sister is a true beauty with a kind heart. The Ferrari is still a Ferrari. Indeed, comparison is necessary. Our elder brother is the epitome of a good father. Chi-Chi's wife. Truly, without comparison, there is no pain. My brother has always carried his younger sibling. So gentle. Regardless of the atmosphere at the venue, the comments section showcased how Lu Ziyue, against all odds, accentuated the presence of the other guests, inadvertently elevating the show's viewership to new heights. In the backstage lounge, Jiang Jianzhu observed the torrent of criticism directed at Lu Ziyue with a satisfied smile. He remarked that such a laborious yet thankless parenting variety show is indeed well suited for Lu Ziyue. Just look at his popularity. It's simply remarkable. What use is good looks if one is still unlikable? The entertainment industry is never short of attractive faces. What it truly lacks are astute individuals who understand the times. The little assistant approached, fawningly stating that our dear Zhou is too kind-hearted, bestowing resources upon Lu Ziyue in a spirit of benevolence. If you ask me, given his rudeness, poor temperament, and lack of work, he should have exited the industry long ago. Jiang Jianzhou was quite pleased with the disparity between himself and Lu Ziyue. He felt the latter was only worthy of crawling on the ground in reverence to him. As Lu Ziyue arrived later than the other 3 groups of guests, the fans of the 3 were naturally displeased, feeling sympathy for their idols, and thus were prone to speaking impolitely. As the wait lengthened, impatience brewed, exacerbated by the blazing sun that made everyone feel irritable. Jenny could not contain his temper, his face sour as he prepared to erupt. "Can you hurry up?" He choked back his words, nearly swallowing them down, and ended up coughing. How could someone so remarkably handsome exist? He was the perfect amalgamation of a comic character and an ancient painting, with an exquisite harmony that was utterly captivating. The words he intended to hurl transformed entirely. And with a flushed face, Jianhe asked, "Do you need my assistance?" He quickly retracted, feeling he had pushed too hard, adding, "The path here is treacherous." How baffling. TSK, it's my first time witnessing Jian Chi-Chi being so altruistic. Where's that feisty Chi-Chi who confronts the heavens, the earth, and even the air? Jian Chi-Chi's zombie fan. I must admit, something feels off about my Chi-Chi. CP enthusiast Sakura. By the way, I just confronted a little artist, and you, Chi-Chi, are being so courteous. Is that appropriate? Sensing a looming crisis, the little girl Lin, Xing immediately regarded Jian He with caution, earnestly declaring, "This is my brother Ziyue." Mine, Jian He. At this moment, Lu Ziyue also spoke, "Thank you, but for now, I believe I do not require assistance." The young man's voice was melodious, akin to a cool moon in a secluded valley, leaving one in awe. Jian He, being a singer with a heightened sensitivity to sound, mused that not only was this person strikingly handsome, but his voice was equally enchanting. Just then, actor Chu and Xie approached with their child. He was gentle in demeanor, the elder brother figure of the show. "Hello, Xiaolu. Welcome to Big Hands Holding Small Hands. I am Chu Tianhua, and this is my son, Chu Yu. The cool gentleman over there is Jian He, and his brother is Jianzhe. The one soothing the child is Xie. We're all old partners." Little Chu Yu, appearing quite mature for his age, nodded coolly and extended his hand towards Lu Ziyue, saying, "Hello, Brother Lu. I am Chu Yu." However, the little cool guy's hand was intercepted mid-reach by Lin Xingxing. She extended her own small chubby hand, smiling adorably. "Hello, meet brother, I am Xi Lingxing." "Chu Yu, The little girl only shook hands briefly before withdrawing and returning to Lu Zhiyue's side, her little face brimming with pride. "This is my brother Zhiyue." Lu Zhiyue nodded and briefly introduced himself to the three opposite him as the recording of the show commenced. Searching for luggage is an essential segment in nearly every reality show. Lu Zhiyue's luggage was remarkably simple, consisting solely of a change of clothes and a small medical kit. Nothing more. The staff members conducting the search found themselves questioning their life choices. This little artist had brought no cosmetics at all and possessed merely a spare outfit. Did he not carry any idle baggage? Oh my, is Zhiyue truly this sincere? Could this also signify that he genuinely appears barefaced? Mused one observer. Another interjected. Those who just criticized Lu Zhiyue for bullying children should take note. His bag contains only these few items, which weigh less than a typical kindergarten student's backpack. If I were Lin Xingxing, I would undoubtedly be overjoyed, which makes me envious of that girl. Chimed in another. The esteemed actor Chu, taken aback, asked little Lu, "Is this all you brought? Is this not sufficient?" Lu Zhiyue inquired earnestly, as it was actually brother Zhou who packed his belongings. He was quite unfamiliar with such matters. Well, Chu had intended to express that no amount would suffice, given that the production team seldom provided for the participants. Moreover, such minimalism lacked visual appeal, detracting from the show's effect. It would be prudent to bring extra items in case of unforeseen needs, ensuring a more comfortable experience. In stark contrast to Lu Zhiyue's straightforwardness, Gu Yi, who had come to the recording to woo a girl by bringing his niece, appeared at this moment. He was dragging along a petite pink suitcase, adorned with an abundance of rhinestones that sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight, making it the most eye-catching presence. The previously tearful young Xie Zihan was captivated by the suitcase's rosy glow, momentarily forgetting her sorrows and gazing in admiration. Gu Yi, a refined and handsome gentleman, felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground while holding this suitcase in front of his beloved goddess. Who could fathom that his niece possessed such taste? She would not have come if he hadn't brought it. In truth, it was not just the suitcase. Her entire ensemble, including the car, dress, and shoes, sparkled with a radiant brilliance. Upon opening the suitcase, one could find a bottle filled with cookies shaped like various small animals, a box of handmade chocolates, an array of tiny dresses, and a pair of crystal shoes. However, in several compartments of the suitcase, the staff discovered a substantial amount of pink cash. Lu Zhiyue paid little mind to the money. His gaze remained fixated on the bottle of animal-shaped cookies. Chapter 10. Touching fur is not frightening at this moment. The commentary was particularly lively. Dear friends, does anyone understand? Lin Xingxing's suitcase is absolutely phenomenal. Goodness gracious, this little friend, Xingxing, is quite extravagant. Am I the only one who finds this inappropriate? Bringing so much money to a variety show, doesn't that reek of flaunting wealth? Aren't they concerned that the children might develop the wrong values? Only you think that way. Maybe take a look in the mirror before criticizing others for their upbringing. Moreover, does she even need to show off? Lin Xingxing's suitcase is a high-end piece from H brand, unavailable for purchase domestically. And her princess dress is likely a bespoke creation from D brand, so bringing this amount of cash is quite understated. By the way, it's worth mentioning that Lin Xingxing is indeed a princess of the Lin family. My goodness, the Lin family? She is a true princess, and indeed very modest. Orthopedics is my favorite. I remarked how familiar this suitcase looked, only to realize it was adorned with countless diamonds by a little friend named Xingxing, which left me incredulous. Perhaps my perspective was too narrow. Discussions regarding Lin Xingxing's identity began to veer off course online. Zison, but isn't anyone paying attention to Lu Zhiyue? He is absolutely adorable. Witnessing the antics of the esteemed actor Chu, he wore an expression of admiration that clearly conveyed he had learned something valuable. Jing, I feel differently. I find Ye's curiosity while gazing at that jar of animal-shaped biscuits utterly charming. The scene was indeed quite humorous, with the esteemed actor Chu's bag filled with various hot pot and barbecue seasonings, and surprisingly, even cash tucked away in his socks. He was even more extravagant, not only hoarding various snacks, but also stashing money within his brother's homework notebook. Xie was equally clever. having affixed money inside her sun hat, and even hiding a bottle of Lao Ganma in her niece's formula can, alongside various essential dishes like Wujiang preserved vegetables. After the search, the guests looked utterly defeated, resembling dejected roosters. The program continued, directing the guests to board a vehicle en route to the recording location where tasks awaited them. The chosen site for the shoot was in Jianxi Village, Ziyang County. The countryside is transformed into a new rural landscape, with well-maintained roads and newly constructed houses. The environment was quite pleasant. However, the production team had chosen a few abandoned old houses for the recording. The state of the houses varied, but the kitchen retained its antiquated charm from decades ago, requiring them to light the stove themselves. Moreover, they had a complete task to procure ingredients. The pair, young and old, curiously gazed at a pile of coal by the iron stove for quite some time. "Brother Ziyue, why is this lotus root black?" The young girl Lin Xingxing encountered this type of lotus root for the first time. I have never seen this before either," Lu Ziyue replied, equally bewildered. This was undoubtedly not the traditional lotus root, yet its peculiar appearance was quite striking. The cameraman nearby was on the verge of laughter. What kind of guests were these? Mistaking honeycomb coal for lotus root. Who is black lotus root that thick? Kale. Haha. Yeah, and Xingxing are so adorable. Mistaking coal for lotus root is just hilarious. Lin Shunjian Lu, what are you laughing at? No laughing at Yi. Look at him seriously claiming he has never seen it before. I'm dying of laughter. Too cute indeed. The dish assigned to Lu Ziyue and Lin Xingxing was the local delicacy, fresh meat and vegetable pot stickers. Botstikos. The young master, who had never set foot in a kitchen, felt at a loss with this task. He began to recall the only time in his past life he had observed someone preparing a meal. At this moment, Lin Xingxing boldly declared, "Brother Ziyue, don't worry. I can do everything. Just stay at home and wait for me." Watching the spirited Lin Xingxing confidently follow the staff's instructions, Lu Ziyue could only chuckle helplessly as he maneuvered his wheelchair to follow her. He also decided to gather some firewood for cooking while searching for the young girl. Meanwhile, comments flooded in. "Zhou's wife. I'm dying of laughter. Are they pretending? Has anyone seen honeycomb coal before? Even if they haven't used it, they must have seen it." 2333. While everyone else is busy, Lu Ziyue is just daydreaming over there. Did he truly believe himself to be a young master? He does not even undertake any tasks. Does he intend to rely on a mere child for sustenance? My heart aches for Lin Xingxing, who is so young yet burdened with the care of a disabled person. Lu Ziyue is known for her poor character. Her plastic surgeries and chaotic personal life are widely recognized, are they not? When Lu Ziyue ventured out, she failed to locate Lin Xingxing, but instead encountered Chu Yu, Jing Zhe, and Xie Zihan, three children presumably on a quest for food, baskets in hand. Just as Lu Ziyue intended to inquire whether they had seen Lin Xingxing, a large white goose suddenly appeared from nowhere, sprinting rapidly while flapping its enormous wings and honking loudly. The scene was alarming, and the three city children stood frozen in fear, while the cameraman maintained a safe distance. The barrage of comments erupted with exclamations of alarm, as many recalled their own childhoods, being chased by geese, their terror palpable. In a flash, a dark figure darted past, producing a dull thud. The once frenzied goose, poised to attack, staggered and collapsed, its neck awkwardly twisted. It flapped its wings in a futile struggle, emitting pitiful honks. Fortunately, the staff arrived promptly, swiftly capturing the troublesome goose while the cameraman rushed over. Night Rainpan expressed relief that the children were unharmed, while Blue Star reminisced about their childhood nightmares of being chased by geese in their grandmother's village. C.I. Jiu questioned whether they had imagined the event, while Li Xingyan speculated that it was Lu Ziyue who had thrown something that struck the goose. The comments continued, with some dismissing the praise for Lu Ziyue, pointing out her disability and questioning the notion that she was a hero. The camera then focused on the goose, revealing blood on the ground and a black mobile phone, evidently the object that had struck the bird. Remarkably, the phone remained intact, showcasing its quality. Look, it was Yeye who saved the children. Her boyfriend power is off the charts, exclaimed one viewer. The electric wheelchair approached slowly, with the seemingly frail boy having reacted swiftly to rescue the children. Thank you, Teacher Liu. If it weren't for the staff's cold sweat, we would have been truly terrified. Had anything happened to the children, their show would have faced severe backlash, and their careers would likely be impacted. Xie, who had been stunned moments ago, now broke into tears. Chu Yu, the eldest, despite his own fright, felt compelled to comfort his younger siblings, just as he wiped away his own tears and prepared to console them. A particularly soothing and gentle voice reached their ears. Were you scared? Come here and let me pat your heads. Subsequently, the sound of an electric wheelchair emerged, belonging to Lin Xingxing's dearly cherished elder brother. He extended his hand, gently patting each of the three little ones on their heads, softly murmuring, "Touch the fur, fear not." It seemed he was at a loss for words, and after a brief pause, he added, "You are all the most wonderful little ones." Chu Yu stealthily glanced up, her eyes meeting the elder brother's striking amber gaze, which shimmered with golden flecks. Such beauty! When Lin Xingxing rushed back, laden with treasures, she was greeted by this scene. Her brother, Ziyue, had been claimed by the other three children, who were now receiving his affectionate pats. Without hesitation, she dropped the basket in her hands and stormed over, her eyes aflame with indignation. She squeezed her way to the front of the wheelchair, shooting a glare at Chu Yu and the others, before pouting, "Brother Ziyue, they're all bullying me." Her large eyes blinked hopefully. She too longed for a pat on the head. The accompanying cameraman remarked, "This young Lady Lin possesses quite the acting skills, though it seems the hair on her head is still quite unruly." Chapter 11. Some are born with a red fate, uncontainable. Lin Xingxing is indeed remarkable. She had just caught a chicken with her bare hands and had pulled numerous vegetables from the ground to deliver to her grandmother, who was busy with chores. Truly, she was a veritable warrior princess, the kind exuding a delightful aroma of milk. Lu Jiyue, unaware of the little girl's recent exploits, noticed her slightly tousled hair but found no injuries, thus heaved a sigh of relief and affectionately patted Lin Xingxing's head once more. The guests, upon receiving calls, rushed to the scene, comforting their own children for a while. In front of the cameras, they maintained a facade of composure, though their dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface. The production team acknowledged their oversight in failing to assess the village's safety hazards adequately. As compensation, they allowed the guests to select their own ingredients without the burden of tasks, and the recording continued. The guests' attitudes towards Lu Jiyue began to shift. Actor Chu's initial professional enthusiasm transformed into a genuine desire for friendship. Xie occasionally stole glances at Lu Jiyue, increasingly captivated by her beauty and demeanor. Though subtle, it radiated warmth and politeness, greatly enhancing her appeal. He would often inquire if she needed assistance with the wheelchair and offered to cook together, though the production team intervened, insisting that cooking remained their own responsibility. Passerby, seeing the three guests fawn over Lu Jiyue, made me chuckle. It was merely a peck on a goose, yet they treated him like a savior. 2334. Indeed, and who has to say that goose would even bite? Why the overblown praise? Lu Jiyue's lifelong detractor. Exactly. How cruel of Lu Jiyue to harm a small creature. The poor goose he struck might not survive, only to be cooked and consumed. How tragic. And Su, to the mindless detractor above, don't you eat rice? The grain feels pain too. How cruel you are. And you shouldn't consume meat either, as small animals die because of you. How frightful. Lord Satan, ignore the mindless detractor. We simply adore Yiya. He. By Xiaotao, Lu Jiyue is truly stunning. His recent action astonished my entire family. His reflexes are incredibly swift, and his aim was spot on. Yu, Wooly Yiya is so handsome and gentle. His hands are truly exquisite. I yearn to possess the spirit of Lin Xingxing. Cheesy Mo, his clumsy yet earnest gesture of bringing little hairpins to Lin Xingxing is utterly adorable. It strikes a chord with my youthful heart. At this moment, the fans of the other three guests began to apologize and express their gratitude towards Lu Jiyue. Yaya, I apologize, thank you, the beautiful and kind Lu Jiyue, who not only saved the children but also gently patted their heads. I suddenly understand his tenderness. Ferrari, I am sorry, thank you. Lu Jiyue for saving Yu and the others. It is clear that he is not good with words, yet he possesses a heart of gold. Shichichi, I apologize, Lu Jiue. I have long wanted to say, you are incredibly handsome. Watching the flattery in the comments, Jiang Jianzhu wore a gloomy expression, his eyes shadowed. Why? Why does Lu Jiue have such fortune? Faced with the array of ingredients in the kitchen, the young man's delicate brow furrowed slightly. What should be done first when cooking? Brother Jiue, I'm not hungry. We can skip the meal, the thoughtful little girl Lin Xingxing suggested. Unfortunately, before Lu Jiue could respond, the accompanying director reminded, if the task is not completed, there will be a penalty. Lin Xingxing did not wish for Brother Jiue to be punished, but she was also unable to make pot stickers. With a quick thought, the little girl dashed out. Lu Jiue contemplated seriously, realizing he could not make pot stickers with filling as he was not skilled in cooking. However, upon noticing several sweet potatoes in the kitchen, he suddenly recalled a time during the autumn hunt when his guard roasted some for him. They were soft, sticky, and delicious. They even made him porridge in a clay pot, which was sweet and delightful. It had been the coarsest meal he had ever had, yet it left a lasting impression. Thus, he decided to prepare roasted sweet potatoes and porridge. At the very least, they would not go hungry. However, while the idea was commendable, reality proved harsh. Though he managed to gather firewood and flint under the kind guidance of the staff, he failed to ignite the fire after several attempts. Is there no fire starter? The young master felt somewhat defeated. There is none, the staff replied helplessly. After much struggle, he finally managed to spark a flame and promptly tossed a small sweet potato into the fire. HVYK, so adorable. Ye smiled so happily while starting the fire. Like a little baby, mommy loves you. Jiao jiao jiao, ah. Ye has dirt on his face, resembling a little calico cat. How cute, so soft. Since the recent incident with the large white goose, the show's popularity soared to new heights. Naturally, the director made accommodations, and the photographer occasionally offered reminders without interference. In the chaos surrounding Lu Jiue, the rice in the pot turned a murky blue upon adding sweet potatoes. Are these sweet potatoes poisonous? The young master, unaccustomed to cooking, looked bewildered. His beautiful apricot eyes turned towards the photographer, filled with disbelief. Ah, that's just how purple sweet potatoes are, the photographer explained helplessly. It seems adding a bit of white vinegar or lemon would turn it purple. Then, the young master, unable to find white vinegar, spotted aged vinegar and thought to himself, it's all vinegar, a little should suffice. Subsequently, the young master added vinegar, sugar, salt, and chicken essence to the purple sweet potato porridge. The photographer noted his reluctance to continue offering reminders, as he had previously suggested that a touch of sugar would enhance the flavor. The youth, however, proceeded to add salt instead. Upon being informed that it was indeed salt, he then added chicken essence, and thankfully, he ultimately included the sugar. Later, as the fire in the stove began to dwindle, the young master hurriedly added more firewood, leaving his face, hands, and body covered in soot. One could only remark on the beauty of the scene. Before long, Lin Xingxing returned, accompanied by an elderly woman. Brother Jiue, I found someone to make us guitai, she exclaimed. This is the grandmother who helped me today. She just wanted to tell me that some bad people were bullying my brother, and she came to help. Upon seeing the young girl's brother, the old lady's eyes softened with affection, observing what a fine child he was, and how he had been troubled by these ill-intentioned individuals. Consequently, she cast a disapproving glance at the photographer holding the camera and huffed disdainfully at the accompanying director. Turning back, she kindly addressed the two children, saying, Xingxing, dear, I'm the best at making guitai. You and your brother should take a break. I'll call you when it's ready. The audience's comments were notably varied. As the grandmother busily tidied up in the kitchen, Lin Xingxing gazed at the dark, charred mixture in the pot and praised, Brother Jiue, did you make this? Wow, it's even blue. How impressive. The comments from viewers included, what a remarkable scene. I must say, I'm not as adorable as little Lin Xingxing. You are truly Jiue's greatest fan. Both Ye and Xingxing are so charming. I just want to steal them away. Though I must admit, Ye, you did very well. Promise me we won't do this again next time, all right? Let me join in the praise. Ye is truly exceptional. He didn't even blow up the kitchen. How amazing. Afterwards, All four groups of guests, despite their struggles, completed the task and presented the dishes they had prepared, gathering to enjoy a sumptuous lunch together. The fresh country air, coupled with the crisp autumn atmosphere, created a harmonious ambience that was visually delightful. At that moment, the host stepped forward, offering a brief introduction before reading from her card. Speaking of our current location, we are in the CI village of Qiangjian. Does anyone know what makes this place special? The audience responded in unison with uncertainty, prompting the host to continue. This is the birthplace of Ding Kiln, one of the 5 great ancient kilns of our country. The audience expressed curiosity and astonishment. So, does anyone know what Ding Kiln is renowned for? The host inquired, looking around. Only Lu Jiyue appeared unfazed, seemingly lost in thought. While the little girl Lin Xingxing rested her chin on her hands, her chubby face scrunched up in excitement, her bright eyes fixed on her brother's Yue. The contrast between the two was remarkably harmonious, as neither seemed to be listening to the host. The duo of Yiye and Xingxing truly encapsulates what it feels like to be in class, one viewer commented. The pure bystander remarked that Lu Jiyue displayed a complete lack of professionalism, appearing distracted while recording the show. Those mindless admirers of his appearance should take note of his true character, he chuckled. Another commented on Lu Jiyue's lack of understanding, referring to him as a 9-leaky fish, suggesting he might not grasp the situation at all. A different voice interjected, questioning if this wasn't a travel variety show focused on parenting, suggesting that a little relaxation was permissible. After all, reality shows thrive on authenticity, and personally, I relish watching it. One fan retorted, acknowledging the criticism, but asserting that as admirers of his looks, they were simply indulging in that admiration. They insisted he had committed no crime. Asserting their support would infuriate the detractors. Another fan proudly stated that Lu Jiyue's beauty was enough, as he was born with it, something certain others could only envy. The director observed the soaring ratings of the show, his small eyes glimmering with delight as he gazed at the slender, ethereal youth, reflecting inwardly that some individuals are inherently destined for stardom, an essence that cannot be suppressed, perhaps due to the strong performances of the other 3 groups. The new group felt somewhat out of sync. The host, feigning a sorrowful smile, remarked that it seemed Teacher Lu was lost in thought, questioning whether the program was too dull or if Lu found the earlier inquiries too simplistic. The youth turned gracefully, his long lashes fluttering as he regarded the host with his sparkling amber eyes. His voice flowed gently, reminiscent of a tranquil stream under a cold moon. Reaching everyone's ears, Dingyao primarily produces white porcelain, renowned globally for its white porcelain. After a brief pause, he added, indeed, it was somewhat simple. The host maintained her professional facade, asking if Lu Jiyue was aware of the characteristics of Dingyao white porcelain. As she posed the question, all eyes turned to Lu Jiyue. The youth, seated calmly in his wheelchair, replied with a composed demeanor. Ding porcelain has a delicate, thin body and a transparent, warm glaze. Historical texts describe Ding porcelain as white as jade, thin as paper, and resonant as a chime. The host, glancing at her notes, noted that Lu Jiyue's answer mirrored her own reference card perfectly. Meeting the inquisitive gazes of the other guests, she flashed a professional smile, remarking that Lu Jiyue was indeed remarkably knowledgeable, questioning if he had specifically studied Dingyao or prepared for this recording. She emphasized the word specifically. Chu Tianhua cast a glance at the host, sensing perhaps a hint of bias against Lu Jiyue in her demeanor. Just as he contemplated interjecting, the youth answered with poise. No, I have not specifically studied porcelain. I have merely heard bits and pieces in passing. After speaking, his long, thick lashes fell slightly, concealing the hint of sorrow in his gaze. In the Great Zhou, the crafting of white porcelain had reached a level of exquisite mastery, used in ceremonial offerings as well as in the daily lives of the common folk. Yet, now, Cuyang endures, white porcelain persists, and he stands alone. As feelings of melancholy and uncertainty surged within him, the youth was enveloped by an intangible sense of solitude, a heaviness that tugged at the heartstrings. Brother Ziyue, you are truly remarkable, Lin Xingxing exclaimed in a sweet, childlike voice. Standing on her tiptoes, she stretched her small arms high, gently tapping her thumb on the exquisite boy's forehead. Here, as a thumbs up for you. So impressive, thumbs up. The trio, Chu Yu and the others, hurried over, eager to join in the gesture of approval. Thank you, the boy replied, his earlier gloom dissipating as he offered a faint smile. The other three guests looked on with warm smiles as the ethereal youth was surrounded by the four little ones, creating an exceptionally heartwarming scene. Family education is the best. Oh, I thought Yia was just like me, struggling academically, but it turns out she is a genius, a natural talent. I simply don't measure up. Blue Star. Wow, I really want to see the Rue porcelain now. It's described as sounding like a chime, as thin as paper, and as white as jade. Such beautiful imagery. Melancholic boy feeding chickens in the countryside. Why do I feel like the host is deliberately targeting Yia? Jing, is it just my imagination? When Lu Jiue looked down earlier, it seemed he was feeling sad. 6623. Haha, who would target him? P.S. Just an obscure figure, not worthy of it. I'm just a bystander. Lu Jiue must have researched this in advance and memorized it. P.S. Putting on quite the act. But honestly, how could someone like him, a middle school graduate, know about Rue porcelain? I doubt it. Unexpectedly, the host pressed on. I see. Has little Lu heard of other famous kills that are on par with Dingyao porcelain? Of course. It was no issue if he hadn't tea. That could be considered an expansion of knowledge for us. At that moment, Chu Tianhua interjected humorously. Why only ask little Lu? That would leave us three veterans with no face at all. Jin He and Xie chimed in. Exactly. Besides, Wu and Ti, that mean all the camera time goes to little Lu? We can't agree to that. Seeing everyone rallying to support Lu Jiue, the host realized she had perhaps gone too far today, and the director reminded her through her earpiece that it was time to transition. Just then, the gentle voice of the youth resonated. Alongside Ding Yao, there are also Ru, Guan, Jun, and Ge kills, collectively known as the 5 great famous kills. Lu Jiue, his almond-shaped eyes cast a faint gaze towards the impeccably made-up host, his cool voice continuing. Rue porcelain is characterized by sky blue after the rain. Guan porcelain exudes elegance. Ge porcelain is known for its golden threads. Jun porcelain shines with a myriad of colors. And Dingyao is marked by frost and purity. I wonder if this counts as expansion? Leaves floating with the wind. Ah, what a stunning appearance right from the start. Tears of joy stream from my mouth. Who is this young gentleman in white? Such a splendid aura. HVYK. Honestly, the way Ye casually spoke earlier didn't seem like mere surface knowledge. So handsome, haha. Lu Jiue's eternal black. He must have memorized the answers long ago. Otherwise, how could Lu Jiue, a complete novice, know such things? I refuse to believe it. In the present moment, as he met the calm gaze reflected in the youth's amber eyes, Hostlikin suddenly felt an uncanny sense of being seen through. She managed a strained smile. Little Lu is indeed impressive, enlightening us all. Today, let us venture into the studio of Mr. Shui, a custodian of the renowned Ding Kiln, one of China's 5 esteemed kilns, and immerse ourselves in the exquisite beauty of this intangible cultural heritage. This afternoon's recording task involved a visit to witness the intricate process of white porcelain crafting. The sight of clay brought unbridled joy to several children. Under the guidance of the overseer, everyone gained a deeper understanding of the history of white porcelain, including its near extinction. Lu Jiue listened intently, his glassy eyes reflecting thoughts that eluded others' comprehension. The creation of white porcelain encompasses a series of complex techniques, including wheel throwing, carving, and glazing. Should the guest desire the finished products after the firing process, the studio will ensure their completion and subsequent shipping. As everyone engaged in wheel throwing, Lu Jiue, finding it inconvenient due to his wheelchair, shifted his attention to observe a skilled artisan delicately carving patterns on a clay body. Noticing the earnest interest of the young man, the master, in a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Would you care to give it a try?" He extended the carving knife towards him, exuding a warm and approachable attitude. Before Lu Jiue could respond, a young man interjected, "How can that be? He is a novice. What if he damages your masterpiece?" The carving of Ding Kiln white porcelain is not merely a simplistic endeavor. It demands mastery over line control, knife techniques, and the holistic arrangement of patterns. Each line embodies a desire and intention, alive, vibrant, and soulful. Surprisingly, the master, unfazed, replied, "It's nothing. It's rare to see young people interested. It's worth a try." He again offered the bamboo knife. Lu Jue, without hesitation, earnestly replied, "I have never attempted carving on clay before. I would be grateful for your guidance." The camera, keenly aware of the unfolding moment, zoomed in as the director directed the cinematographers to capture the intimacy of the lesson. Thus, one engaged in earnest teaching, another in dedicated learning, while a third young man stood by, visibly disgruntled. The comment section was rife with skepticism. Commenter A. Can Lu Jue refrain from being dramatic? A disabled person seeking attention. First a broken leg, now wanting to injure his hands too. How amusing. Keyboard dancer, truly speechless. He is merely being polite, and he has taken it seriously. Once the master imparted the incantations and techniques, Lu Jue set to work. Initially, he struggled with the bamboo knife's precision, hesitating with his cuts, prompting a scoff from the standing young man. I knew it. The master is simply eager to promote Ding porcelain, but they can't expect these celebrities to possess any true skill. This recording is just a performance. However, his eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Lu Jue mastering the required pressure and fluidity with his third cut. How is it that a mere celebrity can carve so adeptly? The master's eyes sparkled with excitement, continuously praising, "Excellent, just like that, very good." The young man, focused and unwavering, executed the design seamlessly, as if he had long understood the craft. "Would you care to apprentice under me? My surname is Shui, and I assure you, with your talent, you could master the art within a year." Leaking Mirinda. It's teacher Shui. He is the second-generation inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage of kiln firing. Ji Heimu. So, is there anyone knowledgeable about carving? How proficient is Lu Jue in this craft? Chapter 13. Mr. Feng, what brings you here? Teacher Shui asked excitedly. "Young man, have you studied this before? Your dexterity is remarkable, and your composition and fluidity are excellent. Not to mention your aesthetic sense is top-notch." The youth replied modestly, "I dabbled in seal carving a while back, but only grasped the basics. I can't claim to be skilled. I appreciate your guidance." As he gazed at the meticulously arranged round wash, he noticed imperfections in the lotus design, furrowing his brow slightly. No wonder. Teacher Shui seemed eager not to let this promising talent slip away and continued, "Are you interested in white porcelain? Would you like to become my apprentice?" He truly believed in the potential of this young man. Standing nearby, the young artist's demeanor towards Lu Jue softened considerably, noting his master's persistent inquiries. He interjected, "Master, have you long held me in low regard? Feel free to speak candidly. My heart can withstand the truth." He gestured, reminding his master that they were being filmed, hinting that a celebrity would hardly be inclined to engage in kiln work. Teacher Shui understood he was putting the young man in a difficult position. Yet such talent was indeed rare and hard to come by. "Thank you for your esteem, but I am bound by a contract and cannot pursue other professions." Lu Jue replied, a sentiment he had heard from Zhou Ge. Teacher Shui could not hide his disappointment, but graciously invited him to visit in the future. Montakli, Val. So you've dabbled in seal carving. It seems Lu Jue's interests are quite unique. Watermelon with sesame cake. Just look at Teacher Shui's dejected expression. It's clear that Lu Jue possesses genuine skill. Li Jian 99. It's my first time seeing a star from the entertainment industry recognized by an intangible cultural heritage inheritor. Lu Jue is truly outstanding. Afterward, the other guests and children completed their creations, some resembling bowls, others like vases, all with distinct and charming forms. Little Lin Xingxing expressed her desire to gift her penholder-like vase to Lu Jue, who graciously accepted it and offered his heartfelt thanks. The subsequent procedures were left to the studio, and the host delivered the closing remarks, concluding the recording of this episode. When Lu Jue retrieved his phone, he noticed several missed calls from Zhou Ge during the noon hour. He returned the call, and it was answered promptly. Zhou Ji's voice was urgent. "Jue, have you finished filming? I'm on my way to you, but there is some traffic. Please wait a moment." Earlier, Another artist under Zhou Yang had suddenly developed a high fever, necessitating Zhou Yang's immediate return to take them to the hospital. Now, returning to pick up Lu Jiyue felt a bit rushed, compounded by the incessant traffic in the capital. "All right, I will wait for you at the recording location," Lu Jiyue replied as evening thunderstorms began to brew. He had hoped to explore a bit. Having been confined to the manor for recuperation and having seen little of the bustling life outside. Since his arrival, he had remained in the sanatorium and had yet to witness the daily lives of the people a millennium later. The other guests had already bid their farewells. Due to their interactions today, coupled with Lu Jiue's heroic rescue of the children, the three guests held a favorable impression of him and even exchanged contact information. Notably, Jian He, before departing, awkwardly mentioned that they should keep in touch. "Brother Ziyue." Little Lin Xing dashed over, holding a small floral umbrella. Concerned for her safety, Lu Jiyue maneuvered his wheelchair to greet her. The sky was overcast, and the rain began to fall heavily. "Brother Ziyue, come sit with me. My book is quite large." The little girl's bright eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Apologetically, the youth was about to gently decline when a deep male voice echoed from a distance. "Mr. Lu." The youth abruptly looked up, only to see a tall, striking figure approaching with purposeful strides, clad in a fitted black suit and wielding a large black umbrella. The man exuded a remarkable charm and an air of cool detachment. His penetrating eyes seemed to hold a hint of concern. As the youth gazed up, a warmth tinged his almond-shaped eyes, and a soft caramel hue flickered within his crystalline irises, radiating both warmth and sweetness. "Mr. Feng, what brings you here?" "Your uncle sent me to fetch you." Rewind a half a day earlier. Guyi had bombarded Feng Qinian with messages on WeChat. "Your wild brother. Qinian, I just spotted an unparalleled beauty. Truly, a stunning masterpiece. Would you like to meet? I can send you a photo." 3 minutes later, he noticed the chat indicator showing read, but received no response. Guyi continued typing. "Your wild brother. I'm serious. I've never encountered such a breathtaking and charming young man. If I weren't straight, I would pursue him." Still no reply. Guyi, undeterred, employed his trump card. "Your wild brother. Hingyan, you know, if needed, a visit to the hospital could be beneficial. Medical advancements are impressive, and I recall you had quite the potential in your youth." Once again, silence met him. He refused to be disheartened. Stealthily, he snapped a photo of Lu Jiyue and Lin Xingxing. His intention was solely to capture the girl, not to intrude on anyone else. He clicked send, believing that no amount of praise could rival the impact of seeing the youth in person. To his dismay, a red exclamation mark appeared. "How petty," he muttered. Meanwhile, Feng Qinian, having just disembarked from a flight, was inundated with Guyi's incessant messages. His headache intensified. He hadn't rested well in a week, and the restless energy coursing through his veins clamored for release. "Boss, should we head to the office or go home?" The driver, dubbed the Poison Wolf, inquired. "Let us go to the training ground," Feng Qinian replied. Negotiating business paled in comparison to executing a mission. At least the thrill of real combat surpassed the deceitful games of the marketplace. His phone buzzed incessantly, and upon glancing at the screen, he let out a cold laugh. The driver couldn't help but silently sympathize with the person on the other end of the line. The last individual who elicited such a smile from the boss had been during a chaotic standoff in Country C, when a notorious armed leader had boasted recklessly. The outcome? That leader had inevitably met his end at the hands of the boss. In less than half an hour, the Qijiao regiment had tidied up the aftermath. Even the local police would display an expression of fear upon seeing them. The Poison Wolf regained his thoughts and continued to silently light a candle for the person on the other end of the phone. Suddenly, the assistant in the passenger seat, Qin Li, turned to a man in the back seat and said, "Boss, there are pictures sent by President Gu. Would you like to take a look?" "Not interested," came the man's voice, cold enough to freeze shards of ice. "Understood. I shall delete them then." It's rare to see Miss Lin Xingxing so well behaved in front of this young man in a wheelchair. The little tyrant of the Lin family was well known in their circle. And as Qin Li casually spoke, his finger was about to tap the phone. Wait. The man, who had just been feigning sleep, now resembled a lurking beast, his scarlet eyes snapping open. "Bring it to me." Qin Li promptly handed over the phone. The image that greeted his eyes was of a youthful, fair-skinned profile with long, thick eyelashes, a high nose bridge, and lips curved into a subtle smile. Dressed in a crisp, white shirt with neatly fastened buttons, he sat there, exuding an aura of tranquility that felt like a gentle spring breeze. A faint scent of medicine lingered at the tip of his nose, and after a week, he still found himself unable to suppress his instincts. Feng felt an uncontrollable urge to see him. Consequently, Guyi soon received a call from the company regarding a new project he was overseeing, which had encountered issues that required his personal attention. Chapter 14. A need for embrace. Guyi cursed under his breath. Was it really necessary? All he did was inquire about a certain matter. He was merely concerned for his brother's happiness. Otherwise, why would he have such substantial capital and not utilize it for so many years? Anyone would think something was amiss. Even Fu Yinghua, with his aloof demeanor, had had a girlfriend at some point. Why was Yinggu so abstinent? He didn't want women, nor men, nor even transgenders. Was he truly fine? TSK, was this really the time for such thoughts? Guyi slapped his forehead. He still needed to return to assess the project details. What about the little girl? Should he have a servant take her back? Considering his sister and brother-in-law, who doted on their daughter, that wouldn't he do? However, the company was a 3-hour drive from here, and he wouldn't make it back in time. Thus, Feng, who had just disembarked from a plane and intended to head to the sanatorium, found himself becoming a benevolent helper. The sanatorium was located in the suburbs, just an hour's drive from Xuyang. Brother Ziyue, this uncle was sent by my uncle to pick me up, Lin Xingxing, the little girl announced. Brother? Uncle? The way the child addressed him made Feng feel inexplicably uneasy. After all, he was only in his 20s, 28, and in good health. Has Mr. Feng changed jobs? The youth asked, looking at Feng who was dressed in black attire and wearing a tie. He had seen this kind of outfit on television before. Modern guardians were referred to as bodyguards, it seemed. Behind him stood another robust man in black, clearly a trained fighter, well suited for the role of a bodyguard. Yet, one was in casual attire, while the other wore a business suit with a black shirt and trousers, which Lu Jiuet naturally failed to notice. Ahem, I haven't changed. I have other work to attend to. Would you like to return to the sanatorium, Mr. Liu? I can give you a ride, Feng offered. Tilting the large umbrella he held towards a young boy. Raindrops cascading from above were shielded by a black umbrella, as the youth revealed a gentle smile. He felt an innate sense of trust towards Mr. Feng, causing the recent solitude he had experienced to dissipate. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Moreover, they were headed in the same direction, making it unnecessary to refuse. As the group arrived at the vehicle, the rain intensified slightly. Lin Xingxing was lifted into the pink private nanny car by the household maids, both of whom were young women. Naturally, Lu Jiue preferred not to share the ride with the 3 young ladies. Thus he instinctively turned his gaze towards Feng Qinian. May I carry you to the car? Feng Qinian inquired tentatively, his Adam's apple unconsciously bobbing. The youth, upon hearing this, tilted his head slightly upward to meet the steady gaze of the tall man, his amber eyes locking onto the deep black of Feng's. With a compliant nod, he replied, of course. The black vehicle before them towered slightly higher than Brother Zhou's car, presenting a challenge for Lu Jiue to enter on his own, especially in the rain. He wished not to inconvenience anyone, and he felt no aversion towards Mr. Feng. He raised his arms in a cooperative manner, waiting to be embraced. The soft and charming boy smiled sweetly, his eyes filled with warmth directed solely at Feng. As he reached out for a hug, this moment struck Feng Qinian with profound impact, so much so that years later, he would vividly remember that rainy day. The day he first embraced his happiness, cradling the young master in his arms. Without hesitation, Feng Qinian leaned forward, his black shirt concealing muscles imbued with latent strength. His firm arms encircled the youth beneath his arms, while the other hand slipped beneath the boy's knees, lifting him effortlessly with a subtle exertion at his waist. The first sensation was one of softness and lightness, followed by an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, as if the past 28 years of his life had been a mere weight for this boy. On the side, the silent wolf held the umbrella for the two, maintaining an impassive facade, yet internally, a tempest of surprise raged. When had their fierce and formidable team, led by the ruthless Chi, ever spoken so tenderly to another, let alone embrace someone? This embrace was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds, before Feng gently placed the youth into the genuine leatherback seat of the black car. He quickly withdrew, turning to enter the vehicle from the opposite side, where the wolf had already stowed away the boy's wheelchair. Once Feng settled into the car, he noticed that the youth maintained his previous posture, sitting upright with an air of dignified composure, radiating a captivating charm. Leaning closer, Feng Qinyan's towering figure created an overwhelming presence. Yet, Lu Jiyue did not flinch. Instinctively, he sensed this man meant him no harm, despite their limited encounters. As the distance between them diminished, the mingling scents of wood and medicinal herbs enveloped them. A soft click echoed in the air. "Why aren't you fastening your seatbelt?" Feng Qinyan remarked, fastening the youth's seatbelt before lifting his gaze. The boy's beautiful almond-shaped eyes darted away momentarily, his long lashes casting shadows. The seatbelt? Lu Jiyue recalled that he had previously been restrained by one in Brother Zhou's car, which had exacerbated his motion sickness. However, it seemed that Mr. Feng's vehicle offered a different experience. He felt none of that suffocating sensation. He spoke up, saying, "This vehicle is quite comfortable. The seats are softer than those in Zhou's car, and it seems to have a bit more space." Feng Qinyan, with a fist against his lips, cleared his throat and replied, "Is that so? This car is second-hand and quite inexpensive. It merely offers a bit more room." Lu Jiyue, not grasping the meaning of second-hand, felt no discomfort and tilted his head to look at the man, saying, "You are impressive." In the young gentleman's mind, anyone capable of purchasing a car was remarkable. At least in his ancient life, families with carriages were considered affluent. A subtle smile graced Feng Qinyan's lips at the compliment. The driver, Poison Wolf, observed, "The boss is acting unusually today. I can't quite pinpoint what to critique. Personally, escorting someone into the car? Transitioning to a bodyguard role for Lin Xingxing? A second-hand, inexpensive Cullinan? I never realized the boss had a knack for persuasion." At that moment, Lu Jiyue's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. He answered, "Yes, Zhou, it's fine. I happened to run into an acquaintance who can give me a ride home." After hanging up, he added, "All right, I understand. You can head back." Yo Yang, upon ending the call, pondered. Jiyue encountered an acquaintance in Xuyang? How coincidental. Moreover, his social circle is usually quite limited. Glancing at the darkening clouds and the traffic jam ahead, he decided to find a place to turn around, grateful that Lu Jiyue had someone to take him home. Little Lin Xingxing, having not shared a vehicle with her brother Ziyue, was quite unhappy and insisted on video chatting with him. Therefore, after Lu Jiyue finished his call, he was reluctantly compelled to engage in a video conversation with the little girl. Children always have an abundance of topics to discuss. Lu Jiyue initially listened quietly. However, whether it was the comfort of the car seats or his own fatigue, he soon found himself dozing off, his lashes fluttering as he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Feng Qinyan, who had been managing emails, noticed the sudden silence beside him. Glancing up, he saw the youth's south head leaning perilously close to the car window. With swift reflexes, he caught the young man's shoulder, quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, and shifted closer, allowing the youth to lean against him. He then took the phone from the boy's loosely grasped hand and unceremoniously ended the call. Xuyang was not far from the sanatorium, even in the rain. It took just over an hour to arrive. The two bodyguard vehicles following did not return to the sanatorium, but instead accompanied Lin Xingxing back to the Lin residence. After parking, Poison Wolf was surprised to discover that the boss had actually fallen asleep. After driving for so long, this was the first time he had seen the boss dozing in the car. As he hesitated over whether to wake him, Feng Qinyan sensed the vehicle had stopped. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted first by the sight of the youth's soft hair and delicate nose. An unprecedented sense of pleasure enveloped him, dispelling the fatigue and irritation from his recent insomnia. What was that faint medicinal scent emanating from the young man? Feng Qinyan gestured for Poison Wolf to exit the vehicle, his gaze returning to the youth's fair face. The boy's complexion resembled jade, his features picturesque, and his long eyelashes cast shadows like little fans upon his eyes. This accentuated his noble nose and perfect profile, rendering him almost ethereal. He was simply too slender, feeling as light as a feather in his embrace. Was it the poor quality of the meals at the sanatorium? Chapter 15, BL Svit Triats. A few minutes later, sensing a gaze upon him, the youth murmured, "Ah, Jean, why do you look at me like that?" His originally clear voice, softened by the remnants of sleep, held a hint of warmth. Yet this gentle tone, reminiscent of a cat's purr, inexplicably weighed heavily on Feng Qinyan's heart. Jean? What was their relationship? Surely, someone who could watch him sleep shared a very intimate bond. Perhaps even lovers? Noticing the silence, Lu Jue finally awoke from his daze, his gaze landing on the man's pronounced jawline. Huh? His long eyelashes fluttered slightly. How did he end up resting on Mr. Feng's shoulder? Apologies, have we arrived? He straightened his posture, feeling the constraints of the seatbelt, and attempted to unbuckle it. In doing so, his hand inadvertently met a large, warm hand. Thank you. The youth obediently withdrew his hand. Feng Qinyan, in turn, unclipped the seatbelt. Yes, we have arrived. I will escort you back. The large hand retracted silently, clenching slightly. There's no need for trouble. I can return on my own. Thank you very much, Mr. Feng. Lu Jue recalled that Mr. Feng had work to attend to, needing to drop off the young girl, Lin Xingxing. He felt it inappropriate to delay him further and thus declined the offer. Moreover, it seemed the rain had ceased. Just as Feng Qinyan was about to open the car door, he paused, as if struck by a thought, then quietly remarked, "Well then, I shall carry you out first." The wolf, expecting the boss to be in a better mood after a nap, found the atmosphere around them stifling. He glanced at the youth in the car and hurried to retrieve a wheelchair from the trunk. Feng Qinyan effortlessly lifted the youth from the car and gently placed him in the wheelchair. The man's dark eyes remained fixed on the youth's golden irises. Then, farewell. Yes, farewell. The youth smiled as he maneuvered the wheelchair away. Feng Qinyan turned to enter the vehicle, with a lingering scent of medication from the youth enveloped him. He gazed down at his palm, feeling as though he had just cradled a wisp of wind, now left with an emptiness in his embrace. The wolf drove in silence, sensing that it was best to refrain from conversation. Return to the company, Feng Qinyan instructed, then send a message to Feng. There's no need to investigate the matter I previously asked you to. He was far too concerned about the youth, and he was not one to be easily swayed by appearances. In fact, for the past 28 years, he had perceived no distinction of beauty or ugliness in either men or women. Yet, the youth was different. He radiated a glow that irresistibly drew Feng Qinyan closer, inciting a desire to assist, to protect, to cherish him. But perhaps it was best to refrain from such madness. After all, he was not yet so desperate. The sleek black Cullinan soon merged into the bustling traffic of the city. Upon returning, Lu Jue first called Brother Gu before indulging in a hot bath and resting. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he quickly succumbed to a deep, sweet slumber. He seemed aware he was dreaming, yet it felt so vividly real. He traversed a realm of white clouds, his feet feeling light as air. Raising his gaze, he beheld an ethereal elder fervently writing beneath a majestic wisteria tree. Suddenly, a man with a fierce countenance and a robust physique approached with urgency. "I say, old Star Lord, how is that script of yours coming along? Have you arranged everything for that gentleman? We can't afford any more disturbances. It's been a millennium, and my realm is on the verge of being turned upside down." The benevolent old man wore a proud expression, reassuring him, "Rest assured, King Yin, everything has been arranged. This time, I have penned a delightful BL story, guaranteed to spark instant affection between them. I hear that the young ladies in the lower realms adore such tales and enjoy shipping couples. With my manuscript and the desires of these mortals, they will surely find love." "Excellent, excellent." The two men chuckled heartily over tea. In a state of confusion, Lu Jue pondered the meaning of a BL sweet treat. What does BL signify? No, he should be contemplating who these two individuals are and why they appeared in his dream. That night, several entries related to holding hands began to ascend the internet rankings. Numerous casual viewers who had watched the live stream eagerly recommended Lu Jue to others. Alongside fans of the other three guests promoting their idols, the program's popularity soared to unprecedented heights, with topics and posts springing up like mushrooms after rain. What a stunning beauty! I can't help but admire. Shocking. Jiang Qiqi, the bickering king, voluntarily assisted someone in a wheelchair. The Emperor of Chu, Xie, feeding pigs. Princess Lin, showering affection on her brother. Lu Jiyue, the heir to fine porcelain, declines. Meanwhile, some detractors were posting disparaging remarks, accusing Lu Jiyue of bullying children and questioning his character. Disgusting. This 108-line celebrity still seeks to promote a well-educated persona. Among the four guests, Lu Jiyue's notoriety was the least, prompting many netizens to inquire about him, leading them to click through and explore. Once they did, they found themselves captivated, unable to extricate themselves. Even within the entertainment industry, few possess Lu Jiyue's exquisite temperament, depth, and charm. Consequently, his Weibo followers surged dramatically. Jiang Jianzhou spent the evening monitoring trending topics online and even visited a certain site to check Lu Jiyue's Weibo. A video of Lu Jiyue rescuing children from a goose had been recorded and edited into a short clip circulating online. The young man in the footage exuded elegance and charisma, particularly his face, which ignited feelings of jealousy and disdain within Jiang Jianzhou. As he observed the flurry of adoring comments, his expression darkened. Why? Why are so many praising Lu Jiyue? Isn't he just a dim-witted fool? Why does he, who knows nothing, is so clumsy, and even limps still attract admiration? I should have known better. The following day, Zhou Yang arrived at the nursing home early in the morning. Jiyue, your performance yesterday was outstanding, did you know? Your Weibo followers have increased by 200,000. All genuine fans, and they are still rising. Zhou Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been so thrilled that he hadn't slept the previous night and came at the crack of dawn. Oh, is that so? Lu Jiyue replied with a slight smile, appearing unfazed by the news. However, he truly did not understand the significance of gaining followers on Weibo. The Emperor of Chu, Jiang He, and Xie have all followed you. How did I not notice this before? You must quickly follow them back. His artist is truly achieving great success. Lu Jiyue paused for a moment, seemingly unaware of having downloaded any Weibo app. He retrieved his phone and handed it over, saying, Brother Zhou, you handle this. I'll pour you some tea. Zhou Yang replied, All right, I shall take care of it. But since when did you develop a taste for tea? Lu Jiyue chose not to respond, instead proceeding to prepare the tea. Fortunately, Zhou Yang's inquiry was casual, and he did not dwell on it. He continued this time, The company will surely recognize your abilities. Perhaps they will even provide you with resources. Once your leg heals, we'll work hard. In a few years, you might find yourself in the limelight. I've said a lot. Haven Ti? He brimmed with confidence in Lu Jiyue, or rather, he was confident in the current Lu Jiyue, who exuded an aura of elegance and depth, complemented by an endearing charm. Zhou Yang later watched the second half of the live broadcast. Although he was puzzled by how Lu Jiyue possessed knowledge of sculpture, it was of little consequence. He had a premonition that Lu Jiyue was destined for stardom. After taking a sip of tea, Zhou Yang was immediately captivated by its fragrant essence. This tea is wonderful. What kind is it? He inquired. The youth took a delicate sip and replied nonchalantly, It's just ordinary black tea, good for the stomach. Zhou Yang glanced again at the tea in his hand, pondering why it seemed more aromatic than any tea he had previously tasted. Could it simply be that good spirits render everything more enjoyable? Surely, for who doesn't he feel uplifted by joyous occasions? Chapter 16, The Stalwart Bodyguard Versus. The stunning young star in the early hours. A video surfaced on a certain platform accompanied by the caption, I just want to ask, how did the illustrious actors Chu Yingdi, Jian He, and Xie find themselves paired with the barely known Lu Jiyue to record a show together? The reason became evident. Following this was a clip from the program, showcasing a moment after filming when Lu Jiyue encountered Feng. The camera captured a distant view, showing him slightly tilting his head to converse with a man, before reaching out for an embrace. In the rain, another figure clad in black held an umbrella over them, as the tall, imposing man bent down to lift the youth and place him in the back seat of a Cullinan. Due to the filming angle, Lu Jiyue's face was only faintly visible, and since he was seated in a wheelchair, none could mistake his identity. Conversely, Feng began by holding the umbrella, but later turned his back to the camera, obscuring his face from view. Nonetheless, the footage suggested an extraordinary bond between them. How, then, did Lu Jiyue acquire resources that were seemingly beyond his reach? The enthusiasm displayed towards him by the three more prominent artists in the show began to make sense. The answer was clear. He had a benefactor. This post and video swiftly made their way to Weibo as the buzz surrounding the variety show persisted, leading to a rapid surge in shares and comments regarding Lu Jiyue's clip. Since it was posted in the early hours and Zhou Yang had retired early for the night, he remained oblivious to it all. 2333. So disgusting. Even with a broken leg, someone is still so adept at seducing others. Jar. Lu Jiyue's lifelong detractor. I'm shocked. Lu Jiyue truly has a benefactor. This is irrefutable. Don't even suggest it's a friend or family. Did you see that car? A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. There's no way an ordinary family could afford such a vehicle, and that man was accompanied by a bodyguard. Zhou's wife lamented, "Oh dear, my brother is suffering. In the same company, he has been deprived of resources. My heart aches for Zhou." A passerby remarked, "No wonder three prominent artists are so enthusiastic about Lu Jiyue, even flattering him by following his Weibo. This must be the reason." Another user chimed in, "Artists who ascend through dubious means, lacking virtue, should truly fear the negative influence on their fans. They ought to exit the entertainment industry post-haste." Occasionally, a fan would mention that the three guests were warm toward Jiyue because he had saved their child, only to be met with scorn. It was evident to discerning eyes that this was the work of hired trolls. Moreover, the unfounded rumors about Lu Jiyue resurfaced, mercilessly attacking his character. The next day, Zhou Yang, upon seeing the video online, felt a wave of darkness engulf him. He had only just realized his dream of being a top agent for a day, and now calamity struck anew. By this time, the topic of Lu Jiyue being kept had surged into the top 5 trending searches. Rapidly scrolling through the comments left him breathless. It's true there are no good people in the entertainment industry. TSK, it's truly chaotic. What a shame. So handsome, yet he is a sellout. Sigh. Even watching a children's variety show is unsettling. Let us blacklist these morally bankrupt artists. Is this Lu Jiyue attempting to embrace a black-red persona? Could this publicity be self-generated? Oh dear, Zhou works so hard, yet must endure bullying from the mediocre Lu 38. This is utterly unjust. The company deserves the backlash. The post was shared late at night, and after a night of fermentation and widespread dissemination, the notion of Lu Jiyue being kept seemed to solidify into an undeniable truth. Zhou Yang immediately called the company's PR department, only to be told that the higher-ups believed there was no need for concern. After all, any publicity, even negative, was still publicity, and Lu Jiyue had finally gained some traction, which was deemed satisfactory. Furious, Zhou Yang retorted, "What do you mean satisfactory? It was Jiang Jianzhou who didn't want to force-feed this variety show to our artist. Now, allowing fans to berate Lu Jiyue, accusing him of stealing resources, was nothing short of a shameless reversal of blame." With no hope from the company, Zhou Yang, suppressing his anger, called Lu Jiyue to inquire about the video. "Jiyue, have you seen the trending topic? Who is the person holding you?" He needed to clarify the facts before seeking a resolution. Confused, Lu Jiyue, while dining, asked what trending topic. The handsome youth paused in his task of picking up shredded carrots with his chopsticks. Zhou Yang, in a rush, explained on Weibo, "I just saw it. After filming that children's variety show, someone captured you being embraced by a man as you got into a car. Now, people online are claiming he is your benefactor, with some asserting that you secured the variety show through him. I am furious." Lu Jiyue pondered, unsure of the meaning of benefactor. However, he was certain of the next point he wanted to make. "The man who held me is just an acquaintance I met. It was raining, and he helped me into the car to take me home." "Oh, what is his name? How do you know him? What does he do?" Zhou Yang pressed with urgency. "The man drove a Cullinan. After all, his name is Feng. I met him at the sanatorium. He works around here." "Working at a sanatorium? Can he afford such an expensive car?" Zhou Yang expressed his skepticism. "Do not check Weibo just yet. I shall hasten to the sanatorium to meet you." Yo yang resolve tu encounter Feng. Very well, came the response. Upon terminating the call, the youth, adopting a studious demeanor, opened Weibo. Little, oh dear, the charming young man I just started to admire has fallen from grace. How could Lu Jiyue, with her radiant beauty, engage in such sordid acts? Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. My admiration has turned to disdain. Such remarks seem to imply that the fans had collectively denounced Lu Jiyue as if they had stamped their approval. Xenia, the pretender above, cease your slander against my moon. You must be a hired troll from the opposing camp. Indeed. To claim Moon has a benefactor is merely the lewd projecting their own lewdness. Moon's legs cannot carry her. Is it not entirely reasonable for her to be carried into a vehicle? 1 Li Jian 99. Could it not be that the individual is a bodyguard? Moreover, is Lu Jiyue not paired with the Lin family as little princess? Perhaps they are affiliated with the Lin family. Spicy strip TT, I must say, the dynamic of a rugged bodyguard and a stunning celebrity is simply delightful. I've already conjured up 100,000 words of fanfiction. Zietsin, I too. Although the bodyguard's face remains unseen, he exudes an air of handsomeness. That waist, those legs, such strength. Just imagine if he were together with Moon, rocking back and forth. Oh, I ship this couple so hard. Why must it be a case of a benefactor? Can it not be true love? Furthermore, what a Cullinan. The vehicle my cousin frequently uses is also a Cullinan. How splendid it would be if Moon were with my cousin. I would visit her daily. The young girl behind the screen, watching the video, felt an odd familiarity with the figure clad in black. Yet, recalling her cousin's stern demeanor, unyielding, unsmiling, and merciless, it seemed implausible. How could he ever embrace another? In the morning, Linlin had seen the entertainment news and learned of the disparagement directed at Moon. Enraged, she fervently typed on her phone, rallying her friends in the group to combat the negativity. Despite their small numbers, the fans of Lu Jiyue possessed considerable spirit. Thus, when Lu Jiyue finally accessed Weibo, she was greeted by a torrent of negative comments interspersed with her fans' fervent messages. Contemplating this, she extended her long, elegant right index finger, tapping earnestly upon the screen. Lu Jiyue V. Ah, how perceptive you are. 1 Li Jian 99. Could it not be that the individual is a bodyguard? Moreover, is Lu Jiyue not paired with the Lin family as little princess? Perhaps they are affiliated with the Lin family. Lu Jiyue V. The vehicle was high, and it was also raining. Benut bun lover, Jinli, Indeed. To claim Moon has a benefactor is merely the lewd projecting their own lewdness. Moon's legs cannot carry her. Is it not entirely reasonable for her to be carried into a vehicle? Before long, Lu Jiyue's reply incited a flurry of excitement. Only Jian Nurantano. Ah. Moon has acknowledged me. Quick, elevate my comment to the top. Peanut bun lover Jean Lee. Ah. Moon has provided an explanation. How unexpectedly charming. Quick, elevate my comment to the top. Chapter 17. Is it not my duty to hold him? As Zhou Yang made his way to the rehabilitation center, the replies from Lu Jiyue to her fans on Weibo had already surged to the forefront. The majority of her admirers chose to believe in her. After all, the little princess on the show appeared quite fond of Yaya. However, many netizens remained skeptical. Who, after all, possesses a Cullinan as their bodyguard, and is so strikingly handsome? Some onlookers, eager for gossip, ventured to the official account of the variety show to inquire whether the handsome man was indeed a bodyguard, and if so, whose. Others went so far as to comment on the Lin family's official Weibo, accusing Lu Jiyue of attempting to exploit the little princess's fame and their bodyguard's reputation. Upon their meeting, Zhou Yang inquired, "What about Feng? Can we bring him in for a discussion? It would be best if he could come forward to clarify the situation." Lu Jiyue pondered for a moment before responding. "I haven't seen him in the past few days. I will have someone look for him." The outcome was predictable. Meng, the caregiver, searched high and low but found no trace of him, even enlisting the help of well-connected colleagues. The results were astonishingly unbelievable, as everyone claimed to have never heard of anyone named Feng. However, some had seen him before, yet none had encountered him recently or knew where he was employed. Thus, Meng returned empty-handed. "Do you not have his contact information?" Zhou Yang pressed on, unwilling to relent. Why is this situation so perplexing? Lu Jiu innocently shook her head. I do not. Is this what you call being acquainted? And yet you dare to ride in his vehicle? Thank the heavens that his artist has not been sold off. Meanwhile, Gu Yi, who had been following the young star Xie, had taken an interest in entertainment news. Naturally, he stumbled upon a video circulating on Weibo of the handsome young man being lifted into a car. The more he watched, the more familiar it seemed, until he was left utterly astonished. His childhood friend, Nian Ge, had actually carried the handsome youth. Though only a blurry silhouette, he recognized the bodyguard as his dear friend. Filled with shock and curiosity, he bombarded their small group chat with an array of emojis. Just as he intended to share the video, he was promptly removed from the chat by Fu Yan Gui. Checking the time, Gui noted it was precisely 10:30. With the workday nearing its end, he decided to head directly to the Feng Corporation. On the 33rd floor of the Feng Corporation, in the executive office, Gui burst in with enthusiasm. President Feng, Nian Ge, I never imagined that one day you would grace the entertainment news. This is truly surreal. The man, engrossed in his work, furrowed his brow and paused the pen poised over the documents. With a curious expression, Gu Yi continued, You won't believe how astonished I was when I saw it. So, what happened afterward? Is he as stunning in person? What did you say? Feng Qinyan sensed that something was amiss. The handsome youth, you carried him into your car, right? As he spoke, Gu Yi thrust his phone forward, displaying the video circulating online. The man gazed intently as the youth lifted his arms for an embrace. And then he bent down to scoop the young man up. Where did this come from? Feng Qinyan inquired. From the internet, of course. But now, many people are slandering him, claiming he is your kept man. You didn't know? Kept man? Feng Qinyan's eyes turned icy as he observed the disparaging comments from trolls and detractors beneath the video. Lu Jiu has a wealthy benefactor, shamelessly seizing resources and engaging in promiscuity, flaunting her cosmetic enhancements and diva behavior. The youth she is reluctant to disturb has been subjected to bullying. Gu Yi felt a sudden drop in temperature within the office as he explained, the entertainment industry operates this way. That beautiful youth is clearly no ordinary individual. He possesses a rare, noble aura that is seldom seen, especially in this realm. It appears that someone fears his rise to fame and seeks to tarnish his reputation. He then inquired, So, do you truly have no other matters at hand? You've embraced him, haven't you? Gu Yi's expression was one of curiosity, akin to a fox eagerly awaiting ripe fruit in a vineyard. Feng Qinyan, with a cold demeanor and unkind gaze, regarded Gu Yi as one with a scoundrel. It's raining, and he remains seated in his wheelchair. Is it not appropriate for me to embrace him? He had completely forgotten how he once lacked compassion and understanding of delicate sentiments. The man leaned back in his boss's chair, holding his phone, and once again directed his gaze at the video. It dawned upon him that the youth had smiled so beautifully and softly while looking at him that day. Just as he considered releasing him, he found it rather difficult. His slender, defined fingers gently tapped upon the rosewood desk. Though he lacked understanding of the entertainment industry, the Feng family had a public relations department. His photographs had never been publicly circulated. The outside world remained unaware of the appearance of the Feng family patriarch. Moreover, he possessed another identity, making it even less likely for any information to leak. The video did not reveal his face, apart from those familiar with him. No one could recognize him. The public relations department likely overlooked this, allowing the video to surface. The man used the intercom to summon Assistant Qin, stating directly, Contact the public relations department to have the video removed from the internet. It was as straightforward as that. Qin Li was still bewildered when Gu Yi hastily interjected, No. Deleting the video would merely confirm that the beautiful youth has a wealthy benefactor. Such implications are detrimental in the entertainment industry. This could ruin him. Meanwhile, in the rehabilitation center, Zhou Yang was troubled when he received a call from the company. Assuming they had a change of heart and wished to clarify matters regarding Ji Yu, he was instead instructed to reply and retweet Jiang Jianzhou's Weibo post using Lu Ji Yu's official account. He quickly opened Weibo and discovered that Jiang Jianzhou had tagged Lu Ji Yu in his post. Jiang Jianzhou V. I've been busy filming lately. The rumors circulating about Ji Yu stealing my variety show are entirely unfounded. Please do not overthink it. Zhiyu's always worked very hard. Keep it up. JPG. Upon seeing their idol's post, his fans rushed to comment, expressing their sympathy for him. Zhou's little darling. Brother, if you're being held hostage, just blink. The company is being unjust and bullying the honest one. Zhou's wife. Woo. I feel for my brother. He is truly beautiful inside and out. Lu 38 is not worth it. A lifelong love for Zhou. Zhou, filming is tough. Don't worry, the Jiang waters will always accompany you. Zhou Yang observed Jiang Jian, Zhou's Weibo post, letting out a cold laugh. He certainly knew how to bask in the limelight while portraying himself as noble and virtuous. He had solidified a facade of generosity, innocence, and warmth, simultaneously clarifying that he was unaware of the criticisms directed at Lu Zhiyu by some of his fans. After all, he was busy filming and portrayed himself as an innocent and benevolent person, currently emerging to support Lu Zhiyu. However, Zhou Yang had no choice but to comply with the company's arrangements. Lu Zhiyu observed Zhou Ji's peculiar expression and glanced at Weibo, finding the matter rather straightforward. Thus, he suggested, Zhou, allow me to retweet. Zhou Yang, previously an assistant agent, had faced considerable pressure after being promoted to a formal agent. When he signed Lu Zhiyu, it was to validate his own capabilities. Now, feeling oppressed at every turn, his frustration surpassed that of Lu Zhiyu. Fine, go ahead. Just make a few remarks, he replied. He then watched as the 19-year-old, youthful beyond measure, elegantly took out his phone, his expression serene, and with a poised finger, tapped twice on the screen. Done, Zhou, he announced. So soon? Zhou Yang instinctively glanced at his phone. Lu Zhiyu posted, smiling, JPG. He tagged Jiang Jianzhu. I've been busy shooting lately. The rumors online about Zhiyu stealing my variety show are utterly unfounded. Please don't overthink it. Zhiyu has always been diligent. Keep it up, JPG. Zhou Yang closed his eyes and asked, only posted him? Lu Zhiyu tilted his head to look at Zhou. His clear apricot eyes filled with confusion. I think what he said is accurate, and I even added an emoji to express a polite smile. Zhou Yang gazed at the smiley emoji, feeling that it would have been better left unsaid. He sensed that Lu Zhiyu was being deliberately provocative, yet his demeanor appeared genuinely sincere. Meanwhile, Jiang Jianzhu, upon seeing Lu Zhiyu's response, particularly the smiley emoji, kicked his chair in frustration. Who was he mocking? Just him? Who did he think he was? Chapter 18. If the unruly hand dares to reach again, I shall sever it agently, Unfazed, tucked away his phone and remarked, Xiaozhou, I truly do not understand why you are so concerned about Lu Zhiyu. Just look at his Weibo. His emotional intelligence is worrisome. He simply cannot compare to you. Lita held a low opinion of Lu Zhiyu, considering him out of touch, perpetually offending others, and lacking in professional competence, possessing nothing but his looks. He reassured Jiang Jianzhu, we have purchased trending topics. Let us leverage his popularity to establish your persona as kind-hearted, magnanimous, and emotionally attuned. Only then did Jiang Jianzhu's expression soften slightly. In truth, he and Lu Zhiyu debuted around the same time. The Gu understood that he could seize opportunities to ascend, with resources superior to those of Lu Zhiyu. However, those opportunities were ones that Lu Zhiyu had scorned and rejected, leaving Jiang Jianzhu perpetually feeling inferior. Coupled with Lu Zhiyu's striking appearance, especially now, which had evolved from innocent beauty to an alluring charm, he felt compelled to drag him down into the mire for his own peace of mind. Online, in response to Lu Zhiyu's comment, Jiang Jianzhu's fans expressed their discontent, flooding the comments section of Lu Zhiyu's Weibo. Zhou is the handsomest. Our Zhou is still too kind. Someone's working hard? What a joke. Yes, just trying to find a benefactor, right? Smiling JPG. Zhou's little cutie. Exactly. Someone's failure is for a reason. There are issues with his character. Smiling JPG. A leaf boat. Our brother's kindness has gone unrewarded. Wishing you to flop into the Earth's core for 100 years. Smiling JPG. Zhou Yang observed the condolences from Jiang Jianzhu's fans and sighed resignedly. It was all as he had anticipated. While contemplating how to explain things to the company, I inadvertently refreshed Weibo. To my surprise, I saw the official Weibo account of the Lin family responding to netizens' comments, and it even made it to the trending topics. The official Lin account expressed gratitude to Mr. Liu for his care of the little star, accompanied by a bouquet image. Notably, the Five Tigers Security Company is in charge of Miss Xingxing's safety during this outing, and we trust in their professional competence. Below, the comments were diverse, quickly garnering thousands of likes and shares. User 838299691. Wow, is this the official Lin account? It's surprisingly down to earth. User Eating Little Bear. Aw, Lin is supporting ya, yeah. My moon truly has boundless charm. User liked Icefish Lin Yao. Were you not the one claiming Lu Ji you was being kept by Sugar Daddy? How's that for a slap in the face? And the bodyguard is so handsome. User Orthopedics my favorite. Speaking of which, what kind of celestial security company is Five Tigers? Their bodyguards are so dashing, driving a Cullinan, drool. The official account of Five Tigers responded to this comment. Five Tiger Security. Yes, indeed, he is our most outstanding member. Proud face image. Naturally, this comment was also elevated in visibility. User Rain Lemon Tea. Aw, suddenly I find the Five Tiger Security Company resembles a goofy big cat. How adorable. User Yinjio. I specifically checked. Five Tigers has an excellent reputation in the industry. Both celebrities and politicians enjoy collaborating with them. User Heart Yearning Never Be. The bodyguard and Yia have such a couple vibe. I really want to ship them. Sly smile he. As if this wasn't enough excitement, the official account of Big Hands Holding Small Hands also replied to netizen comments. Big Hands Holding Small Hands. Thank you, Mr. Lu Jiyu, for stepping in to participate in the recording of the show. It was a pleasant collaboration. Handshake image. Due to the simultaneous endorsements from the Lin family, Five Tigers, and the show's official account, discussions surrounding Lu Jiyu and his fanbase surged, surpassing the significant milestone of 500,000 followers. Zhou Yang observed the online sentiment and glanced at Lu Jiyu's follower count. All discontent and resentment vanished in an instant. Haha. Lida and Jiang Jianzhou must be fuming right now. Jiang Jianzhou was indeed quite upset. He instructed Gu to call the Big Hands Holding Small Hands production team to inquire. They had clearly agreed to undermine Lu Jiyu, yet what transpired? Not only did he receive ample screen time, but now they were also promoting him on Weibo. The rumors that Lu Jiyu was usurping his resources had completely lost credibility. Director Jean, what is the meaning of today's Weibo post? Weren't we supposed to have Lu Jiyu highlight the other guests? It's one thing to give him so much screen time during filming, but now he is receiving this kind of support. How can our Zhou participate in your show after this? Jean Lin's expression immediately soured. He retorted bluntly, I'm merely stating the truth. If you can't participate in my show, that's beyond my control. With that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. He merely owed a favor to a senior executive from their company, as if he held any regard for Jiang Jianzhou. In a private club in the capital city, Gu Yi, surveying the prevailing sentiments on Weibo, proclaimed with a triumphant air, what do you think? Not only did this assist Xiao Ziyue, but it also bolstered the reputation of your security company. Even if the video is deleted later, no one will utter a word. This is why one must engage professionals for professional matters. He patted his companion Xian Yao, whose family owned an entertainment firm. Dinghua Entertainment is one of the three major entertainment companies in Huagua. Feng Qinian merely nodded, his expression remaining impassive as he admonished Gu Yi. Do not bestow nicknames recklessly. Gu Yi, taken aback, responded. Feng Qinian reiterated. Wuhobo security does not require publicity on Weibo. As he was aware, Wuhobo's orders were already plentiful. And in the realm of bodyguards, discretion is paramount. How can you be so unappreciative of beauty? Xiao Ziyue is incredibly charming, with an exceptional demeanor. Just his presence before the camera draws fans effortlessly, with throngs clamoring to proclaim their admiration. Gu Yi lamented. Feng Qinian replied, proclaiming admiration? The youth is still a child. What offspring is there to speak of? Qian Yao chimed in. It is no wonder that the stars are enamored with him. His looks and charisma are indeed distinctive. Gulme, let's drink. I shan't partake. Feng Qinian declined outright. Gu Yi feigned an exaggerated lament. You, my friend, are utterly dull, refusing wine and disinterested in beauties. How tiresome. Fu Yen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and leisurely sipped from his glass, remarking, "Enough, you drink your own. You are well aware that an yin does not drink." Feng Qinian took a glass of ice water, but after a single sip, he grimaced and set it down, glancing at the label that read, "Certain tea beverage." Yeah, that refined yet time-consuming indulgence was not to his taste. He preferred ice water and iced Americanos. Noticing the faint dark circles under Feng Qinian's eyes, Fu Yen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you not rested well? Would you like me to recommend a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" Fu Yen was a prominent figure in the second-generation circle, studying medicine with a focus on neurology, yet even he could not discern the cause of Feng Qinian's headaches. Feng Qinian pinched the bridge of his nose and replied, "There is no need. I am accustomed to it." It seemed he had discovered a remedy, embodied in the scent of the medicine from youth. Gui, undeterred, leaned in and quipped, "I dare say, Brother Nien, it is quite possible you are merely pent up. An excess of male hormones, perhaps?" He then met the chilling gaze of his close friend, silently cursing his own impulsiveness for voicing such thoughts. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, prompting Qian Yao to rise and open the door. He was met with the sly countenance of the manager, flanked by several striking entertainers, both male and female. This establishment was a whimsical venture initiated by Gu Yi and Qian Yao, where the finest amenities were expected, and as a result, business flourished. Gu Yi was renowned for his fondness for beauty and generosity, attracting many eager to align themselves with him. Knowing that Gu Yi had invited friends for the evening, the manager had unilaterally invited several fledgling stars from his entertainment company to entertain the guests. Should one of them be favored, it would be their stroke of luck. Qian Yao, upon a mere glance, quickly clarified, "This has nothing to do with me. I dare not offend any of them." Fu Yin returned a glance and mockingly remarked, "Gui, you are quite something. Have you taken up the role of the pimp?" Gui found himself at a loss for words, as the situation appeared to have been orchestrated by him. With an air of resignation, he cast a glance at Qian Yao, gesturing for the individuals to be taken away promptly. The manager, realizing his well-intentioned actions had backfired, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, repeatedly apologizing and urging everyone to leave. Upon noticing the distinguished gentleman in the private room, several young stars felt a stir of excitement. Some even contemplated the prospect of enjoying their company for free. However, the overpowering scent of their cologne became unbearable for Feng Qinian, prompting him to rise and declare, "I'm leaving." Fu Yin also stood, smoothing his attire, and added, "Early shift tomorrow. I must be on my way." Gui sighed, "Let us go. It's dreadfully dull drinking with you two." As the group reached the entrance of the elevator suite, a loud crash echoed, presumably from a chair that had toppled. A young man forcefully swung open the door to the private room, cursing, "Damn it, let us talk privately. If your hands dare to wander again, I'll chop them off." Chapter 19. Why the Laughter? With that furious exclamation, the young man stormed out, followed by a middle-aged man who threatened ominously, Jian, think carefully. Once you step out that door, your prospects in this industry will be bleak." The implications were clear. His chances in the show were all but gone. Jian, he scoffed, "If there is no recording, so be it. I'll just transition behind the scenes." He loved music and was not limited to singing. His composition skills were commendable as well. The middle-aged man chuckled derisively. "You think going behind the scenes will save you? Cross me, and you can forget about making it in this circle. Kneel and beg, and maybe I'll reconsider." His gaze leeringly appraised the young man. With the door already ajar and noticing the presence of others outside, Jian, he refrained from striking back, merely retorting, "Oh, I implore you to buy a toilet brush and clean that filthy mouth of yours. This room reeks and sullies the space." With that, he strode out, only to realize there were quite a few people lingering outside. He exited in a huff and collided with someone. "Excuse me," he said, looking up to meet a man's face, which bore a half-smile that was both refined and mocking. The man, taller than him, gazed down with an amused expression, further irritating Jian. He shot a glare at the man. "What are you laughing at?" His tone was harsh, as if he had bitten into something sour, and he shoved past the man. Fu Yin, unperturbed by the collision, raised an eyebrow innocently. The young man was indeed handsome, but his temper was quite poor. Jianhe hadn't taken more than a couple of steps when he noticed several young stars lingering in the corridor, all gazing eagerly in the direction of the gentleman. It was evident to him that these individuals were of considerable means, one of whom looked familiar, likely the wealthy scion who had pursued Xie to the variety show. He inwardly scoffed, as expected, a playboy, not a decent one among them. The man from the private room emerged, his expression darkening as he spotted the group passing by. He immediately pushed away the woman at his side, his venomous demeanor replaced by a forced smile as he greeted, "Young Master Gu, young Master Qian, what a pleasure." Gui cast a disinterested glance his way, unwilling to engage. Though he had an appreciation for beauty, he would never impose on anyone, rendering him indifferent to the man before him. Qian Yao's family operates an entertainment company, and he possesses a remarkable ability to navigate social circles with charm. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Min, you're busy. We have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave." "Very well. I shall not intrude further," Min Zhengmao replied, discreetly casting a lingering glance at the departing group. The Qian family and the Gu family were formidable, especially the tall, aloof man at the forefront, who instinctively made him want to keep his distance after just one encounter. Feng Qinian had already arrived at the elevator, while Fu Yan returned to rubbing his shoulders, complaining, "Ugh, that guy must be from the northeast. He has quite the temper." Feng Qinian exchanged a knowing look with Fu Yan, recognizing that the man had intentionally bumped into him. Qian Yao interjected, "His name is Jianhe. He has his own independent studio and is a creative singer. His persona in the entertainment industry is that of a confrontational figure with a short temper. His reputation may not be the best, but he is undeniably talented." "Oh, it seems quite normal for talented individuals to have a bit of a temper," Fu Yan remarked casually, adjusting his glasses. "However, this situation may not end well. Min Zhengmao has powerful connections. His cousin is the director of Xianghua Television," Qian Yao added. "Gui is sikit et pressing. I feel I must hasten to pursue my goddess and shield her from these troubles." The other three fell silent, acknowledging that while this fellow was sincere in his pursuits, his affections tended to wane rather quickly. Meanwhile, Jianhe stepped outside and received a call from his manager. "Xiaohe, was Min Zhengmao present today? He is known for his indiscriminate tastes. You should leave at once, and I will come to pick you up." Jianhe, feeling irritable, ran his fingers through his hair and replied, "Yes, the directing team and others were absent. I've already left." "All right, wait for me in the car. I will be there shortly." He had anticipated a gathering for the program's final selection, yet upon arrival, he found himself the sole contestant. As Jianhe braced himself to engage in some polite conversation before making his exit, an obnoxious individual approached, groping him and suggesting they head upstairs to chat. Jianhe felt disgusted, and despite his urge to retaliate, he restrained himself from striking the man. 3 days later, at the recording site of the Grand Music Competition program in Where You, Zhou Yang gazed anxiously at the opulent stage. The company had informed him that the program team had invited Lu Zhiyu to be a guest in the audience. Zhou Yang found this perplexing. Although Lu Zhiyu's popularity had surged recently, it seemed unnecessary for such a large program to seek to capitalize on the modest fame of their young artist. Moreover, Lu Zhiyu's career had begun in acting, and he had little knowledge of music. Zhou Yang could only advise him to speak less and endeavor to be a supportive presence. Backstage, Jianhe was taken aback to encounter Lu Zhiyu. "Zhiyu, you are participating in the program as well?" "Yes, it was arranged by the company," the youth replied nonchalantly, as if merely passing through. Seeing Jianhe, Zhou Yang immediately expressed warmth. "Our Zhiyu isn't very versed in music, so I hope teacher Jian will look after him during the recording." Jianhe smiled and nodded. Yet inwardly, he feared that he might be eliminated in this round. The program consisted of 2 segments. One assessed the contestants' musical knowledge and expertise, while the other showcased their original works. The latter, being the highlight, held significant weight in scoring. In addition to evaluations from the on-site judges, the audience present would also cast their votes, making this round particularly crucial as it involved narrowing down 10 contestants to 6. The upcoming event is the championship contest. Before the program commenced, he was informed that the originally scheduled guest performer had unexpectedly fallen ill and would be unable to take the stage. Jian-hee instantly understood that this must have been a deliberate arrangement by producer Min. Nevertheless, he was confident in his ability to deliver a compelling performance on his own. Even with the knowledge that he might face elimination, he did not wish to leave his devoted fans with a sense of regret. Outside the lounge, several young musicians passed by in the corridor, and one of them politely greeted Jian-hee, saying, "Hello, brother He." Jian-hee smiled and nodded as he pushed open the door to his lounge. Behind him, a quiet murmur of conversation ensued. "Xiaolei, why are you still greeting him? I heard he's offended someone and will be eliminated today." "Really? I didn't know, but he has so many fans. What good are fans if he's fallen out of favor? It will be hard for him to find work in the future. If that's the case, his elimination would be worse than ours, given that he has already debuted for several years." Jian-hee closed the door, cutting off the outside chatter. Indeed, when he decided to participate in this variety show, Sister Na had expressed her disapproval. He had already gained a modest degree of fame, and if he were to fail in the competition, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face, proving himself inferior to the newcomers. Yet he found himself at a creative impasse, yearning for fresh inspiration. His love for music transcended the spotlight and fame it could bring. It was the power of music to resonate with the soul that he cherished. Thus, he chose to participate with a heart full of sincerity. Now, with the situation unfolding as it had, it would be difficult for Sister Na to advocate for him, and his family would likely disapprove of his continued pursuit of a career in the entertainment industry. Chapter 20. It turns out Xiao Lu does not understand music on stage. The exuberant host delivered the opening remarks. "Welcome everyone to the stage of music that resonates with me, where new melodies are born and dreamers pursue their aspirations. Music has existed in our nation for thousands of years, serving as an expression of our emotions, a refuge for our hearts, and a resonance of our souls. Now, let us invite our contestants to the stage to present their musical creations." The first group featured the relatively well-known online singer, Yu Chuan, who presented an original folk song. The refreshing and lively melody, accompanied by a simple acoustic guitar and perfectly complemented by his partner's accordion, captivated the audience. As the song concluded, applause erupted, and the audience, along with his fans, expressed their sentiments. "Chuan Chuan is amazing. It reminds me of my first love. Ah, the feeling of youth. I long to return to those pure years." The online live stream was abuzz with comments. "Bystander. Indeed impressive. It carries a subtle sense of melancholy." Chuan Chuan's fan. "Yes, our brother is truly wonderful. Please give him a vote." Clearly, the song received a favorable response, and next came the judges' evaluations and scoring. Lu Jiyu, somewhat bewildered by the professional terminology, merely sat quietly like a tool. As the audience cast their scores, he glanced around and noticed everyone else had raised their cards, so he silently picked up his scorecard and turned it to reveal a 7. However, when the results appeared on the big screen, it showed that he had received the lowest score in this round. Lu Ji remarked. He even gave 2 extra points. Yet it's still the lowest? The big screen flashed the image of the youth's exquisite and elegant face, leaving the audience largely astonished. Many people were whispering and inquiring about the identity of the young man they had just seen. Ah, the aura of that handsome lad was simply extraordinary, exuding an ethereal charm that captivated all. You don't know him? He recently gained a bit of fame. His name is Lu Jiue. Lu Jiue? That name sounds vaguely familiar. Isn't he just a minor celebrity, rumored to have undergone cosmetic surgery? Is that true? I'm curious about where he had it done. It looks so natural. The conversation began to drift off topic. Fans of Yuchuan were quite displeased. They felt Lu Jiue was merely a pretty face with no real talent. Does he even comprehend the essence of music? Why would he rate our brother so low? The barrage of comments became even more lively than during Yu Chuan's performance. Bystander, hey, wow. Lu Jiue actually came to an original music program? How surprising. Chuan Chuan, I love you. This is hilarious. He even gave a score of 7. Can he even understand music? Chuan's fans, I'm going to expose him on Weibo for pretending to know what he is talking about and giving arbitrary scores. On stage, The host briefly chatted with Yu Chuan about his creative anecdotes before announcing the scores and inviting him to step down and wait for the second round of questions. The next contestant was an amateur performer whose song was a rock piece. From the moment he stepped on stage, the energy was electric. The guitarist, bassist, and drummer ignited the atmosphere, while the vocalist screamed out the anguish of youth in a fit of hysteria. Some found it exhilarating, while others deemed it too loud and overwhelming. Lu Jue felt as though his ears were numbing, teetering on the edge of deafness. Fortunate that he did not suffer from any heart conditions. When it came time for scoring, he once again issued the lowest score, a mere 6 points. Upon seeing that lowest score, the amateur performer struggled to maintain his composure, revealing his disdain and contempt. Although Lu Jue could not grasp the expert's professional critiques, he certainly appreciated beauty and music. He initially intended to give the performer a score of 4. But recalling the advice from Brother Zhou to leave a margin in dealings and not to offend anyone, he reluctantly added 2 more points. Yet, he still managed to offend someone. The large screen seemed particularly fond of him, cutting to his image once more, lingering for several seconds. Coincidentally, he glanced at the camera, his glass-like eyes sweeping across the lens before returning to a serene expression. The young man in the wheelchair appeared as graceful as bamboo and pine, his presence dignified, his visage strikingly beautiful, almost unreal. His skin was flawless, radiating a delicate, luminous white, making him resemble the gentle and cool glow of moonlight. Paired with his platinum blonde hair, he looked like a handsome character stepped out from a comic book. Many audience members were already captivated by his looks. Ah, Lu Jue is so handsome. I'm ready to swoon. Me too. With that face and charm, as long as he stays within the law, I'll support him for life. I declare myself a fan of Lu Jue's looks. I'm astonished by how striking he is in person. It seemed he was somewhat oblivious to the rules, consistently giving the lowest scores, perhaps fearing to offend anyone. For the first time, the discussion among the audience shifted from the contestants to the members of the viewing group. The program continued, and the next contestant to take the stage was named Shirley, performing a love song. The lyrics are beautiful, and while the melody is somewhat bland, the harmonious accompaniment from the guest performers adds a narrative quality that captivates the listener. Lu Jue finds it quite decent, and coupled with the contestants' appealing presence, he awarded an 8. However, it is perplexing that he consistently gives the lowest scores, even though 2 others also rated it an 8 this time. His repeated lowest scores have certainly drawn attention. The audience and the online livestream comments are buzzing with speculation, suggesting that Lu Jue will undoubtedly give the lowest score again in the next round, as if he is attempting to create a stir for personal gain. Indeed, when the next contestant performed an English song and received yet another lowest score from Lu Jue, both he and the show trended on social media. Lu Jue's lack of understanding, coupled with his erratic scoring, has prompted pleas for his removal from the era program. The trending topic attracted a flood of casual viewers, doubling the online audience. Consequently, the ratings have been steadily rising, leaving the entire directing team exhilarated, as Lu Jue has proven to be a magnet for attention. Detractors have seized the opportunity to criticize him for his antics and erratic scoring, arguing that he should be expelled from a show. Fans of Lu Jue arrived, bewildered by the unfolding drama, questioning why he participated in a music program. Some judges expressed dissatisfaction with Lu Jue, claiming that an uninformed young artist like him should not overshadow their expertise as seasoned music producers and creators. After the evaluations concluded, Judge Xiao Jie jestingly remarked, "Lu Jue, it seems your standard for music are quite high. To this point, who do you believe has produced the best work? Or has no one impressed you?" His question was rather blunt, plunging the room into silence as the camera panned to Lu Jue. Seated in his wheelchair, the young man slightly pursed his lips, his enchanting almond-shaped eyes half closed, seemingly struggling to respond. Xiao Jie felt a surge of satisfaction, but to his surprise, a clear, cool-toned voice broke through the tension. "I actually do not comprehend the technicalities and professional jargon you all speak of. My scoring merely reflects my personal preferences." His candid and forthright response endeared him to numerous viewers. The comments flooded in rapidly, User 11098571. Finally, someone has voiced my sentiments. Hearing so much technical jargon made it feel like the show isn't meant for ordinary people like me. I almost switched off. Lin Yao. The young man is correct. Although I do not understand, I can still discern between what sounds pleasant and what does not. If you don't understand, then stop rambling. Can you not create chaos? Lu Jiyue? Chuan Chuan Bei. Lu Jiyue is so repugnant, showing no respect for others' creations. If you have the capability, why not perform yourself? Ugh. Passerby, please refrain from being so harsh. Everyone has the potential to create. If everyone else can, then your brother would surely be out of a job. Moreover, everyone has their own preferences. What is wrong with not liking something? At the judging panel, Shout Jia's expression darkened, but maintaining his usual demeanor, he feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, so it turns out little Lou does not understand music." Chapter 21. What is happening? I truly do not grasp these musical nuances. The youth's admission was remarkably candid. He acknowledged himself as merely a filler. In his previous life, due to physical limitations, he had only scratched the surface of the gentlemanly six arts, and thus could not claim mastery. Furthermore, he truly did not comprehend the current rock music and foreign languages. However, many in the audience chuckled, finding this Lu Jiyue to be refreshingly honest and inexplicably endearing. Shout Jie felt a pang from the youth's forthrightness, as if he had been struck by a fist encased in cotton. Zhou Yang, numb in the audience, braced himself for the impending ridicule and criticism. At that moment, the host interjected, attempting to alleviate the atmosphere. Music, in its essence, is meant to be appreciated, regardless of whether it is high art or folk tunes. As long as there are those who cherish it, its existence holds significance. Following this, he invited our singer-songwriter Jian He to the stage to present his work. Amidst the audience's cheers, Jian He ascended the stage, his youthful visage radiant and his smile brilliant. His attire was perfectly suited for performance, bold yet not ostentatious. His hair was meticulously styled, and he exuded an excellent demeanor. This was Jian He, who, even knowing this was his final competition, would present himself in the most vibrant manner to his fans. His fan club, affectionately known as the Red Powder Family, erupted with excitement as the young girls waved their support sticks, their eyes alight with joy. Lu Jiyue, observing the young man at center stage, sensed an aura of brilliance about him, markedly different from their previous variety show appearance. Here, he radiated confidence and exuberance, truly captivating. Just then, Jian He cast a glance towards Lu Jiyue, nodding in acknowledgement with a smile. Lu Jiyue returned the gesture with a slight bow and, noticing the audience's gestures, mimicked a cheering sign, awkward yet charming. The members of the Red Powder Family grew even more animated, while a small faction of shippers among the crowd stifled their screams in delight. They had previously sensed a special connection between Jian He and Lu Jiyue during the variety show, and now it seemed their intuition was confirmed. As Jian He surveyed the audience, calming his fans, he spoke. "Thank you all. The song I am about to perform is my latest creation, in which I have infused elements of traditional Chinese music into pop. This is something I have recently sought to learn and share with you." He then shifted his tone, laced with a hint of teasing. "However, due to my partner's unforeseen circumstances preventing them from joining me on stage, I will perform this piece solo. Fortunately, I had already recorded the accompaniment. Otherwise, you would have been deprived of this auditory delight." With a glance towards the production crew and directors, he noticed some fans sensing something amiss, their discontent palpable. Why had his esteemed partner suddenly become unavailable? Jian He shot a look at the host, hesitating for a moment before smiling lightly. "All right, without further ado, I hope my music resonates with your heart. Let us begin." With that, he confidently approached the drum set, flashing a mischievous grin that made fans clutch their hearts and cover their mouths in excitement. Soon, the accompaniment began, featuring a melodious and prolonged flute melody. The flutist, displaying remarkable skill, intertwined their enchanting notes with Jian He's drumming, creating a refreshing auditory experience. Jian He was completely immersed in the music, his distinctive voice having just uttered a couple of lines when a jarring electric noise pierced the speakers, reaching the ears of every audience member. Oh, what is happening? My ears are in discomfort. Is the sound equipment malfunctioning? Murmured the crowd in discontent. Jianhe's fans were visibly anxious, their palms sweating. They feared their idol would feel wronged and were torn between wanting to express their anger and worrying about provoking their beloved star, potentially offending the network. Even the online viewers were taken aback. Yuning Cha. Goodness, my ears almost gave out. What a terrible show. Jiku, who believes this? What kind of standards does a music competition show have for its equipment? Spicy Strip TT. I noticed Jianhe's complexion changed. Could there be some hidden agenda? Jian Chi-Chi's big wife? I'm furious. What kind of lousy network treats us this way? Are they taking advantage of our good-natured fandom? At that moment, Jianhe, with a stoic expression, observed as the host hurriedly returned to explain. Apologies, there has been a minor issue with the equipment. We have summoned professionals to rectify it, which may take around 10 minutes. But fortunately, the microphone and speakers on our end are functioning properly. The host pressed her lips together, genuinely perplexed by the day's unfolding events. Jianhe sighed softly. Oh, not even allowing me to complete a single song. That producer Min truly goes to great lengths. Yet, unfortunately for him, he is dealing with someone as stubborn as I am. Even if it means singing a cappella, I shall finish my performance. 10 minutes? Were the audience expected to wait idly? Who could guarantee that the issue would be resolved in that time? If later it was claimed that the pre-recorded accompaniment was damaged, he would still be unable to complete his performance. The longer they waited, the more likely the audience would voice their grievances, though the fault lay with the production team. Their explanations afterward would not change the fact that it was he who bore the brunt of the impact. Resolute in his determination, he glanced at his fans in the audience. The young girls were gesturing encouragingly, offering him comfort and support. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over Jianhe. Just as he was about to announce that he would forego the accompaniment and sing solo, a voice as clear and refreshing as flowing water rang out. May I try to accompany you? The sound was reminiscent of a babbling brook, reflecting the moonlight and dancing fireflies, wrapping around his fingertips and caressing his ears. It soothed his heart, which was brimming with frustration, sorrow, and anger. Jianhe lifted his gaze to the right side of the stage, where Lu Jiyu sat among the audience. Meeting those glass-like, gilded eyes, he instinctively broke into a smile. Sure, he replied. Upon witnessing Jianhe's smile, Lu Jiyu reciprocated with a gentle grin, then turned to the host. Is this acceptable? The host glanced toward the directing team, and the audience below erupted in excitement. What is happening? Lu Jiyu is accompanying? Is it real or a joke? Can he even play? I'm about to be overwhelmed with sweetness. My ship has come true. The show's director observed the audience's reaction. While his assistant noted, Director, the online viewership has doubled. The director nodded decisively at the host. He had always held high hopes for Jianhe in this program, and he had long harbored dissatisfaction with Min, the producer. That fellow knows nothing and resorts to underhanded tactics. It is evident that Jianhe has offended him. If the program were to flop and face criticism, it would be Jianhe who would bear the shame. Besides, the current situation is beyond his control. It is the viewers and audience who are eager to watch. When the host gave the green light, the judge Xiao Jia spoke up again. Xiao Lu, you just mentioned that you're not familiar with music. Yet now you intend to accompany Jianhe? That seems rather inappropriate, especially since this is a competition. The implication was clear. If he were to lose and be eliminated, would you take responsibility? The youth seemed oblivious to Xiao Jia's insinuation and replied calmly. I do admit my lack of knowledge in musical tones, particularly those from earlier, but I might give Jianhe's piece a try. With that, he turned to the staff and inquired, could I have a flute, please? Jianhe immediately brightened. Jiyu, you can play the flute? Chapter 22. A little knowledge, not proficient on sight. Jianhe's fans wore expressions of dismay. What on earth was happening? The barrage of comments had gone wild. Stirring the pot, stirring the pot. Let us get it on, I love this. What a disaster. Can't this Lu Jiyu just stay quiet for a moment? Exactly, this is a competition. What audacity does Lu Jiyu have to accompany Jianhe? If Lu Jiyu can accompany, I'll eat my keyboard upside down. I had high hopes for Jianhe, but I didn't expect him to be so irresponsible with music. I'm turning against him. I feel for the other boys, comparing them with someone so clueless. Lu Jiyu is just riding the coattails of the show's popularity. To the one who said they'd eat their keyboard upside down. I've noted your ID. People like that often get slapped in the face, smirking emoji. Before long, a trending topic about Lu Jiyu accompanying Jian he had emerged. The rapid ascent to trending status was undoubtedly due to someone generously paying for it. Meanwhile, in his office, Min Zhengmao squinted his greedy little eyes while watching the live video. Lu Jiyu's fan group had already exploded with activity. I love you, Bao. Sisters, does anyone know if you can play the flute? Lin Shun Jian Lu. I want to know too. I'm dying of curiosity. Shake shake. Why is Yu helping Jian he with accompaniment? This is entirely a thankless task. Yu's big wife, a year-long fan here. I'm losing my mind. At that moment, Jian he's manager approached Zhou Yang, seeking to gauge Lu Jiyu's skill level. Although the outcome was destined for elimination, she still hoped Jian he could complete his final song. Furthermore, there was something else she was reluctant to mention. The fear of dragging Lu Jiyu down with him. Skill level? Huh. At that moment, Zhou Yang felt like finding a place to lie down and surrender to the ridicule. This child is usually so well-behaved. Why does he become so uncontrollable every time they record a show? He had never even been a trainee, so how could he possibly know how to play an instrument? Then he heard the youth casually state, well, I can play a little, but I'm not proficient. This was in response to Jian He's earlier question. Everyone, a little? Not proficient? Is it truly appropriate for someone to accompany others on such a competitive stage? Even more astonishing is the fact that Jian he consented to this arrangement. What could possibly be going through his mind? Despite the audience's skepticism and the barrage of critiques streaming through the comments, Jian he maintained a bright smile, asserting that as long as he could collaborate a little, it would suffice, for this was indeed his domain. He deliberately sought to protect Lu Jiyu, implying that if the performance faltered, the responsibility would rest on his shoulders rather than hers. After all, he had prepared himself for the worst. How much worse could it possibly get? Conversely, he felt a sense of contentment that someone was willing to accompany him in this endeavor. Upon noticing the absence of the previous despair on Jian He's face, Lu Jiyu felt a flicker of relief. The young man maneuvered his wheelchair to the front of the stage, but as the steps and various equipment loomed ahead, the wheelchair could not advance. Jian he instinctively moved to assist, but fortunately, 2 staff members from the production team had already aided Lu Jiyu onto the stage, lifting the wheelchair together with apparent effort. The young man couldn't help but recall the tall, handsome, and reticent Mr. Feng, who could effortlessly lift both him and the wheelchair with ease. He certainly possessed great strength, though he had not seen him since their time in the rehabilitation center. On stage, a bamboo flute was presented to Lu Jiyu. He sat poised, the stage lights casting a radiant glow that accentuated his exquisite features. There was an unmistakable aura about him, cold, aloof, and naturally regal. His long, elegant fingers grazed the flute casually, as if merely assessing its suitability. This simple gesture sent the audience, particularly those enamored with hands, into a frenzy of admiration. Oh my, those hands are divine. What extraordinary fingers. This flute hardly does justice to Lu Jiyu. Why not present him with a jade flute instead? My heart is racing. I could easily become infatuated. Lu Jiyu is simply a paragon of beauty, with a captivating face, a melodious voice, and even his fingers are exquisite. It seemed the young man intended to test the sound, as he brought the bamboo flute to his lips and gently blew, producing a brief note. The flute was an ordinary bamboo one, barely adequate for use. If the props team had known the young man's opinion of the flute they had painstakingly selected, they would surely feel a pang of regret. Several young women from the production team had been captivated by Lu Jiyu's looks and had fervently urged the craftsman to find the finest flute available. In truth, the modern instruments prepared by the production team were quite commendable, while the ancient ones fell short, as few competitors opted for such selections nowadays. The audience's gazes were rife with concern, mockery, and amusement, all fixated on Lu Jiyu, particularly given that the recent note had not been particularly melodious. Jian he was uncertain of Lu Jiyu's musical understanding, so he retrieved his phone, containing the compositions he had created. In the midst of uncertainty regarding the understanding of modern musical scores, Lu Jiue confidently addressed the gathering, proclaiming, "Shall we commence? I shall synchronize with your melody." Jianhe widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning the feasibility of proceeding without first listening or observing. The audience collectively gasped, finding the situation rather trivial. The expressions of the other contestants varied, yet it was universally agreed that Lu Jiue's actions bordered on folly. Some spectators even cast sympathetic glances at Jianhe. The astonishment was not confined to those present. Online viewers were fervently expressing their disbelief and critiques, inundating the screen with rapid-fire comments from bystanders, fans, and detractors alike. Even the host, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired, "Jiue, are you certain you wish to begin directly?" The youth, with his cerulean eyes, seemed to question, "Is there any issue?" Jianhe had returned to his drum set, inexplicably trusting Lu Jiue, believing in his potential. "We can start now," he stated. The audience fell silent, each straining to listen intently. Suddenly, a distant flute melody resonated from the center of the stage. At the mere sound, some audience members straightened in their seats, captivated. The ensuing melody bore an uncanny resemblance to the previously interrupted accompaniment. Yet, it transcended mere similarity. The notes that flowed from a youth's fingertips were not only identical, but imbued with a beauty, authenticity, and soulful essence that ensnared the listeners. It felt as if the winds of 1,000 years had traversed through time, with the flute's ethereal tones soaring above, possessing a power that penetrated the very soul. Some even perceived the youth before them as a celestial being, the flute's sound akin to divine music. At the moment the flute's notes filled the air, Jianhe felt an awakening within, as if every pore of his being had opened up. The sensation of music striking the heart and soaring to the heavens ignited a surge of inspiration. His previously identified shortcomings in the composition faded in the face of newfound clarity. He adeptly began playing the drums, seamlessly integrating with the graceful and vibrant flute melody. This piece encapsulated themes of love and national duty, intertwining gentleness with a somber intensity. The two performers exhibited an extraordinary rapport, their collaboration intensifying with the rhythm of the drums, while the flute melody shifted to evoke a sense of urgency. Jianhe was astonished that Lu Jiue, having never heard his composition, could harmoniously complement his drumming, realizing he had found a true musical companion. The performance was so breathtaking that the audience could only gasp in awe. The barrage of comments online seemed to have been paused, as the audience remained entranced until the final note faded away. Jianhe rose, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and embraced Lu Jiue. The audience, finally snapping back to reality, erupted into thunderous applause. It was absolutely beautiful. I could vividly visualize the performance. Their synergy was astonishing. Lu Jiue's flute performance was truly remarkable. He is indeed a hidden gem. How is it that he remained obscure until now? I had thought my idol was merely a pretty face, but it turns out he possesses profound talent. I was utterly captivated. Who knew the flute could sound so enchanting? Zhou Yang stood in the audience, momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the composed young man on stage, perplexed by the depth of Jiue's musical prowess, which he had been entirely unaware of. Thank you. Jianhe expressed his gratitude fervently, tears glistening in his eyes. His gratitude extended beyond this competition. It felt as though a barrier in his musical journey had been shattered. Lu Jiue, who preferred not to be embraced, gently pushed the young man away, his tone cool and indifferent. Your composition is quite good. The three judges of the panel looked on with satisfaction and approval at the scene unfolding on stage, with the exception of Xiao Jie, whose expression was notably grim. Initially, he had approached Lu Jiue, thinking he could leverage the latter's recent rise to fame as a mere ornamental figure to enhance his own standing. He had not anticipated that Lu Jiue would embody the classic trope of playing dumb to catch the clever, having underestimated him. At that moment, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. In poetry we meet. Oh, what a divine piece. The combination of drums and flute is unexpectedly delightful. Yuan Jie, wow. Can this still be called unskilled? My teacher just remarked that Lu Jiue surpasses me by leaps and bounds. I'm covering my face. Note, I have studied the flute for 6 or 7 years and have passed level 10. 92186956. Just wondering, is Lu Jiue truly not well-versed in music? This master is far too humble. I'm in awe. Emoli, the sound produced by the flute, seems to transport one into another realm, evoking images of vast armies and clashing swords. It's utterly magnificent. Xian Xiang Wangji. Exactly. It felt like there was a palpable aura of tension just moments ago. See Xian Shu. Has no one noticed he was an impromptu accompaniment? He didn't even glance at the score. Lu Jiue is incredible. Of course, alongside the praise, there are also critics hurling baseless accusations. Lu Jiue's lifelong adversary. Surely not. He said he didn't look at the score, indicating he genuinely didn't. Lu Jiue is clearly a pawn of Jianhe, attempting to stand out through such trickery. How insidious. Passerby, exactly, this must have been premeditated. Chichita AI, how much hush money have you shadowy figures received? Guku, whereas that person who claimed they could eat the keyboard upside down. Come out, come out. Lu Jiue not only plays the flute, but does so exceptionally well. Time for you to fulfill your promise. Light a cigarette. The director, witnessing the surging comments and viewership, could hardly contain his joy. Lu Jiue was extraordinarily talented and perfectly suited for their show, bringing a tremendous sense of variety. Backstage, Shirley observed the screen and remarked, Jianhe's indeed gifted, and Lu Jiue is impressive as well. Silence fell among the other contestants, their faces etched with seriousness, clearly reflecting their anxiety. Jianhe's song was exceptional, and with Lu Jiue's unexpected brilliance, a sense of urgency had enveloped them all. Yuchuan scoffed. They've probably rehearsed this countless times. Such cunning. He could hardly believe that anyone could improvise such an exquisite accompaniment. And then there was Jianhe, who had audaciously orchestrated this performance to enhance his own reputation. Truly cunning. He lowered his head to his phone, sending messages to acquaintances, buying support for both Lu Jiue and Jianhe. Outside the screen, a pair of greedy, calculating eyes leered at the two on stage. He took out his phone and dialed a number. You are quite perceptive. That little deer is indeed impressive. Whatever was said on the other end elicited a chuckle from Min Jingmao, although he too was envious of the elegantly poised youth. Keeping him around served a purpose. As for Jianhe, he could deal with him at his leisure. On stage, the host initiated the next segment of the program, inviting the judges to deliver their scores. Unsurprisingly, the ratings were quite high. Even Xiao Jie bestowed a middling score. However, the comments carried a deeper implication. Jianhe's song was within my expectations. After all, you are a seasoned singer. A slight vocal embellishment is to be expected. Producing such a fine piece should be your norm. Many in the audience began to murmur, suggesting that Jianhe's participation in the show was somewhat of a bully tactic against the newcomers. I agree. Why is he here? Is he seeking a sense of superiority? When it came time for the audience to vote, Lu Jiue had already returned to his spot. He awarded an 8. Still the lowest score. Jianhe feigned injury, clutching his heart. You are too ruthless, eliciting laughter from the crowd. As Jianhe was the final contestant, his performance marked the transition to the next segment, a question-and-answer round focusing on musical knowledge, occasionally peppered with professional inquiries. The musical portion was straightforward. Snippets of songs would play, and the contestants were to identify them. Each correct answer earned 10 points, which would be added to their overall score according to a predetermined ratio. As the preceding contestants took the stage, their supporting partners joined them. Naturally, Lu Jiue returned to the stage, whispering to Jianhe, I can't help you, so rely on yourself. Jianhe smiled. It's all right. I'm already quite happy. Look at those two whispering. I ship this couple. Don't ship them. Ye is mine. The first music identification question began, and the first notes played almost immediately. Within 5 seconds, Yuchuan declared, my heart will go on. The host chuckled, correct. Next question. Following a brief prelude, Yuchuan smugly announced, farewell is like a flower. Another correct answer, moving on to the next. Then came an ancient piece. As the tight prelude resonated, it felt oddly familiar, yet Yuchuan could not identify it, lacking knowledge of classical music. At that moment, his supporting guest answered, The ambush from 10 sides. This composition is distinctive, having been featured in numerous films and dramas. The host confirmed, correct. Next question. Yu Chuan and his companions beamed, casting a triumphant glance at Jian He and Lu Jiyue. Unfortunately, Jian He was engaged in quiet conversation with Lu Jiyue and paid them no mind. Chapter 24. Not abandoning the contest. Quite simple. The subsequent questions posed to other guests were all well-known tunes. Even the older songs were those that had once topped the charts. For instance, pieces such as frail, Do Not Forget, and Cool Cool. As for the quiz questions, they pertain to fundamental knowledge, such as, what is another name for our national anthem? Who is the composer of the serenade for strings in G major? When someone answered with March of the Volunteers in Mozart, Lu Jiyue wore a serious expression. Jian He, perplexed, inquired what is wrong. Lu Jiyue, taking the question earnestly, replied, these questions are quite challenging. Everyone is remarkably talented. Jian He countered, you, an adept who can flawlessly accompany without looking at the score, find this difficult? Are you serious? It seemed that the host, having noticed the whispered exchange between the two, curiously asked, Jian He, what are you discussing? Is there a question? Lu Jiyue, with a flair for trending topics, responded to the host's inquiry without hesitation, eager for more screen time, as the show thrived on popularity. Yu Chuan, Shilei, along with the previously performing rock contestants, also turned their attention towards them. Some spectators couldn't help but think, these two really know how to amplify their roles. Clever boys. Suddenly called upon, Lu Jiyue lifted his long lashes, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes meeting the host's gaze. It's nothing. I merely believe everyone is quite impressive and knowledgeable. The contestant who had just answered March of the Volunteers remarked, is Lu Jiyue subtly mocking himself? Right? Jian He, feeling a bit exasperated, said, doesn't he quite grasp the rules? I just explained them to him. Please continue. The audience murmured softly. I can't help but laugh. Me too, me too. Lu Jiyue is so adorable. If it weren't for that exceptionally clear gaze of his, I would have thought he was mocking someone else. The atmosphere on stage was indeed peculiar. The host promptly resumed the proceedings. Once all the other contestants had answered their questions, it was soon Jian He and his group's turn. However, from the very first question, their queries were somewhat different. The initial piece was an ancient tune, and Jian He listened intently, guessing Yanchun Baixue. The host laughed. Correct. Next question. As the second piece played, Jian He found it somewhat familiar, yet reminiscent of many others. Momentarily at a loss, suddenly, he heard Lu Jiyue's melodious voice proclaim, Henga Gong Xiu. The host chuckled. Correct answer. Next question. When the third piece resonated, Jian He fully comprehended. It was yet another ancient tune while he had studied Western pop music. The fans in the audience began to voice their concerns softly. Why is this so difficult? I've never even heard these before. Moreover, considering that Chi had attended a music academy abroad, was it not somewhat unfair for the production team to present him with ancient music pieces? This tune, melodious and poetic, lacked the familiarity of being featured in numerous films, rendering it somewhat obscure. At this moment, Lu Jiyue furrowed his brow, recognizing the melody, yet sensing some alteration. It was only when he noticed the other contestants gleefully glancing in their direction that he suddenly looked up at the host and asked, Is it Guangling's? His voice was clear and resonant, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Jian He realized, it is indeed Guangling's. The host chuckled. Correct answer. Jian He, you must strive to do your best. Lu Jiyue had merely guessed as well. This piece had undergone some transformation, likely lost to time. Much like Ding Kiln white porcelain, the current rendition, naturally, bore some imperfections. Upon hearing the host's words, Jian He raised an eyebrow and offered a smile, choosing not to elaborate further as the quiz continued. Pray tell, how many tones are there in ancient Chinese music? Jian He replied, 5 tones, Jiao Ji Gong Shang. And you? The host immediately responded with a smile. Correct. Now for the next question. Classical Chinese instruments are generally categorized into 8 tones. Can you name them? The venue fell silent. 8 tones? What could that be? They only knew of music boxes. Upon hearing the questions, Lu Jiyue's eyes sparkled with surprise. Noticing his astonishment, Jian seemed disinclined to speak, much to the delight of the other contestants. One participant feigned a suggestion: those who find the questions too difficult may forfeit. We cannot afford to waste too much time here. After all, you have only answered 4 questions. The barrage of comments had flooded the screen. Tonight, no idle chasing. Who is this person being so cryptic? Truly, it's the ugly who stir trouble. Sword fighter Lucy, em perplexed. Why are others' questions about parting flowers and the march of the volunteers, while Jian faces these unheard ancient pieces? Vibrant zombie fan. The production team deserves a scolding for bullying my dear Chi-Chi. Do they think our esteemed family lacks support? Devouring little bear. Does no one find you remarkable? In this day and age, who among the youth listens to ancient melodies? Impressive. Jean Chung. He even claims he knows little about music. Indeed, humility is a virtue ingrained in our culture. Some viewers believe the production team was intentionally putting Jian in a difficult position, while others were captivated by Lu Jiyu's brilliance, and naturally. The critics erupted. Lu Jiyu haters. Lu Jiyu loves to show off. Now why is she silent? Can't she answer? Huh. At the event, the young man's gaze lifted slightly. I apologize. I was merely taken aback. Is it true that such questions could be answered by a mere child of 3? The crowd gasped. What? Questions a 3-year-old could answer? Judge Xiao Jie chuckled. You claim a 3-year-old could tackle this? That retort seems rather unfriendly. The boy's tone remained cool as he softly affirmed. To substantiate his claim, he recited, as the 3-character classic states, gourd, clay, leather, wood, stone, metal, silk, and bamboo. These comprise the 8 tones. The audience appeared bewildered. The 3-character classic? The host then laughed. Indeed, who would have thought the answer lies within the 3-character classic? Some recalled reciting it in their childhood, having memorized it without comprehending its meaning, and over time, they'd forgotten it. Now, revisiting the 3-character classic revealed such a vast expanse of knowledge. They felt compelled to return to it. Jian eyes sparkled as he turned to Lu Jiyu. I have never memorized the 3-character classic. I must acquire a copy to study diligently. Lu Jiyu, in a calm and gentle manner, elucidated. The term 8 sounds refers to the traditional musical classification of Huagua, first documented in the rites of Zhou under the section on the spring officer. This classification, originating from the Western Zhou dynasty, categorizes musical instruments based on 8 materials: metal, stone, silk, bamboo, gourd, earth, leather, and wood. For instance, silk pertains to stringed plucked instruments such as the qin, isi, and pipa, while bamboo relates to wind instruments made from bamboo, including the xiao, di, and qi. After his explanation, he surveyed the audience, and the myriad lights on stage paled in comparison to the brilliance of his gaze. He declared, "Thus, we shall not forfeit our rights. This is quite simple." The audience erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, Jiyu is so impressive, I could shout out loud. And what divine enlightenment is this? I have decided to memorize the 3-character classic." In Chapter 25, The Solid Flower Vase, Jian was utterly captivated, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Jiyu, you are remarkable." Had it not been for the presence of others on stage, he would have eagerly rushed over, wishing to express his admiration with a kiss. The audience spontaneously applauded, some whistling, while a male voice enthusiastically shouted, "Lu Jiyu is amazing." Amidst the lively scene below the stage, the expressions of the performers varied considerably. Some appeared indifferent, others gazed with admiration, yet the majority of the competitors were less than pleased, as they were rivals to Jian. Yuchuan lowered his eyelids, concealing his jealousy and resentment. This Lu Jiyu certainly knew how to seize the spotlight, especially since Jian was expected to be eliminated this time. Sitting on the judging panel, Xiao Jie felt a flush of heat on his face, particularly under the amused glances of the other 3 judges. He had merely followed the program's directive to challenge Jian, but who could have anticipated the unexpected emergence of Lu Jiyu? This individual, seemingly an obscure figure, proved to be remarkably formidable. Just as he contemplated speaking, another judge, Chun Qian, interjected with a smile. "It seems young Lu has a considerable understanding of ancient music and instruments. Do you know what the music referred to in the 6 arts of the Confucian gentleman signifies?" Upon hearing a question directed at him, Lu Jiue raised his gaze toward Chun Qian, but did not prepare to respond immediately. Instead, he looked toward the host, his intent clear. Chun Qian chuckled heartily. Young Lu, feel free to answer. If you answer correctly, you shall earn points. If not, let be a personal exchange between us. How does that sound? He gestured towards the host as well. The host replied, she cannot make that decision. Other competitors remarked, Teacher Chen seems to be showing quite a bit of favoritism. Listening to the director's instructions through her earpiece, the host responded with a smile, of course. Teacher Chen's questions are far more challenging than ours. The program team had been criticized online for presenting Jian He with excessively difficult questions, and at this moment, Teacher Chen's query was a timely reprieve for them. Assured of his opportunity, Lu Jiue replied at a measured pace. The music in the 6 arts of the gentleman refers to the 6 sets of ceremonial music and dance from ancient China, including Yamandawan, Xianxi, Dasha, and are primarily utilized in sacrificial ceremonies. Unfortunately, since the Han Dynasty, only Dasha have survived, while the other 4 have been lost to time. Upon finishing, Lu Jiue turned his gaze towards Chun Qian. Jian He followed suit, and soon, all eyes were on Chun Qian. Professor Chun, now past 50, regarded Lu Jiue as one might a precious treasure. Excellent, excellent indeed, you truly know. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Just moments ago, he had been captivated by the young man's flute playing, and it was evident that Lu possessed a wealth of knowledge. Chun Qian yearned to pose further inquiries, but he recalled that they were currently recording a program, Live No Less, and thus he restrained his curiosity, deciding to wait until the conclusion to speak. The barrage of comments had already been flooded multiple times. Jacoa, I am utterly mesmerized. Ye is simply extraordinary. I am unworthy to be his fan. In poetry we meet. Our Ye is indeed a treasure of a young man. Love eating fern root noodles. Today I learned that the music of a gentleman's 6 arts refers to sacrificial dance. What a revelation. Evening breeze WZ. Same here. I thought music referred solely to understanding melodies, playing the piano, or flute. I had no idea it encompassed dance. Shiyu, I've put down my phone, utterly bewildered. Lu Jiue's answers mirror my own Baidu search almost identically. Were it not for Professor Chun, I might suspect him of having memorized the questions. 2333. They must have a script. Otherwise, why would they elevate Lu Jiue? There must be a benefactor involved. Passerby, and Lu Jiue is just a cosmetic surgery anomaly. Only the blind could be his fans. Lu Jiue's lifelong critic. He's a high school dropout. What does he know of the 6 arts? It's absurd to treat the audience as fools, and yet there are indeed fools who believe him. Coke, to the naysayer above, kindly roll away. The village internet has little work to do. Last time, several official accounts debunked those rumors about benefactors. That was merely a bodyguard. It's Lin Lin. I am a fan of his looks and proud of it. My heart races at the sight of Ye. He has a face that is undeniably attractive, and, as the ancients said, the desire for beauty is inherent in all people, driving the haters mad. Ye's great wife. Speaking of which, the number of detractors for Ye is increasing. Doesn't he that prove our Ye is gaining popularity? Fox Ferry Hall, SGing. It seems so. This indicates our Ye is indeed becoming a sensation. Ha ha ha. Sword duelist Lucy. Although I am not fond of Lu Jiue, I await the moment you retract your words about him being a high school dropout. Amidst the multitude of comments, one particular remark slipped by unnoticed. As the quiz concluded, so too did the live broadcast. The online ratings and final scores would only be revealed the following Saturday evening on Xianghua television. This was the same procedure as before, yet this time, the majority of viewers and netizens expressed discontent with the process. They were eager to discover Jian He's final score and, truthfully, to catch a glimpse of Lu Jiue's visage. With no visual confirmation available, they turned to leave their comments on Weibo. On Weibo, the program era.You trended several times. However, most of the buzz revolved around Lu Jiue and Jian He. Jian He's new song was profoundly impactful. A solid flower vase, Lu Jiue was brought to his knees. My goodness, there is a fierce intensity in Lu Jiue's flute playing. The collaboration between Jian He and Lu Jiue has produced a divine composition. Particularly, The track they performed together had already reached the 3rd spot on the trending list. The remaining trending topics all occupied the top 10. Jiang Jianzhou, amidst filming, observed the online reactions and struggled to maintain his composure, frustration evident on his face. Once again, Lu Jiyue has ascended to trending status. Is it merely due to his ability to play the flute? It hardly qualifies as an art of refinement. One can only hope that producer Min will live up to his reputation and tarnish Lu Jiyue's image. The young lady tasked with retouching his makeup was startled, questioning if she had inadvertently spoken out of turn. She had merely mentioned the lively variety show Sound and Joy currently captivating the online audience. Furthermore, aren't Jiang Jianzhou and Lu Jiyue supposed to be good friends? The entertainment industry indeed thrives on superficial relationships. Apart from Jiang Jianzhou's resentment, Yu Chuan appeared positively infuriated. He glanced at the post. In Sound and Joy, Yu Chuan's song embodies youth. Constantly overshadowed by the entries of Lu Jiyue and Jian He, his envy was palpable. Twisting his features, he had devoted several evenings to accompany producer Min, finally earning today's opportunity. Pleading with that old pervert, he had enlisted internet trolls to malign Jian He and Lu Jiyue, even purchasing trending topics to pave the way for his potential victory in the next episode. Being a social media sensation, he understood that without investment, there could be no return. Yet, nearly at the mercy of that old man, the opportunity he had fought for was now usurped by Lu Jiyue and Jian He. Jian He could be excused. He was, after all, a singer. But why should Lu Jiyue eclipse him in popularity? After the recording concluded, Zhou Yang rushed to find Lu Jiyue. At that moment, Jian He and Lu Jiyue were surrounded by fans. It was unclear how these young ladies had managed to infiltrate the backstage area, each clutching a notebook in hopes of obtaining an autograph. Though numerous, the girls remained polite, avoiding any chaotic scenes. Jian He expertly signed for his fans, momentarily neglecting Lu Jiyue. The girls encircling Lu Jiyue, their cheeks flushed, cautiously asked, Yeah, could you please sign for us? We are your fans. An autograph? The young man, with his striking almond-shaped eyes, glanced at the girls' notebooks before turning to Jian He, who was gracefully inscribing his name. The flamboyant strokes of Jian He's signature seemed to lack the spirit of grandeur. Is it all right, yeah? The young ladies gazed longingly at the elegant youth, as radiant as the moon. Sure, he replied. Taking the pen from one girl's hand, he earnestly penned the characters for Lu Jiyue in her notebook. Adjusting to the unfamiliar pen, he was somewhat dissatisfied with his initial writing. When the second girl offered her book, he deftly accepted it, pursing his lips as he continued to sign. The girls could not help but admire how handsome Ye looked up close, not a single pore visible. He was so well-mannered and gentlemanly, signing for them with such charm. His hands were exceptionally beautiful, fit to be a model for hand advertisements. In the eyes of these fans, Ye was flawless, even down to the way his hair fell. By the time Zhou Yang arrived, Lu Jiyue had already signed 5 or 6 autographs. Compared to his initial awkwardness, his subsequent cursive became increasingly fluid. While not as exquisite as calligraphy, it was certainly pleasing to the eye. Some fans, who were supporters of their pairing, stealthily acquired Lu Jiyue's autograph before requesting Jian He to sign as well. Jian He caught sight of Lu Jiyue's meticulously crafted signature and playfully remarked, Jiyue, you ought to design your signature. Just look at how dashing mine is. Without lifting her gaze, Lu Jiyue simply responded with an O, though inwardly she thought it was too ostentatious for her taste. Their interaction was brief, yet a young fan, enamored by their chemistry, was on the verge of squealing with delight. She carefully folded the signature, eager to cherish it at home. As Zhou Yang and Sister now arrived, they diligently began their task of dispersing the fans, for it was time for them to depart. This place was not meant for lingering. While exiting, they happened upon a few other contestants, and their paths crossed momentarily. Aside from Yu Chuan and the rock singer, the others were relatively courteous. As Jian He was a senior and Lu Jiyue, despite her obscurity, was more popular than the rest. Notably, a young man named Shirley gazed at Lu Jiyue with sparkling eyes, grinning widely. Lu Jiyue, unfamiliar with these individuals, paid little heed to their attitudes, but still inclined his head slightly in response to their friendly smiles. This was a television station, bustling with people and noise, and, certainly, there were reporters lurking outside. The group exchanged no further words and parted ways. In the car, Zhou Yang exclaimed with excitement, "Jiue, you were incredible. Do you have any idea how many fans you've gained tonight?" The young man, feeling somewhat fatigued, reclined in his seat and murmured, "I feel unwell. This car is nowhere near as comfortable as Mr. Feng's. Over 1.5 million. I have a feeling you'll reach 2 million in no time." Yo Yang, filled with enthusiasm, suddenly realized that the boy had mentioned something else. "What did you just say?" He turned to gaze at the youth's strikingly ethereal face. "Nothing. Let us go." The boy, upon entering the vehicle, began to feel drowsy, though it was actually motion sickness. "By the way, Jiue, when will you play the flute?" "I had no idea," Zhou Yang began, but before he could finish, his phone erupted with vibrations. Quickly, he pulled it out, only to find it wasn't his phone ringing. He then retrieved Lu Jiue's phone, which had been entrusted to him during the recording. Upon seeing the caller ID, Zhou Yang was momentarily stunned and hurriedly passed the phone to the young man. As Lu Jiue answered the call, his lips pressed together in a faint line, and all that could be heard was his cool, composed voice. "Yes, it's me. All right, I understand." After hanging up, his handsome features bore a subtle tension, his delicate fingers gripping the phone tightly. Though his expression seemed neutral, Zhou Yang sensed an indescribable air of helplessness surrounding the boy at that moment. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Zhou Yang inquired, and upon learning that Lu Jiue was heading to Huaqing, he felt compelled to accompany him. Not only was the boy's mobility a concern, but there were also fans who had just surrounded him requesting autographs. Zhou Yang was far from comfortable allowing him to venture out alone. "Thank you, Brother Zhou." The young man turned his gaze toward the window, suppressing the unease that stirred within him. He was about to meet Lu's family, and, as an outsider, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Especially in that fleeting moment after answering the call, fragments of memories concerning family began to surface in his mind. It is indeed extraordinary. But what is even more astonishing is that after his death, he traversed into the modern era, rendering any incredulity regarding memories rather trivial. As Zhou Yang stood at the entrance of the opulent villa on Sweeping Mountain, a precious piece of real estate in Huaqing, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Could it be that he had taken a wrong turn? The sky was a brilliant blue, the autumn air crisp and invigorating, and the ornate bronze gate exuded a sense of exotic charm. Delicate pink roses peeked through the fence, their fragrance wafting gently in the air. It seemed that the villa's security system had detected their vehicle, or perhaps captured a glimpse of Lu Jiue's face. Within a mere 2 minutes, the gate creaked open, revealing a meticulously dressed man who bore the appearance of a butler. "Young master, is it truly you returned?" he inquired, his voice a mixture of surprise and joy. "Madam will undoubtedly be overjoyed." Upon noticing the young master seated in a wheelchair, Butler Chun could not suppress a sigh of sympathy. The past year has been fraught with difficulties for the young master. The entertainment industry can indeed inflict great harm. Just look at the state of his legs. His gaze naturally drifted back to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. Lu Jiue, raising her eyes to meet Butler Chen's, her amber gaze clear and serene, inquired, "Where's my mother?" Her tone carried a hint of stiffness, yet the butler, absorbed in his own happiness, failed to notice. "Madam is resting upstairs. Shall I escort you?" "Yes, please." The young man then turned to Zhou Yang. "Brother Zhou, would you like to come in for a moment?" "Thank you, but I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Jiue, if you need anything, just call me. My phone is on 24/7. With that, he hastily retreated to his modest vehicle. As he arrived, he had envisioned various scenarios of Lu Jiue's family, yet none had prepared him for the current situation. Chapter 27. The adorable younger brother, though Zhou Yang was not the kind of person who resorted to unscrupulous methods. His experiences in the entertainment industry had acquainted him with a handful of rumors and secrets of the affluent. The Lu family appeared to be anything but ordinary. Possessing such a grand estate in this locale, and bearing the surname Lu, a rarity in Huaqing. Could it be that this Lu is the same as the patriarch of Huachin? Yo yang pondiret. Is Lu Jiue's Lu the same as that of the wealthiest man in the city? This is undoubtedly a family of considerable means. But why did Lu Jiue leave home to pursue a career as an artist? Was it in pursuit of dreams in the entertainment industry? Yet, why did she not continue her education? At 18, one should be immersed in studies. A revelation seemed to dawn upon him as he began to imagine the hidden intricacies of this affluent family, envisioning Lu Jiue as a neglected child in her household. Meanwhile, the somewhat neglected Lu Jiue was being wheeled into the villa by Butler Chun. This estate was not the Lu family's permanent residence, but rather a temporary abode for the madam's convalescence. The air was fresh, and the surroundings tranquil, though the villa's aesthetics did not rival the elegance of their ancestral home. In Butler Chin's eyes, as the young master cast a fleeting glance at the garden, he sensed that the scenery did not meet the young master's refined taste. He took note of this silently, contemplating improvements for the future. The young master had always possessed a cool demeanor, preferring solitude and only showing interest in that which truly captivated him. A year ago, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the gentleman and his wife consented to their young master departing for the capital. In his view, the young master was still quite youthful. Even if he were to exhibit the rebelliousness typical of adolescence, it was not prudent to indulge such whims. This past year, the young master had indeed endured much hardship, even sustaining an injury to his leg. As for the young master's flamboyant platinum hair, to Butler Chun, it was a trend favored by the youth. His young master, with his dyed hair, was undoubtedly the most striking among them. Remarkably, the young master's newly colored hair seemed to enhance his refined demeanor. Just moments ago, he had extended an invitation to friends to visit their home. Before long, they traversed the garden and arrived at the villa. Upon seeing Lady Lu, Lu Jiue felt momentarily dazed. For in a fleeting moment, he discerned the shadow of his own mother in her visage. It was not so much a matter of physical resemblance, but rather the essence and gaze that mirrored his own mother. "Is Yue Bao back? Come here and let Mama have a look," exclaimed Wenlan, her voice imbued with joy. She reclined against the custom-made bed, her cheeks slightly gaunt and her complexion somewhat pale, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. The moment Lu Jiue heard the tender call of Yue Bao, he was reminded of his own mother. He averted his gaze to suppress the yearning for her, gradually maneuvering his wheelchair closer to the grand bed. Lady Lu, beholding the child she had nurtured since infancy, felt her heart soften. However, upon seeing him in a wheelchair, the previously serene and beautiful woman's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. She had painstakingly raised him for 18 years, unaware of the myriad grievances he had faced outside. Were it not for her near-fatal experience on the operating table, she would not have so impulsively summoned him back. This past year, they had been consumed with worry and longing for him. She forcibly held back her tears and inquired, "Does your leg still hurt? Mama had no idea you were injured. How was your recovery? Is work exhausting?" The concern in Wenlan's voice was laced with a hint of trepidation. Lu Jiue, recalling the original owner's rebellious departure a year prior, felt a pang of guilt and replied, "I'm not busy. I spend most of my time recuperating." "It's not tiring." Suddenly, his hand was grasped by a pair of soft, feminine hands, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Yet, seeing his mother's eyes filled with concern and glistening with unshed tears, he allowed her to hold his hand. Lady Lu observed her child's gentle brow, elegant demeanor, and the pale green sweater that accentuated his vitality and endearing nature, filling her heart with both affection and sorrow. "If you're not busy, could you stay and keep Mama company? I almost didn't get to see you again. Could you do that for me?" Lu Jiue found the words of refusal lingering on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not voice them. With a silent sigh in his heart, he acquiesced, nodding obediently. "All right." At that, Lady Lu exhaled in relief, gradually leaning back against her pillow. All the worries, insecurities, regrets, and longings of the past year dissipated, leaving only a sense of fulfillment and tranquility in her heart. She held tightly to her son's hand, murmuring, "My Yue Bao is back. He has returned." Although Lu Jiue has some memories of his family, they feel as if he is merely observing the pages of a melodrama, devoid of emotion and engagement. simply recounted in a flat manner. Thus, when he arrived, he intended this visit to be merely a glance at his mother, planning to limit future interactions to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this has led to the current situation. Baby, your mother wants to find someone to take a look at your leg, all right? Baby? Lu Jue thought to himself that the name Yuebao was already quite embarrassing. However, recalling that the original owner's nickname was indeed Baby, he stiffened slightly, the delicate tips of his lovely deer-like ears turning a shade of pink. At this moment, the butler knocked on the door again, announcing, "Madam, young master, the sir and elder young master have returned." Upon hearing this, the youth turned to face the entrance. Soon, two figures, one tall and one short, strode into view. The two bore a striking resemblance, unmistakably father and son. The younger one, slightly taller, possessed sharp features imbued with a hint of aloofness. Upon seeing the two individuals in the room, his expression softened somewhat. The slightly shorter one exuded a scholarly and affable air, his piercing gaze obscured by gold-rimmed glasses, which added an element of approachability. The two entered the room in succession, and upon seeing his younger son, Lu Yanting's usual composure faltered. He hastily approached and enveloped the boy in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "It's wonderful that you're back, wonderful that you're back." Lu Yinxiao followed closely behind, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stood a meter away from the bed and called out, "Mother." Wenlan responded with a smile, glancing at the father-son duo. She gently remarked, "A Xiao, this is your younger brother. You two should get along well from now on." Being held so tightly by Lu Yanting, Lu Jue felt somewhat uncomfortable, especially since his father had never embraced him in such a manner. He struggled slightly, but to no avail, and thus quietly sought assistance. "Elder brother?" The boy's amber almond-shaped eyes gazed imploringly at the upright man, exuding a sense of vulnerability akin to that of a small creature, soft and endearing. Lu Yunxiao, meeting the youth's pitiful plea and overture, felt his heart soften. He responded gently. Sensing that he had not adequately conveyed his feelings, he added, "Welcome home." Lu Jue, not having heard the youth's response, suddenly remembered that he had been seeking help just moments before, and a wave of frustration washed over him. "Ahem, father, holding Yi like that makes him uncomfortable," Lu Yunxiao reminded gently. Realizing his oversight, Lu Yanting quickly loosened his embrace, only to notice the slight flush on his younger son's cheeks. Instantly, he felt remorseful, saying, "Is Ye all right? I was simply too delighted to see you." The boy shook his head slightly, indicating it was nothing serious. He found himself at a loss on how to respond to his father's overt display of affection for the first time, sensing a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere. Thus, he turned to the composed Lu Yunxiao and spoke in a light tone, "Thank you, elder brother," while a gentle curve formed at the corners of his eyes. Lu Yunxiao restrained himself from ruffling his younger brother's hair. The couple from the Lu family simultaneously turned their gaze towards their younger son, then glanced at their elder son, their astonishment palpable. Had their Yi undergone a transformation? Had this child encountered his destined opportunity? If they cared so deeply for Lu Jue, why had they permitted him to leave home and venture alone to the imperial capital? Naturally, there lay a reason. It was due to a promise made long ago that compelled them to let Ye depart. Shortly after they adopted him, he fell gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. As they exhausted all avenues seeking renowned physicians and were on the verge of despair, the couple experienced a shared dream. In this dream, an ethereal old man appeared, proclaiming that the child's soul was incomplete, lacking a crucial essence, and thus his time was limited. Initially, they dismissed his words and felt anger towards the apparition. Yet, as if sensing their thoughts, the old man effortlessly conjured a jade brush shimmering with golden light. With this brush, he inscribed something seemingly trivial, and in that moment, the child awakened. Overwhelmed with joy, they awoke from their dream and rushed to check on their son. To their astonishment, Ye had indeed awakened, and subsequent examinations revealed that all his vitals had returned to normal. It was only then that they recalled the old man's warning. Finding it utterly incredible, the echo of his admonition lingered in their minds. Once he turned 18, they were to escort him to the imperial capital, where he would fulfill a destiny that required his own endeavor, free from external interference, until his missing essence was restored, thereby achieving true healing. Thus, when their biological child, Lu Yanxiao, returned home a year ago, and Ye expressed a desire to explore the world beyond their home, they did not obstruct him. On one hand, Ye insisted on independence from their assistants. On the other hand, the old man had explicitly stated that they must not meddle in Ye's fate. Consequently, they discreetly dispatched individuals to observe him from a distance, refraining from further involvement. As for those who had spoken ill of Ye, labeling him a pretender and an interloper, their families were dealt with decisively by Lu Yanting. The children of the Lu family were not subject to the opinions of others. As a result, discussions of Lu Jiyue ceased in their circles, rendering him an unspeakable figure in Huaqing. The call to bring Ye back was prompted by Lu Mu's heart surgery in M country, which nearly ended in tragedy. Fearing she would never see her child again, and upon learning of his injury and broken leg upon returning home, she was overwhelmed and disregarded all caution in making the call. To her surprise, her Ye seemed genuinely transformed. Unlike his previously aloof demeanor, he now willingly grasped her hand and proactively addressed his elder brother. Had Ye indeed discovered his destined path? Had the missing essence been restored? Lu Jiyue, oblivious to this newfound perception, merely felt that leaving home a year ago, due to a few provocative remarks, was somewhat impulsive. Perhaps he had been overly proud. Or perhaps, witnessing the return of Lu family's biological child, he, as the adopted son, had chosen not to contest for his place, gracefully stepping aside to allow the rightful heir to reclaim their position. Regardless of the circumstances, the Lu family raised him, and now that his mother is unwell, he naturally chooses to stay by her side. Moreover, he can sense the genuine affection and concern the Lu family has for him. Thus, he resolves to remain and accompany his mother for the time being. The scene shifts to Lu Yanxiao. Little do people know that this seemingly tall, composed, and ruthless newcomer in the business world is, in fact, an aficionado of plush toys, particularly those that are exquisite, charming, and adorably soft. As he stepped into the room, he was taken aback by his younger brother's unique aura and delicate features. The youth's platinum blonde hair struck a more profound visual impact than in photographs, complemented by his enchanting amber eyes with golden flecks, which exuded innocence and purity, rendering him utterly endearing. At that moment, as his brother gazed at him with a gentle smile, Lu Yanxiao felt his heart soften. In truth, a year ago, when he returned to the Lu family, his brother had already left. They had never met face to face. The rumors suggesting he could not accept his brother were utterly absurd. In just one encounter, Lu Yanxiao transitioned from being a fan of cute and plush items to being completely enamored with his brother. After a lengthy conversation, Wen Lan grew weary, prompting the three of them to move to the living room. Lu Yanning took a sip of tea and inquired, "Yeah, aside from your leg injury, do you experience any other discomfort?" The youth replied obediently, "None." "Well then, since you have returned, let us focus on healing your leg first. Afterward, you should consider returning to school. If you prefer not to attend school, you could assist your elder brother at the company, or if you wish to avoid work, you can accompany your mother for outings." Lu Jiyue sat upright, took a sip of freshly squeezed juice from the butler, and replied calmly, "Father, I would like to prioritize accompanying mother in her recovery. As for other matters, there is no rush. Additionally, I currently have work commitments and do not wish to abandon them midway." He had already discussed his work with Zhou Gu and understood that he had over a year left on his contract, which served as an adjustment period to adapt to modern society. Moreover, failing to adhere to the contract would result in substantial penalties. Realizing this, Lu Yanting glanced at his younger son, acknowledging his impatience and recognizing that he should not have interfered. He conceded, "Very well, let us focus on healing first. Other matters can wait." At that moment, Lu Jiyue's phone rang. It was Zhou Yang calling. The youth expressed a slight apology before answering. Zhou Yang immediately stated, "Jiyue, are you busy? I have good news and bad news. What would you like to hear first?" Chapter 29. Have you released the pressure? Knowing Su Yi's temperament. The youth thoughtfully replied, "Let's hear the good news first." Zhou Yang's tone brightened. "The good news is that your fan count has surpassed 3 million and continues to rise. I can hardly believe it. Your Weibo is flooded with love letters, and many want to hear you play the flute. In just one night, he had gained 2 million followers, a remarkable achievement for his artist. Hearing this, the youth chuckled softly. His flute playing could only be described as pleasant to the ear. Certainly not exceptional. Indeed, everyone is quite lovely and very forgiving. With a casual tone, he inquired, "And what is the bad news?" "Yo yang es laugater tia said," and his expression contorted momentarily. The unfortunate news was that the production team of the variety show Big Hands Holding Small Hands had arranged for someone else to take over. The young man had initially intended to spend time at home with his mother, and naturally, he welcomed the prospect of not working. "Well, I actually wanted to tell Zhou Ge that I wish to take a break and stay with my mother," he added hastily. Moreover, he had just heard that Jian He had withdrawn from the recording of The Sound of Me due to personal reasons. The production team was keen on inviting him as a replacement, and the company had consented. What kind of ludicrous maneuver was this? It was as if they were recklessly inviting trouble for Lu Jiyu. He had never encountered such a thoughtless company. Although Lu Jiyu was not well-versed in the entertainment industry, he was far from naive. Setting aside his musical abilities, it was simply inappropriate for him to step in for Jian He, both for the audience, the fans, and the other contestants. Yet, lacking expertise in music composition, he could only decline decisively. Zhou Yang was furious, feeling as though they were turning their artist into a target. After driving for several hours to bring Jiyu to Huacheng, he had finally found a hotel at the foot of the mountain to catch up on sleep, only to be awakened by a call from the company. Upon learning the reason for the call, he immediately refused. However, the company insisted that if they did not comply with the arrangements, they could forget about receiving any resources from the company in the future, essentially meaning he would be shelved. Zhou Yang, infuriated, had forgotten his earlier imaginings of a grand drama and called back. "I have declined, but the company said that if we do not follow their arrangements, you might be shelved." "Shelved?" Lu Jiyu's cool voice came through. "Su Ye, if future arrangements are to be like this, I would prefer no arrangements at all. Continuous concessions and compromises will only encourage them to take further advantage." Zhou Yang was taken aback. Upon reflection, hadn't the company already abandoned Jiyu? The 2 resources he had received were merely forced upon him, and he was still recuperating. "All right, I will help you decline. It's a pity to have gained so many fans. Thank you for your concern, Zhou Ge. By the way, how is everything on your end? Is there anything wrong at home?" Zhou Yang suddenly recalled that his artist was a neglected young master from a prominent family. "No, nothing's wrong. My mother is currently recuperating, and I wish to stay and accompany her." "Oh, of course. Lu Yunxiao, upon seeing his brother hang up, immediately inquired, "Is there anything you need help with?" The young man tucked his phone away and blinked innocently with his almond-shaped eyes. "It's nothing. It has been resolved. The company has granted me a break, which is perfect as I can accompany my mother." "Good. You can recuperate at home with Mom." Lu Yunxiao recalled their parents' admonitions not to interfere or pry into his brother's matters, and thus refrained from asking further. Meanwhile, online, the collaboration pieced on between Jian He and Lu Jiyu was being shared widely, garnering immense popularity and being hailed as one of the best songs of 2025. Lu Jiyu was even dubbed the assisting deity. Just as Jian He's acclaim was soaring, the studio announced that he had withdrawn from the competition for personal reasons. It is evident that a massive wave of discussion has erupted online, accompanied by various conspiracy theories. Fans of Jian He and the show where'er flocked to the official blog to voice their demands for clarification. Ting Sun remarked, "I had long suspected the show had a script. I never imagined Jian He would be sacrificed." Lu Yunshan's Hualu Cherry commented, "Is it just me? Or do I sense a whiff of conspiracy? Had it not been for Lu Jiyu in the last competition, Jian He might not have had a complete performance at all." Feng Xiao lamented, "Oh no, I just became a fan of Lu Jiyu and was planning to vote for Jian He. How could he withdraw?" Chi Chi says zombie fan et be fu station. Our Jian Chi, a mature music creator, is being targeted in this competition and is now forced to withdraw? This is absurd. I will definitely blacklist Xianghua TV from now on. Chuan Bei questioned, wasn't it said to be due to personal reasons? Perhaps Jian He, fearing embarrassment, chose to forfeit the competition due to a lack of inspiration. Chi Chi's love retorted, "Those Yuchuan fans above are nauseating. Does your artist even understand what a creator is? How dare they criticize Jian He for lacking inspiration when their artist sings trivial songs with lyrics that are mere ramblings? What a farce! Ching Chun Chuan added, Isn't your artist the one who lacks inspiration, trying to usurp debut positions for newcomers? He has debuted for several years, yet still competes with newcomers. Isn't that a form of bullying? Soon, fans of Yu Chuan and Jian He erupted into a heated argument, escalating from the official blog to the Weibo accounts of both artists. Na Jie observed the young man in the hospital room and sighed. The internet is in an uproar, yet you seem utterly unconcerned. Jian He reclined on the hospital bed, savoring a piece he had collaborated on with Lu Jiyu. Lu Jiyu's musical expression is truly remarkable. I wish to learn the three-character classic from him, he mused. Na Jie quipped. It seems her artist has cast a spell called Lu Jiyu. Ever since returning from the show, his name has been perpetually on your lips. You should at least check the trending topics online. Only then did Jian He divert his attention to Na Jie's phone. Upon witnessing the online squabble, he sighed. I'll host a live stream shortly to clarify things and alleviate my fans' concerns. He had ample justification for withdrawing from the competition, and he could hardly bear to witness Min Zhu Tu's grotesque demeanor. It would be better to leave on his own terms. Yes, Sighed Eilig. I will announce it on Weibo shortly. At St. Ye Private Hospital, the head of surgery, Huang Wei, was frantically searching for someone to take over his shift. His child had gotten into a fight at school, prompting the teacher to call the parents, and his wife just happened to be out of town on business. Fortunately, he had not scheduled any surgeries that day, but one staff member had taken leave and another was attending a training session, leaving him without anyone to take over his rounds. Hello, everyone. I am Jian He. I sincerely apologize for causing you all concern. The young man languidly reclined on the hospital bed. Noticing the barrage of comments inquiring about his presence in the hospital and his illness, he quickly reassured them. It's nothing serious. I've just been a bit overwhelmed lately. The autumn season tends to aggravate ailments, and I developed acute appendicitis. But I just underwent a minor surgery. As he read the heartfelt messages of concern flooding the screen, he felt a warmth in his heart. A light chuckle reached his ears, followed by the words, appendicitis is an inflammation caused by bacterial infection or obstruction of the appendiceal lumen, and it bears no direct relation to the concept of internal heat in traditional Chinese medicine. Jian He furrowed his brow and glanced towards the doorway. Who could be so inconsiderate as to interrupt his live broadcast? As he discerned the figure standing in the doorway against the light, his pupils dilated in surprise. The bespectacled gentleman with an air of cultured debauchery? Why was he wearing a white coat? Before he could utter a word, the man approached a couple of steps and, regarding the medical record, inquired with a professional tone. You seem to be in good spirits. Have you expelled gas recently? Jian He, hearing the question, widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 30. Facing the consequences, the man stepped closer, observing the medical record with an official demeanor, and asked, You appear to be in good spirits. Have you released gas? Jian He's eyes grew wide in incredulity. What did you say? His voice nearly faltered. Fu Yangue slowly lifted his eyelids and finally noticed the mobile phone streaming live on the nightstand. Through his glasses, he caught a glimpse of Jian He's astonished eyes. And in a good-natured manner, he added, Are you sure you want me to repeat that? Jian He felt his face flush with indignation, glaring furiously at the man before him. The audacity of this individual was infuriating. He was in the midst of a live broadcast. How could he inquire about such a matter? But wait, who was this person? He was certainly not Jian He's attending physician. Then, please answer my question, the man insisted, his gaze fixed intently on the young man. No. Jian He gritted his teeth in response. Fu Yangue raised an eyebrow, his long, clean fingers gripping a pen as he began to jot down notes in the medical record. Upon finishing, he remarked, You might consider turning off the live stream. I have medical advice to impart. The camera could not capture the doctor, yet his voice was crystal clear. Meanwhile, Jian He, resembling an irate pufferfish, stirred a lively discussion in the comments section. Chi-Chi's love. Haha, forgive me for finding this hilarious. Jian Chi-Chi zombie fan. It's my first time seeing Jian Chi-Chi rendered speechless in anger. How adorable. What should I do? I want to see him get even more frustrated. Does that make me a fake fan? Jian Chi-Chi's wifey. Haha, stop laughing. Does my husband not care about his image? Husband hugs. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Speaking of which, this doctor's voice is quite pleasant. He seems like a handsome man, starry-eyed. Jian He glanced at the barrage of comments, witnessing a wave of merciless laughter, causing him to shut his eyes in frustration. He ground his teeth and said, "First, who are you? My attending physician is clearly not you. Second, I am working. Please do not disturb me. Dr. Huang's patients are under my care today." "Working? I'm also at work. Please cooperate, patient," the man retorted, stepping closer, a corner of his garment and part of his hand visible in the frame. The comments erupted anew. Chi-Chi's love? What is uniform temptation? Oh my, this is it. And the doctor's hands are so charming. I ship this CPR. Why do I suddenly feel like shipping this? The cultured rogue doctor and the stubborn yet soft-hearted singer? Jian Chi-Chi is my mouthpiece. Please refrain from shipping randomly. Not every two men should be paired together. As the man drew near, Jian He tensed up completely, but fortunately, Sister Na arrived. She had just stepped outside to answer a phone call when she unexpectedly encountered a refined and handsome doctor upon her return. With a bright smile, she greeted, "Hello. Are you here for the rounds? I apologize, but our artist has a live broadcast. Could we possibly postpone the rounds?" Fu Yingwa cast a glance at the young man's slightly flushed ears and his puffy cheeks. Striding out with long legs, he appeared rather busy, replying, "No worries. Please have the patient come to my office later. I have yet to finish conveying the medical advice." "Oh, certainly," she responded, turning to her artist with a questioning look, inquiring if everything was all right. Jian He, feeling exhausted, covered his face and declared, "In any case, I need to focus on my health, so I am canceling the performance. This will be the end of today's live broadcast. Goodbye, everyone." Ignoring the pleas and lamentations from his fans, Jian He ended the broadcast and lay back, muttering, "Why should I seek him out when we clash? I simply want to go." As he exited the patient room, Fu Ying will pause for a moment, a subtle curve gracing his thin lips. A passing nurse caught sight of this, her eyes widening as she blushed and hurried away, her mind racing with excitement. "Goodness, doctor." Fu actually smiled so tenderly. "He must be in love. I must tell the other girls." Dr. Fu was considered the unattainable flower of their hospital, appearing gentle and refined, yet quite difficult to approach. Rumor had it that his family was exceptionally wealthy, with a Bentley as his commuting vehicle. They had long ceased to indulge in fantasies and were merely curious about who had managed to pluck this exquisite flower. In the office, Fu Ying's phone chimed. It was a message from Director Huang. "Thank you so much, Dr. Fu, for today. I will strive to return as soon as possible. You should rest a bit after last night's night shift." Fu Yingwa replied, "No problem. I'm doing fine. The children's matters are what truly matter. You young people have robust health. By the way, I have a cousin who just returned to the country and is also single. Thank you for your kindness. But I do not intend to seek a girlfriend," he added, setting his phone down and leaning back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose. After an entire night on duty, he felt somewhat fatigued. A series of notifications pinged on his phone, and it was obvious they were not from Dr. Huang. After several alerts, Fu Yingwa finally picked it up to check. As expected, it was a flurry of messages from a small group chat. "Your wild brother. Is old Fu working? Why has he disappeared again? Your wild brother. I called him, and his assistant answered. It's been several days since I messaged him, and he hasn't." T replied. "Your wild brother. He has gone to M country again, has he? I'm done. Your wild brother. Old Fu, you've gone missing too? Great. It seems I owe you both for being childhood friends in a past life." Accompanying these messages were a series of emojis, a picture of a dog-eared bun, and a crying little rabbit. Fu Yingwa stared at the messages and emojis in silence. Typing a response. "Fu Yingwa, I was on night duty last night and am quite tired." The reply came swiftly. "Your wild brother." "Oh, so you were on night duty? You say you're fine, yet you have to face patients daily and you're always busy, sacrificing your nightlife. If I were your girlfriend, I would break up with you." Fu Yingwa, if you don't want to be kicked out, then silence yourself. In a secluded forest along the border between Country M and Country D, the Chijia army executed a swift and discreet withdrawal. The leader, a robust man possessing remarkable agility, signaled to his comrades, and soon they boarded a helicopter bound for the base in Country M. They had successfully completed their transaction. The notorious Mafia Don and the foremost drug lord, Alpha, had been apprehended and handed over to the local government forces. Upon entering the airspace of Country M, the poison leopard expressed regret, saying, "Boss, I apologize. This was my oversight. Had you not arrived in time, the situation could have been dire." Feng, clad in tactical attire that exuded an air of grim determination, appeared as sharp as a bloodthirsty blade. His eyes, keen and piercing like those of a hawk, scanned the surroundings as he admonished, "What I seek is not an apology. Remember, underestimating the enemy and arrogance are your greatest adversaries. Return and accept your punishment." Once back in Huagua, Feng opened his personal phone, where he found an inundation of messages, primarily from his grandfather and assistant, with an overwhelming barrage from Guyi. "Guyi, my goodness, Chinian, you must listen. I never expected that little moon not only looks stunning, but also plays the flute magnificently. It feels as if an army is thundering beside me. Link. Guyi, little moon is incredible. There's a palpable sense of menace in that flute melody. I have goosebumps all over. Guyi, Chinian, where did you go? Guyi, never mind. It seems you have no appreciation for beauty and talent." Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of messages, he opted to directly open the video link. Chapter 31. The youth as the most captivating sight. As the video began, he was greeted by the sight of a youth with a strikingly exquisite visage and exceptional grace. Seated gracefully, holding a bamboo flute, the boy radiated an ethereal charm akin to a moonlit figure in the sky, his aura captivatingly brilliant, reminiscent of a refined gentleman. In the next moment, a melodious and flowing tune cascaded from his fingertips. The sensation evoked memories of a poem Feng had read in his youth. "In spirited meetings, we drink for you," tethering horses by the tall building's willows. The elegance and vigor conveyed within the music proved to be profoundly infectious, causing Feng to unconsciously smile. Youth possesses such enchanting power, effortlessly tugging at the strings of his heart. From the rearview mirror, the poison wolf observed the leader smile and breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to the angelic figure in the video for lifting the boss's spirits. This mission had been a last-minute rescue operation, due to the poison leopard's underestimation of the situation. The entire operation team and the personnel from Country D nearly faced annihilation. Several armed helicopters have been lost, and numerous heavy weapons and armored vehicles have been damaged. The drug lords not only wielded advanced heavy weaponry, but also had several strongholds, making them formidable adversaries. Fortunately, the boss had arrived just in time to sever their escape route, ensuring the successful completion of the mission. Consequently, the boss had gone days without rest, his mind in a state of high tension, while he and the eagle prepared to take turns as sparring partners for him. Upon witnessing the gentle smile of his superior, a wave of gratitude surged within him, as if he were offering thanks to the heavens themselves. With a boldness that bordered on audacity, the man known as Poison Wolf inquired, "Boss, what is this enchanting melody?" The man's voice, deep and slightly hoarse, replied, "Indeed, it is quite beautiful." Poison Wolf, bewildered, pressed further, "Is that all? What is this piece? Do enlighten us, boss." As the video played on, the melody shifted dramatically, the rhythm intensifying with fervor, accompanied by a haunting flute that evoked a sense of vastness and desolation. The sound of the flute was akin to a sword forged in the icy depths of winter, imbued with a chilling aura of impending doom. Yet it also carried a poignant sense of heroism in the face of death. A sudden tightness gripped Feng heart as he thought of the sanatorium. With a decisive turn, the man altered his course, and the sleek black Cullinan swiftly navigated towards the elevated expressway leading to the outskirts of Beijing. At the sanatorium, the small garden had recently been enhanced, bursting forth with a riot of colors as flowers vied for attention, and the stone path was impeccably flat. In one corner, a cascade of pink bougainvillea bloomed like a dream. Beneath the bougainvillea lay a cozy nook where a small ginger cat languidly dozed. The man's keen eyes swept over the scene before hastily diverting his gaze, his long strides carrying him swiftly through this picturesque garden. For him, The sight of the youth was the most cherished view. Regrettably, room 305 was unoccupied. Upon knocking, the door swung open automatically, as Feng stood in a daze. A cleaning lady pushing a cart approached. She quietly inquired, "Sir, are you looking for someone? What of Mr. Lu, who resides here? Where has he gone?" The man's commanding presence startled her, causing her to stammer, "I'm not quite sure. It's my first day cleaning the third floor. The guests here have checked out, and I was sent to tidy up." "Excuse me, are you Mr. Feng?" A woman resembling a caregiver hurried down the corridor. As she drew nearer and recognized Feng Qinyan's face, her excitement bubbled over. "Feng Qi, you are Feng Qi, aren't you? Mr. Lu was looking for you. Unfortunately, I've searched the entire sanatorium and couldn't find you. Where do you work?" Recognizing her as the caregiver for the youth, whose surname seemed to be Meng, Feng Qinyan responded coldly, "That's me. When did Mr. Lu check out?" The caregiver felt an instinctual unease about this man, sensing a formidable presence that suggested a connection to the underworld. Yet, she recalled that Mr. Lu had appeared to get along well with him. "Mr. Lu hasn't returned for several days. His agent came yesterday to arrange his discharge. By the way, Mr. Lu left something for you and asked me to pass it along. Please wait a moment. I will fetch it." With that, the caregiver rushed to her break room. The man turned his gaze towards the open door of the cleaning lady's room. Hasn't he been back for several days? Inside, the room was immaculate, with a vase of white roses perfectly complemented by green lisianthus gracing the bar counter. Feng Qinyan stepped into the room, noting that everything remained in its previous arrangement. The glass door to the balcony was ajar, and the sheer curtains billowed gently in the breeze. As the corner of the gauze curtain was lifted, it revealed a small table on the balcony, upon which lay a book. The man approached and picked up the tome, which was inscribed with the title The Ancient History of Huagua. It seemed the young lad had a particular fondness for historical texts. During their last encounter, he had been engrossed in modern history. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. It was Meng, the caregiver, returning. In her hands was a gift box, which Mr. Lu had asked her to deliver on his behalf. Feng Qinyan took the gift box and stared at it for a while before inquiring, "Did he say anything?" Meng shook her head, explaining that Mr. Lu merely mentioned it was an apology gift for Feng, as he sometimes had to attend to work, and left it with her to pass on when she saw him. Little did they know that Mr. Lu had arranged for his discharge shortly thereafter. An apology gift? Feng Qinyan found himself puzzled. What could the young man possibly need to apologize for? "Well, that's what Mr. Lu said," Meng admitted, equally bewildered. As Feng Qinyan was departing, he suddenly asked, "Who chose the flowers in the room?" Meng replied, "It was Mr. Lu himself. He mentioned he didn't like anything too fragrant or gaudy. I recommended a few options, and he ultimately selected white roses and green bellflowers. Ah, splendid. They suit him well. Noble yet elegant," the man remarked before striding away, now with an additional gift box and a history book in hand. In the villa district of the convalescent home, old Master Feng had been devoid of appetite and thought for several days. Only upon seeing Feng Qinyan arrive did he exclaim in irritation, "You still remember how to come back? Grandfather, this time it was unexpected. I promise to inform you before I go out next time." "Next time?" The old man glared in frustration. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something delightful. "What is that aroma? So fragrant. At least you have some conscience, knowing to buy gifts for this old man. This tea is quite good." As he reached for the gift box, Feng Qinyan deftly evaded him with a raised hand. "I'm sorry, grandfather, but this is a gift from someone else. You don't even enjoy tea. You might as well give it to me." "I'm sorry, grandfather, but I was just planning to learn how to drink tea." Old Master Feng muttered, "Can this grandson be any more unreasonable?" Feng Qinyan made his refusal crystal clear. "Should you wish to enjoy tea, I will purchase more for you, but this one is off limits." Ultimately, Feng Qinyan was unceremoniously expelled by the old man, without so much as a meal left for him. As he passed the small garden once more, he dialed the director's number, for he intended to adopt the little orange cat from the convalescent home. Chapter 32. Doesn't he like you? Why didn't he take you with him? When the fierce wolf saw their tall, stoic leader, as unyielding as a towering fortress, emerge from the convalescent home with a charming cat carrier, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "A kitten? How could such a delicate and soft creature possibly accompany their fierce, ruthless leader? Could it be that the kitten was a high-tech creation, akin to a spy robot dog? Yet that made little sense. There was nothing to surveil within the convalescent home, and besides, the security system on the old man's side was already impenetrable. What are you dawdling for? Let's go. Feng urged, shoving the cat carrier into the wolf's arms as he opened the car door for himself. The wolf hurriedly placed the cat carrier into the trunk. Hearing the kitten mew incessantly, he gestured to the little feline with a finger across his throat, signaling for it to be quiet. As he discerned the irritable mood of their leader, who seemed on the verge of violence, the man, known as Poison Wolf, returned to the driver's seat, daring not to utter a single word, and drove away. With the intention of adopting a cat, the man, who typically relished solitude in the Songyun mansion, opted to return to his villa, where a butler and servants were at his disposal. A man who cherished his privacy and despised any intrusion into his sanctum suddenly decided to bring home a cat. One can only imagine the expression on the butler's face upon receiving the feline package. Naturally, Feng felt no inclination to provide any explanation. Old Jean, take care of it. Just ensure it doesn't venture to the third floor. The rest is up to you. Old Jean, an elder who had traversed the world with Feng uncle years ago, had retired to a supportive role after sustaining severe injuries that rendered him unable to return to the battlefield. He had been the one to watch over Feng during his childhood in the United States, and thus, when Feng returned to his homeland to pursue his career, Old Jean accompanied him. Very well, leave it to me, Old Jean replied, a glimmer of delight evident in his eyes. Having served Mr. Feng for over a decade, this was the first time he had witnessed his employer's affection for a small creature. Previously, Feng had shown no interest in anything beyond firearms, training, missions, and bloodshed. Later that evening, after completing his workout in the fitness room, the man, fresh from a shower, casually styled his short hair atop his head, exuding an aura of languid wildness and defiance. He strode toward his study, sitting upright before the phone resting on the desk. After a prolonged moment, his long, knuckled fingers unlocked the device, perusing the information and contacts within. He stared intently before eventually locking the screen again. This information pertained to a young boy, which he had obtained from Dean Lee. Yet now, he had changed his mind, certain that they would meet again. That night, just before sleep, Feng watched the video of the boy playing the flute countless times. Each time he saw the flamboyantly dressed singer embrace the boy, his lips pressed tightly together, and a flicker of grievance seemed to flash in his dark eyes. On this night, Feng dreamt a vivid dream. In it, someone was playing the guqin, the sound flowing like a gentle spring trickling through the mountains, softly caressing his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a delicately adorned pavilion amidst fluttering cherry blossoms, where a refined and exquisite young gentleman was playing the instrument. Surrounding him was a veil of light silk, with the warmth of a stove wafting in the air. The young gentleman wore a moon-white brocade cloak adorned with a collar of fox fur, enhancing his noble and graceful demeanor. Leaning beside him was a round-faced scion from a prestigious family, who seemed to have said something amusing, causing the young gentleman to smile helplessly. His slender, delicate fingers danced over the strings, and the music flowed gently from his fingertips. Feng felt an inexplicable familiarity with this scene. In the next instant, the young gentleman suddenly lifted his gaze, their eyes locking at that very moment. The warmth of his smile, still unrestrained, collided with the man's gaze, soft and gentle, enveloping him in an intangible warmth that melted away his rigid demeanor. Feng felt his heart race, his gaze fixated on the young gentleman's visage, inhaling the faint scent of medicine that lingered in the air. "Who is that fool standing over there?" the round-faced gentleman remarked, displeased. "Ah, Jean, do not frighten him." The young master's gaze briefly passed over the tall, somewhat stiff man standing in the corridor, and he commanded, "You may attend to your duties." Jean. Feng suddenly awoke from his slumber, an inexplicable sense of palpitations overtaking him. He was certain that the young master in his dream bore an identical visage to that of the youth. And who was Jean? Not only was there that singer beside the youth, but also a figure named Jean. The man, feeling a surge of agitation, pinched the bridge of his nose, and rose to descend the stairs for a glass of water. Next to the staircase, a small orange ball of fur lay, sprawled across the steps, acting as a blockade. Upon noticing the man's descent, the little orange cat immediately sprang to its feet, mewing incessantly. The man bent down and grasped the kitten by the scruff of its neck, meeting its gaze at eye level. "Doesn't he like you? Why didn't he take you with him?" The little orange cat replied, "Meow, meow. Oh, mighty two-legged beast, I long to meet the beautiful two-legged creature." Its tiny paws flailed in the air, attempting to extricate itself from the man's grasp. The man's eyes were deep and inscrutable, resembling an unfathomable vortex within. "You wish to see him? Then, at your next encounter, you must comport yourself well to win his favor. For only then will you be able to see him daily. Do you understand?" The little orange cat responded, "Meow, meow." Recently, Lu Jiue had remained in Huaqing, quietly at home accompanying his mother, indulging in various nourishing soups for her health. Zhou Yang had already returned to the capital, attending to another artist. Lu Jiue had not paid attention to any trending topics or fan counts online, as he had been exceedingly busy. Apart from the daily morning and evening conversations with his mother, he was also occupied with playing chess with his father in the evenings and reviewing the news with his elder brother after dinner. For a time, he had become the busiest person in the household. Even Butler Lee frequently sought him out to discuss plans for the garden and greenhouse renovations. The father and son of the Liu family maintained their regular work hours without fail. That evening, after dinner, Liu Yanxiao once again urged Lu Jiue to watch the news. Now we turn to international news. According to the latest reports from a certain agency, the D-country officials announced the dismantling of a drug manufacturing syndicate, seizing 14 tons of cocaine. The only daughter of D-country's highest administrative leader was married yesterday, and the wedding venue was suddenly attacked by terrorists. Fortunately, the security at the venue was tight, preventing any casualties. As the news footage flashed by, Lu Jiue keenly spotted a familiar figure. The man, clad in black, appeared to be assisting in the evacuation, and despite wearing glasses and much of his face being obscured by shadows, Lu Jiue recognized him at once as Mr. Feng. A realization struck him. No wonder he had been unable to find him before. He had been abroad for work. Moreover, it seemed that this job was rather perilous, and he wondered when he would return, as well as whether he had received the gift he left behind. It was truly regrettable that his own presence had subjected Mr. Feng to the scrutiny of so many online, and he hoped he would not take offense. In the Feng Corporation building, on the 33rd floor in the president's office, Qin Li found himself somewhat perplexed by their boss. Hadn't President Feng previously expressed disdain for tea, claiming it wasted time? What had prompted this change in demeanor? Not only was he drinking tea, but he also instructed his secretary several times to use less tea leaves. Was this tea somehow made of gold? And as if that were not perplexing enough, President Feng had surprisingly requested fresh-cut flowers to be placed in the office. It was specified that the finest white roses and green eustomas were required. Chapter 33, A Level Playing Field. Inside Guye's private club, Feng Qinian was respectfully ushered by the manager to the exclusive suite on the 3rd floor. Guye and Fu Yanguo were already present in the room. Upon seeing Feng Qinian enter, Guye immediately exclaimed with excitement, "I never imagined you would invite me and old Fu for drinks. This is truly a moment to remember. I must commemorate this day with a post on social media." The man casually took a seat in the main position of the sofa, his meticulously tailored suit, a symbol of civility, contrasting sharply with his robust and imposing posture, reminiscent of a soldier or a rogue. His elongated, phoenix-like eyes swept over the room, revealing his current impatience. Guyi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly composed himself, saying, all right, no post. You must have a reason for summoning us. So please share." He wore a curious expression, akin to a child eagerly awaiting a ripe fruit in the field. Fu Yanghua, however, appeared utterly uninterested, absorbed in his phone as he occasionally indulged in live streams. Without a hint of emotion, Feng Qinian replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious. My father asked me to arrange this meeting." Guyi instantly understood. "Ah, I see." After a brief pause, he continued, "But I must confess, I find it perplexing. Brother Nian, with your exceptional prowess in both software and hardware, How is it that you remain single? Fu Yang chuckled lightly. Are you implying there is something amiss with Qinian? Gu Yi, sensing the precariousness of the conversation, quickly defended himself. No, I didn't mean that. Old Fu, don't put me in a tight spot. Feng Qinian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you pursuing someone? How is that going? At the mention of this, Gu Yi felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Don't even get me started. Things have been quite unfortunate lately. My goddess seems to be growing distant. And just when I thought I could strengthen our connection by attending a program together, I learned that her brother, Zue, won't be going either, which complicates my efforts. Why won't he attend? Feng Qinian asked, feigning indifference. Who? Are you referring to that handsome young man? Gu Yi, without a second thought, replied. I heard it was his agency that claimed he had no availability, and he was originally just filling in at the last minute. At that moment, Fu Yingguo inquired, did you not think to ask someone why? I indeed made inquiries, and guess what? My goddess responded that she only wishes to focus on her work and has no desire to associate with a playboy like me. She even accused me of courting others to insult her. By heaven, I have remained single for 2 months. Where'd I find someone else? If only I knew who was scheming against me, I would surely seek revenge. For some reason, Fu Yingguo suddenly recalled the incident in the club's corridor when he encountered Jianhe. The look in Jianhe's eyes had been anything but friendly and was further marked by disdain. Moreover, there had been several young stars summoned by the manager lingering in the corridor at that time. It suddenly dawned on him why the young man had consistently regarded him with such a judgmental gaze, as if perceiving him as a frivolous dandy. Even in the hospital, Jianhe had never looked at him with the eyes of a savior. How infuriating! Feng Qinian took a sip of his tea and patiently inquired, So, are you still pursuing her? Of course. Gu Yi replied confidently. Once I set my sights on someone, I never fail to win her over. Oh, the man responded dismissively. Feeling challenged, Gu Yi immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, TSK, you don't believe me? I'm gonna share my insights with you. Pursuing women requires patience. One must be willing to invest both time and money. Generally, one should be a gentleman, yet assertiveness is occasionally necessary, like embracing or kissing. Women tend to respond well to that. After he spoke, he noticed that his 2 childhood friends were engrossed in their phones, ignoring him, which ignited his irritation. These 2, with their impeccable romantic histories, doubted him. Glancing at the time, Feng Qinian rose without hesitation, declaring, I'm leaving. Why depart so early? No one is waiting at home. Guiyati said. Feng Qinian, unusually amenable, replied, I have a cat waiting at home. Eventually, there will be someone. What? You have a cat now? Gu Yi and Fu Yin returned were both astonished. They recalled how Feng Qinian once despised such trivial creatures. Not only cats, but he also loathed puppies and rabbits. They had teased him in their youth for lacking compassion. Yes, a new one. I hope it was worth the effort, he said as his words faded at the door, leaving the 2 of them exchanging bewildered glances. Has Onion changed in some way? In the Liu household, Liu Ji reluctantly observed the esteemed, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Mr. Mo, whom her father had specially invited. She protested. The doctor previously said my health was recovering well, so we needn't trouble Mr. Mo. Dear, you are too thin. You should take good care of yourself. Besides, your mother needs herbal treatment as well, so why not accompany her? Wen Lan Gen Li Po Suda. The young master of the Liu family, who had grown up surrounded by herbal remedies, lamented, I've only been free from bitter medicine for a month. Yet, upon meeting his mother's hopeful gaze, he relented. Very well. After all, I have grown accustomed to it. One more time, one tea matter. The obedient youth extended his wrist for Dr. Mo to feel his pulse. Wen Lan's heart softened at the sight. Thank you, you bow. When your elder brother returns, we shall have Dr. Mo examine him as well. We can all recuperate together. A responsible parent must treat their children with fairness. Liu Yunxiao interjected. If he were here, he would surely say, Our family doesn't require such equality. It suffices to dote on the younger brother, hearing that his elder brother also needed to recuperate. The youth nodded eagerly. Yes, elder brother works hard and needs proper care. Upon hearing this, their father quickly found an excuse to retreat to his study upstairs. Observing his father's somewhat hasty departure, the boy blinked and smiled faintly. The The Liu family truly is quite endearing. A week later, in the car, Zhou Yang once again encountered Liu Jiyu and couldn't help but feel contemplative, especially upon seeing the butler, Chun, who escorted the young master out, alongside the luxurious estate behind him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "Jiyu, are you a member of the Liu family?" The youth pondered for a moment before honestly responding, "I'm a child adopted by the Liu family. Later, I wish to explore the world on my own. So I went to the capital." Zhou learned about it afterward. Oh, Zhou Yang quickly comprehended, so that is how it is. Zhou Yang envisioned a grand play of genuine and counterfeit young masters, and thereafter, his gaze towards Liu Jiyu grew increasingly intricate. He consoled, "Fear not. Though we may not be valued by the company, fortune may still favor us." Indeed, fortune smiled upon them. For not only had they received an invitation from Jian He to record a single, but also from Professor Chun, who invited their artist to join a film crew for several days as a music director for Ancient Melodies. Professor Chun is a national treasure in the realm of artistry, and any production under his guidance is bound to be remarkable. Collaborating with such an esteemed artist would undoubtedly benefit their talent. Chapter 34. What bewitches me? The vehicle journeyed northward, eventually reaching the outskirts of the capital's film city. Upon their arrival at the designated location, they were greeted by staff awaiting their presence. Awakening from the sanatorium, it was Liu Jiyu's first encounter with such an array of ancient architecture, leaving him in a state of reverie. Everything around him seemed reminiscent of the ancient life he once led, yet distinct in its own right, as all here was merely imitation. The young master discerned this at a glance, yet still felt a pang of wistfulness. The staff member welcoming them was a young lady, approximately 20 years of age, whose eyes sparkled upon seeing Liu Jiyu. "Is it really you, Yiyu? Wasn't the director supposed to send for the music director invited by Professor Chun from the Ancient Melody Research Institute? So, you are here to be the director? He truly is an authentic flower vase." After concluding discussions with Zhou Yang, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she ushered Liu Jiyu and Zhou Yang to the set. It was Liu Jiyu's first experience of a filming location, and he found everything fascinating, though he refrained from displaying his curiosity, opting instead to quietly await in his wheelchair. Alas, the youth was too radiant, drawing the attention of passing crew members. Just as the director approached, he witnessed a crew member collide with a tree, distracted by gazing at Liu Jiyu. "Mr. Liu, long time no see." The youth turned toward the voice. Recognizing a familiar face, Chun Xian, accompanied by a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and beard, somewhat disheveled in appearance. "Hello, Mr. Chun." Liu Jiyu greeted with a gentle smile, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. As they drew near, Director Zhang, upon seeing Liu Jiyu's visage, understood why a crew member had been so entranced as to collide with a tree. Such features and demeanor seemed to have emerged directly from an ancient painting, embodying the essence of a noble scion. Even his two-dimensional platinum short hair could not conceal the innate elegance and poise that radiated from his very being. Director Zhang's Jr. recently sought an actor for a similar young master role, but had been dissatisfied despite an extensive search, even contemplating casting a trending young star merely to fill the role. However, if the young man before him were to portray the young master, Director Zhang mused, there would be no need for acting. He was the very embodiment of the character. Nevertheless, unfamiliar with Liu Jiyu's acting prowess and given the less than stellar reputation of his management agency, Director Zhang kept his thoughts to himself. Back at the stage of Inwa Eru, Chun Xian had held high hopes for Liu Jiyu, particularly noting his exceptional flute playing. An expert could discern the nuances, and with his skills, Liu Jiyu would be more than capable as the music director for this production. Director Zhang's film narrates the grand historical tale of King Wu's campaign against the tyrant Zhou. The sweeping grandeur of the narrative is further accentuated by a ceremonial dance dedicated to heaven and earth following the triumph in battle. Among the 6 arts of a gentleman, music includes the sacrificial dance known as Da Wu, which is intrinsically linked to the exploits of King Wu in his conquest of Zhou, embodying the magnificence of warfare and victory. To exquisitely capture this cinematic endeavor, Director Zhang enlisted the expertise of numerous specialists in ancient music and dance, including Professor Chun, who was pivotal in this collaboration. This context elucidates the reason behind his inquiry directed at Lu Jiyue during the program. After a succinct exchange with Chun Qian regarding the specifics of their cooperation, Lu Jiyue calmly nodded in agreement. He then elaborated on the sacrificial dance, explaining its essence as a martial dance, its various components, the sentiments it conveys, and the type of performers required. Throughout the discussion, Chun Qian occasionally engaged in dialogue with the youth, while Director Zhang interjected with questions for both. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang found himself lost in thought, pondering the multitude of skills his peers seemed to possess. After all, having spent 18 years as the scion of the affluent Liu family, it seemed rather customary for someone of his status to be cultivated in various arts and refined skills. After 2 hours, an assistant approached, prompting Director Zhang to rise with a cheerful demeanor, praising Professor Chun for his discerning eye. He even mentioned the possibility of recommending Lu Jiyue for a role in a film, to which Zhou Yang eagerly expressed his gratitude. How could he not be excited? This was Director Zhang, whose films often garnered awards, a figure who had previously seemed unattainable. Lu Jiyue, however, remained composed, perceiving the compliment as mere politeness, and felt uncertain about his own acting abilities. Following their meeting, Lu Jiyue and Chun Qian exited the filming crew, exchanged pleasantries, added each other on WeChat, and bid farewell. Ultimately, Lu Jiyue's eagerness to engage in work stemmed from a desire to escape his home life, where his parents incessantly inquired about any remarkable individuals or events he might have encountered in the capital. Having spent just over a month in this new environment, he was at a loss to identify what constituted a remarkable experience, responding with naivety that there was nothing of note. His parents would then display a range of emotions: confusion, disappointment, and concern. Coupled with his mother's recent improvement from her herbal treatments, Lu Jiyue promptly accepted Zhou Yang's call to work. On social media, a user known as Close Rank Gossip shared an enthusiastic post. "Oh, what a wonderful day. I met Ye, and he is truly handsome, strikingly attractive with an unparalleled aura." Someone almost collided with a tree while watching him. Although her post lacked any specific hashtags, she boasted a following of over 100,000, including many fans of Lu Jiyue. It wasn't long before comments began to flood in. "Xiao Mozhang, is that true? Do you have photos? I miss my husband. I haven't heard from him in 2 weeks. Sob, sob, sob. Lin Yan, miss, aren't you on set? Is Ye filming too? Oh, Langongzi, impossible." The poster is in Director Zhang's crew, and Lu Jiyue hasn't yet earned the privilege to star in one of his films. A casual observer implored others to refrain from provoking Director Zhang, noting that Lu Jiyue had only just enjoyed a brief respite from the limelight, and now appears to be courting attention once more, cautioning that they should be wary of potential backlash. Another user, Xingye Star, remarked on the baseless speculations circulating, pointing out that the blogger had never claimed to have encountered Lu Jiyue on set. This young lady typically shares glimpses of her professional life, including photographs with celebrities, and it is widely recognized that she is a member of the industry. Regrettably, despite the numerous inquiries in the comments, she chose not to respond, resulting in her post failing to gain traction. The following day, Zhou Yang chauffeured Lu Jiyue to Jianhe's studio. Jianhe was preparing to produce an original single titled Dawn, and he invited Lu Jiyue to contribute to the recording, particularly for the flute segment. The studio, though modest in size, was tastefully arranged. Upon their arrival, Jianhe enthusiastically leaped forward, prompting a swift retreat from his wheelchair, as Zhou Yang partially supported and shielded him. Sister Na covered her face and apologized, explaining Jianhe has been a bit overzealous lately. Lu Jiyue, perplexed, inquired, overzealous about what? Sister Na mused that Jianhe had developed a rather particular infatuation, considering Lu Jiyue nearly akin to a deity in his eyes. Were it not for Jianhe's occasional lack of discernment, she might have suspected he had developed genuine feelings for Lu Jiyue. Jiyue, I have recently been memorizing the 3-character classic. I have also learned the disciples' regulations, Jianhe declared with evident pride. Lu Jiyue responded, "Isn't that something every 3-year-old can recite? What is there to be proud of?" Chapter 35. Alas, Fate does not favor us. After Jian, he articulated his thoughts. Sister Na and Zhou Yang reached an agreement on the terms. With time still on their side, Jian he eagerly suggested a visit to the recording studio. Lu Jiyue had yet to see what a recording studio looked like, so she readily agreed. By the time they exited the studio, it was nearly dinner time. Jian he, with a cheerful demeanor, pulled out his phone to select a restaurant, exclaiming, "Yeah, I know a place that serves absolutely delectable hot pot. Let us go. It's on me." As a singer, Jian he needed to take care of his vocal cords, and he hadn't indulged in hot pot for several months. He reasoned that bringing Lu Jiyue along provided a valid excuse, even if Sister Na were to find out. Moreover, with his current lack of engagements, he saw no harm in treating himself to a fine meal. Hot pot. Lu Jiyue glanced at the images on Jian He's phone and nodded slightly. Sounds good. Since this visit was merely to observe the studio, Sister Na did not accompany them, and Zhou Yang did not dampen their spirits by forbidding them from dining out. It was the evening rush hour, and the restaurant was not overly crowded. Jian he, well acquainted with the establishment, confidently guided Lu Jiyue through the corridor to a semi-private booth at the back, shielded by an abundance of greenery, rendering it nearly invisible unless one approached directly. The owner of the hot pot restaurant, a friend of Jian He's, personally delivered their dishes and exchanged pleasantries before returning to his duties. As celebrities, they typically did not require waitstaff to assist with cooking. Each diner had their own pot, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Lu Jiyue gazed at the small hot pot before her, the rich broth bubbling and steaming, unsure of how to proceed with the unfamiliar ingredients. Meanwhile, Jian he was happily adding various items to his pot, including tripe, duck intestines, yellow throat, shrimp paste, and beef slices. The vegetables are cooked for a brief moment, just a few seconds, and he has been longing for this for quite some time. Although unfamiliar with the ingredients, the clever young master mimics Jian He's actions meticulously. He too adds tripe, duck intestines, yellow throat, shrimp paste, and kidney slices. Observing Jian He's enjoyment, the youth follows suit and places a slice of tripe into the dipping sauce. It is crisp. The texture is quite unique, a flavor he has never experienced before. Jian he, savoring his meal, cannot help but exclaim how delicious it is. A glance reveals that the few plates of ingredients on the youth's side mirror his own, prompting him to exclaim, It is no wonder we feel a sense of familiarity upon first meeting and become soulmates upon reunion. Our tastes are identical. Haha. Lu Jiyue does not interrupt Jian He's self-indulgent sentiment, quietly selecting ingredient from the pot for another tasting. As Jian he proceeds to cook the meat, he adds beef rolls, and Lu Jiyue follows suit. See, we share the same preferences. Our love for music is alike, and so too our passion for food. We are truly fated. Jian He's cheeks flush, though it is unclear whether from excitement or the heat of the hot pot. Lu Jiyue remarks, "As long as you are happy." Zhou Yang, after much effort in finding a parking space, finally joins them and inquires, "Is there some event at the New Century today?" The parking lot is overflowing with cars. I search for quite a while to find a spot, and there are throngs of people outside. Jian he dismisses this with a casual air, "I don't know. We'll finish our meal shortly and exit through the back door," which is quite swift. The hot pot restaurant they are in is adjacent to the large New Century shopping mall, with a passage leading directly into it. Owing to the exceptional flavor of the broth, the restaurant is typically bustling, with waiting lines stretching into the mall. Today, however, it is relatively less crowded. Yet still nearly full. A sleek, glossy black Cullinan halts at a red light, conveniently parked opposite the hot pot restaurant. Within the vehicle, a man is engrossed in his phone. With high cheekbones and sharp facial contours, he emanates a sense of danger and intensity. It appears he has encountered some issue, as his handsome brow furrows in concern. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Assistant Chin observes the boss's frown in the rearview mirror, pondering the contract negotiations went smoothly. Why does he seem discontent? The company's development is on track, and this quarter's reports are quite promising. What troubles him? Unable to discern the reason, he glances at the driver, the Poison Wolf, seeking answers through his gaze. Poison Wolf catches a glimpse of the rearview mirror, slightly raising an eyebrow and shaking his head, signaling his own ignorance. The boss has been in a foul mood lately. When did it begin? Perhaps after visiting the sanatorium? Could it be that the elder is pressuring him to marry again? Consequently, the boss, in a fit of frustration, declared that finding a partner is less appealing than adopting a cat. Hence, he brought a kitten along. Poison Wolf feels he has unearthed the truth and quietly steals another glance at his tall, robust, and undeniably masculine boss. Alas, it is entirely the fault of the boss's exceptional qualities. Ordinary individuals are simply unworthy of him. Their boss is handsome, comes from a distinguished lineage, possesses remarkable abilities, enjoys robust health, and has never indulged in casual affairs. Only a celestial beauty could possibly be his match. In contemplating the ethereal beauty, the image of the exquisite youth whom the leader had sent back to the rehabilitation center flickered through the mind of the cunning wolf. Regrettably, he was a male, and it seemed the leader held no affection for him, as he had maintained a stern demeanor throughout that day. Feng Qinian, gazing at his phone, casually lifted his eyes and caught sight of a glass window. Behind a lush green plant in a nearby establishment, the flawless profile of the youth was faintly visible. The very same youth, who had just moments ago occupied his phone's gallery, now appeared before him unexpectedly. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the expressions on the youth's face with clarity. It seemed he was dining with someone, as food was lifted to his mouth. His perfect profile swelled adorably. Upon recognizing the young man seated across from him, Feng Qinian noted the absence of warmth in the man's gaze. The once gentle eyes now narrowed slightly, revealing that it was, once again, the flamboyant peacock known for his touchy demeanor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Jiyue had just finished a delectable hot pot meal when she was suddenly recognized. The commotion began with a quarrel between the couple. The girl, in a fit of anger, turned to leave, while the boy attempted to restrain her, only to be brusquely rejected. In her fervor, she collided with a passing waiter, causing the sour plum drink and watermelon juice to splatter everywhere, with a significant portion landing on Jian He and Lu Jiyue, who were strolling around the corner. "My sincerest apologies," the waiter exclaimed hastily. Jian He was relatively unscathed, his leather jacket concealing the stains. However, Lu Jiyue, clad in a white sweatshirt, bore the brunt of the mess, with noticeable splotches on her shoulders and chest. "I assure you, it was unintentional. I will compensate for the damages," the boy began, but was interrupted by the girl's exclamation. "Ah, Lu Jiyue, yeah," initially intending to extend a sincere apology. She gasped upon locking eyes with the distinctive almond-shaped eyes peeking from beneath the brim of the youth's cap. As an ardent fan of Lu Jiyue, the girl immediately clamped her mouth shut in excitement. Lu Jiyue's almond eyes widened slightly. Despite his cap and mask, he was still recognizable. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girl exclaimed, "Yeah, I assure you it was unintentional. I'm so sorry, I misspoke." She quickly covered her mouth again. Lu Jiyue mused. This young lady appears to be in her teens. Although their voices had lowered considerably, the initial mention of Lu Jiyue drew the attention of several onlookers. Upon spotting Lu Jiyue's signature wheelchair, their eyes lit up with recognition. Jian He instinctively stepped forward to shield the youth, inadvertently revealing his own identity. He swiftly accommodated the fans with autographs, declining any requests for photographs while urging them to keep the encounter discreet. Ultimately, Lu Jiyue accompanied Jian He to New Century for some shopping. Thankfully, upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, they encountered a luxury menswear boutique, one of Jian He's favorite brands. Jian He intended to escort Lu Jiyue there to make a quick purchase before departing. Yet, fate had other plans in store. Chapter 36. I will carry you out. Yang Zhou scanned the surroundings with caution. Upon noticing the promotional posters adorning the mall, he realized the reason for the throngs of people. It was the popular young idol, Lin Xian, who had risen to fame in recent years. Initially, he gained prominence through his role as a wealthy young man in a popular idol drama, captivating a considerable fan base who affectionately referred to him as Young Master Lin. Coupled with his background as a trainee and his commendable singing and dancing abilities, he enchanted many young fans, who declared him one of the few male artists in the entertainment industry possessing the refined aura of a nobleman. They disparaged other actors who had played similar roles, asserting that none could rival his acting prowess, regardless of age. with praises likening him to a jade-like figure. They extolled him to the heavens. Further fueled by his team's deliberate marketing strategies, which hinted at his prestigious lineage and crafted an image of an affluent young master, Lin Xian unexpectedly rose to fame, swiftly ascending to the second tier of stardom within just 2 years. Today, he appeared at an event for a cosmetics brand he endorses, attracting numerous fans. The New Century Mall, being a well-established shopping center, naturally drew a crowd eager to catch a glimpse of the star. This tendency to gather in throngs is a common trait among the people of Huagua, who revel in the excitement of celebrity sightings. As the trio approached the store, they were met with a wave of commotion, with someone shouting, "He is coming, he is coming," at Gate 3. A throng of Lin Xian's fans began to converge towards Gate 3, followed by many curious onlookers. For safety, security personnel had gathered at that entrance. By the time they reached the vicinity of Gate 3, a sea of people had amassed, creating a bustling scene that extended into the atrium. Fans fervently chanted Lin Xian's name, the atmosphere rivaling that of the superstar's arrival. Although the situation was lively, the security team had effectively managed the crowd. A man clad in a pristine white suit, adorned with an impeccably crafted visage, made his way through the throng, flanked by bodyguards and assistants. He flashed a flawless smile at the cameras, eliciting waves of ecstatic screams from his fans, causing the crowd to swell even more. Amidst the sudden influx of people, Lu Jiyue and her companions found themselves unable to enter the menswear store. The young boy, seated in a wheelchair, was at a disadvantage due to his height, rendering him invisible to those behind him. As the crowd surged forward, some grew impatient with his presence, pushing against his wheelchair, while others even jostled him. Zhou Yang struggled to maintain control over the surrounding throng, nearly stumbling several times, drenched in sweat from anxiety. At that moment, Jian Hiesao was knocked off, and he was forcibly separated from Lu Jiyue and the others, inciting his frustration. Unexpectedly recognized by a passerby, he was soon surrounded by fans seeking autographs, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to manage the chaos. The cacophony was deafening, and the air felt stifling. For the first time, the young master experienced the fervor of celebrity fandom. He endeavored to maneuver his wheelchair amidst the throng, feeling utterly adrift. A girl, having stumbled due to an unseen obstruction, was on the verge of falling as she struggled to maintain her balance in her high heels. Observing this from a short distance, Lu Jiyue acted swiftly to catch her, inadvertently losing her own hat in the process. Given the current flow of people, the consequences of a fall could be dire. The girl, startled, looked up, momentarily meeting the gaze of a young man with amber-hued eyes and fair skin peeking from beneath his mask. Just as she was about to speak, her view was suddenly obstructed by a wall of bodies. It was a remarkably tall and robust man, standing at least 6 feet 3 inches, whose imposing silhouette emanated a sense of danger. Moments earlier, he had reached out to assist a girl on the brink of falling, but in doing so, his hat had slipped off, revealing his unmistakable platinum blonde hair and striking almond-shaped eyes. A gasp erupted from the crowd. It's Lu Jiyue. People turned their heads, and as they were already in the midst of the throng, the situation grew even more chaotic. Zhou Yang felt a pang of distress, wishing he had 8 hands to navigate the tumult. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Which Lu Jiyue? The one who plays the flute? I see him, so handsome. Hey, who pushed me? What Lu Jiyue? I've never heard of him. Today is Lin Gongzi's event. If you're not a fan, don't block the way. Why is everyone pushing? The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, and the young man, feeling a sense of frustration, wiped the fine beads of sweat from his delicate nose. Just as someone in the back reached out to grab his arm, a powerful hand intervened, swatting away the intruding hand, followed by a shadow that fell over him. The young man looked up into the handsome, phoenix-eyed visage of the man, and in that instant his almond eyes widened slightly, reflecting the man's chiseled features as he drew closer. "Mr. Feng, you're back." The young man's voice carried a hint of surprise he himself was unaware of. "I'll carry you out," Feng Qinian stated matter-of-factly, bending down to scoop up the encircled youth. Amidst the myriad of scents, a familiar, refreshing fragrance reminiscent of birch enveloped them. The young man tilted his head slightly to gaze at the man's strong jawline and refined lips, softly replying, "All right." He obediently nestled into the man's broad embrace, allowing himself to be carried through the bustling crowd. Despite the surging tide of people around them, the man's hold felt as secure as a harbor. At that moment, the gentle voice of a woman echoed through the mall's intercom. "Dear customers, to express our gratitude for your unwavering support, New Century is offering a special gift today. We are giving away shopping cards worth $880, available for free to our mall members. Please line up at the service desk to collect yours within the next hour." Additionally, aside from the luxury stores on the first floor, all other shops will enjoy a 20% discount courtesy of the mall. Please take advantage of this opportunity. For the onlookers eager to catch a glimpse of the star, the allure of the shopping cart and discount was evidently more enticing. Thousands of curious spectators, drawn by the promise of the shopping cart, swiftly turned away from the excitement, their focus shifting as they hurried off, for it was indeed $880. A portion of customers, already eyeing particular items, promptly made their way to the shops. The new arrivals were not discounted, and the 20% off was already quite appealing. Consequently, the once crowded first floor began to clear, as if the tide had receded, leaving behind a significantly reduced throng. Seizing the opportunity, the poison wolf effortlessly hoisted the young man's wheelchair and, with an impassive expression, strode away, causing the surrounding crowd to part like the sea. Goodness, this bodyguard is not to be trifled with. Just as Zhou Yang, parched and flustered, managed to catch his breath, he was left bewildered, witnessing the scene unfold before him. What had just happened? Why had his artist been whisked away along with the wheelchair? He immediately pursued them, neglecting to keep an eye on Jianhe. At that moment, a fan of Lu Jiue, realizing the situation, raised their phone to capture the moment, only to find that the figures had already receded into the distance, leaving behind only the towering silhouette of the man. Oh, what a missed opportunity worth a fortune. Within minutes, the first floor of the mall was predominantly filled with Lin Xian's fans. Though there were still quite a few, the numbers had drastically diminished. The crowd had clearly halved, and Lin Xian's expression momentarily faltered, but fortunately, the host from the brand began the proceedings. Chapter 37. I have a strong affinity with Mr. Lu inside the men's clothing store on the first floor. Are you hurt anywhere? The man's voice was deep as he held the young man, reluctant to release him. The boy in his arms was astonishingly soft, and the familiar scent of medicine wafted from his nose, soothing his long tense nerves as if by magic. A profound sense of reclamation enveloped him. "I'm fine, Mr. Feng. Please let me down." The poison wolf had already brought the wheelchair inside, and Feng Qinian gave a casual glance at him before gently setting the boy down. The poison wolf remarked just now, "How did it feel when the boss looked at you? It seemed a bit ominous. Your clothes are dirty. Shall I help you find another outfit?" Feng Qinian naturally inquired. "Will it affect your work?" the boy asked. "Not all. I'm off duty now." "Well then, thank you." The young master was indeed out of his depth in such matters, and with Zhou Gu absent, he naturally wooed tea refuse. "Oh, it seems I forgot about Zhou Gu." The boy took out his phone and dialed Zhou Gu. The poison wolf observed his boss selecting clothes for the boy, his gaze dazed. It seemed their boss was treating this remarkably handsome young man with exceptional care. Last time he carried him to the car during the rain, and now, amidst the crowd, he held him again, selecting clothes, even smiling. Was the corner of his boss's mouth turned up? Although the curve was slight, he was smiling. Suddenly, as if uncovering a grand secret, the poison wolf scrutinized the serene boy seated in the wheelchair. The first impression he had was of purity and coolness, akin to the moon in the sky. Coupled with a face of exquisite contours and skin as smooth as jade, the young man appeared ethereal, almost otherworldly. As the poison wolf silently marveled, he unexpectedly met the boy's gaze and let out a sheepish chuckle. "Thank you for earlier. Are you working with Mr. Feng?" the boy casually inquired. "No need to thank me. I suppose so," the poison wolf replied, slightly nervous. "Is your work usually dangerous?" the boy continued to ask. A bit, but the boss is very capable," the poison wolf replied. The boy recalled an international news story, realizing how perilous it could be. Through his reading and news consumption, he had gained some understanding of modern weaponry. Observing the boy's expression, the poison wolf remarked, Mr. Lu and Mr. Feng must have a very close relationship. Lu Jiu turned to the poison wolf, inquiring, why do you say that? I have known Mr. Feng for several years, and I have never seen him express such concern for anyone else. His demeanor is typically rather aloof, I chuckled. After speaking, I realized I may have misspoken. I struggle with compliments. Just as I contemplated how to rectify my words, I heard the melodious voice of the young man. Mr. Feng is merely reticent, but he possesses a kind heart. He is the type of person who appears cold on the outside, yet is warm within, exceptionally kind to his friends. I hope that as you collaborate in the future, you can support one another. I thought I grasped the young man's intent. Was he safeguarding the camaraderie for our leader? Suddenly, it dawned on me why our boss held such a particular fondness for this young man. Because he is deserving of it. How does this look? A man approached, holding a light coffee-colored sweater, interrupting our conversation. The young man shifted his gaze, nodded, and replied, It's lovely, thank you. He then took the sweater to the fitting room. I met our leader's disapproving glance and silently stood by the entrance. I had not spoken anything amiss. I merely intended to praise him. At that moment, Zhou Yang and assistant Qin arrived together. Zhou Yang, preoccupied with his artist, rushed in without noticing the others who had exited the elevator. Trailing behind were Qin Li and the mall manager. The mall manager, smiling, engaged in pleasantries with Qin Li, assuring him that such safety issues would not arise again. Qin Li, with an enigmatic expression, remarked, I merely passed by with my boss and noticed the chaos in the mall. I thought it prudent to offer a word of caution. Please, Manager Miao, stay a moment. New Century was one of the early ventures of the Feng family. In recent years, with the rise of the internet and numerous e-commerce platforms, the mall's profits had dwindled to a mere pittance for the entire Feng enterprise. Thus, when the mall manager learned of Assistant Qin's presence, he was utterly terrified. The prospect of the big boss witnessing the disorder and inadequate security felt like a death sentence. He pleaded to meet the big boss, hoping to explain the situation, but Assistant Qin remained inscrutable, leaving him to return in silence, harboring dissatisfaction towards the brands and endorsers involved in today's event. Meanwhile, Qin Li glanced through the glass window at his boss's expression. Ah, a sunny disposition. It seemed he could joyfully conclude his day. Zhou Yang, observing the imposing and dignified man, felt a twinge of uncertainty. This individual appeared far from ordinary, and his physique was remarkable. He must have trained rigorously, embodying the essence of soldier. As most people rushed to indulge in shopping, he was able to excuse himself and made his way to the men's clothing store. When Lu Jiu emerged from the fitting room clad in the sweater, he spotted Zhou Yang and Jian and introduced, Zhou Ge, this is Mr. Feng, whom I mentioned earlier. Oh, so this is Mr. Feng. We must extend our gratitude for your assistance with Jiu, Zhou Yang said. Not all, it was merely a small favor. Besides, I find a great rapport with Mr. Lu, the man replied, glancing at the young man who, draped in a warm-toned, soft-textured sweater, appeared to soften his previously aloof demeanor. He smiled gently, looking endearing enough to make one wish to cradle him in their hands. At this moment, Zhou Yang inquired, Has Mr. Feng changed jobs? Previously, I heard from Jiu that you were working at the nursing home. However, when we sought you out later, you were nowhere to be found. I have been engaged in other work recently and haven't visited the nursing home for quite some time. The man lowered his gaze upon the youth, his tone gentle. Did you look for me? Recalling the international news, the young master nodded. Yes. I felt quite sorry for not finding you at the nursing home last time. I left you a gift and wonder if you received it. The man subtly curled his lips, acknowledging that he had indeed received the gift and cherished it. Yet lacking your contact information, he could not express his gratitude. The youth realized, oh, right, we have yet to become friends. With that, he took out his phone, opened the green icon, and presented it to the man. Zhou Yang. He had merely intended to gauge the man's background, only to witness the two of them becoming friends right before his eyes. Jian scrutinized the man's face, feeling a sense of familiarity. After some contemplation, he finally remembered where he had seen him. It was at that private club alongside that dandy and the suave scoundrel. Thus, he tapped Jiu's arm. It's getting late. We should head back. Due to the event at the mall, numerous media personnel were present, and the crowd was substantial, making it indeed unwise to linger. Zhou Yang quickly added, "Yes, let us leave while there are fewer people." When Zhou Yang approached the bar to settle the bill, the manager cheerfully informed him that the clothes had already been paid for. The man turned to the youth. "Consider the sweater a return gift for the one you gave me." "But that was meant as an apology gift. How can I possibly accept a return gift?" The youth murmured, his expression adorably innocent. Feng Qingyan's previously stern demeanor softened slightly. Suppressing the urge to pinch the youth's cheek, he suggested, "How about this? Next time, you can treat me to a meal." "Very well. I shall contact you when Mr. Feng is free." "Good." Zhou Yang. He could only watch as the two joyously arranged their meal. It was so natural, so seamless. Chapter 38. Oh, adorable? In the parking lot, Jian-He, exasperated, scolded. You, how could you indiscriminately add someone as a friend just now? That man is evidently not simple." The young master thought of the man's other profession, one that danced perilously close to danger, and he wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, he is quite formidable." "What? Nothing." The young master pondered further, realizing that Mr. Feng was indeed impressive. No wonder he possessed such strength. He was about to voice another thought when a black Bentley rolled into the parking lot. As the vehicle approached and came to a halt, a well-dressed Hanzoma man alighted. Upon seeing the newcomer, He instinctively took a step back, then clenched his fists as realization dawned. "What a coincidence, Mr. Jian." The man, strikingly handsome and refined, donned spectacles, exuding an air of sophistication. Yet, in truth, he was nothing but a scoundrel. He cursed inwardly. "Who are you? I don't recognize you." "Don't block the way." He spoke brusquely, attempting to walk past. "I apologize for what happened last time. I would like to make amends and discuss it." The man stepped forward, blocking the youth's path. "Who the hell wants your compensation? Who cares?" He glared fiercely at Fu Yangue. "Get in. I'll give you a ride. If you don't wish for your friends to know about our affair, you may decline." Fu Yan returned, stepping forward and gazing intently at the furious young man. He recalled that Lu Ji was still nearby, and, fearing the man might speak indiscreetly, he suppressed his anger and turned to say, You, I have something to attend to and won't be leaving with you. Please message me when you arrive home." "Wait, who is this?" The young master, having noticed He's simmering rage, found it peculiar that he still intended to accompany someone. Fu Yan adjusted his glasses and offered a professional smile. "Greetings, I am Fu Yan, the Associate Director of Neurology at St. Yu Private Hospital. I previously oversaw Mr. Jian's post-operative recovery." Upon hearing post-operative recovery, the young man flared up once more. "Shut your mouth." His face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Zhou Yang instinctively glanced at the emblem on the man's vehicle upon hearing about St. Yu Private Hospital, which indeed exuded sophistication. Inside the car, he refrained from conversation, feigning sleep. What was there to discuss? Could words erase everything that had transpired? Fu Yan remained silent, merely parking the car and gazing at the back of the young man's head in contemplation. He acknowledged a certain interest in the youth, but had no intention of rushing the relationship. He preferred a gradual pursuit, as teasing him was undeniably entertaining. However, that night, having indulged in drink, he witnessed the young man being eyed like a vulnerable lamb, and he could not simply stand by. Thus, one thing led to another. Feigning sleep, He felt uncomfortable. After 5 minutes, he pretended to awaken, scowling at Fu Yan and preparing to exit the vehicle. The man locked the doors and leisurely regarded the youth. "If you found it unbearable that day, I can let you sleep back." "Sleep back my foot." He retorted, visibly agitated. He was already traumatized. Moreover, if he returned to that state, he would merely endure it once more. He was not foolish. "I'll warn you. If you dare speak of this, I will report you for harassing a patient at your hospital. And don't think you can intimidate me just because I'm a public figure. I can play the victim online, and the netizens will tear you apart. Just wait for your social demise." He threatened venomously. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow. "You're playing the victim? Claiming a man took advantage of you? Aren't you afraid your fan base will turn against you and ruin your career?" He, exasperated, swung a fist toward him. "What do I care? I'm already on the brink of collapse." Recently, his engagements had dwindled significantly, and the variety show he was set to join had found a replacement. Aside from recording music, he had little else to occupy his time. That repulsive Min Feiju truly disgusted him, trying to coerce him into submission. Dream on, he thought. He could always retreat to the shadows. Upon hearing this, Fu Yan's eyes behind his golden-rimmed glasses hardened slightly. Evidently, the young man was genuinely in distress, which explained his tears that night when he lamented being bullied. With years of fitness under his belt and a firm grip from wielding surgical instruments, he enveloped Jian He's fist, easing the pressure and holding it gently. If anyone is bullying you, just let me know, he said earnestly. Jian He was taken aback, meeting the man's intense gaze, before turning his face away. Ha! Don't be absurd. You're the one bullying me. What? Are you going to help me fight back? Fu Yan returned his gaze deeply, his voice taking on a profound timbre. No need to help. As long as you are happy, feel free to strike. This time, I shall not retaliate. With that, he released his grip. Do not hit my face. I still have work to attend to. When Jian He met Fu Yan's affectionate and indulgent gaze, his heart raced unexpectedly. He crawled over to open the car door, grumbling. You're insane. I wouldn't want to hurt my hand hitting you. In truth, he knew that the events of that night could not be solely blamed on Fu Yan. He too bore responsibility for choosing to go out for drinks. Had it not been for his own actions, Fu Yan might have been even more exasperated. With a sudden impulse, he quipped, Your skills are abysmal, and then dashed away. Watching the young man retreat from the car, Fu Yan let out a cold laugh. Very well. He then lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. With one hand, he retrieved his phone, opened the top chat window, and typed, Thank you. On the other end, Feng pondered what to send as their first message to the youth. Upon seeing the new message pop up, he casually opened it. Fu Yan, thank you. The man's fingers moved in response. Feng. Soon after, another message arrived. Fu Yan, Mr. Liu is even more dazzling than in the photos. Fu Yan was not the type to be oblivious, unlike Gu Yi. Given Feng Qingyan's demeanor, it was inconceivable that he would lift someone into a car. The subsequent trending topics were swiftly eradicated, allowing Gu Yi to contact the Lin family for a statement, and having the official Weibo of the Five Tigers issue a response was simply not his style. Who has ever seen a fierce carnivore concern itself with the feelings of a blade of grass or a flower? Hence, it was evident that his brother was indeed smitten, or, at the very least, intrigued. Feng. He is remarkable. Fu Yan understood. Indeed, it seemed his brother had developed feelings. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was once again rambling. Jiyu, that Mr. Feng does not resemble a caregiver or a security guard in the slightest. Just as Jian He remarked, he is evidently extraordinary. You're still young, an artist, and currently immersed in the entertainment industry. One must exercise caution when forming friendships. Do you grasp my meaning? Zhou Yang recalled the time he had waited outside, while Jiyu changed clothes, noting the intimidating aura that surrounded that man. It was unsettling. Zhou Yang instinctively sensed that Mr. Feng posait un danger. Recalling his encounters with Mr. Feng, which often involved the latter assisting him in navigating his predicaments, he remarked, Mr. Feng is quite impressive and accomplished. Moreover, he has mentioned having other work. Despite our limited interactions, I perceive him as someone with a cold exterior, yet a warm heart, kind and gentle. Zhou Yang's mouth twitched. Cold exterior and warm heart? Kind and gentle? Where had their artist discerned such qualities? At that moment, Ji received a message from Mr. Feng. He promptly opened the chat, revealing an adorable sticker of a tricolored kitten peeking around a corner, utterly charming. The youth's eyes lit up, his expression softening. So cute. Zhou Yang exclaimed, Who? Gu? Chapter 39. Missing it? The young man tapped the screen with one hand. The moon knows. Kittens are so adorable. Feng, do you like it? Kitten holding flowers, JPG. Feng, kitten sending hearts, JPG. The moon seems to know. Yes, indeed. I adore them. They're all so endearing. The moon continued. I find myself reminiscing about the little orange cat from the nursing home. I wonder how it is faring. Do you miss it? Came the reply. Yes, I do. It was quite attached to me during that time, and I grew fond of it as well. Regrettably, I left in such a hurry last time that I didn't get to bid it farewell. I also didn't have the chance to say goodbye to the caregiver Meng and a few kind elderly gentlemen I had come to know. However, I am fortunate to have encountered Mr. Feng again. Otherwise, it would have been truly regrettable. To the youth, Mr. Feng was someone he recognized personally. From the very beginning, Mr. Feng had known him separate from the original owner. Unlike Brother Zhou and the Liu family, who were familiar to the original owner, Mr. Feng was someone he had come to know independently. In his presence, he felt at ease, capable of engaging in relaxed conversation. The man read the message, furrowing his brow as he read it twice, then extracting the most significant sentiment. He was more important than the kitten, the caregiver Meng, or any elderly gentleman. His brow unfurled, and a smile graced his lips. His fingers resumed typing. Yes, fortunately, I too would have felt a great sense of loss. Upon seeing the message, the youth exclaimed, "Ah, it's the kitten." Zhou Yang, perplexed, inquired, "What kitten?" The youth, disregarding Zhou Yang's question, earnestly typed away. "Mr. Feng, is this the kitten? It seems to have grown quite a bit." "Yes, it is. When I returned to the nursing home that day, I heard it was orphaned by the bougainvillea and had been bullied by the other larger cats. I mentioned it to the staff, and they brought it out for adoption. Recently, it has been shedding its fur and eating more." "Has it grown?" "Indeed it has. Mr. Feng, you are remarkable. You have taken such good care of it. Would you like to see more? I could take some pictures once I get home." "Yes, I would love to see the kitten with flowers." The man gazed at his phone, a delightful chuckle escaping his throat. He truly adored cats. The youth, putting away his phone, finally responded to Zhou Yang's earlier question, his tone light and cheerful. "It's the stray kitten I met at the nursing home. Mr. Feng has actually adopted it and is caring for it splendidly. Look at this photo." As he spoke, the young master presented his phone to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang glanced at the picture of the kitten, its fur fluffy, soft, and plump, clean and beautiful, especially with its pair of amber eyes, so charming. It was indeed quite lovely. He could only respond with a dry, "It's all right." Could it be that he had initially judged Mr. Feng based on appearances, failing to see the true essence within? Zhou Yang found himself engulfed in self-doubt. That night, the internet buzzed with unusual fervor. Lin Xian's press release for the brand collaboration quickly climbed the trending charts, filled with comments like, "My brother is so handsome. His aura is absolutely captivating. His skin is flawless," and other similar praises. Some even shared signed photos, exclaiming that their brother, young Master Lin, was not only handsome, but possessed exquisite penmanship. Lin Xian's signature was lauded by fans, likened to that of a master calligrapher, truly a blend of talent, beauty, and unparalleled charm. The scene was filled with fervent admiration from fans, extolling the impressive charisma and commercial prowess of Lin Xian as the venue buzzed with a lively crowd. In an instant, various trending topics related to Lin Xian surged forth, with fans singing his praises to an almost celestial degree. Among them was a particular post that exclaimed, "Surprising. The New Century Mall has launched an emergency fan appreciation initiative for Lin Xian." Below, his fans reveled in the excitement. Truly a spectacle to behold. It is noteworthy that the New Century Mall is an esteemed establishment in the capital, renowned for housing numerous high-end international brands. In an effort to manage the crowds, the mall even proposed to distribute membership shopping cards along with a generous discount. What a display of affection this is. It is evident that Master Lin possesses an extraordinary allure and popularity, surpassing even top-tier celebrities. However, excessive flattery can sometimes provoke discontent among others. Yet, most choose to avoid provoking Lin Xian's fans, who are notorious within the industry for their fierce loyalty and generally youthful demeanor. Unfortunately, a certain artist inadvertently sparked controversy by mentioning the term noble young master. The reaction was overwhelming. "Ah, it's the first time I've encountered a noble young master in reality. All the descriptions of gentlemanly grace and elegance fall short of capturing him. He is so handsome, so warm. I am utterly captivated." Many fans below express curiosity about the young master's appearance, pleading for the artist to illustrate him, reassured that their interest lay solely in fictional characters, thus avoiding any potential disappointment. Before the artist could respond, numerous fans of Lin Xian claimed their stake. "Lin family young girl. It must be our Lin Xian. No one in the circle embodies the noble young master aura like him. Young Master Lin S. little concubine. Moreover, my master is at an event in the capital today. Truly, he is unparalleled and has enchanted yet another artist. Young madam of the Lin family. Every time I see my brother, I nearly swoon from his handsomeness. He is both striking and warm-hearted, undoubtedly our brother. Master, I wish to bear your children. Is this artist attempting to capitalize on our brother's fame? Who doesn't teen know the noble young master of the entertainment industry is Lin Xian? This artist, though modestly known in her own right with a substantial following, soon found her fans displeased. Why were her comment sections filled with Lin Xian's fans, who dared to infringe upon their brother's territory? They were baffled. Our artist specializes in the realm of two-dimensional art. Is it truly necessary to encroach upon others? Honey tea. Our artist is in the two-dimensional sphere. Certain fans should refrain from claiming her. Miss Shrouded Strings, I'm puzzled. Why are there fans of a certain someone popping up everywhere? We are not in the same circle. Kindly refrain from claiming. Numerous fans tagged the artist, inquiring whom she had encountered. It seemed Lin Xian truly did not capture the attention of these fans. Their standards have been elevated by the artist's work. As the fans continued their quarrel, the artist's Weibo began a trend. Today marked the first day of employment for artist Li Xiaoyu, and she felt somewhat overwhelmed by the bustling environment of a large corporation. By midday, she had yet to fully recognize the staff in the secretariat's office. When she finally found a moment to catch her breath and check her phone, she discovered her Weibo inbox flooded with messages, all tagging her. What had transpired? Bewildered, she set about unraveling the intricate web of events that had unfolded, as she observed her devoted followers eagerly awaiting her response. She contemplated for a moment before deciding to create a cartoon version. Assistantly, aren't you going for lunch? Allow me to take you to the canteen, someone inquired. Li Xiaoyu smiled and replied, Thank you, but I am on a diet, so I shall pass. The breathtaking glimpse from the previous night, the youth's astonishingly handsome visage, lingered vividly in her mind. However, it was clearly not the appropriate moment to depict it, as it might draw unwarranted criticism. Upon reflection, the image of that tall and robust man departing while cradling the youth was equally captivating. Once the secretarial staff had departed, she quietly extracted a notebook from her handbag and immersed herself in her artistic endeavor. With remarkable speed, Li Xiaoyu's hand moved deftly across the page, for she was an exceptional illustrator, renowned on commission websites for her unparalleled talent. Before long, her Weibo account was updated. Apologies. I do not wish to attract negativity towards my savior, so I shall depict only his silhouette as he leaves. The illustration revealed the strikingly handsome figure of a man, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with an impeccable physique that even his austere black suit could not conceal. In his arms, he cradled a boy, virtually obscured by the man, revealing only slender ankles and the light hue of his hair. The visual and narrative resonance was palpable. How captivating. Indeed, it must be you, dear artist. Habitual reset. This is simply adorable. I've already conjured up 100,000 words in my mind. Could you please illustrate the continuation? I beg you. Tears streaming, JPG. Jiheimu. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Shitzi Jiao, I know. Look at the photo I saved from last time, JPG. The image was from the previous recording of a children's variety show, capturing Lu Jiyue being lifted into a vehicle. Jibi Hua Qingxiu. Wow, it truly resembles that moment. So, is this the gentleman in the black suit, LZY's bodyguard? What should I do? I simply cannot resist shipping them. Hee. Yin Zhong Shui Ji Jin Shu Lai Chung Jin Shu. Should do not speak of it. We fear it might attract negativity. After all, the artist has stated that he is her savior. Regrettably, an anonymous individual posted a photo online of Feng Qinian embracing Lu Jiyue, captioned, This is what I witnessed in a new century. This dashing man in a black suit exudes an overwhelming aura, and the boy he holds is so well-behaved. It's too delightful to ship, conjuring 100,000 words in my mind. Swiftly, netizens began to clarify. Dislike rainy days, T0T. This appears to be Lu Jiyue and her bodyguard. Yuan Yang is not scummy. I recognize those slender, delicate ankles and that beautiful hair color. It turns out to be Ye and her bodyguard from the children's variety show, JPG. This latest photograph was strikingly similar to the artist's illustration, a perfect real-life rendition of the comic, enriched by the bustling crowd and the passers-by. which accentuated the beauty of the man's silhouette as he held the youth. A small group of individuals online revels in the joy of shipping couples, captivated by a particularly stunning photograph and enchanted by the sweetly drawn cartoon version by a talented artist. The pairing of Liu Jiyue and his bodyguard swiftly garnered a wave of devoted fans. Numerous young women, enamored by the concept of shipping, eagerly succumbed to the allure. Each one blushed and felt their hearts race, with some even crafting elaborate fan fiction of several thousand words based on mere images. Unbeknownst to Feng, a burgeoning fandom had already emerged around him and the young man. A fan of the artist shared a screenshot of the photograph in the comment section, prompting Li Xiaoyu to feel a pang of regret, given Lin Xian's reputation and the behavior of his fans. She feared for the young man's safety and promptly replied to her followers, "Thank you, my darlings, for your understanding. The mall was overwhelmingly crowded last night, and I nearly got knocked over. It was the young gentleman who pulled me back, inadvertently exposing himself and attracting a crowd. Fortunately, that gentleman protected him, and the mall implemented emergency measures. I'm so relieved that everyone is safe. Let us consider this matter closed. Please look forward to my new works." A fan named Chung Jinshu chimed in. "Shu, let us not speak further, lest we attract negativity." The artist mentioned that he is her savior. The artist's fans were enamored with Liu Jiyue's appearance, flocking to his Weibo account to like and follow him, leaving a cascade of comments expressing gratitude for his assistance. Witnessing a surge in followers and appreciation on Weibo left Zhou Yang utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's fans expressed their discontent, accusing the artist of deliberately seeking publicity and attention. They claimed that encountering a noble gentleman was merely a ploy to ride on Lin Gongzi's coattails. Other fandoms found themselves speechless, questioning whether these admirers had lost their senses. Was the term noble gentleman now an exclusive label for their idol? Initially, the artist had never claimed him as theirs. It was the fans who rushed to lay claim, and now that it was clarified otherwise, they accused her of seeking attention. Consequently, many vowed to keep their distance from Lin Xian's fans, suspecting them of some affliction. Thus, unbeknownst to Liu Jiyue, a rift had formed between him and Lin Xian, with lingering resentment brewing. In a lounge, Lin Xian wore a frown, glaring at the assistant responsible for managing the fan group. He scolded, "Useless. This merely elevates Liu Jiyue, that mediocre celebrity, and diminishes my own worth." Under normal circumstances, he would have allowed his fans to berate the opposition into self-doubt and despair without interference. However, he was currently negotiating for a role in a major production, helmed by a renowned director alongside a host of A-list stars and seasoned actors. Securing this role would undoubtedly elevate his status and reputation. The director, known for his aversion to troublesome artists, wished to avoid any incidents that could jeopardize his career at such a crucial juncture. In the following days, while Jian had ample time for recording his single, Liu Jiyue accompanied teacher Chun Xian to the set of director Zhang's production on several occasions. The choreography for the sacrificial dance required extensive reference to ancient texts and literature, resulting in a slow progression. With the addition of Liu Jiyue, the need for research into literature and borrowing ancient texts has vanished. The young master, being an ancient soul himself, possesses an intimate knowledge of ancient music and is well-versed in classics, such as the Book of Rites and the Zhou Li, making his work exceptionally smooth. In the lounge, Professor Qin Qian increasingly appreciates and grows fond of Liu Jiyue, addressing him as a brother. Director Zhang is equally pleased with Liu Jiyue's presence, as it significantly accelerates the filming schedule. One day, while sharing promotional material on social media, Director Zhang casually followed Liu Jiyue on Weibo. This seemingly innocuous action sent ripples through the online community. Curious netizens began to speculate. Is Liu Jiyue truly filming? Is it for a project by Director Zhang? Why would such a renowned director pay attention to an obscure artist with no notable works? Coupled with earlier comments from an assistant in Zhang's team who mentioned seeing Liu Jiyue's Weibo, the evidence seemed compelling. Liu Jiyue must be involved in a production, perhaps even under Zhang. Fans were exhilarated, bystanders intrigued, and detractors took to mocking. Liu Jiyue's Weibo was inundated with comments, and his follower count surged by hundreds of thousands. leaving Zhou Yang in a state of disbelief. Had their artist truly won over director Zhang? One accomplishment. At that moment, Liu Zhiyue was recording a single for Jian He, blissfully unaware of the commotion surrounding his supposed involvement in a film. When Jiang Jianzhou saw the online discussion suggesting Liu Zhiyue had secured a connection with director Zhang, his face darkened with anger, eyes filled with venom. How could someone like Liu Zhiyue, whom he perceived as beneath him, effortlessly attain the connections he had struggled for? In a fit of rage, he swept the items off his desk, cursing internally, questioning how Min Jingmao, known for his strong backing and flamboyant lifestyle, had failed to seize the opportunity to undermine Liu Zhiyue when he had practically delivered him on a silver platter. Min Jingmao, recently scolded by Jiang Jianzhou, found himself in a streak of misfortune, with multiple projects faltering just as they were set to launch. He could hardly believe it was mere coincidence. Ever since his cousin ascended to the position of director at Xianghua Station, he had navigated the industry with ease, so who could possibly be orchestrating this against him? Chapter 41. Striving to earn money upon emerging from the operating room, Fu Yinggu returned a call from home. Listening to the words on the other end, he smiled faintly. "Uncle, please do not jest with me. I have finally encountered someone intriguing, and, of course, I must protect that connection. Thank you for your assistance." The young man on the line expressed curiosity. "For what you say, I am eager to meet him. I have heard he has a short temper and is quite confrontational. Is that true?" "Indeed, it seems to be the case. He is rather combative with me, though he does not exhibit the same demeanor towards others. I find our conversations quite engaging." Meanwhile, Liu Zhiyue stood before a fitting mirror, adjusting his attire. The youth, clad in the simplest cotton linen shirt and seated in a wheelchair, still emanated an air of refinement and elegance, truly embodying the saying that a gentleman should possess both inner richness and outward grace. He meticulously adjusted his cuffs, fastening the buttons of his shirt to the very top, exuding a demeanor that was both aloof and dignified. "Yo Young, lingering nearby, mutret. Weren't we told we were being shelved? Why then are you called to record a variety show?" He chuckled, realizing that the recent surge in his popularity had attracted some opportunistic attention. Regardless, as they were being offered appearance fees, he decided to accompany Brother Zhou. The young master was reminded of his promise to treat Mr. Feng to a meal, yet found his pockets devoid of funds, which was rather unfortunate. Previously, when selecting a gift to apologize to Mr. Feng, he had opted for a package of tea, a decision that had illuminated his financial constraints. If Mr. Feng were to learn of the youth's earnest efforts to earn money for their meal, he would undoubtedly be moved enough to bestow all his wealth upon him. The car soon arrived at the Melon television station. The variety show titled Long Live the Weekend had garnered a substantial audience over its decade-long run. Beloved by many, particularly the youth, numerous actors promoting new dramas or songs often came to record episodes. This week, there were 6 guests participating, 4 of whom hailed from the cast of Rivers and Mountains, the very production that had led to Liu Zhiyue's injury. The actors present included the leading Lady Yang Man, the second male lead Jiang Jianzhou, the second female lead Yao Li, and Liu Zhiyu himself. The other 2 participants were Shirley and Xiao Jia. Shirley, as the champion of the voice of youth, had already begun preparations for his solo debut. Upon his arrival, Liu Zhiyu noticed some individuals applying makeup, though he did not recognize them. They seemed somewhat familiar, so he merely nodded in greeting. After waiting for a while, without anyone calling him for makeup, he retreated to a corner of the lounge to sit. When Zhou Yang returned from a phone call and spotted his artist unmade up and sitting in a corner, he was filled with frustration and was about to confront the situation when the young master stopped him, believing there was no need for such cosmetic enhancements. After all, the youth was naturally striking, with exquisite features and flawless skin that required no adornment. Minutes later, Jiang Jianzhou arrived, already made up by his personal stylist. He greeted everyone with a smile and approached Liu Zhiyu more intimately, inquiring, "Zhiyu, how have you been? Is your leg still not healed?" The young man responded with a faint smile, maintaining a polite distance. "I'm well. Thank you for your concern." Jiang Jianzhou, upon seeing the youth's nearly perfect visage up close, felt a pang of jealousy. How had Liu Zhiyu become so radiant in just over a month? Just as he was about to speak further, he was interrupted by the entrance of Shirley and Xiao Jia. The young man's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Jiyu. Teacher Lu, it's a pleasure to see you again. I look forward to your guidance. Before Lu Jiyu could respond, a light laugh echoed from behind, laced with evident disdain. The youth glanced from the enthusiastic Shirley to the haughty, middle-aged man. So, yeah. Recognizing who he was, he politely greeted Shirley. Hello, then turned to Xiao Jia, as if speaking to himself. Isn't this the individual who enjoys giving unsolicited advice to others? Though the young master maintained a calm demeanor, he was not one to be trifled with. Xiao Jia, clearly irritated, was about to retort when the director's team arrived to announce that recording was about to commence. He could only suppress his anger and wait for the opportunity to retaliate. Jiang Jianzhou silently observed the unfolding events, eagerly anticipating the recording of the program, and, more so, the aftermath it would bring. The hosts of a show were a male-female duo, exhibiting remarkable chemistry and a diverse, engaging style. Wu Yuan was responsible for energizing the atmosphere. Her slightly plump figure, coupled with her witty remarks, endearing her to the audience. Meng Yu managed the flow of the program, occasionally offering insightful commentary, serving as the backbone of the event. As the show commenced, they followed the established protocol for self-introductions. The participants exhibited commendable eloquence and a knack for humor. When it was Lu Jiyue's turn, he simply stated his name, opting for a modest approach that refrained from stealing the spotlight. The initial segment consisted of rapid-fire questions concerning acting, music, or personal lives. Naturally, these inquiries were benign and had been pre-discussed with the artists. The other guests, seasoned veterans, navigated the questions with poise, skillfully maintaining suspense when necessary, thus tantalizing the audience's curiosity. Soon, it was Lu Jiyue's turn to respond. Wu Yuanyuan inquired, Dear Lu, are you currently filming? Lu Jiyue replied succinctly, No. The others exchanged glances, realizing that Director Zhang's proposition for him to act was likely unfounded. Lu, regarding the trending topic about the handsome bodyguard who embraced you, do you know him? This question was posed not by me, but by a netizen, Wu Yuanyuan clarified immediately. At that moment, the barrage of comments erupted. Is it meow or not? Exactly, I want to know too. Linyan, what kind of relationship needs to be asked? It's an embrace kind of relationship. Little dear, is Yaya shy? Why not look at the camera? Rabbit and cat, I'm different. I want to know if that bodyguard has a girlfriend. I'm in. Dreaming breeze, you upstairs, wake up, wake up. The youth on stage lowered his lashes, contemplating Mr. Feng's appearance. He was tall, strong, with an attractive and sturdy physique. His eyes were deep-set, his nose was prominent, and his mouth was pleasing. His demeanor was calm and reserved, yet gentle with others. Given his profession, if Mr. Feng were to undergo military training, he would likely become a distinguished talent. In a time over 1,000 years ago, during his own dynasty, it was likely that every woman in Jinling would have harbored secret affections for him. After all, who does not admire a hero? Chapter 42. Lu Jiyue, I want to be friends with you. The young man slightly raised his head and addressed the host. Yes, I know him. He is more attractive than I am. Huh? More handsome than you? How extraordinary! Wu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. So, does that mean that beautiful people only befriend other beautiful people? Jiyue, I want to be friends with you. Laughter erupted from the audience, and the comments flooded in with enthusiasm. In a show of solidarity for aesthetics, they synchronized their remarks. Lu Jiyue, I want to be friends with you. Friends? The young master mused that he and Mr. Feng were now considered friends, perhaps. Wu Yuanyuan, quick on her feet and naturally drawn to attractive individuals, swiftly transitioned past more personal inquiries. She posed a couple of casual questions about leisure activities, bringing that segment of questioning to a close. The female guest, young man, wore a displeased expression. As a renowned star, she found herself less appealing than a man, which was quite humiliating for her, compounded by deep-seated jealousy. Thus, when Xiao Jie suggested that the guests showcase their talents, she was the first to agree. To her knowledge, Lu Jiyue was merely a decorative figure, lacking substance. The other guests readily acquiesced, as showcasing their talents meant more screen time and greater exposure to garner fans. Xiao Jie cheerfully inquired, Little Lu, what about you? How about playing the flute again? All eyes turned toward Lu, Their expressions varied. At that moment, Shirley, with a joyful countenance, exclaimed, "Is it really possible? I would love to hear it once more." Wu Yuanyuan also exaggerated her enthusiasm, expressing her desire to hear it live. The youth remained nonchalant, suggesting, "Let us discuss it later." Xiao Jie chuckled inwardly. Having researched Lu Jie, his resume revealed no noteworthy talents. It was likely that his previous flute performance required extensive practice with Jianhe. After the embarrassment Lu had caused him last time, Xiao Jie was determined to return the favor. The production team had prepared instruments such as piano, violin, and guitar, with each guest taking turns to display their skills. Jiang Jinzu played the piano, one female guest performed a dance, another sang, and Shirley strummed and sang on the guitar, while Xiao Jie showcased his violin prowess. The audience responded with continuous applause, and fans in the comments fervently praised their idols. Eventually, only Lu Jie remained unperformed. Xiao Jie asked, "Who is yet to perform? Let's not prolong the show." His words were rather blunt, causing Wu Yuanyuan to furrow her brow, sensing that this episode's guests were challenging to manage. The young master gazed at the instruments on stage and calmly stated, "I haven't performed, but I possess no talents. I can't sing or dance. Not at all. Soy fagnet surprise. What about these instruments? Can you play the guitar or drums?" The youth glanced at the instruments and replied, "No." Xiao Jie's heart leaped with joy, secretly thinking, "Now let us see how you embarrass yourself." Jiang Jinzu interjected, "It's normal for Zhu not to know these. You could recite poetry, as you did splendidly before." Young Man chuckled, then quickly covered her mouth and turned away, pretending not to have laughed. What good is beauty if one is merely a decorative vase? The atmosphere grew awkward, and just as Yuan and Meng Yu were about to diffuse the tension, the youth spoke up, "Thank you, but may I ask if there is a seven-stringed instrument?" "A seven-stringed instrument? Teacher Lu intends to play?" Shilai exclaimed excitedly. "Of course. Let the props team bring out a guqin," Meng Yu, the host, announced. Wu Yuanyuan, with an eager expression, inquired, "Shall we bring a table or something?" The youth smiled and shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. Soon, the staff delivered a seven-stringed instrument, and the young master adjusted his posture, placing the instrument on his lap. His fingers, resembling white jade, rested lightly on the strings, and with a subtle flick of his fingertips, a resonant sound emerged. At that moment, as his fingers touched the strings, the youth's entire demeanor transformed. If one were to describe him, the words would be solemn and elegant. In the next moment, a youthful and melodious voice, imbued with a unique intonation and charm, softly recited, "The deer are calling, feeding on the wild apples. I have esteemed guests, playing the zither and blowing the shung. Blowing the shung and beating the drum, the basket is prepared. Those who appreciate me, show me your paths. The deer are calling, feeding on the wild herbs. I have esteemed guests, playing the zither and the cheen. Playing the zither and the cheen, harmonious and profound. I have fine wine, to delight the hearts of my esteemed guests." The piece the youth performed was unfamiliar to all, yet the melody resonated with a clarity and serenity, reminiscent of ancient celestial music played by divine beings in the clouds. Coupled with his distinctive recitation, it evoked a profound sense of joy and tranquility. As the performance concluded, the youth's long eyelashes fluttered, and his glass-like almond eyes scanned the audience. "Well, I have finished my performance. We may proceed with the program." The barrage of comments erupted like a geyser. Stranger in Blue, "Oh my, this piece is so beautiful. Is it just my imagination? Or does it carry a sense of historical gravitas?" Idol Jade, "Boo-hoo. Yia is so adorable. His performance was splendid. Yet why does it feel like he was merely going through the motions?" Purple Mist and Cold Smoke, "Ah, this must be the correct way to appreciate the Book of Songs. I nearly have it memorized after one listen." Wind Stopped, "Intent difficult to express. Who just mocked are you about? TSK, how the tables have turned." Xiao Jie was taken aback by Ciyu's skill on the guqin. He feigned indifference, stating, "Not bad. Everyone knows the Book of Songs, but why is this piece unfamiliar to me?" The young master glanced at Xiao Jie with a mild expression, replying, "It is a piece I learned by chance. It is understandable that you have not heard it." Yet inwardly he mused, "Has the music of the Book of Songs truly been lost to time? It is splendid, Yu, reciting it in this manner imbues it with such elegance. Paired with the guqin, it is simply breathtaking. Wen was now as starry-eyed as Shirley, gazing at Yu, utterly smitten. The others offered polite compliments, saying it was beautiful. Yet their admiration lacked depth. While the untrained ear found pleasure in the performance, those with a discerning ear felt a tumult of emotions within. Director Hao of the Huaxia Cultural Research Institute had just returned from a stroll in the garden when he happened to pass by his granddaughter's room and caught a snippet of the performance. He found himself unable to move any further. Following this, the game segment commenced. Due to Yu's leg inconvenience and his ancient demeanor, he faced inherent disadvantages in certain games. After drawing lots to determine teammates, the first game involved ball handling. It required two teammates to cooperate, maneuvering a ball to a designated spot without using their hands. Yu's partner was Wen, who boldly declared, "It's fine, being on the same team as you. Yu, even if I face penalties, I am willing." This elicited a wave of laughter. Indeed, the challenge was formidable, as one stood and walked while the other sat in a wheelchair. When Wu Yuan accidentally fell, the last remaining balloon was lost, resulting in their defeat without scoring a single point. The young master consoled Wen, who appeared on the verge of tears from embarrassment. "It's all right. After all, it was just one ball we lost." Wen, sniffling, replied, "Yu, your comfort is less than helpful," prompting another round of laughter from the audience. In the second round of the game, one participant held a bucket while another aimed to toss balls into it from across the stage. The challenge was considerably heightened, and initially, the atmosphere was quite relaxed, with everyone thinking that there would inevitably be a bottom performer. However, when it came to Lu Jiue's team, a miracle unfolded. At this moment, Wu Yuan, cradling the bucket, was already laughing to the point of numbness. She hardly needed to move, as the balls seemed to leap into her bucket, as if they possessed their own consciousness. Apart from the first toss, Lu Jie did not make a single mistake thereafter. In stark contrast, the other participants were frantically running about, holding buckets aloft to catch the balls thrown by their teammates, appearing quite busy. In the frame, the young man was intensely focused, his body slightly leaning forward, cradling a box of small balls. With a delicate lift of his slender wrist, a ball landed steadily into the bucket, effortlessly, as if this action were as simple as eating or drinking. Floating life is but a dream. Ah, Lu Jie looks so handsome when he is focused. I think I might switch my allegiance. Emoli, Yia is amazing. Mama is so proud. Sob sob. Honey tea. How on earth does he do it? The divine archer, you. Chapter 43. Accepting the punishment unsurprisingly. Lu Jie and Wu Yuan emerged victorious in this round. Curiously, host Chen Mingyu inquired, "Jie, have you practiced? Your aim is simply extraordinary." Others turned their attention, wondering who would engage in such practice. The young man pursed his lips, seemingly shy, and replied, "I suppose so. I've practiced something similar before." In truth, the young master's skill in tossing balls into the bucket was not particularly advanced, and he had never achieved a perfect toss. His best performance merely allowed him to hit the rim. Tossing was not as effortless as it appeared, requiring both strength and precision, along with a degree of technique. During that time, his health was poor, and simply hitting the rim was already a considerable feat for this. A gene had teased him, suggesting he ought to practice more. That fellow was particularly fond of amusement and showing off. For a time, he diligently honed his tossing skills, even achieving the remarkable feat of a perfect throw, gaining much attention among his peers. Under his encouragement, he occasionally practiced, but now, compared to the other participants, his skills seemed somewhat lacking. The third game was a guessing game, where any hint given resulted in a loss. This game was quite common, and other teams progressed smoothly, albeit with occasional hiccups. However, when it came to Lu Jiue's team, complications arose once again. Wu Yuan, a seasoned variety show host, and Lu Jie, a young master well-versed in poetry and etiquette, clearly did not share the same wavelength. For instance, when the term "Guyu tired" was mentioned, Wu Yuan demonstrated by lounging dramatically, a gesture unmistakable to the audience. Yet, the young master guessed leaning. Similarly, when the term "lying flat" was introduced, Wu Yuan laid on the ground and gestured two characters with her hands. prompting Lu Jiyue to guess, sleeping? Seeing everyone shake their heads, he tentatively guessed, dead? Once more, when Cupid was the word, Wu Yuanyuan animatedly gestured, mimicking angel wings, drawing a bow and clutching her heart. Yet, the young master confidently declared, a startled bird, with an air of certainty that was particularly amusing. The audience erupted in laughter, and the barrage of comments was filled with ha ha ha, truly amusing me. Meng Yu looked at the group with sympathy and comforted them, saying, do not be disheartened. Think positively. At least you have broken the record of our show. But we didn't get a single question right. Lu Jiyu exclaimed in confusion, unable to believe he had guessed incorrectly on every question. Wu Yuan wore an expression of existential despair, gazing at the young man with a look of resigned admiration that heightened the comedic effect. I see. Huh, what an adorable little darling Lu Jiyu is. How did he manage to guess every question wrong? He even managed to justify his answers. Ha ha. Jing from Fox Fairy Hall. Ah, Yu is so cute. When he confidently said a startled bird, I couldn't bear to let him know the correct answer. Chi. I used to think Lu Ji had an aloof and distant demeanor, but after watching this variety show, I must say, darling, you are utterly charming. I am completely smitten. Cola. Sisters above, Yu is truly super adorable. You should check out the segment from Big Hand and Little Hand, where he and Lin Xing curiously ponder why lotus roots are black. It's absolutely delightful, reminiscent of a 3.5-year-old kindergarten child. The cooking segment was equally hilarious. Ha. As the show aired, the online viewership soared, reaching a record high in recent years, much to the delight of the production team. Subsequently, the host announced that the individual with the lowest score would face a penalty. Unfortunately, that turned out to be Lu Jiyu and Wu Yuan. The punishment consisted of a glass of bitter melon juice and a round on the ultimate spinning chair. One can only imagine the bitterness of that juice. Merely the thought of drinking it was enough to make one's face turn green. The spinning chair, besides rotating, would spray water from a certain spot. Celebrities are particularly conscious of their image, and getting sprayed would not only dampen their clothes, but also ruin their makeup and hairstyle. The young master glanced at the bitter melon juice, his brow slightly furrowed. However, upon seeing Wu Yuan, who appeared resolute in her intention to choose the spinning chair, he took note of her outfit. Unfortunately, she was dressed in a skirt suit, with a white blouse on top and a half-skirt below. At that moment, Jiang Jianzhou inquired with concern, Sister Yuan, doesn't your outfit seem unsuitable for the spinning chair spray? Meng Yu then added helplessly, she has already had an adverse reaction to the bitter melon juice. She'll vomit the moment she drinks it. Wu Yuan grimaced, I really have lost many times. The audience murmured, it seems she truly has lost repeatedly. All the guests sighed in exasperation, and Jiang Jianzhou, seemingly casually, remarked, what should we do? These are the game rules, yet we certainly don't want to get the girl as clothes wet. At that moment, a comment floated by, living on a rainbow. Why do I feel Jiang Jianzhou is a bit mischievous? However, it was quickly followed by a fan's explanation. A leaf on a small boat. Our brother is just too kind-hearted. The blame lies with Lu Jiyu for being so foolish and dragging others down with him. While everyone was still discussing, Lu Jiyu had already maneuvered his wheelchair to the small cart containing the bitter melon juice. The green liquid in the transparent cup appeared unappetizing. Yet after consuming bitter herbal concoctions for over a decade, he was not particularly afraid of bitterness, or so he claimed. The young man reached for the cup of bitter melon juice, the verdant liquid accentuating the alabaster hue of his fingers. He tilted his head slightly, the graceful contour of his neck captivatingly exquisite. As he swallowed, his Adam's apple gently bobbed, momentarily entrancing everyone present. Under the gaze of the crowd, the young master finished the cup of bitter melon juice sip by sip. He then furrowed his brow and remarked to the onlookers, it's quite bitter, rather unpleasant. Snow falls into double eyes. Ah, just now Lu Jiyu looked so beautiful and desirable. He is the first star I've seen who looks so enchanting even while drinking bitter melon juice. Cat working for fish. Hold on, the one above. Our yeah is still a baby. We should say he is adorable. Jiangli. Oh my gosh, Web outdrank bitter melon juice in one go. My heart aches for him. Someone should give the baby a piece of candy. At the scene, Lu Jiyu turned to Wu Yuan and said, Sister Yuan, Let me handle this. During the earlier recording, the young master had certainly sensed the care and protection offered by Wu Yuan, and he could not bear to see her drenched in front of everyone. What? The crowd thought they had misheard. The young man smiled faintly and said, I'm a boy, and I'm not wearing makeup, so I'm not afraid of water. Wu Yuan suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Due to her plump figure and boisterous personality, she rarely received the same kind of attention from boys as the beautiful girls did. As Meng once remarked, she appeared self-sufficient and required no protection. However, today, she was unexpectedly cared for by someone, and that someone was Lu Jue, the exceedingly handsome Lu Jue. She felt a sudden rush of emotions, her nose tinged with the urge to cry. Chapter 44. Jue. Come here, Wu Yuan worried that the water would wet the young man's legs. She wished to take care of it herself, but the young master was insistent, and the director team agreed. Ultimately, they allowed Lu Jue to take a seat on a large rotating chair. Wu Yuan, like a small fan, eagerly shared precautions and tips, to which the young man nodded in acknowledgement. Fortunately, the duration was brief. After the punishment concluded, the young man's white shirt was indeed dampened, his hair also wet, water trickling down his cheeks. He casually swept his hair back, revealing a beautifully sculpted forehead. Zhou Yang had been waiting nearby. As soon as the game ended, he hurriedly offered a towel and a jacket. He had developed the habit of bringing clothes for Lu Jue at all times, especially after the last time they were surrounded while shopping at the New Century Mall, which had left him quite shaken. The photographer, keenly attuned to the audience's sentiments, captured a close-up of Lu Jue's face. At that moment, droplets of water glided down his forehead, resting on his lashes, which fluttered like delicate fans, unable to bear the weight. With a gentle blink, a droplet fell onto his white shirt, blooming into a small, darkened flower. The young man's visage, glistening with moisture, appeared even more translucent, pristine to the point of being poreless, resembling jade, yet not quite. Under such high-definition scrutiny, his captivating almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a glimmer of water, striking the heart with a surge of emotion as they locked onto yours. The impact of his beauty was akin to a nuclear fusion within the mind. Overwhelming thoughts of, he looked at me. He is so stunning. The young man accepted the towel, casually drying his hair, the cloth obscuring his face. As the audience finally remembered to breathe, they took a deep breath and began to express their fervent admiration. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, dominated by exclamations of excitement. Song Lin from Purple City. Lu Jue, you must take responsibility for me. My heart just stopped beating. Wind and Luo, oh my. That shot was absolutely stunning, both beautiful and alluring. I wish I could be the droplet of water on that young man's eyelashes. Qing Zhu Ruyun. My Yi is so gentle and so gentlemanly. I envy Wu Yuan. Gardenia Cat. Count me in on envying Wu Yuan. Yin Xiaoyan. Envying Wu Yuan, plus my ID number. The young master noticed the guilt and concern in Wu Yuan's eyes and offered her a reassuring smile, saying, I'm fine. I'm a boy, and this little water is nothing. Besides, my health is much better than before. Wu Yuan, meeting the youth's radiant smile, felt her cheeks flush and her heart warm. With tears glistening in her eyes, she exclaimed, Oh, Jue is just too wonderful. Anyone with a boyfriend like you would surely wake up smiling from their dreams. Upon hearing this, the young man felt a hint of bashfulness. He pressed his lips together and replied, It's nothing really. I actually lost the competition because of myself. Moreover, how could I let a lady's clothes become wet? Jiang Jianzhou observed as everyone surrounded Lu Jue, akin to stars orbiting the moon, and couldn't he help but sneer. Lu Jue has learned to put on a facade. Has he changed his ways? Is he trying to establish a warm, gentleman persona? Unfortunately, it's too late for that, he thought, lowering his head to conceal the flicker of malice in his eyes. As the recording reached its conclusion, the host delivered the closing remarks, after which everyone exchanged farewells with the audience. As soon as the recording ended, a staff member approached Lu Jue, informing him that a dressing room had been arranged for him to change. Wu Yuan, already feeling guilty, advised, Jue, you should go change, don't catch a cold. Mr. Lu, this way, please, the staff member guided. Surprisingly, the young man did not move. Instead, he first sought out Brother Zhou for his phone, now engrossed in reading a message. Whatever he saw made his already enchanting almond-shaped eyes sparkle like a sky full of stars, captivating all who beheld him. Moments later, he looked up and politely declined. There's no need for trouble. My clothes aren't too wet. Let us leave first. Wu Yuanyuan genuinely liked Lu Zhiyue and wanted to see him off, but their team had a meeting to attend, so she could only bid farewell. As they exited the studio, the young master was suddenly surrounded by a group of 7 or 8 bright-eyed young girls. He could read the gleam in their eyes and quickly adjusted his cardigan to sign autographs for them. Following that, the program staff warmly escorted them downstairs to the parking lot. In the parking lot, situated at the television station, where many celebrities and luxury cars abound. Zhou Yang suddenly felt self-conscious about his modest little car, worried it would embarrass Zhiyue. Just as he pondered this, a luxury van zoomed past, splattering them with exhaust fumes. Furious, Zhou Yang mentally cursed. What is wrong with that young man? Due to the presence of the program's assistant, he refrained from expressing his frustration aloud and quickly opened the car door to start the vehicle. Typically, he would warm up the car first, assisting Zhiyu with her wheelchair once she gradually settled in. However, today seemed particularly unfortunate as the car refused to start. After several attempts, he glanced at Lu Zhiyu, who was waiting nearby. How would they manage to leave? Would calling a ride-hailing service seem too undignified? Is there a malfunction with the vehicle? The assistant from the production team inquired. Zhou Yang smiled awkwardly. His car had just been serviced, so this was unexpected. Individuals in the entertainment industry often relish in witnessing others' misfortunes, and he worried that Zhiyu might be looked down upon today. At that moment, another van approached, but this time it came to a halt. The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Jianzhou's impeccably made-up face. Zhiyu, is your car broken? Why not ride with me? It's been a while since we last caught up. Lu Zhiyu could not possibly accept a ride from a stranger in the young master's eyes. This Jiang was indeed a stranger. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Zhou Yang's expression darkened. He was certain Jiang Jianzhou harbored ill intentions. Riding with him would undoubtedly lead to unfavorable online commentary the next day. Even if he took a taxi, he would not allow Zhiyu to ride with him. At that moment, the assistant who had followed to see them off suggested, Teacher Lu, why not let our driver take you? The production team provides transportation. Jiang Jianzhou shrugged in resignation. Zhiyu, when did we become so distant? Never mind, take the production team's vehicle. I actually have another appointment to attend. Zhou Yang felt an urge to vent his frustrations. He wanted to ask Jiang Jianzhou if his fans were aware of how disingenuous he truly was. A nearby staff member, eager to assist, said, I have already consulted with the leadership and arranged for me to take Teacher Lu back. The car is just up ahead. The young master felt increasingly agitated. He did not wish to ride with a stranger. Just then, a black Cullinan glided into view from the side aisle. As it approached, a deep, magnetic voice called out, Zhiyu, come here. Chapter 45, soft to the point of incredibility upon seeing Mr. Feng. The young master's mood improved instantly. He ignored Jiang Jianzhou and maneuvered his wheelchair over directly. When he reached the familiar black vehicle, he was momentarily taken aback. The car appeared to have been modified. As the left door swung open, a luxurious genuine leather seat slowly emerged from within. It was evident that the seat was custom-made, exuding a palpable sense of high quality. Zhou Yang, who followed closely, was equally astonished. This was an extravagant modification for a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to become accessible. Yet would it be necessary for Zhiyu, whose legs would likely recover in a few months, to have such a vehicle? How much would such modifications cost? No. What he should be contemplating was whether Mr. Feng was being excessively kind to Zhiyu. Would a newly acquainted friend go to such lengths? The driver, known as Poison Wolf, had already exited the vehicle and stood waiting by the side. Zhou Yang felt a surge of wariness, his gaze towards Poison Wolf brimming with suspicion. Mr. Lu, please enter the car, Poison Wolf said. All right, thank you. Lu Zhiyue maneuvered the wheelchair forward, and Zhou Yang lent a hand, allowing the young master to smoothly transfer to the luxurious leather seat. Du Lang pressed a button on the right side of the seat, which then gently elevated, rotated, and gradually retracted back into the vehicle. As the door closed, Zhou Yang couldn't help but marvel internally at the sophistication of it all. Du Lang efficiently stowed the young man's wheelchair in the trunk. Just as Zhou Yang approached to express his gratitude, he was met with the remark, "Mr. Zhou, please attend to the vehicle first." Watching the sleek black Cullinan drive away, Zhou Yang's lips twitched. He pondered to himself that he must speak to his artist about this. Turning around, he caught sight of Jiang Jianzhu's inquisitive gaze and managed a smile. "Ah, I appreciate your kindness, Teacher Jiang. But my Jiue has a friend coming to pick him up, and he is a bodyguard. It would certainly be safe for him to leave with him." The implication was clear. It would be less safe to accompany Jiang. Jiang Jianzhu's expression darkened. He glanced at the program assistant standing nearby, chose silence, and rolled up the window as he departed. Inside the vehicle, Lu Jiue's eyes sparkled with delight, his melodious voice tinged with surprise as he exclaimed, "Mr. Feng, what brings you here? And you've brought a kitten?" The moment he entered the car, a playful kitten had unexpectedly leaped into him. He clumsily caught the little creature, instinctively petting its soft fur and scratching its chin. Feng Qinian withdrew his gaze from the young man's face and replied, "Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a meal? You asked if I had time?" "Huh? Yes, I did," Lu Jiue admitted, a rare flush of embarrassment crossing his features. "I mentioned I had time, but you never responded, so I came to find you. Is that not acceptable?" The man's tone carried an air of mild grievance. Du Lang, who was driving, remarked, "Boss, I really can't get used to this." The young master, head lowered and cradling the kitten, mumbled softly, "But you said you wouldn't be free until later. Also, I haven't decided where to eat yet." His delicate fingers unconsciously squeezed the kitten's paws, as if grappling with a particularly challenging dilemma. The pale knuckles slightly flushed as they pressed against the kitten's fuzzy little paws, appearing soft and inviting to the touch. Concerned that the kitten might scratch him, a large, dry hand reached over to gently remove the young man's fingers. Lu Jiue turned his head toward the man. "What are you thinking? Be careful not to get scratched by it." The man spoke without a hint of trepidation, choosing to ignore the fact that the kitten's claws had been trimmed. "Meow, meow." The kitten promptly responded with two little cries. "I wouldn't harm the lovely bipedal creature. It's the larger bipedal one that should not wrong me." Lu Jiue chuckled at the seamless retort from the kitten, its tone playfully defiant. Feng Qinian couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it can understand our conversation. With that, he lifted the kitten back into his arms and casually handed a bottle of peach pineapple yogurt to the young man, asking, "Are you tired? Does your stomach hurt? Drink some yogurt first, all right?" "Thank you." Lu Jiue obediently accepted the yogurt and took a couple of sips, the sweet and tangy flavor soothing the lingering bitterness in his throat. Distracted by the playful kitten, he suddenly recalled his question, "What about this seat?" I stumbled upon it by chance and thought it quite commendable, so I made a few modifications to enhance your comfort while getting in." The man spoke with a nonchalant grace. "Indeed, it is quite convenient." The youth felt a sudden swell of warmth in his heart, a soft sensation akin to the gentle pressure of the kitten's pudgy paws. Mr. Feng was truly wonderful. He resolved to reciprocate this kindness. He declared that in this world, Mr. Feng was his dearest friend, none other than the esteemed heir, Lu Jiue of the Ho family. Noticing a smear of yogurt on the boy's lips, Feng Qinian's reflexes outpaced his thoughts, and before he realized the inappropriateness, his thumb had brushed against the corner of the boy's mouth. Yet, seeing the boy merely tilt his head in confusion without displaying any displeasure, he explained, "You have a bit of yogurt on you." "Oh, thank you. This yogurt is delightful. Do you like it? I shall bring you some next time." Mr. Feng, you are too kind." The predatory wolf in front observed as Feng Qinian twirled his fingers. Just as he had suspected, the boy's face radiated an astonishing softness. Chapter 46. The first to praise me at this moment. Weibo was ablaze with trending topics related to Long Live the Weekend. Whether purchased by artists or gifted by fans, the production team welcomed the attention with open arms. Among these, Lu Jiue alone accounted for 3 entries. Lu Jiue plays the zither beautifully. Lu Jiue is a gaming black hole. Lu Jiue, the guardian of flowers. Given the vast audience for Long Live the Weekend, various edited videos were promptly shared by netizens as soon as the program ended. Unsurprisingly, the videos featuring Liu Jiyue garnered the most likes. Some showcased his ethereal zither playing, while others highlighted his humorous responses during quizzes, his flawless basketball shots, and his ability to single-handedly complete 2 penalties while caring for a girl. Many passers-by became fans, flocking to Liu Jiyue's Weibo to leave comments. Consequently, his follower count began to rise rapidly once more. Meanwhile, the fan group buzzed with excitement as a longtime fan named Lin Lin vented about her grandfather. Lin Shenshan, sisters, who understands? It's my first time chasing an idol, and my family is pressuring me for my idol's contact information. I said I didn't have it, and they questioned my status as a fan, laughing and crying. Nanyan you. You unqualified fan. How can you not have your idol's contact information? Yuelian Yuanin. What happened? Please elaborate. Lin Shinshan. The incident occurred while I was engrossed in watching Iya play the zither tonight when suddenly my grandfather barged in. He pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "This piece is marvelous. Quickly find me this young man's contact information. I wish to pay him a visit." I was left utterly bewildered and replied that I didn't have it, only to be met with my grandfather's disdain. The vehicle journeyed from the bustling modern technological hub to the quaint, ancient cobblestone streets. Before a beautifully designed, traditional Chinese building stood a grand ginkgo tree, its golden leaves shimmering in the light. The plaque above the door bore the elegant inscription, Nian. After the car came to a halt, Feng explained, "Pets are welcome here. I made a reservation. If it doesn't suit your taste, we can venture to a hot pot restaurant next time. All right?" "Yes, I quite like this place," he responded. Feng had made the right choice by allowing Mr. Feng to select the venue. It was indeed delightful, evoking a sense of nostalgia for a bygone era. The Elegant Garden is an exclusive restaurant that operates solely on reservations, helmed by a chef whose ancestors once served as imperial cooks, undoubtedly a testament to his exceptional culinary skills. The scenery here is equally enchanting. The courtyard is elegantly arranged, with each small garden showcasing its unique charm. Even the displayed calligraphy and antiques are valuable artifacts. However, for a young master who has been accustomed to luxury since childhood, these surroundings felt rather mundane. As night fell and hunger set in, he made his way to the reserved bamboo courtyard, eagerly anticipating the culinary delights awaiting him. Feng Xinian had learned about this place from Assistant Qin, as he was a man who spent most of his time abroad enjoying steak, lacking the appetite to explore the fine dining scene of the capital. Moreover, the restaurant's privacy, delectable food, and membership system made it a favored spot for many influential figures to conduct business, adding an air of sophistication and culture. Of course, this was Feng Qinian's first visit, as he typically only appeared at negotiation tables. As expected, Elegant Garden lived up to its reputation, and the chef's dishes were perfectly suited to the young master's palate. One particular dish, tea-smoked chicken, was exquisite. The chicken was smoked with a base of high-quality Tiguanyin tea, resulting in a rich golden hue on every part. One half was drizzled with honey glaze, while the other was adorned with fragrant oil and white sesame, each flavor distinct and delightful, much to the young master's liking. Additionally, the honey-glazed purple yam, glistening and translucent, was sweet without being cloying, prompting the young master to indulge bite after bite. Unfortunately, he lacked the skills to cook, and while Brother Zhou's culinary efforts were passable, they left much to be desired. Consequently, he often resorted to takeout or bland boiled dishes, a rather pitiable predicament. Feng Qinian occasionally served the young man vegetables and soup, and each time, the young master would first swallow his food before solemnly expressing his gratitude, behaving remarkably well. Observing the boy's obedient demeanor, Feng Qinian unusually felt inclined to tease him. "I watch your program. Jiyue, do you really think I am handsome?" "Yes, Mr. Feng is very handsome," the boy replied, lifting his gaze to meet the man's profound eyes. The emotions reflected in those depths felt oddly familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered such a gaze, momentarily disregarding the intimacy implied in the man's address. Noticing the man's silence, he inquired with curiosity, "Has no one ever complimented your looks before?" Feng Qinyan's voice darkened slightly. No, perhaps they were all rather intimidated by me. I don't have many friends, and my parents passed away when I was 10, so you, yeah, are the first to ever compliment me. Chapter 47. If no one compliments you. I will recalling how the poison wolf mentioned knowing Mr. Feng for years and described his personality as rather aloof. The young master suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the tall and gentle man. Learning that he had lost his family only deepened his desire to offer comfort. He maneuvered his wheelchair closer, leaned forward, and opened his arms to embrace the man, providing him solace. Feng Qi, you are wonderful and exceptional. If no one else praises you, let me be the one to do so, all right? Moreover, do you not have me as your friend? Fortunately, I have you. Feng Qinian remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it quickly vanished. By the way, you also have a kitten, which has kept you company longer than I have. The kitten, currently indulging in its meal, pondered, why is it so chilly over there for the large biped? Consequently, it nudged its food bowl closer to Lu Jiue, affectionately rubbing against his calf. As they shared a meal, the young master, unusually full, felt a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. When he noticed the man packaging a portion of honey-glazed red yam for him, his porcelain-like face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Have I eaten too much? He pondered. Feng Qinian, amused by the boy's bashful demeanor, reassured him. Not at all. You are too slender and need to nourish yourself more. As the two exited, passing the main courtyard, the boy caught a glimpse of a painting hanging on the wall, prompting him to halt his wheelchair and admire it in silence. Do you also appreciate the works of Dong Yuan and the paintings of Dong Beiyuan? A young man inquired. Dong Beiyuan S. The young master turned to the youth, who possessed a youthful visage, strikingly handsome, with bright eyes that sparkled when he spoke of art. Yes, I do, the young master replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. You must be Lu Jiue, as your reputation precedes you. What? Lu Jiue queried, perplexed. Everyone says you are exceptionally handsome. Ha, and indeed, you are quite dashing, the youth remarked, appearing in high spirits. Just then, Feng Qinian, having concluded a phone call, approached and said, Yeah, let us go. Okay, Lu Jiue replied. After they departed, a tall figure emerged from the kitchen, holding a takeout of honey-glazed red yam. What are you looking at? The young man rolled his eyes, retorting with a hint of pride, Stop trying to get close. I don't want to engage with you. I was wrong. Shall we return home? I'll kneel on durians if that pleases you. I want to go back. I'll stay at the hotel tonight unless you sleep on the sofa. That is unacceptable. I have my rights. Feng Qinian thought of the boy as potential discomfort and, upon spotting a 24-hour pharmacy nearby, first ensured he was settled before fetching some digestive tablets for him. The young master curiously examined the digestive tablets Feng Qinian brought. Ahem, this flavor is more palatable, the man preempted, concerned the boy might disdain the children's version. He believed that given the boy's small stature and slender frame, the dosage of the children's version would be just right. Okay. Suddenly, recalling something, the boy earnestly stated, we agreed that next time I would treat. Although today was supposed to be his treat, Mr. Feng had mentioned that payment was made upon reservation, leaving him no choice but to invite Mr. Feng next time. Yes, next time you treat. I want to compete with you, Feng Qinian replied, in good spirits. Forced to revise my writing, I hope for blessings on my endeavors. Dear readers, please pray for me, or else I may never see Yaya again. The author is truly weary. Chapter 48. Truly wealthy with no place to spend it, since it was previously mentioned that the poison wolf family resided nearby. When they went out to dine, the poison wolf had already returned home. Thus, Feng Qinian took the wheel himself, with Lu Jiue seated in the passenger seat, a kitten nestled in his lap. The two engaged in a delightful interspecies dialogue, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. There exists a serene and tranquil ambience, a sensation that Feng Qinian had never experienced prior to this moment. Now, he yearns to grasp it tightly, never to let go. Upon arriving at the residential complex where the youth resides, the man furrowed his brow slightly. This was no upscale community, and the security was rather mediocre. Moreover, it appeared to be entirely comprised of apartments. How could one find comfort in such small quarters? Zhou Yang was already waiting downstairs. Upon seeing the vehicle approach, he hurried to open the door, only to discover that his artist was seated in the front passenger seat. He then witnessed Mr. Feng himself gently lifting his artist from the car and gesturing for him to retrieve the wheelchair from the trunk. "Isn't it true that you installed a barrier-free seat? Why then, must you sit in the front and be carried back and forth? Such extravagance. Thank you, Mr. Feng, for the ride. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" The young master, seated in the wheelchair, tilted his head slightly to gaze up at the man. Beyond the mask, his amber-hued almond eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars, strikingly beautiful. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke again, his tone somewhat gravely. "It is too late. You ought to rest." Zhou Yang immediately concurred. "Indeed, it is late. Thank you, Mr. Feng, for bringing Jiyu home. Then, farewell." The man raised an eyebrow, sensing Zhou Yang's wariness towards him. Rather than feeling displeased, he responded with an agreeable hum. There seemed to be some rustling in the bushes, and the kitten in his arms squirmed restlessly. Feng Qinian grasped the kitten by the nape of its neck, calmly stating, "You should head back now, and do not forget to join us for dinner next time." "Yes, yes. Goodbye, Mr. Feng. Goodbye, little kitten." Once home, Zhou Yang placed the takeaway boxes on the small tea table and turned to inquire, "Jiyu, did you not invite Mr. Feng to dinner today? Why is there a need for another meal together?" The youth replied casually, "Yes, today it was Mr. Feng treating us. So we agreed that I would invite him next time." "Oh, I see." Zhou Yang felt an inkling that something was amiss. Could it be that Feng Qinian was deliberately seeking to entice his artist out? However, as his gaze inadvertently swept across the elegant characters spelling in on the takeaway box, he felt a mixture of surprise and relief. After all, Yin was an exclusive establishment requiring prior reservations, making it understandable that Jiyu could not extend an invitation. Zhou Yang had only heard of Ye Yuan, never having dined there himself. It was rumored that not only was the food delectable, but even the furnishings were exquisite, some being of antique quality. He recalled that Lin Xian had dined there last year and posted about it on Weibo, garnering a flurry of praises from his admirers, who remarked on the exceptional status of his brother, noting that only prominent individuals could dine at Yin. Wealth alone was insufficient. It was unexpected that Mr. Feng, acting as a bodyguard, could also take Jiyu to dine at Ye Yuan. Zhou Yang felt a tinge of complexity in his emotions. Just as he contemplated cautioning his artist against becoming too closely acquainted with Mr. Feng, he overheard the youth lamenting as he made his way to the bathroom. "Mr. Feng seems so lonely. It turns out he lost his parents at a young age. No wonder he is so aloof and reticent, with few friends. I should make an effort to communicate and connect with him more." Zhou Yang was utterly at a loss for words. How could he possibly urge Jiyu to disregard the plight of someone so unfortunate? Moreover, even if he did speak up, it was likely that Jiyu would not heed his words. In Chapter 49, do not secretly photograph Lu Jiyu on the other side. Feng Qinian observed the youth being led into the dormitory building by Zhou Yang, before finally withdrawing his gaze. He turned slowly, casting a sidelong glance at the nearby thicket and trees, with a slight raise of his hand. The two individuals concealed within the underbrush had not yet discerned the actions of the striking man, when, in an instant, they found themselves surrounded by four formidable figures clad in black. These men exuded an aura of ferocity. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, instilling a sense of suffocation that felt akin to having one's throat constricted, rendering one's legs weak. "Be brother, it's a misunderstanding. We haven't done anything," a middle-aged man stammered, with his apprentice, Dog Z, hastily nodding in agreement. "We did nothing. It was not cowardice that gripped them." Lida Zue felt the palpable aura of danger emanating from these men. He even suspected that they had taken lives and witnessed bloodshed, starkly contrasting with the ostentatious brutes often seen accompanying celebrities. The leader among them, with an impassive demeanor, extended a large hand and commanded, "Hand it over." Lida Zui, his forehead slick with cold sweat, tremulously offered his camera. "I didn't capture anything." He spoke the truth. He had not been lurking to photograph Lu Jiyu. By chance, he had spotted him, along with the bodyguard whose presence had piqued the curiosity of the entire internet. He thought he might seize the opportunity to catch a glimpse of Lu Jiyu trending that night, and thus snapped a few pictures. He had even conceived a catchy title, Lu Jiyu, suspected of cohabiting with bodyguard, returned home late at night. Several of the images he had taken were quite striking. As a photographer, or paparazzo, he possessed an eye for aesthetics. Surely, the click-through rates would soar. The imposing figure, Du Lang, seized the camera and tilted his head, signaling for the phone as well. Dog Z slowly relinquished his phone and crouched back down. After a brief interval, Du Lang returned with the camera, tossing down a card that read, "In a lawful society, we are all good citizens, never engaging in unlawful acts. Your camera appears commendable, hence I purchased it. The funds on this card should suffice for you to acquire an even better one." What? Lida sui excellame in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Du Lang. Is this for real? Du Lang responded coldly. Mind your tongue, and from now on, do not secretly photograph Mr. Liu. Otherwise, you shall not wish to discover the consequences. As he watched the luxury vehicles drive away, Lida Zhe took Dog Z to the nearest ATM. Dog Z inquired, "Master, is this genuine? We were caught photographing. Yet they didn't smash the camera and gave us this much money?" Lida Zue, clutching the card, muttered to himself, lost in thought. Dog Z asked again, "Master, why are you so anxious? They don't seem unreasonable." Upon hearing this, Lida Zue promptly delivered a light slap to his apprentice's head. "What do you understand? Did you not see that the bodyguard's vehicle was a G-Class? The man who handed us the card, when he reached for the camera, I noticed the thick calluses on his thumb and index finger. What does that signify? What does that signify?" Dog Z, being a child from the mountainous region who had just begun to learn the trade of a paparazzo, lacked the experience. "Fool! It signifies that Hand has wielded a gun for years." "Huh? A gun? Are they truly part of the underworld?" Li Daze struck the dog's head with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "A society governed by law, indeed." He had heard the esteemed figures express such sentiments. Henceforth, he resolved to cease any covert endeavors concerning Lu Jiue, for the latter was beyond their reach. Jiang Jianzhou observed the fervor surrounding Lu Jiue online, along with the staggering number of followers on his Weibo, feeling an urge to smash his phone. This evening had nearly spiraled into chaos, all due to that infernal bodyguard. Chapter 50. He is mine. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Jiang Jianzhou switched to his alternate account and began a daily tirade against Lu Jiue, letting a torrent of vile invectives flow from his fingertips. The reflection of his face on the screen twisted into a grotesque expression. He also took to the square to vent his frustrations at Lu Jiue and the bodyguard's fans. This act somewhat alleviated the jealousy and disdain festering within him. Meanwhile, the man in the car gazed at the photograph on his camera, his features softening. It was not the first time he and a youth shared frame, but this time the latter's profile was partially visible. In the photograph, the youth's eyes met his, and their gaze locked in an eternal moment, enhanced by the night and the warm yellow light, exuding a unique sentiment that gradually enveloped them. Meow, meow. I wished to see, too, a kitten clawed at its carrier, yearning to emerge. The man glanced at the kitten, recalling how the boy would hold it tenderly, scratching its ears and chin. With a narrowed gaze, he warned softly, "He is mine." Meow, meow. What did you say? I do not understand, the kitten replied. The man turned his attention back to the road, instructing the driver, Poison Wolf, to have old Jean prepare several houses and plant a variety of flowers. Understood, Poison Wolf replied, fully aware that the arrangements were for whom. Discussions surrounding Lu Jiue remained trending online. Subsequently, Wu Yuan and Meng Yu both began following Lu Jiue, with Wu Yuan even posting a Weibo expressing her gratitude. Wu Yuan V. Thank you, my dear Sia. Sometimes I forget that I, too, am a girl in need of protection, rather than a tomboy. Additionally, Lu Jiue, I want to ship us. She tagged Lu Jiue V. The 3 exclamation marks clearly conveyed her excitement. The situation originated from a video editor who compiled moments of interaction between Lu Jiue and Wu Yuan, with the perfect background music and a pink filter. The result was unexpectedly harmonious and sweet. It must be noted that, despite having recorded only 1 episode, their interactions were quite abundant. For instance, the girl boldly declared her affection for the boy, who shyly lowered his gaze. When the boy, filled with remorse for losing a competition, was comforted by the girl, who endeavored to make him smile. During a performance, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration, showering him with compliments, creating a scene filled with pink bubbles. The narrative progressed to a point where the girl faced a punishment, and the boy stepped forward, gently proclaiming, "Sister Yuan, allow me to take this on." As a boy, such a trivial matter is nothing. The girl's face glowed with emotion as she covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. "Woo, yeah, you are so kind." Due to her plump figure and boisterous personality, few regarded her with the care typically afforded to girls, and she had grown accustomed to bearing her burdens alone. Suddenly being protected by a handsome youth made her realize the blissful and sweet sensation of being cared for. At the end of the video, it stated, "Every girl deserves your gentle treatment." The video was impeccably edited, garnering over 100,000 likes and shares within just 2 hours, quickly going viral. Many expressed their excitement and enthusiasm. Upon seeing this, Wu Yuanyuan generously liked the post. Previously, Wu Yuanyuan had mentioned, "Lu Jiyue, I want to be friends with you." But now it had escalated to, "Lu Jiyue, I want to be your ship partner." This playful banter was clearly a jest, but it did not hinder the enjoyment of the audience, who laughed heartily. Having hosted for many years, Wu Yuanyuan has cultivated a strong rapport with her viewers and amassed a considerable fan base, while Lu Jiyue's fame does not quite match hers. The fact that the female star took the initiative to jest about being a ship pair indicates that the online speculation is unfounded and will not put Lu Jiyue in a difficult position, allowing him to maintain his popularity. This aligns perfectly with Wu Yuanyuan's character, outspoken, lively, and straightforward. Chapter 51, Refining the Text Soon. The comment section of this Weibo post was filled with fans queuing up to express their thoughts. "Ah, congratulations, sister. Finally, someone is shipping you with such a handsome guy." Overjoyed to tears. The theme was remarkably unified. Indeed, they were true fans of Wu Yuanyuan, supporting their idol wholeheartedly. When they ventured to comment on Lu Jiyue's Weibo, they expressed, "Thank you to the charming and gentle young man for taking care of our sister Yuanyuan. May goodness follow you always, wishing you all the best." For a moment, Lu Jiyue's burgeoning online popularity was truly enviable. However, the enviable Lu Jiyue was already asleep at that time. When he was awakened the next morning by Zhou Yang to retweet the Weibo post, he learned of the incident. Groggily, he saw Wu Yuanyuan thanking him and courteously replied, "Lu Jiyue, no need to thank me. It was merely a small gesture. Also, I must confess, I am not skilled in the culinary arts, Sister Yuanyuan." He tagged Wu Yuanyuan. "Thank you, the best Yuanyuan. Sometimes I forget that I'm also a girl who needs protection, rather than a tomboy. Furthermore, Lu Jiyue, I want to ship with you." He tagged Lu Jiyue. Upon seeing his artist's reply, Zhou Yang felt a wave of dizziness. Why was there yet another smiley emoji? And what was this comment about not understanding culinary skills? Almost instantaneously, the reply amassed numerous comments from netizens and fans. "Linyan, can someone explain what this means? What does Lu Jiyue mean? Urban slave. That smiley face feels oddly familiar. Dreaming breeze. I know. Last time, Lu Jiyue responded to Jiang Jinju's Weibo with a smiley, and he was chased by fans for it. Evening breeze. I think Lu Jiyue might not realize that the smiley represents a sarcastic tone. Yearly abundance. I agree. He seems to get along well with Wu Yuanyuan. Otherwise, why would he use that emoji? Is CI? Does no one get the joke about Lu Jiyue saying he doesn't understand culinary skills? He is quite humorous." Laughter erupted as Kolu exclaimed, "Haha, I got it." Sister Yuanyuan jokingly said she wanted to pair up with Yeye, and Yeye remarked that he lacked culinary skills, all while affectionately calling Sister Yuanyuan. How adorably charming. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before the critics arrived on the scene. One comment read, no way. Did Lu Jiyue actually come to play the warm-hearted male role? Has everyone forgotten how he used to bully female fans?" Another added, exactly. He not only scowled at fans throughout, but even tossed aside their gifts. How could such a person suddenly be rebranded as a warm-hearted gentleman? Disgusting. A third voice chimed in, "Stop right there. Have you not seen how his popularity has surged? He has no works to his name. Why does he deserve millions of fans? It's evident he has someone backing him. Truly, he plays both roles, yet still attempts to establish himself as a gentle, celestial figure. Sadly, with Lu Zhiyue's growing fanbase, the disparaging comments were quickly overshadowed. One user remarked, "I was wondering why today felt so harmonious. It turns out the critics weren't around. Seeing you all jumping around to defame, puts my mind at ease. After all, is exceptional. It's only natural for envy to arise." Another comment read, "Haha, well said. Critics, your idol can't compare to in looks or popularity. Serves you right. Envy breeds ugliness." Upon reading this, Jiang Jianzhu's face darkened with fury. He intended to call a marketing studio to pay for dragging Lu Zhiyue down. Previously, a mobile brand had approached Lu Zhiyue for an endorsement, but the company rejected the idea. Recently, a prominent director had invited Lu Zhiyue to participate in a program, even offering additional pay and the chance to bring along newcomers. Why? Why does everyone seek Lu Zhiyue when he has no notable works to his name? Regrettably, his phone was taken by his manager, Xiao Zhou. Since arrangements are already in place, why fret over these trivial online comments? Jiang Jianzhu finally calmed down, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Yes, they all seek him out. Once he's ruined, let us see who will still come knocking. Chapter 52. Crushing the mouse as the heat continued to rise. More individuals stumbled upon this Weibo post. Gui had been busy with the project and hadn't checked Weibo for days. Today, he finally found some free time and decided to browse for updates on his goddess. To his surprise, he spotted Lu Zhiyue trending and naturally came across the edited video. Goodness, he hadn't realized how impressive it was until he watched it. Thus, he shared it with his childhood friend. "Hey, Yan, look, little Ye appears delicate, but he surprisingly shows great responsibility and compassion. What do you think?" He intended to say, "Far superior to you," but refrained, fearing it might stir resentment towards the beautiful youth. After waiting for a response in vain, he took a screenshot of Wu Yuan and Lu Zhiyue's Weibo posts and sent it over. TSK. Look at them starting to stir up a couple's narrative. Wu Yuan is surprisingly interesting. Meanwhile, Feng was engaged in negotiations with a multinational corporation, skillfully exchanging banter. During a 5-minute break in the meeting, the man glanced at his phone and saw a message from Gu Yi, causing the temperature in the conference room to plummet several degrees. It was merely unfortunate that the video was so exquisitely edited. Anyone who watched it would perceive an abundance of romantic tension between the two. Of course, to Feng these pink bubbles were akin to blades, glaringly piercing and deeply unsettling. Consequently, during the latter part of the negotiations, his aura turned as frigid as an ice cave. The opposing party, having initially held firm, gradually lowered their bottom line, ultimately accepting all the demands initially posed by the Feng family. It felt as though refusal would jeopardize their very existence. He could sense a suppressed, murderous intent in the gaze of that Mr. Feng. Assistant Qin never anticipated that the boss's dark demeanor could yield such effects. The image of the white president trembling in fear brought a smile to his face. Yet, upon turning to face his boss's ink-dark expression, he immediately composed himself. "What does stirring up a CP mean?" the man suddenly inquired. Assistant Qin looked bewildered. "Huh? What does stirring up a CP mean?" Feng patiently repeated the question. A moment of silence ensued as the highly skilled Assistant Qin swiftly rummaged through his mind, pondering the connection between stirring up a CP and trading stocks, real estate, or futures. "Forget it. You may leave." Feng dismissed him outright. This was the first time Li could not answer his boss's question, which felt unworthy of his esteemed position as the chief assistant. Thus, he promptly returned to his office to consult an online search engine. Feng too, opened a search engine, and upon encountering the definition of stirring up a CP, particularly the phrase that misled the public into believing there was a romantic relationship between the parties involved, he inadvertently crushed his mouse in frustration. The term romantic relationship was particularly irksome, igniting his ire. It was only when he noticed the tea brewed on his desk that he forced himself to calm down and took a sip. The rich aroma of the tea soothed his emotions, and he then picked up his phone. "Mr. Qian, in just a few hours, news broke on Weibo about a certain movie star's secret marriage, igniting a frenzy among netizens who eagerly shared the revelation, collectively indulging in the gossip. Fans were left in tears, while detractors began to revel in chaos, turning the online space into a battleground. Weibo was flooded with various analytical posts, and for a moment, it seemed the entire world was abuzz with discussions about the movie star's nuptials. The excitement surrounding the pairing of Lu Jiyue and Wu Yuanyun gradually waned, eventually being submerged, throttled, and deleted, leaving only remnants like Lu Jiyue playing the zither and the term game black hole. If no one paid special attention, one would not notice the deletion of posts related to Lu Jiyue SCP. Having learned what it meant to stir up a CP, an enthusiastic assistant Qin rushed to report to his boss. Feng Qinian's expression darkened further as he glanced at the links and CP groups Qinli provided. In a certain online space, fans of Lu Jiyue and Wu Yuanyuan had even named their group Yueyuan CP. Within the group, discussions flourished about why all posts regarding Yueyuan CP had vanished from the internet. Not only had the popularity declined, but some posts had seemingly disappeared into thin air. Feng Qinian observed a comment. Yueyuan Yuanyan. Who did this? What harm have we CP fans done to anyone? Another chimed in. On the night of the full moon. Haha, exactly. We enjoy our ship. Who has the audacity to delete our posts? Moon Yuan's true love. Honestly, who is so heartless? Even if you're a billionaire or a big shot, you cannot dictate who we ship, right? Soon, fans of the Hongyue couple chimed in. Our Chi-Chi and you're the true love. Ha ha ha. Feng Qinian. Chapter 53, Second Update. Noticing that the boss was in a foul mood, Qinli tentatively remarked, Boss, my girlfriend mentioned that there's a hot pot restaurant in Xiqing that is quite good, with delicious broth and a pleasant atmosphere. Many young people and couples love to visit. He then observed his boss's sharp, dark eyebrows relax. Curiously, he inquired Assistant Qin, what did you get, girlfriend? Qinli adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, replying, just recently. Fate truly has a way of bringing people together. Qinli's girlfriend was someone he encountered during a blind date at a restaurant. Upon meeting, his date immediately began discussing money, boasting about her luxurious lifestyle, and demanding a car and a house, along with asking Qinli to hand over his salary card. Qinli was certain that his mother had been deceived by someone cunning. He stood up to leave, only to accidentally bump into a girl entering the venue, causing her laptop to fall and crash. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he hastily reached out to wipe her tears, saying, no need to cry. I'll compensate you for the damage, the latest model. The girl looked up, her big eyes glistening with tears, and asked, could you also send a keyboard? Qinli chuckled and confidently replied, certainly, that too is the latest model. Thus, he found himself with a girlfriend. He learned about the CP fan website through his girlfriend. Upon hearing that Qinli had just started dating, Feng Qinian couldn't help but scrutinize him further, concluding, well, she is not as tall, not as fit, and certainly not as wealthy as I am. As for looks, Yu had claimed she was quite attractive, her confidence bolstered by a one-sided comparison. Consequently, he generously said, well, send me the address. I suppose you won't need to work overtime today to accompany your girlfriend. Thank you, President Feng, Qinli replied, touched as he walked away. On this day, Zhou Yang received news that a company wanted to hire their artist for an advertisement. He also learned that they had initially sought Jiyu, but the company had decided to put him on ice, nearly allowing Jiang Jianzhou to take his place. However, the company refused, and Jiang Jianzhou did not get to shoot the ad either. Now that the news had resurfaced, Zhou Yang felt that as long as the company was sensible, they should properly plan Jiyu's career and arrange work for him. After all, Jiyu's success would benefit the company as well. Sure enough, Zhou Yang soon received a work assignment for Jiyu to shoot an advertisement for the new MON smartphone, which emphasized durability against drops. Given Jiyu's recent popularity, particularly after he had sacrificed his phone to save children on a variety show, the brand was eager to have him represent their new product. In a market where smartphone screens shatter at the slightest drop, often costing hundreds to replace, many preferred to buy a new phone instead. Jiyu, this is fantastic. Our careers are about to witness a second spring. Seeing Zhou Yang's excitement, the young master could only nod obediently with a smile, even though he had no idea where the first spring had gone. Indeed, where there are fans, there is traffic. Thus, We must actively engage in our promotional activities and update our Weibo. Well, Zhouge, you take care of it. Zhou Yang casually inquired. It seems that Mr. Feng hasn't invited you for dinner recently. Ah, Chi mentioned that he is on a business trip out of town, came the reply. Who is Chi? Zhou Yang momentarily felt lost, struggling to keep up with his artist. It's Chi, referring to Mr. Feng. Isn't this form of address much more endearing than just calling him Mr. Feng? After some contemplation, he added, he now calls me yeah. So I suppose I should reciprocate by calling him Chi. Zhou Yang chuckled, as long as you're happy. From here onward, there will be revisions. Due to being reprimanded, I must alter the plot. It's heartbreaking. Chapter 54. Filming an advertisement, the Liu family is rooted in Flower City. Yet they have not overlooked collaborations with companies in the capital. Thus, Liu Yinxiao seized the opportunity to negotiate business in the capital, allowing him to catch a distant glimpse of his younger brother, although their parents had instructed him not to interfere in his brother's life. Surely merely observing would not be an issue. Since Ye's departure, Liu father has expressed disdain for his lack of patience in chess, while Liu mother has lamented his constant busyness, leaving no time to converse with her. Even the butler, Li, and the household staff have shown reluctance to be around him. Previously, the staff would emerge to provide refreshments whenever the young master was watching television in the living room, taking the chance to inquire about the villa's garden renovations. Now that the young master has gone to the capital, who would dare approach the stern visage of the elder master? Thus, Liu Yinxiao feels quite out of sorts indeed. His past year at the Liu residence had been similarly solitary. It has only been a few days since Ye returned home, and already he feels the absence acutely. The servants missed the young master, who would greet them with a gentle smile, his bright eyes sparkling. He would commend the chef's skills when served delectable dishes and praise the arrangement of fresh flowers he favored. When the young master was present, the home exuded warmth. Now that he has ventured into the entertainment industry, the household staff discreetly follow the young master's shows. Although it puzzles them why his parents do not provide him with resources to elevate his career, they cannot deny his remarkable talent. They are eager to support him. Liu Zhiyu's rising popularity is indeed fascinating. Despite a lack of substantial work and his agency withholding significant resources, he has nonetheless become a sensation. Consequently, envy abounds, especially with the prospect of major brand advertisements on the horizon. On the day designated for the advertisement shoot, Zhou Yang arrived early to escort him. Their agenda included both urban and rural locations, indicating a long day ahead. Upon arriving at the site, they were greeted by eager staff members. Teacher Liu, this way, please. I am still your fan. Could you please sign an autograph after we finish? Zhou Yang mused. No wonder this company is esteemed. The professionalism of their staff is commendable, affording their artists the respect they deserve. Upon entering the studio, Liu Zhiyu's mere presence sparked a stir among the attendees. He is so handsome. He truly does not photograph well, exclaimed one. Is this even human? He is like a character stepping out of comic. His arrival prompted a flurry of excitement, with fans exclaiming, he is here. He is looking at me. At this moment, the director approached and praised, you have a fine appearance. Have you done any commercials? The young master honestly shook his head. No, I haven't. I hope to receive your guidance. The director was quite satisfied with Liu Zhiyu's demeanor, remarking, all right, we shall discuss the script shortly. He had collaborated with numerous popular stars, yet hardly any were as agreeable as this one. Many even brought their own makeup artists and stylists, regardless of whether it aligned with the theme, prioritizing only their own beauty. However, those trendy idols seemed unable to compare with the youthful boy before him, as evidenced by the blushing makeup artist's excited expression. The young man donned a finely crafted white shirt, exuding a fresh and appealing charm. His originally round and large apricot-shaped eyes were transformed into sharp and unattainable orbs with just a few delicate strokes from the makeup artist. Apart from Liu Zhiyu, there was another young actor participating in the advertisement. The young master only discovered this when he saw little Lin Xingxing. Brother Ziyue, I missed you so much. The little girl, dressed in a custom-made dress, dashed toward him like a flower fairy, her large, watery eyes filled with infatuation as they gazed upon the boy. Caught off guard by her sudden embrace, the young master quickly extended his arms to hold her. Xingxing, please don't run so fast. There are many pieces of equipment and wires here. I'm afraid you might get hurt. Chapter 55. Is it very affectionate? The little girl blinked her big eyes and playfully remarked, Xing is here. Thank you, Brother Ziyue. You are truly well behaved. Under the expectant gaze of the little girl, the young master gently ruffled her hair. A staff member secretly captured this heartwarming moment, which was simply adorable, melting hearts all around. It could also serve as promotional material for the advertisement. Lin Xingxing was brought by her mother, Gu Qian, who felt a bit unaccustomed to seeing her precious daughter being so affectionate with someone else. However, upon seeing the boy's face clearly, that discomfort transformed into pride. As expected of my daughter, she truly has good taste. Previously, she had only heard about him. Now, seeing him in person confirmed that her daughter was not deceiving her. Her brother Ziyue indeed surpassed the moon in beauty. Naturally, a daughter with such an eye for aesthetics must have a mother equally entranced by beauty. Gu Qian smiled and said, Hello, I am Xingxing's mother. I must thank you for taking care of her during the program. Gu Qian graciously expressed her gratitude to the young man, while those around listened intently. Anyone contemplating ill intentions toward Lu Ziyue would surely reconsider, for this esteemed Gu Qian was a prominent socialite. And both the Gu and Lin families were top-tier families in the capital. Hello, actually it was Xingxing who helped me a great deal. The young master recalled the last recording and felt a bit embarrassed. At that time, he was quite clueless, and it was little Xingxing who had found an elderly lady to resolve the dining dilemma. After exchanging pleasantries, the little girl began her makeup and styling, while the director and the brand manager engaged in brief conversation with Gu Qian, outlining the shooting process. Their filming would take place at the back gate of a nearby university, and for the subsequent outdoor scenes, only Lu Ziyue was required, as the later edits would be combined to highlight the phone's capabilities. The shooting was straightforward, with a simple and direct storyline. The elegant senior dressed in white, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, emerged from the school in a wheelchair. Not far away, the bustling street thrived with activity. Suddenly, a voice cried out about a thief, prompting the rogue to make a hasty retreat. As he dashed by the white-clad youth and a little girl, it appeared he would collide with the child. In an instant, the young man hurled his phone at the thief's calf. The unexpected impact caused the thief to stumble and fall, ultimately leading to his capture, with the little girl offering the phone back. Then, Lin Xingxing recited her lines. Brother, your phone is quite impressive. The camera zoomed in on the device. The young man smiled at the lens, delivering his dialogue. Mon 11 always appears at the most critical moments. Thus concluded the first half of the filming. The extra, who had been struck by the phone, along with the hired action director, expressed curiosity about Lu Ziyue's dramatic throw. They were surprised it was a single take, expecting multiple attempts. Teacher Lu, your phone-throwing technique is simply exquisite. The young man, who played the thief, was genuinely kind. He was a student from the performing arts department, working part-time. You're not hurt, are you? The young master was so nervous about the scene that he forgot to control his strength. He said, No worries, it's all good. Besides, it was just a glancing blow, which is fortunate, Gu Rue remarked. The sole objective here was to emphasize the phone's durability and sturdiness. In the latter half, Lu Ziyue would venture out to another filming location, although that would not commence just yet. After wrapping up the morning shoot, Lin Xingxing had to depart, which she naturally found hard to accept. Gu Qian arranged for the assistant to reserve a meal at an upscale restaurant, encouraging her daughter to dine with her brother Ziyue before leaving. With a lavish feast awaiting them, the crew expressed their gratitude, and everyone began to indulge. Compared to seafood, the desserts captivated the young master even more. The table was adorned with numerous charming little cakes, each exquisite in design. Lin Xingxing thoughtfully recommended which ones were delectable and shared her favorites. The young master promised to give them a try, even taking out his phone to snap a few pictures, his fingers tapping away. The moon knows. Image JPG. Seal. Looks delightful. Does Yaya crave dessert? The moon knows. I'm at work. There are plenty of delicious options here. Has Chi-Chi returned? Seal. Kiki. The moon knows. Yes, Chi-Chi. Doesn't that sound endearing? The man gazed at Chi-Chi for a few seconds, then at the affectionate words, silently typing. Seal? Yes, dear. Seal, I'm back. I brought you a gift. When do you finish work? The moon knows. I'm not sure. Perhaps tomorrow? The young master showed consideration for the man's fatigue from traveling. Seal, no need. I just want to see you. Kat biiking jipije. After a moment, feeling he had perhaps overstepped, the man sent another message. Seal, I want to give you the gift as soon as possible. Call me when you finish. I'll pick you up, okay? The moon knows. Okay, see you soon. Dancing Cat JPG. Chapter 56. Jiu, I can't take it anymore. There was an adorably small cat-shaped cupcake that was not only cute, but also delicious, especially soft, glutinous, and sweet. He couldn't help but squint in delight. It was simply divine. As the young master was about to indulge in a second cream cake, Zhou Yang hastily interjected. Perhaps you should refrain from consuming too many sweets. Excessive cream can be difficult to digest. I am not concerned about indigestion. Chi-Chi has procured medicine for me. The young master replied, taking another bite of the black forest cake. This particular confection was not overly sweet and bore a slight bitterness, yet its texture was delightful. The young master once again squinted his eyes in bliss, savoring the taste. Zhou Yang, momentarily distracted by the young master, forgot to protest and inquired, "What medicine?" He was unaware of it. To avoid further interruption, the young master retrieved a box of digestive tablets from his pocket to show Zhou Yang. This one, he stated. Zhou Yang recognized it as the children's version of a digestive aid advertised on television. Do you wish to try it, Brother Zhou? No, never mind. I shall pass. However, as soon as Zhou Yang's words fell, the young master returned the medicine to his pocket, patting it lightly. The earlier inquiry, now, seemed rather insincere. In an inconspicuous corner, a woman regarded the gluttonous Lu Jiyue with disdain. How utterly petty, clearly lacking worldly experience. To eat a cake and require digestive tablets. The woman, Lu Jiyue's companion for the afternoon shoot, immediately donned a congenial smile when she noticed someone looking her way, expertly concealing the jealousy and contempt simmering beneath. The director had chosen a picturesque location for the afternoon shoot in the western part of the city, characterized by mountains and rivers, with autumn scenery, particularly resplendent. The filming took place in a quaint village, where the natural beauty attracted numerous agritourism ventures. Lu Jiyue changed into a hooded sweatshirt and jeans. Her hair dyed a rich chestnut black for the shoot, accentuating her already striking features with an ethereal elegance. Once the shooting location was selected, work commenced. In the second narrative, a young painter, intent on capturing the beauty of nature, lifted his brush, gesturing as if pondering how to translate the scene onto canvas. The evening glow enveloped him, casting a misty aura around his silhouette, rendering him almost otherworldly. The young artist, diligently focused on his easel, seemed less a creator and more a living embodiment of the very art he sought to render. He melded seamlessly into the breathtaking landscape. Yet, despite its beauty, the moment was fleeting. The painter furrowed his brow slightly. Then, inspired, took out his phone to capture the enchanting scene from the perfect angle. This highlighted the phone's capability to take stunning, high-resolution photos without distortion. As the lens zoomed in, focusing on the painter, the idyllic view was immortalized. Click! A satisfied smile graced the painter's face as he admired the photograph on his phone, just as a girl, backpack slung over her shoulder, captured the moment with her own device. The young artist, still smiling, turned to glance at her. Framed by the stunning autumn backdrop and the evening glow, a visual impact of immense beauty. The girl paused momentarily, then gently smiled back. The camera gradually pulled away. Here, an advertising slogan might read, "With Mon 11, the most beautiful scenery is within your grasp." The filming proceeded smoothly, followed by additional shots, including distant autumn landscapes and the evening glow, the painter engrossed in his work, and the girl stealthily capturing images of the artist at work. As the filming concluded, the evening glow in the sky gradually faded, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The crew began to pack up the equipment, while Lu Jiyue searched for Zhou Yang to retrieve his phone. To his surprise, the ever-attentive Zhou Yang was nowhere to be found. After inquiring about his whereabouts, he eventually discovered Zhou Yang, who appeared pale and utterly drained from incessant trips to the restroom. "Jiyue, I can't go on. Zhou Yang confessed, his legs trembling with weakness. He was puzzled as to why he had spent the entire afternoon in discomfort. Even after taking antidiarrheal medication, there was no sign of improvement. He speculated whether it was the seafood they had for lunch, but since no one else had fallen ill, food poisoning was ruled out. Concerned for Lu Zhiyue, he stubbornly refrained from seeking medical attention. Now that the filming was finally over, he felt utterly exhausted. A crew member approached to ask if they needed assistance getting to the hospital, and without a moment's hesitation, the young master agreed. Chapter 57. Who are you? Where's the owner of this phone? It would be faster to go directly to the hospital than to wait for an ambulance. They had arrived in Zhou Yang's car. But given the circumstances, he could no longer drive, and Lu Zhiyue readily consented to go. Once the director had finished packing the equipment, he noticed their predicament and sent an assistant to help. After expressing his gratitude to the director, Lu Zhiyue entered the vehicle. Inside, the staff member handed him a cup, saying, "Teacher Lu, it seems that Teacher Zhou is somewhat dehydrated. He should drink some saline water to replenish his fluids." "All right, thank you." The young master took the cup and, upon raising his eyes, met the gaze of the staff member. The face was quite ordinary, slightly familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. The person's hands were calloused, suggesting a history of hard labor. "Let us proceed to the nearest hospital. He may require intravenous fluids," the driver stated as he started the car. "Okay." After drinking the water, Zhou Yang felt his head grow heavier, and his body became increasingly limp. He assumed he was completely dehydrated and did not think much of it. His mind was occupied with the thought of returning the phone to Zhiyue, but his body had ceased to obey him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The director's assistant mistakenly believed that the driver was affiliated with Lu Zhiyue's company, as he had seen him with Xiao Tingting earlier, who was also part of the shoot and an artist signed under the same agency. Upon arriving at the nearby hospital, the driver instructed the assistant to accompany Zhou Yang inside while he assisted Lu Zhiyue with the paperwork, not giving it a second thought. However, after waiting for an extended period without seeing anyone return, the assistant became uneasy as the nurse urged him to expedite the admission process for the patient. Just then, Zhou Yang's phone began to ring from his pocket. The assistant, feeling anxious, retrieved the phone and answered, "Hello? Who are you? Where's the owner of this phone?" On the other end, a chilling voice resonated. The assistant, trembling with fear, stammered, "I am not a bad person. I am Xiao Ma, Director Lin's assistant. Zhou Gu is in the hospital due to dehydration, and Director Lin asked me to bring them. I am inquiring about the phone's owner. Where is Lu Zhiyue?" The man's voice grew increasingly frigid, laced with suppressed fury, akin to a beast disturbed. The assistant, startled by the intensity of the voice, finally regained his composure. He hurriedly explained in a flustered manner, "No, I did not steal the phone. This phone belongs to Brother Zhou. I had no idea it was Teacher Lu's." He continued, "Teacher Lu, I wonder why he hasn't arrived yet. He just went with that person to handle the paperwork and payment." The nurse beside him reminded him once more, "Sir, to avoid disrupting the patient's treatment, please proceed promptly with the payment." The atmosphere suddenly turned eerily silent, a suffocating quiet. How long had they been apart? The voice on the phone was as chilling as 1,000 icy needles, piercing directly into Xiao Ma's ears. Tears began to well up in his eyes as he realized something was amiss. It had only been about 20 minutes. 20 minutes prior, as the young master was about to exit the vehicle, a staff member had handed him a mask, saying, "Teacher Lu, you should wear a mask. Otherwise, you might be recognized and end up in the news." "Thank you very much," the young master replied, taking the mask. However, as soon as he put it on, a strange odor assaulted his senses. Lu Zhiyu frowned, wanting to remove it, but his arm was forcefully restrained. He lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the man holding him, sensing a familiar essence. The last time, the man revealed a sinister smile. "Oh, you figured it out." His voice was dark and foreboding, emerging from the abyss. "Last time I didn't get to send you off. This time, please." He felt completely drained. Forcibly shoved into the vehicle, the man's malicious grin etched in his mind as the last image before he lost consciousness. The poison wolf was unaware of what was being said on the other end of the line, yet he could feel the overwhelming wrath emanating from his boss. Recently, the cup that his boss cherished for tea had been crushed in his grip. The glass shards pierced his palm, but he felt nothing. Where is Zhou Yang? And who is that other person? The man pressed, suppressing his fury. Brother Zhou is dehydrated and unconscious. I don't know that person. He seems to be from teacher Lu's company. Xiao Ma stammered, losing confidence as he spoke. Although that person had come with Xiao Tingting, he had not witnessed any interaction between them. Where had teacher Lu been taken now? Xiao Ma had merely come to assist, and now he was terrified, insisting he would call the director for clarification. Boss, Mr. Lu cares deeply for you, seeing you injured. The man's gaze silenced the poison wolf's unspoken thoughts. Akin to a beast enraged by a touch to its sensitive spot, fury swirling in the depths of his dark eyes. Feng Qinian's expression was stern and menacing. Poison wolf, instruct all our brothers near the hospital to find them. Feng, investigate Ye's schedule for today, what she did, and who she interacted with. Also, retrieve all surveillance footage from the vicinity of the hospital. Understood, Poison Wolf replied, immediately reaching out to contacts. The man named Feng had already opened his computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. Feng Qinian closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself. Regret washed over him. Regret for not picking Ye up sooner. Regret for not arranging protection for her. Zhou Yang's sudden illness and Ye's disappearance, along with the unfamiliar staff member, could not simply be a coincidence. Had it not been for his business trip today and the sudden arrangement for a meeting, it is likely that no one would have noticed his disappearance at this moment. Soon, the computer screen of Feng displayed all surveillance footage from the vicinity of the hospital. With the time frame established, the search became significantly easier. He deftly manipulated the controls, accelerating the playback. 5 minutes later, he exclaimed, "Boss, I've found it." At 5:45 in the afternoon, Mr. Lu's agent was seen being assisted out of a 7-seater vehicle by 2 men, and Mr. Lu's face was partially visible. Feng Qinian immediately approached the computer screen. The video was captured by a surveillance camera outside a fruit supermarket near the hospital, and the image quality was somewhat unclear. As the video was magnified, it became evident that Zhou Yang had completely lost consciousness, being pushed in a hospital wheelchair by a young man who was speaking to someone inside the car. Another man, wearing a baseball cap, gestured towards the vehicle and waved, indicating for the young man to enter first. He then returned to the side of the car, which had its door ajar, revealing a young boy dressed in a thin hoodie, his face partially exposed. Upon seeing the boy's face, Feng Qinian's palm gradually clenched. As the hastily bandaged wound began to seep blood, the boy, on the verge of exiting the vehicle, was halted by the man in the baseball cap. Instead of pushing the wheelchair, he first handed the boy a black mask. Subsequently, the boy did not exit the car, the door was shut, and the man in the baseball cap moved to the driver's seat. The vehicle then swiftly departed from the hospital entrance. Feng Qinian's countenance darkened ominously, his voice low and hoarse. Find surveillance footage that captures this man's face clearly. Unfortunately, this individual was exceedingly cautious, with his hat pulled low, rendering his facial features invisible. The surveillance footage also lacked clarity. Du Lang remarked, "That vehicle is evidently a clone plate. Can we hack into the Skynet?" Feng cast a sidelong glance at Du Lang, retorting coolly, "This is not D country. He does not wish to attract attention or be summoned for an inquiry. Moreover, the Five Tiger Security has established collaborations with the police department, thus possessing certain connections. There is no need to hack into the Skynet. Applications can be made for access. However, Mr. Lu is a public figure, and involving the police is evidently not the most prudent choice." Following the direction in which the vehicle had departed, Feng commenced another investigation. Fortune smiled upon him as he soon uncovered a clue within the surveillance footage of a mobile phone store. The camera fortuitously recorded the moment when that man conversed with Xiao Ma before turning away. Although the clip was brief, lasting merely 2 seconds, it revealed an unremarkable face, square-jawed, with no distinguishing features. Yet Feng Qinian recognized him at once. It was the same individual he had encountered in the underground parking lot of the Xianghua television station. With this lead, the investigation progressed more smoothly. Meanwhile, as Du Lang had just obtained Lu Zhiyu's mobile phone and Zhou Yang's medical records, Feng had already traced some clues regarding the man in the duckbill cap from the photograph. There was a picture of him beside a middle-aged, portly man, clearly resembling an assistant or bodyguard. Upon researching, I discovered that this individual was the behind-the-scenes owner of 2 investment companies and a renowned producer at Shenhua Television. Upon seeing Min Zhengmao's greasy visage, Feng Qinyan's expression darkened further. He had not forgotten the scene he had witnessed at the Guyi Club, where that man had been threatening Jianhe. I had not anticipated his audacity in daring to abduct Ye. The man rose abruptly, his voice laced with an ominous intensity. Feng ascertained the current whereabouts of Min Zhengmao. He could not fathom that a mere bodyguard would act on his own accord to kidnap Ye. Thus, at this moment, Min Zhengmao was already as good as dead. Note: Ye's right leg, though not severely injured, had a fracture in her left leg. 2 months post-cast removal. She was now capable of standing for brief intervals. Chapter 59. Search every inch within a 50-mile radius. Feng ascertained the current whereabouts of Min Zhengmao. The Poison Wolf contacted the Black Panther to activate the Eagle Eye. The Eagle Eye is a tracking and positioning drone independently developed by the Feng family, renowned for its precision and professionalism in aerial photography. It has been employed multiple times for search and rescue operations and has collaborated with law enforcement on numerous cases, earning considerable accolades. However, if the youth were confined or if the vehicle entered a garage, they would still be at a loss to locate him. Thus, it was imperative to find Min Zhengmao immediately. The group took the exclusive elevator from the president's office directly to the garage. Inside the elevator, Feng Qinian received a call from Qian Yao. President Feng, I've just received news that Mr. Lu's agent has been hospitalized with a stomach ailment, but Mr. Lu will be fine. Feng Qinian interrupted. That is certain. Qian Yao's knowledge of this matter stemmed from his position as the owner of the MON mobile phone company. The Qian family's ventures extend beyond the entertainment industry, having recently ventured into intelligent technology, particularly excelling in small appliances and mobile phones. The latest model of MON phones was about to be launched, and Qian Yao had suggested Lu Zhiyue for the advertising campaign. Qian Yao was no fool. He was quite unlike Guyi. The first time the Feng family's authoritative figure extended a helping hand to Lu Zhiyue was to protect his own reputation. But what about the second time? The promotion of Lu Zhiyue alongside other artists seemed to serve a different purpose. While Qian Yao saw through the guise, he was taken aback that this enigmatic, unconventional, and ruthless power broker from the Feng family would show such concern for another individual. However, it was somewhat understandable if the individual in question was Lu Zhiyue, a dazzling young man endowed with remarkable talent and a gentle disposition. If he were inclined towards men, he would undoubtedly wish to protect him. Thus, upon learning that Lu Zhiyue was being kept in a semi-obscured state by the company, he still urged MON to seek him out for endorsement. This was a means of fostering goodwill, and based on his business acumen, he believed Lu Zhiyue was destined for stardom, potentially rising to the top tier. Hence, the photo shoot was arranged, and the decision to invite young Lin Xingxing as a co-star for the advertisement was made. However, when complications arose during the shoot, he felt compelled to apologize. Indeed, Mr. Lu will certainly be fine. This incident was my oversight. The company was unaware of Mr. Lu's identity and failed to provide the necessary care. Feng Qinian, however, was not inclined to engage in further pleasantries and directly inquired, "What do you know about Min Zhengmao?" Qian Yao paused, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. He solemnly recounted all the information he possessed regarding Min Zhengmao, including his preferences, background, and various rumors circulating in the industry. Min Zhengmao had exploited his status to coerce numerous individuals within the circle, and while there had been fatalities, those matters had since been suppressed. Feng Qinian, upon hearing Qian Yao's words, felt a chilling darkness envelop his already obsidian eyes, which now glimmered with a bloodthirsty crimson hue. Poison Wolf, informed Black Panther. Deploy all drones to search meticulously within a 50-mile radius in the direction the vehicle departed. Understood, boss. Poison Wolf found himself questioning his own hearing, for within the fierce and ruthless tone of his commanding superior, he had detected an unexpected hint of vulnerability. The Night Banquet was a renowned establishment in the West District, distinguished from the high-end Tianchi frequented by Guyi and Qian Yao, as it was a melting pot of various social strata. At that moment, in a private room on the second floor, Min Zhengmao was reveling with a few business associates. He playfully squeezed the backside of the woman beside him and boasted, "Rest assured, my brothers, I have enlisted my brother's assistance. The forthcoming project will undoubtedly succeed." One of the executives remarked, "Min, your brother treats you better than a biological sibling. Indeed, that is the fruit of my filial piety. I know precisely what my brother cherishes," he replied, not only aware, but also aiding his brother in procuring delightful delicacies. Min Zhengmao reclined against the woman, grinning with satisfaction. He eagerly anticipated presenting that exquisite youth to his brother. Once his brother was thoroughly pleased, the trivial matters of his business would seem insignificant. The mere thought of the young man's noble and extraordinary demeanor, his splendid and refined appearance, ignited a yearning within him, causing him to salivate in anticipation. He couldn't help but wonder how long his brother would remain enamored. Once his brother grew weary, he too would wish to partake in the enjoyment. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he voiced his desires aloud. "That young beauty is simply exceptional. Once my brother tires of him, I shall claim my turn." Perhaps he had indulged a bit too much in drink, or perhaps the stimulating substances had taken effect. But suddenly he sensed the presence of several additional individuals in the room. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself seized and lifted, only to descend abruptly to the ground with a resounding thud, pain jolting through his body. Slowly, he began to wail and curse, only to be kicked in the center of the room by Poison Wolf, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The others in the room were utterly paralyzed with fear, none daring to intervene. It was evident that their assailants had come prepared, while their bodyguards had been stationed at the door. Several women screamed and attempted to flee. "You're free to go," Eagle announced leisurely, "but remember, you have seen nothing." For those contemplating alerting the authorities, I can assure you that all surveillance footage from the night banquet has been obliterated. Adjusting his glasses, he shifted his tone. "Mr. Li, is your little wife about to give birth? I presume the original spouse is still unaware? And you, Mr. Zhou, having embezzled so much public funds to support a starlet, I trust you won't be able to cover it this month?" Before Eagle could continue, the faces of those present turned ashen, and they hastily fled the room. Upon exiting, a tacit understanding prevailed among them, and they departed in silence. It was clear that the assailants bore a grudge against Min, and they had no intention of getting involved. Feng maintained a composed expression, surveying the groaning man on the floor as if he were a mere corpse. Min Zhengmao, gasping, looked at these intimidating figures, each resembling a fearsome deity from the depths of hell. "Min Zhengmao, where is he?" The man's voice was as cold as the whispers of a demon. Min Zhengmao, overwhelmed by pain, found himself disoriented. For many years, he had been the one to bully others, but now he was the one being struck. He shouted defiantly, "Who dares to hit me? I will report you to the authorities. I will ensure you rot in prison." The Poison Wolf let out a cold laugh. "Oh, you intend to report us? Very well, I shall await your complaint." With that, he pressed his foot onto Min Zhengmao's face, holding a hallucinogenic drug casually taken from the table, and articulated each word clearly: "Drug use solicitation, and the kidnapping of our young master. Do you believe the police will apprehend you first, or me?" Breathless, Min Zhengmao struggled to speak. "Who on earth are you?" Feng stepped closer, towering over him and gazing down with a voice deep and commanding. "Where's Lu Jiyue?" Chapter 60. Found Lu Jiyue? The realization struck Min Zhengmao like lightning. He had just ordered the abduction of Lu Jiyue, and now someone was already inquiring about her. Wasn't she just an unnoticed figure in the entertainment industry, without any backing? He stubbornly replied, "What moon? I know nothing," straining to lift his gaze. He looked at the handsome yet sinister face of the man in charge. An ominous premonition washed over him. Was he the man who had accompanied Gu Xiao and Qian Xiao? The Poison Wolf rummaged through Min Zhengmao's phone, preparing to unlock it when Fei Ying's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Boss, we've found it. The location is in the Xishan Villa area." Just moments ago, their drone had captured footage of the man in the baseball cap exiting a villa, seemingly waiting for someone while on the phone. Upon hearing Xishan Villa, a jolt of recognition surged through Min Zhengmao. His brother's house was located there. Without hesitation, Feng turned to leave, casually stating, "Take him along." Fortunately, the night banquet was not far from Xishan. The journey that usually took half an hour was completed in less than 15 minutes. The poison wolf, who typically reveled in racing, nearly felt nauseated upon exiting the vehicle. Their boss was undoubtedly more skilled than he. With such speed and control, though he suspected a ticket was inevitable. The vehicle navigated to an unassuming villa, guided by the drone's coordinates. Black Panther was already stationed at the entrance with his men. Upon seeing Feng disembark, he promptly approached, accompanied by a bodyguard in black, who was holding none other than the man in the baseball cap. Black Panther reported, "Boss, this guy seemed to have sent a message to someone, but unfortunately, the phone's password isn't fingerprint or facial recognition. Additionally, the villa is equipped with cameras, and it appears quiet inside. Our preliminary assessment suggests only Mr. Liu is present. Therefore, they opted to wait for the boss's arrival." Feng exchanged a glance with Feng, who immediately understood. He disabled all surveillance cameras and looped a segment of footage for playback. Without wasting time on cracking the door password, Feng had already climbed into Black Panther's modified Hummer. With a press of the accelerator, the heavily armed vehicle surged towards the entrance. With a thunderous crash, the iron gate was shattered, the pure copper lock dangling precariously from the door. Feng quietly stored his computer, fully aware that their boss had been restrained for too long this evening. The vehicle emitted a beastly growl as it barreled into the courtyard, halting before the villa's entrance. Feng leapt from the car, striding inside with little regard for the blood seeping from his palm once more. The others instinctively divided into 4 teams. 2 followed Feng for protection, while the other 2 flanked the villa on either side, encircling it entirely. The villa's decor was quite appealing, yet some aspects were inexplicably odd. Upon entering, the first floor revealed a vast bedroom, dominated by a grand bed, opposite which was an entire wall of surveillance monitors. Currently, the screens displayed footage arranged by Feng. The surveillance not only captured the exterior, but also the interiors of other rooms within the villa. Feng quickly recognized a familiar figure. Despite Lu Jiue having changed her hair color and being unconscious, the man instantly identified her. She lay on the carpet in an upstairs room, her eyes firmly shut, her complexion pale as alabaster. She appeared so fragile, as if she might dissolve into the ether at any moment. It felt as though, if he did not arrive soon, he would face the agony of losing her once more. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Feng heart, reviving a long-dormant headache. He cautiously lifted the young woman, soon realizing that her state was more than mere unconsciousness. Her body was unnaturally limp. His gaze swept over a tray on a nearby table, then to the camera positioned in the center of the room, igniting a violent urge to kill within him. "Boss, Mr. Liu must have been sedated and then injected with a muscle relaxant," said the poison wolf, who stepped forward to examine the substances. Yet, the primal beast within him clamored to break free from its confines. But at this moment, the priority was his young lady. "Poison wolf, guard this place. No matter who he is, bring her back to me. Isn't chapter 61 enough? Must we collect so much?" "Yes, boss." Poison wolf surveyed the room, noting the hallucinogenic drugs, the camera, and the iron-frame bed. What was to come was painfully evident. Which perverse soul dared to bring such calamity upon Mr. Liu? Regardless of who it was, they would not hesitate to escort him to the afterlife. Lu Jiue dreamt she had transformed into a cloud, drifting aimlessly. Her form felt insubstantial, leaving her unable to sense her existence, which filled her with dread. She struggled to ascertain her whereabouts, yet lacked the strength to even lift her eyelids. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted toward her, enveloping her in a warm embrace that brought her comfort and solace. Like a kitten, she nestled closer to the man, softly murmuring, "I feel unwell." Feng watched as the young woman rested gently against his heart, feeling her warmth, which finally eased his troubled soul. Upon hearing her words of discomfort, he tenderly cradled her, gently patting her back, his lips brushing the crown of her head as he whispered, "Yeah, my dear, I've called for a doctor. Will you come home with me? The little kitten is waiting too." When the young lady ceased her ramblings, the man inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of medication calming his frayed nerves. The earlier sensation of impending loss gradually subsided. He became acutely aware of just how vital she was to him. The eagle driving ahead was taken aback by the tenderness of the leader for the first time, silently reflecting on the ancient Chinese adage, a hero is often defeated by the beauty. Their fierce and stoic leader transformed into a gentle soul upon encountering Mr. Liu. At the Feng family villa, Feng carefully carried the young boy into the master bedroom, instructing old Jean to prepare some food and to bring over the little cat. Meanwhile, Min Zhengmao and the man in the duckbill cap, whom the bodyguards had brought back, were already relegated to the basement. Upon receiving a call, Fu Yang hurried over, initially believing that Feng had sustained an injury, only to discover it was Lu Jiyue in distress. After assessing the boy's current condition, he stated, I will first collect a blood sample for testing, and then administer some fluids to expedite his recovery. As for the side effects of the muscle relaxant, they vary from person to person, so I cannot provide further insights until he awakens. Feng held the boy partially in his embrace, watching as the needle pierced the boy's light blue vein and observing the blood samples being drawn. The man could not help but frown, questioning, is this truly necessary? Must we take so much? His tone was laden with skepticism and disdain. Fu Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. He merely wished to collect a blood sample, not to be subjected to such emotional turmoil. It seemed that the colder the man, the deeper his affection once he allowed his heart to feel. Fu Yang personally took the blood samples back for testing, while old Jean brought the little cat along. Seeing the boy on the bed, sleeping relatively soundly, Feng leaned over and gently placed a kiss on the boy's eyes, filled with tenderness and affection. Meow, meow, the little cat exclaimed, detecting the scent of the beautiful biped. It leapt onto the large bed, first glancing at Feng and upon seeing no objection or frown, cautiously approached Lu Jiyue. It turned back to the man, meowing, meow, why aren't you sending me away today, big biped? With Feng ignoring it, the little cat felt completely at ease. It settled next to the pillow, sniffing the boy's face and hair. At that moment, the man spoke, do not get too close, just stay here with him. He pointed to the boy's arm resting on the edge of the bed. Be good, or I shall send you back to the sanatorium. And no fried fish snacks for you. Meow, the cat replied. Should I burrow in here? Can the beautiful biped hold me? The little cat displayed a compliant expression. After issuing his instructions, Feng glanced at the obedient little cat before turning to leave. The phone rang again. Qianyao was calling. Feng hesitated to answer, but eventually did. On the other end, Qianyao said, President Feng, I have discovered that someone in the industry is spreading rumors about the night banquet having sensational entertainment news, and many paparazzi and reporters have flocked to it. Is there anything else? Feng inquired. Mr. Liu is safe here with me, Qianyao assured. That is good to hear, Feng replied, having been previously concerned. He remembered that Lu Jiyue was aware of Min Zhengmao's frequent visits to the night banquet, which raised his apprehension about the sensational news being related to Lu Jiyue. Remarkably, Lu Jiyue had been missing for less than an hour, and yet he was located so swiftly, truly a testament to the influence of the Feng family. Qianyao shifted the conversation. I will inform the director of today's shoot that teacher Lu encountered paparazzi at the hospital and hid for a few minutes. But he has long since returned home. Would that be acceptable? Well, Qian Xiao is quite the professional. I trust your judgment. The address from Feng changed for Mr. Qian to Qian Xiao, signifying a closer rapport. Qianyao immediately replied with a smile. Mr. Feng may simply call me Qianyao. After all, I have known each other since childhood. As Feng approached, Feng acknowledged him with a brief response before ending the call. Boss, no one has arrived at the villa yet, but we have uncovered some other information, Feng said, handing over his phone. The screen was filled with a series of videos, each featuring different young men, all slender yet distinct in appearance. Feng casually selected one. The video depicted a delicate young man bound to an iron bed, his pallor indicating drug use. He begged in anguish, stripped of all dignity, while an adult male, seemingly indifferent, continued to inflict violence upon him with unsettling excitement. After merely a few seconds of viewing, Feng Qinian's previously softened expression darkened once more. There were several such videos, but he refrained from watching further. Chapter 62. It will certainly explode, although the man had surmised the nature of the room upon seeing the camera. Witnessing such footage firsthand ignited a violent rage within him at the thought of the innocent boy he cherished nearly falling victim to such depravity. The notion that his pure and gentle youth was coveted by such vile creatures filled him with an urge to commit violence. Feng understood the reason behind his boss's darkened mood and reluctance to continue watching. The iron bed in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in the room where they found Mr. Liu. He had already reviewed the contents of the videos, noting their similarities, with only slight differences in the physique of the middle-aged man in later recordings, indicating a span of time over which these acts occurred. In one of the rooms, an electric device had been installed, where the young men, collared, writhed in agony as they were subjected to waves of electricity, pleading for mercy until they lost consciousness. As a capable aide to his boss, Feng had blood on his hands from executing tasks, yet viewing these videos unsettled him deeply. How could someone be so twisted as to devise such tortures? These videos had been discovered in a secret chamber behind the bathroom on the 3rd floor. One wall was lined with tapes, and these recordings were ones he had ordered to be copied. It was truly perverse to engage in such acts and record them for repeated viewing. Clearly, the deviant had watched them repeatedly, for the equipment in the secret chamber was spotless, meticulously maintained. Information about the villa had been retrieved. It was registered under Min Jingmao, presumably a holiday retreat for retirement. Yet he had never visited. I have examined the recent surveillance along the route. A business vehicle arrives at the Shishan villa every week or two, staying for 1 or 2 nights before departing. He is exceedingly cautious, Feng concluded. Indeed, this low-profile station master possesses little in the way of assets, Feng remarked as he scrutinized the documents. In the soundproof room of the villa, upon catching sight of Feng Min Jingmao immediately pleaded. It must be a misunderstanding. I do not know Liu Jiyu at all. I implore you to spare me. I can offer you money. I have money. Feng, upon recognizing the surname Min, felt a surge of anger. He had researched the matter and was aware of the man's true nature. He kicked Min like a wayward swine, saying, with that paltry sum, you should purchase yourself a coffin. A misunderstanding? Unacquainted? The tall, shadowy figure let out a cold laugh, his gaze piercing. Did you not see him? How have you managed to survive this long with such foolishness? Is it due to your brother? The man in the duckbill cap had already been thoroughly dealt with by the Black Panther, his limbs rendered useless, now lying motionless on the ground in a grotesque position, resembling a corpse. No, it is not that. It was Jiang Jianzhou who recommended Liu Jiyu to me, claiming he was clean and safe to associate with. As Min Jingmao met the man's cold, corpse-like gaze, he quickly added, No, I was not aware. I was blinded by foolishness, unaware that young Master Liu was under your protection. It was Jiang Jianzhou's jealousy that led him to deceive me. I beg you, show mercy and spare me. I shall never dare again. Min Jingmao deliberately avoided mentioning his brother, knowing that as long as his brother was present, he could rise again. The man, seeing through his thoughts, stepped down upon Min Jingmao's carotid artery, the cold sensation of his expensive, handcrafted leather shoe penetrating through. Min Jingmao, you have harbored thoughts that should not have crossed your mind. Thus, you must face the consequences. Of course, Director Min will share the same fate. As if summoned by the mention of his name, the Poison Wolf returned shortly. The vehicle entered the villa, and Poison Wolf dragged out a man. Boss, the person has been brought. The man, in his 50s, had a slightly plump figure, dressed in casual attire, yet maintained a composed demeanor. Who are you? This is illegal detention. I believe I can file charges against you. Feng regarded the man, noting how well he concealed his perverse inclinations beneath a seemingly ordinary exterior. 18 people, Director Min Feng's eyes, devoid of warmth, fixed on the middle-aged man before him. Min Weiman's expression stiffened momentarily before he regained his composure. Observing the villa's surroundings and the bodyguards, he met Feng's gaze and said, I do not know what you are referring to. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else? Feng coldly replied, Earlier this evening, my cat went missing. My child is particularly fond of that cat, so I had to seek assistance in locating it. By chance, I found myself at Shishan. Unfortunately, the vehicle lost control and damaged the door of your villa. I will arrange for someone to escort you back shortly, and we shall also attend to the repairs. By the way, your cousin and his assistant are here as well. They will return with you. Certainly, the suffering endured by his family would be repaid tenfold. Whether their bodies could withstand it was beyond the man's contemplation. Min Wayman was taken aback. His expression shifted as he realized that his brother and old Kay had also been captured. His vehicle had fallen into a pit on the road, and as he sought assistance, he encountered a Hummer, which led him here. It now became evident that these individuals were after him. Especially the man at the forefront exuded an air of intimidation. Min Wayman pondered for a few seconds, then remarked, "I possess a modicum of authority and have some savings in my account. If you allow us to depart, everything is negotiable." Feng, weary of bureaucratic formalities after years of conflict, found no merit in beating around the bush. All information could be verified, so why squander time? It would be far better to attend to the young man at his residence. Having devised a plan to deal with these scoundrels, the man raised his hand, and the fierce wolf immediately understood. He led Min Wayman to the soundproof room in the villa's annex. The substances found within the villa were quite commendable. It appeared they were fond of them, so he administered them one by one to avoid waste. When Fu Yin returned his call, Feng Qian had just finished speaking with Qian Yao. Upon learning that the young man was unharmed, having contracted no undesirable ailments, and would likely recover significantly by the next day after receiving intravenous treatment, the man felt a profound sense of relief and found his thoughts drifting back to him. He left a message for the paparazzo regarding his previous call, instructing him to proceed to Shishan before heading to the main building. Recently, paparazzo Li Dazue had been tailing a female artist when he received news from colleagues about a significant scoop at the night banquet, involving a prominent artist in the entertainment industry. Everyone was rushing to the venue. Li Dazue glanced at the vibrant neon sign of the night banquet and marveled at his good fortune, pulling his apprentice along to stake out the location. Mere minutes later, upon spotting a row of familiar black luxury cars, he discreetly stowed away his camera. While the scoop was pivotal, his life was far more valuable. He dared not capture the imposing bodyguard on film. Merely catching a glimpse of that man's demeanor sent chills down his spine. It was too terrifying. Time to withdraw. Upon returning home, he and his apprentice had just taken a bite of beef noodles when his phone rang. Answering it, he sprang to his feet, barely having time to finish his meal, and grabbed his dog to flee. He aimed to capture photographs before the police arrived, intending to post them online. His traffic would surely surge. Chapter 63. Chaos in the Shishan Villa. Meanwhile, Jiang Jianzhou spent the entire afternoon awaiting news. By evening, he learned that Lu Jiyue had gone missing, and with his manager hospitalized due to a stomach ailment, he knew the situation had escalated. Knowing that Min Zhengmao relished mingling at the night banquet, he deduced that Lu Jiyue would be sent to the debauchery of the venue, where she would likely be toyed with by older men. He had attended the night banquet himself, where all manner of indulgence was available. It was there that he had previously accompanied the corpulent men. He had even been coerced into consuming euphoric substances, but fortunately, his efforts had not been in vain. Thus, he disseminated rumors through an alternate account about a major scandal brewing within the entertainment industry at the night banquet. Once Lu Jiyue arrived, the paparazzi and entertainment journalists would undoubtedly capture photos. He also employed online influencers, eagerly awaiting the moment Lu Jiyue's scandal would erupt, at which point he would revive his past stories to further tarnish her reputation. Having completed these machinations, he felt quite pleased and poured himself a glass of red wine. Savoring it slowly, Lu Jiyue was bound to face ruin, perhaps even imprisonment. The thought alone brought him immense satisfaction. However, as time passed without any news from the night banquet, and the silence on Weibo became unbearable, he grew restless and decided to stir the pot. He released information online about Lu Jiyue filming an advertisement that day. He vanished, claiming his work was unfinished, leaving the entire filming crew consumed with worry for him, and wasting both manpower and resources in the search. If the night banquet were to be scrutinized and Lu Jiyue apprehended, it would only serve to confirm suspicions of his entanglement with older men, indulging in debauchery and drug use, leading to his capture. The mere thought exhilarated Jiang Jianzhou, who downed his drink in one gulp. Just then, his phone rang. It was his agent, Lita Xiaozhou. I've just received word that General Kong requests your presence. Is there something urgent? Jiang Jianzhu was reluctant to go, as he wished to witness Lu Zhiyue's arrest tonight. I'm not entirely sure, but General Kong wouldn't put you in harm's way. This visit is to a private villa. I'll come and pick you up shortly. Jiang Jianzhu had long been acquainted with General Kong, and Lita harbored no doubts about their relationship. After instructing Feng to disseminate the gathered information, Feng Qinian returned to the main building. Lao Jin was heading toward the door when Aunt Lee from the kitchen called out, inquiring if he needed soup brought up. Upon seeing the man return, Lao Jin immediately approached. Sir, that young master just woke up briefly, but only spoke a couple of words before falling back asleep. I was just about to find you. Hearing that the youth had awakened, Feng Qinian did not hesitate and ascended the stairs. What did he say? Is he feeling unwell? He added, and bring up a portion of that soup. Lao Jin followed him upstairs while Aunt Lee hurried to serve the soup. He didn't say much, but as soon as he woke, he was looking for you. Such a well-behaved child. Lao Jin recalled the boy's dependent gaze when he sought out Mr. Feng, a smile creeping onto his face. Why didn't he call me? Feng Qinian bounded up the stairs with a youthful exuberance. Lao Jin felt a surge of joy. It was the first time he had seen the young master so uncharacteristically eager and unsteady. Feng Qinian reached the bedside, gazing upon the tranquil youth sleeping in his large bed. The customary coldness in his sharp eyes softened, becoming gentle and tender. In his earlier worry, he had not given it much thought, but now, observing the obedient boy nestled under his covers, he was struck by a wave of affection. Suddenly, the blanket stirred, leading Feng Qinian to believe the boy had awakened. Instead, he noticed a small bump beneath the covers slowly shifting outward. A few seconds later, his cold, indifferent eyes met the round, curious eyes of a kitten. Meow. You startled me, you large two-legged beast. The kitten emerged halfway from under the blanket. Who permitted you to crawl under the covers? The man's voice was frigid. The kitten tilted its head, meow, meow. Didn't you invite me in to be cuddled by the fine two-legged creature? It was too stifling under there. I needed some air. At that moment, Lao Jin arrived, chuckling. Today we owe much to this little kitten. The young master must be familiar with it. Yes? Otherwise, waking up in an unfamiliar room would cause anyone distress. Not only did the child show no fear, but he also sweetly addressed him as Uncle Jean, which filled Lao Jin with immense happiness. Yes, I know it. When Aunt Lee brought the soup, Lao Jin followed her downstairs. The young master found it difficult to sleep without the little kitten nestled in his arms. Observing the boy's innocent demeanor, Feng Qinian could not resist the urge to caress his delicate brow, nose, and lips. The young master seemed to sense the touch, reaching out to grasp the man's arm, then burying his small head against the man's large palm, pressing it against his face as he drifted back to slumber. A smile crept across Feng Qinian's face, for the boy resembled a small kitten. Nay, even more adorable than one. At the door, the little kitten mewed plaintively, scratching at the entrance. After old Jean cradled the cat down, it would seize every opportunity to leap back up and continue its scratching. The night was filled with the sound of its soft cries, in stark contrast to the cozy warmth of the Feng family villa. The West Mountain Villa was currently in disarray. Chapter 64. The children at home are asleep that night. The multitude of entertainment reporters and paparazzi gathered at the entrance of the evening banquet naturally drew the attention of passers-by. Many who walked by took photographs to share online, expressing their disbelief. Clearly, something significant was unfolding at this event, prompting speculation about which celebrity had graced the night with their presence. Eagerly, they awaited the revelation. One individual posted on Weibo, claiming to be part of a certain team, revealing that Lu Zhiyue had gone missing during an advertisement shoot, causing a frenzy among the crew searching for him. Many netizens expressed curiosity about the veracity of this claim. Is this true? Lu Zhiyue doesn't seem like the type. They mused. With the prevalence of half-truths online, most chose to observe the situation cautiously. Numerous haters began to flood the post with their comments. Lu Zhiyue's lifelong detractor. How can Lu Zhiyue, with no notable works, even be shooting an advertisement? TSK. Is he showing his true colors by playing the diva and going missing? I wonder if he off with a sugar daddy. Huh. 2333. In my opinion, Liu Zhiyue's disappearance is likely due to serving his sugar daddy. TSK, good looks certainly pave the way for shortcuts. While it was common for celebrities to be accused of diva behavior, the notion of going missing piqued the curiosity of onlookers, leading many to click on the post, which gained traction rapidly. Before long, Lu Rong, upon seeing the post, felt a mixture of anger and concern as she responded, worried that something might have genuinely happened to her dear Ye. Fans rushed to send private messages on Weibo, inquiring about the circumstances of Ye's disappearance. Had he been found? What had transpired? The young ladies were in a state of panic. Liu Zhiyue's Weibo inbox quickly filled with messages, but unfortunately, there was no response. Anxiety gripped the fan group as they worried about Ye's safety. Ye, his little wife. Sisters, that news can't be true, right? Ye, isn't really missing? Is he? It must be a misunderstanding. Starry Moon Myth, please, Ye, be safe. Why isn't the trash company responding? Where's the manager? Fans of Liu Zhiyue included those captivated by his looks, as well as those who admired his talent, given his striking appearance and charm. If he were to seek a benefactor, he could have done so long ago. Why endure such hardship with resources? Even now, he had no fixed variety show or leading role in a drama, and no web series to his name. Thus, many found it hard to believe the rumors of being called away by a benefactor, instead fearing that something might have genuinely gone awry with Ye. Luo, Sean observed, I am utterly heartbroken, although I wish to dismiss it. It seems that you may truly be in distress. My grandfather has painstakingly found a way to contact her. Yet this afternoon, his calls went unanswered. The esteemed individual who provided my grandfather with her contact information also attempted to reach her, but to no avail. Even her agent's phone is unreachable. I am overwhelmed with grief. Upon the emergence of this news, the group was immediately engulfed in lamentations. Everyone, please remain calm and refrain from weeping. I will leverage my connections to ascertain the situation. My dear one is undoubtedly fortunate and will be fine. Reassured a friend known as Yao Yao, who comes from a well-to-do family and has a cousin with a luxurious vehicle. Consequently, many implored her to inquire thoroughly on their behalf. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Mon's official Weibo account posted a promotional snippet, accompanied by the caption, In my heart, you are the best, tagging Liu Zhiyu. The video showcased a charming moment where young Lin Xingxing dashed towards Liu Zhiyu, capturing the elegant youth as he gently reached out to catch the little girl. Both children, already strikingly attractive, appeared even more endearing against the interplay of light and shadow, rendering the scene particularly heartwarming. The brand's support for Yu prompted her fans to flock to the post, showering it with likes and shares. However, an hour passed without Liu Zhiyu retweeting Mon's Weibo, causing her followers to grow increasingly concerned. Onlookers began to speculate. Could Liu Zhiyu truly be in trouble? That evening, Weibo was abuzz, not only within entertainment discussions but also within social commentary, where topics garnered substantial engagement, unrelated to celebrities or promotional tactics. Ordinary citizens contributed to the discourse. A post detailed locals' grievances regarding a swarm of drones they had witnessed that evening. I reside on the western outskirts of the capital, and tonight's display was quite extraordinary. I would liken it to a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster, akin to a drone exhibition, one local remarked, expressing a sense of unease for the first time. User 1, please elaborate, I'm utterly intrigued. User 2, what is so remarkable about drones? User 3, drones aren't the novelty, but I spotted them in Feng's Han, which is quite alarming. What does that signify? It's outrageous. User 4, let the original poster speak. User 5, during dinner, a multitude of drones suddenly appeared in our vicinity. It was an overwhelming sight. I observed it through binoculars and felt as if the area was under surveillance. Initially, we were quite frightened, considering this is the capital. So we promptly contacted the relevant authorities. We were later informed that it was a drone research team conducting search and rescue tests, which alleviated our fears. User 6, seriously? 100-mile radius? The original poster must be exaggerating. Is it truly that impressive? Wasn't there any prior notice? What kind of search and rescue is this? Curiosity surged among the crowd. Indeed, what were they searching for? An hour later, someone replied with a rather complex expression. User 309, gentlemen, I have inquired, and it appears this operation was aimed at rescuing cat, which was located within half an hour, right at the West Mountain Villa. User 310, that cat must be quite the celebrity. User 311, incredible. In the future, locating missing individuals and apprehending wrongdoers will be a matter of minutes. Our nation, Huagua, has truly emerged as a technological powerhouse. A multitude of voices rose beneath, engaging in various discussions regarding modern technology. Some even recognized the drones as part of the Eagle Eye Guard, showering them with praise. In a startling revelation, an online post exclaimed that a group of celebrities, including the owner of a villa in Shishan and the director of a television station, were caught in a scandal involving drug use. The accompanying photos were sensational, prompting a flurry of online gossip. The entire internet buzzed with comments and shares, as if new sprouts after a rain. Particularly amusing were the replies on Li Dazue's Weibo, which seemed orchestrated by paid commenters who hadn't even seen the photos. They hastily proclaimed that Lu Jiue was indeed being kept by an older man, speculating that her disappearance during a commercial shoot was merely to accompany her benefactor. The absurdity was palpable. They had not even identified the celebrity in question before launching their critiques against Lu Jiue. The community humorously remarked that in the future, anyone hiring such commentators should steer clear of those targeting Lu Jiue. They lack common sense. Meanwhile, in the Feng family villa, a man spoke softly on the phone. Director Zhang, I am merely fulfilling my duty to eradicate evil. The voice on the other end chuckled heartily before shifting the topic. Is it inconvenient for Mr. Feng to speak? The man paused for a moment, then candidly replied, Yes, the child at home is asleep. Chapter 65. Chi-Chi, a hug as he uttered this phrase. A hint of tenderness colored his tone. Then I shall not disturb you. I too must attend to tonight's case. After hanging up, Zheng Yong pondered the revelation that this young patriarch of the Feng family had a child. He had not heard of any marriage, but it seemed the man had always maintained a low profile. It was reasonable that he remained unaware. His acquaintance with Feng Qinian stemmed from the latter's unique status in M country, which required notification upon returning to Huagua, a matter he had managed initially. Zheng Yong served as the deputy director of the Imperial City Bureau, with the current head nearing retirement and largely disengaged, merely wishing to await the end of his tenure in peace. Receiving this case felt akin to being handed a political achievement. Not only did it involve narcotics, but it also entailed the tragic loss of numerous young lives, with the Min family likely harboring significant connections. Successfully resolving this case would surely advance Zhang Yong's career prospects. After concluding the call, the man on the balcony refrained from checking Weibo, confident that the information had been disseminated, and now awaited Chen Yao's actions. He intended not only to ensure that those individuals face public disdain, but also to make them pay a price beyond the reach of the law. He instructed his associate, the Poison Wolf, to monitor the case's progression and to prepare the necessary personnel, for the hardships of those involved were only just beginning. Returning to the bedside, he caught sight of a figure with glistening apricot eyes gazing up at him. Chi-Chi's voice was hoarse yet soft. His heart softened, and he stepped closer, kneeling beside the bed. Ah, you're awake? Are you still in discomfort? His gaze was so gentle it seemed almost a weep. The young master had always been intolerant of pain and unable to endure hardship, yet to spare his parents' worry, he consistently chose to endure in silence. As he gazed into the inky depths of the man's eyes, his demeanor was strikingly candid and forthright. He nodded slightly, expressing his discomfort, accompanied by dizziness and nausea, as though his body was amiss. Am I poisoned? The young master recollected the incident of being drugged and inquired. Were you just dealing with those who had rendered me unconscious? Feng Qinian, initially concerned for the boy's heart, suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety. The boy had overheard his recent phone conversation with the Poison Wolf. The man grunted in response, fearing the boy might misconstrue his actions as malevolent. He hastened to clarify, they have harmed many and committed numerous vile deeds, and this time they targeted you. I merely instructed someone to teach them a lesson. Noticing the unease in the man's eyes, the young master, Unable to ponder why that gaze felt so familiar, instinctively sought to comfort him, yet lacking the strength to rise. He lifted his arm and said, "Chi-Chi, a hug, please." The man paused, captivated by those glass-like eyes, and, acting on impulse, enveloped the boy in his embrace. The bedroom was softly illuminated by a single warm-hued floor lamp, casting the silhouettes of the tall man and the frail young master into an intertwined tableau. "Chi-Chi, thank you," the young master murmured, gently patting the man's back. Despite his feeble state, he wished to offer solace, realizing that he could only do so by allowing the other to hold him. You do not resent my ruthlessness? You are not afraid of me?" The man's voice rumbled, concealing his probing and unease. The young master shook his head in surprise, asking, "Why would I fear you? Have you committed any heinous, unforgivable acts?" Certainly not. However, he had just commanded the poison wolf to torment those individuals, ensuring their escape from punishment would be as impossible as the luxury of a death sentence. The young master interrupted, solemnly stating, "Chi-Chi, thank you for saving me and for avenging me." How would he possibly fear him? Chi-Chi was far too kind, the boy thought. Though the ensuing moment was somewhat abrupt, the young master was merely human. He patted the man's shoulder and softly said, "Chi-Chi, I need to use the restroom." It took Feng a few seconds to comprehend the boy's request. Rarely did the fearsome man's ears flush red in such a moment. "Shall I carry you? Can you manage on your own?" The young master felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet given their relationship, assisting with this trivial matter seemed inconsequential. He obediently replied, "I should be able to." Meanwhile, the Deer Antler fans were increasingly worried about their beloved Ye. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Jianzhou and CEO Xing Yao's drug-related antics, their anxiety escalated. However, after extensive inquiries, they could not find any updates on Ye and resorted to leaving messages on Weibo. The fans in the group hastily tagged each other, imploring for any news regarding Ye. Online, Jiang Jianzhou's fans lamented that their idol was coerced and forced by his employer, portraying him as a victim. They demanded justice from JC, seeking to restore their idol's reputation. Many fans, harboring disdain for Lu Jiyue, believed the company favored her, perceiving it as bullying towards their beloved Zhou. Given the current circumstances, they naturally sought to undermine Lu Jiyue, muddying the waters and diverting attention. They spare no effort in tarnishing Lu Jiyue's reputation, hurling a myriad of unpleasant remarks and unfounded speculations. They claim that his disappearance during today's advertisement shoot was merely to cater to his benefactor. They assert that he bullies Zhou, seizing resources meant for him, and that today, Zhou was evidently framed and coerced. They even resurrect past scandals to disparage him, alleging he has long been seen in bars and nightclubs, indulging in debauchery. Now, he pretends to be a warm-hearted and talented young gentleman. Bystanders are beginning to lose patience, questioning, isn't the drug-using star named Jiang Jianzhou? Why is there so much talk about Lu Jiyue? Consequently, he's pursued by Zhou fans who attempt to educate him. Lu Jiyue's fans, already anxious for their beloved idol, are incensed by the slander directed at him, and they are now ready to retaliate. Someone has already been apprehended, yet the fans remain in denial. Their intelligence is truly astounding. Isn't it laughable? Your brother has been taken into custody. What does that have to do with Ye? Would Uncle JC arrest the wrong person? Some fans could use a mental reboot. Indeed, Uncle JC would not make such an error. Certain fans should cease their incessant chatter. A declaration that JC would not air silences the Zhou fans. Rational bystanders question why those individuals were taken away while Shishan remained sealed off, and why numerous police officers have arrived, sensing that significant events are unfolding. Despite the fervent online discussions defending their idol, many remain uncertain and worried about Ye. Thus, a prominent fan tagged Yao Yao, hoping for good news. Chapter 66. Waiting at the restroom door for someone to finish the young master, who is the center of everyone's concern, is currently addressing a pressing matter. Inside the restroom, Feng, usually composed and reserved, finds himself uncharacteristically flustered. After carrying the young master inside, he feels somewhat awkward. Neither able to leave nor stay comfortably, he worries that the youth has not fully recovered and might face an accident. Previously, When he had brought the youth back, he had enlisted Aunt Lee's help to change clothes. Aunt Lee, now 50, is a mother of 2 sons. Currently, the young master is dressed in his own loungewear, a pair of long, plush cotton pajamas in a twilight blue hue. The fabric is remarkably soft, and the color complements the young master's porcelain skin, resembling the most exquisite moon at night. However, the size of the garment is somewhat larger, and the neckline is a bit loose. As Feng lowers his gaze, he catches sight of the young master's fair collarbone, adorned with a tiny vermilion birthmark, akin to a red plum blossom blooming amidst a snowy landscape, vivid and enchanting. It is reminiscent of a drop of cinnabar on flawless white porcelain, where white and red beautifully contrast, creating an alluring sight. Chi-Chi, please put me down. I can manage on my own. The young master marvels at the conveniences of modern society, noting how easy it is to relieve oneself. The man gently sets the young master on the ground, slightly turning his head away to avoid looking at him, his voice low and firm. Well, give it a try. If you encounter any difficulties, just call for me. Then, you should step outside. If there is any issue, I will call for you. The young master feels genuinely embarrassed at this moment, as Chi-Chi's behavior makes him feel like a child. Feng had indeed stepped outside, yet he lingered not far from the restroom, standing patiently at the door. Soon, his delicate eyes lowered, and his ears flushed a faint crimson. If the poison wolf and the flying eagle were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly drop their jaws in disbelief. Their leader, standing by the restroom door, waiting for someone, it was a notion beyond their comprehension. The man's clothing was still oversized, and as the young master stood, his trousers sagged precariously, nearly slipping down entirely. He steadied himself with one hand on the wash basin while the other struggled to adjust his waistband. Lacking strength, his hand slipped and his footing faltered, resulting in a painful bump against the wash basin. An audible thud echoed as his elbow collided, accompanied by a muffled grunt from the young master. Upon hearing the sound, Feng burst through the door almost instantly. He was met with the sight of moisture welling in the boy's eyes. Stepping forward with concern, he asked, "Where did you hurt yourself? Let me carry you out." He bent slightly to lift the boy, only then noticing that one hand was occupied pulling up his trousers, the hem pooling on the floor and revealing his charmingly rounded toes. "Wait a moment. My trousers are not yet settled." The young master, wincing from the pain in his hand, struggled to manage his crooked waistband. Feng feeling remorseful for his oversight, realized that the boy was barefoot. He encircled the youth with one arm, cradling his back while the other secured the boy's waist, effortlessly lifting him onto his feet. He positioned the boy atop his own shoes, allowing him to stand securely while freeing a hand to assist in adjusting his trousers. Caught off guard, the young master found himself standing on the man's feet, gripping his clothing and gazing up into the man's chiseled face. For a moment, he was taken aback, blinking his almond-shaped eyes in surprise, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Chi-Chi, you are so tall." Standing on the man's feet, he barely reached the tip of his nose. Leaning in closer to compare their heights, his warm breath brushed against the man's throat. The fragrance of medicine from the young master intertwined with the crisp, woody scent emanating from the man, creating an enchanting blend. Suddenly flattered and finding himself so close to those captivating eyes, the man's breath hitched, his Adam's apple bobbing momentarily before he maintained his composure and gently lifted the boy. "Yes, this is just right." He held the boy snugly, perfectly enveloping him in his embrace, though he noted the youth's slenderness, wishing he could gain a bit more weight. Yet, the young master felt a pang of dissatisfaction with his height. Having spent much time in a wheelchair, he had not paid much attention to it until now, and the comparison left him feeling inadequate. Once the boy was settled on the bed, Feng instructed, "Do not move just yet." He retrieved a warm towel, crouching beside the bed, and placed the young master's feet on his lap to gently wipe them clean. Lost in thoughts of his own stature, the young master suddenly snapped back to reality, instinctively pulling his foot away, but found it restrained by the man's large hand at his ankle, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Chi-Chi was his good friend, not merely a servant, and this intimacy felt slightly misplaced. Chi-Chi, he murmured. It will be done shortly. Oh. The warm towel glided across the soles of his feet, providing a comforting sensation. The young master relinquished his struggle, patiently awaiting the care of his good friend, and then obediently reclined. Suddenly, Feng Qinyan's phone began to chime incessantly. The young master recalled that he had forgotten to inquire with Brother Zhou. Thus, both reached for their phones. On Feng Qinyan's end, among his scant WeChat contacts, aside from Yeye, another message had arrived. Yaoqi Fairy. Brother, I beseech you for a favor. Kneeling in supplication, JPG. The man furrowed his brow. What could this girl possibly want at such a late hour? Feng. Yaoqi Fairy. Whoa, brother. My world is collapsing. Feng, did your father go bankrupt? The sky is not falling. You can rely on your aunt's dividends from Feng's to maintain your current lifestyle. Yaoqi Fairy. No, brother. I can't reach my idol, and I am terrified that something dreadful has befallen him. I wish to ask you to inquire with President Qian of Dinghua Entertainment. Wailing, JPG. Feng, does your mother know you are chasing stars again? If you cannot reach him, contact the police. His cousin had a history. The last time she pursued a star, she squandered $1 million in pocket money. When their aunt found out, she ran to their grandfather, crying for support. Yaoqi Fairy. Brother, please, can you not help me ask? I am nearly frantic. My Yue Bao is so wonderful. If something truly happens to him, I will not rest until justice is served. Upon seeing the name Yue Bao, the man glanced towards the young boy on the large bed, who, after turning on his phone, was tapping diligently with a curious seriousness and obedience. After observing for a few seconds, he resumed his response. Feng, who is the star you are pursuing this time? Yaoqi Fairy. His name is Lu Jiyue. He is an exceptionally talented, handsome young man, truly my ultimate bias. If anything happens to him, I would be inconsolable. Yaoqi Fairy. Rumors are circulating online that my Yue Bao has gone missing while filming an advertisement. We fans are in a frenzy, and there has just been a scandal revealed in the entertainment industry. I am genuinely concerned that our darling may be in trouble. Feng, darling. Yaoqi Fairy. Brother, please disregard that. It is merely a nickname we fans use. Baby, darling, brother, hubby, and so forth. They are quite common. I beg you to help me inquire with President Qian. Will you? QEQ. Feng Qinyan mused that these young girls must have too little homework and too much leisure, indulging in their fantasies about his Yeye. Feng, he is fine. He is going to sleep now. Yaoqi Fairy. Her expression was one of confusion. How could he respond in such a perfunctory manner without even asking? No, wait. Was her cousin saying that darling was fine? That he was going to sleep? Meanwhile, Lu Jiyue had just powered on his phone, and messages began flooding in. However, feeling fatigue, he paid them no mind. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Zhou Yang. At that moment, Feng Qinyan was downstairs preparing hot soup. The young master sluggishly tapped to answer the call. On the other end, Brother Zhou's excited voice boomed. Jiyue, my little ancestor, you scared me to death. Chapter 67. An unspoken secret on the other end. Brother Zhou's animated voice erupted. Jiyue, you finally turned on your phone. You scare me to death, my little ancestor. Are you all right? Where are you? Where are you? The young master, slightly delayed in his response, said, Brother Zhou, I am fine. I am at Chi-Chi's place. Fortunately, Chi-Chi saved me. How are you, Brother Zhou? He had no doubt that the man could effortlessly locate and rescue him. After all, they had previously arranged for him to pick him up, and in his heart, he believed that Chi-Chi was as capable of protecting foreign emperors from assassination as a general, indeed formidable. Zhou Yang hurriedly replied, Oh, at Mr. Feng's house? It's quite late now. I'll come to get you first thing in the morning. I'm all right. The doctor said I fainted due to dehydration combined with sleeping pills. Reflecting on it made him quite angry, and Zhou Yang couldn't help but curse. However, he quickly returned to the matter at hand. Have you seen the news online? I feel a chill just thinking about it. Upon awakening and seeing the trending topics on Weibo, Zhou Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. The staff member involved in the drug scandal was none other than the one who had taken him to the hospital. With the sight of the company owner and Jiang Jianzhou, Min Zhengmao, he understood everything. Thankfully, someone informed him that Jiyu had been picked up by Mr. Feng. Otherwise, he would have gone mad. I haven't checked yet. I just opened my phone, Brother Zhou. The young master was not particularly eager to look at Weibo, feeling somewhat drowsy. Don't bother checking. Don't let those loathsome people taint your eyes. However, I think you should still post an update. I just looked at Weibo, and my private messages are overflowing. Your fans are quite worried about you. Why are they worried about me? Some scoundrel online claimed you were missing and stirred up all sorts of unfounded speculation. A post clarifying things would also comfort your fans. Now the company is unreliable. Thankfully, our own artist isn't a priority for the boss. Just look at how Jiang Jianzhou's reputation has crumbled. As they conversed on the phone, the bedroom door was ajar. Slightly open, a small cat squeezed through the crack, glancing at the beautiful biped resting on the large bed. It walked in with feline grace and elegantly leapt onto Lu Zhiyu's blanket. Meow meow. Beautiful biped, you're awake. Do you still want me to warm your bed? The young master noticed the small cat's eyes were filled with mirth. He had briefly awakened during his unconsciousness, reassured by the sight of the cat and the familiar scent of the blanket. He expected there to be a butler at Chi-Chi's home. Although this butler did not exude the warmth of Li, the butler from the Lu family, he regarded him with a kind expression, prompting the young master to greet him amiably as Uncle Jean. Well then, I shall post something shortly, the young master said, his voice laced with languor. Just text 1T suffice. It won't comfort the fans or dispel the rumors. A photo would be best, Zhou Yang insisted. Oh, then I'll ask Chi-Chi to take a picture for me. The small cat ambled over, sensing the beautiful biped smile, and rubbed against his arm, playfully seeking a scratch under its chin. The young master raised his hand to gently stroke the cat's head. Why are you so clingy? Would you like to take a picture with me? Meow. Scratch a bit more on the left. It feels wonderful. The cat squinted its eyes in bliss. You enjoy too? Very well. Let us take a picture together. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, the young master and the kitten joyfully agreed to take a photograph together. In the fan group, a message swayed under pressure. I inquired, and it seems he is fine. He might just be asleep and hasn't replied. Silence enveloped the group. Linlin and Yao Yao, being close friends, exchanged messages on WeChat. Linlin, is what you said true, Yao Yao? That reason seems rather flimsy. Yao Yao, it should be. I can't be entirely certain. When Feng brought the soup up, he found the young master cradling the kitten, drowsy and lethargic. He cast a glance at the kitten before inquiring, Are you hungry? Yeah? It was nearly 11 at night, and Lu Zhiyue had yet to eat, having also undergone numerous blood draws. Naturally, he felt hunger, yet his stomach was unsettled. A bit, but I doubt I can manage much. Just have a little. Aunt Lee's pigeon soup is light and nourishing. All right. Feng gently placed the kitten on the ground, retrieved a pillow for the young master to lean against, and finally offered a porcelain spoon of soup to his lips. I'll manage myself, Lu Zhiyue said, catching sight of the man's palm. He was taken aback, exclaiming, Chi-Chi, how did you injure your hand? Does it hurt? Feng Qingyan's wound had been treated by Fu Yingu, merely covered by a discreet band-aid on his palm. Fortunately, although the glass had penetrated deeply, the cut was not large. In the depths of the boy's beautiful apricot eyes, Feng Qingyan perceived a swirl of emotions, concern, tenderness, frustration. He had intended to reassure the boy, but instead replied, Yes, a little. Let me see. The young master thought to himself that Chi-Chi must have hurt himself while saving him, and his heart ached with empathy. Feng Qingyan extended his hand, which was cradled by the young master's 2 hands. Though the wound was small, there were several cuts, indicating considerable depth and pain. Instinctively, the young master bent down to gently blow on the injuries. In his childhood, whenever he was hurt, his mother would do the same, and it seemed to alleviate the pain. After blowing softly, he lifted his round, sparkling eyes and asked, Does that feel better? How about now? Feng Qingyan felt as if his heart were melting. The warmth and tingling sensation were delightful, leaving him both satisfied and yearning for more. Lowering his gaze to conceal his possessiveness, he murmured, Yes, it seems a bit better. After Lu Zhiyue sipped a few spoonfuls of soup, he requested Feng Qingyan to take a photograph, saying he wished to post it on Weibo. Let us pose like this, with me holding the kitten. The young master remained seated on the grand bed. All right. The man raised his phone. In the frame, the young man's hair was slightly tousled, his almond-shaped eyes crescent-shaped with joy, cradling a fluffy kitten, exuding a sense of ease mingled with a hint of languor and nonchalance. However, the collar of his garment was a tad loose, revealing part of his collarbone. Click! The man captured the moment. The photograph was exquisite, yet Feng preferred no one else to see it. He turned to the wardrobe and fetched a sweater. This should help. As he spoke, he proceeded to assist the young master in adjusting his attire. Yes, that's good. The young master obediently allowed the man to adjust his sweater, tugging at the collar. He gazed up at the man's handsome, well-defined jawline, and his serious demeanor suddenly sparked an epiphany within him. He felt he had uncovered a hidden fondness of Chi. No wonder he had previously helped tidy his pants, embraced him, even wiped his feet, covered him with a blanket, and insisted on feeding him. He treated him as if he were a doll. It turned out that Chi shared a whimsical hobby akin to that of young Lin Xingxing, reveling in dressing and adorning dolls, the delightful dress-up dolls of little Xingxing. However, as a man, such inclinations would surely be difficult for him to express openly. Thus, as his good friend, he resolved to indulge him. The young master regarded the man with encouraging and affectionate eyes. Yes, this is wonderful. I truly like it. Chi, your combinations are splendid. Ahem, as long as you like it, the photos will turn out beautifully, Feng explained. I shall heed Chi's advice. Happy National Day. Everyone, tonight, this book has received ratings. Although it started low, it will surely rise in time. Thank you all for your comments. Moi. Chapter 68. Those who vanished from entertainment circle once the photos were taken. The young master pulled out his phone, ready to post on Weibo. However, it took several seconds for his phone to respond, and upon glancing at the comments, he noticed many were inquiring about his whereabouts. Of course, there were also detractors making remarks he found difficult to comprehend, but he paid them no mind as he focused on his own Weibo post. Luji UV. Woke up to see the little cat. I was pleasantly surprised. Good night, I'm so sleepy. Image, JPG. In the image, the youth donned a night sky blue loungewear that accentuated his fair complexion. A sweater was casually draped over his shoulders, suggesting the evening's chill, and his demeanor was relaxed and nonchalant, yet none of this diminished his attractiveness. Instead, it added an air of approachability to his otherwise celestial beauty. In an instant, comments, shares, and likes flooded in beneath his Weibo post. Cola. Seeing my darling so well, I almost cried. Cloud Faye from International Plaza. Finally waited for you. Yaya is so obedient, and the hair color looks amazing. I wish I could transform into that cat. Nan Tang Tang. The outside world is in chaos. Yet you're still asleep, darling? Jiko. Oh, how can you sneak a nap without waking me? 180s coconut. Darling is so good. He must have gone to bed early. Just look at those who criticize him. They're truly pathetic. While you jump around online, my Yaya is peacefully sleeping. Ha! Big cat and little cat. Am I the only one who finds this cat adorable? Its eyes are just like Yaya's, that same golden hue. The two together are exponentially cuter. One listening to canned fish, curious if this is the cat Yaya is raising. The detractors continue to chime in. Pure bystander. Luji, you must have been slept with by the gold master. Taking photos in bed, haha. 23:33, exactly. Can't even get out of bed for a photo. What does that signify? TSK. Siluo Exen. To the detractors above, I'm perplexed. We are all human. Yet how can your minds be so utterly distorted? He is gentle. Some individuals might consider mixing their thoughts before speaking. It is now 11 in the evening, and it is quite normal for people to be asleep. At this moment, Zhou Yang tweeted, tagging Lu Jiyue. Zhou Yang V. Grateful to my handsome and caring Iya for bringing me to the hospital. I collapsed from dehydration due to diarrhea. Feeling sorry for myself. Image, JPG. The photo depicts Zhou Yang's hand receiving an foredrip. Shortly thereafter, the advertising director retweeted Lu Jiyue's post, adding, collaborating with Mr. Lu has been a delightful experience. I look forward to our next partnership, fireworks and all. Thus, the mystery was resolved. Ye had not been absent due to arrogance, but rather had accompanied Zhou Yang to the hospital. Mon Mobile, unwilling to be outdone, retweeted Lu Jiyue's post from its official account. Mon Mobile V. Early to bed and early to rise promotes good health. A pleasant collaboration with Mr. Liu. Good night. Moon JPG. Tagging Liu Jiuev. Waking up to see a little cat is quite a surprise. Good night, I am so sleepy. Image JPG. Below the Weibo post. Fans of Miss Liu are expressing their gratitude to the brand's father. Initially, they were concerned that the scandal surrounding Xing Yao might affect Ye. Online discussions about celebrities involved in drug scandals, bosses treating their entertainment companies like harems, and the previously lauded low-profile station director being apprehended in a group scandal have proliferated, generating increasing buzz. Stars in the entertainment industry have remained silent, fearing the flames might reach them. During this tumultuous period, Liu Jiue's decision to calm his fans with a Weibo post was both audacious and commendable, coupled with Mon Mobile's official account and the advertising director's post. Liu Jiue's tweet also trended, truly deserving its place in the limelight. Additionally, the topic of drone search and rescue testing, featuring a cat as the subject, has also gained traction. Amidst this frenzy of trending topics, a post titled Entertainment Industry, Return My Best Brother began to rise slowly. The poster is a die-hard fan of a certain talent show contestant, firmly believing that her idol did not succumb to depression and suicide. For 3 years, she has been unable to let go, and upon seeing the trending discussions online, she began to voice her thoughts. The post details her idol's last few appearances, citing that he had mentioned upcoming projects and concerts. So how could he take his own life just days later? He even promised a fan to personally record a song as a wedding gift. Furthermore, his family found an appointment for his dog's surgery at a pet hospital in his belongings. How could such a person be said to have committed suicide? Surely, someone must have pressured him. There must be more to the story. Others have also posted about a former idol they followed years ago, who vanished shortly after rising to fame. There is little information about him online, and he is an orphan with few friends. Rumors abound that he went abroad for studies, while others claim he returned to a normal life. Gradually, more posts of this nature have emerged, suggesting that many individuals in the entertainment industry have quietly withdrawn, with many going untraceable. Before long, even more explosive revelations surfaced, shaking the entire internet. Chapter 69. Ye's Companionship. Online, just as everyone felt the night had been eventful enough, an even more shocking piece of news began to spread rapidly. Li Dazue has shared gossip, and Weibo has been updated with news regarding a drug case at the Shishan Villa. Following the police's arrival, a forensic team swiftly joined them, indicating a serious development. The accompanying image depicts 2 figures clad in white lab coats entering the villa. Subsequently, reporters arrived at the scene, venting their frustrations while awaiting opportunities to capture photographs. Who leaked the information about a sensational event at the night banquet? Is this merely a game at their expense? Additionally, some journalists stationed themselves outside the police station, eager to obtain first-hand accounts. Li Dazue's Weibo post was already trending, garnering hundreds of comments and likes immediately upon release. Heart Butterfly 01. I can hardly believe this is the capital. Is it not enough to engage in drug use? Are we now facing a homicide? GeoCC. What on earth is happening? Is there truly a murder case? Bei Shengvi. Could it be that a celebrity has died here? Perhaps coerced into drug use by that ministerman? Good heavens, the implications are terrifying. Be Sky Cloud Ashes. Stop speculating. Let us wait for the official police report. Shallow Cold Spring. Adding myself to the wait for a police report. June Cold. Am I the only one curious about who reported this? That individual must have witnessed something significant. Rock Clock Spirit. Shishan Villa? Shishan? Could it possibly involve the Eagle Eye Rescue Team? After all, these events occurred in close succession. A flurry of speculations emerged online, with some even inquiring through the police's official account. Amidst the public's fervent desire to uncover the truth, a young gentleman, identified as a director's son from a certain conglomerate, retweeted Li Dazue's post, commenting, "There isn't a decent person among the mints. It's entirely expected for lives to be lost." This statement ignited a firestorm online. Did Min Wayman, the television station director, truly bear responsibility for a death? Are the other members of the Min family equally culpable? Quickly, a surge of posts appeared online as victims' families, previously silenced by fear of the Min family's influence, began to express their grievances and report to the authorities. They provided what could be considered concrete evidence in the form of photographs and videos. For instance, one of the Min family's second-generation members was involved in a fatal accident, evading accountability while threatening the victim's family with dire consequences should they pursue justice. Another instance involved a young celebrity who recounted being coerced into compliance with a prominent figure bearing the Min surname, facing threats of being blacklisted. He suffered from an allergic reaction to alcohol, nearly leading to a life-threatening situation, narrowly escaping a grim fate. The Min family is not solely represented by Min Wayman, the television director. They also have successful business ventures and relatives linked to the General Administration of Customs, which may explain the origins of illicit drugs. Online discussions regarding beloved idols retiring, battling depression, or mysteriously vanishing have begun to trend. A meticulous examination reveals that these artists are often connected to the Min family or the fragrant melon station. Another commonality among them is their youthful, handsome appearances. Could it be that those who have vanished or retired have encountered misfortune? Fans have begun to boycott all products associated with the Min family. Generally speaking, such matters, especially those not officially certified and involving human lives and drugs, tend to be swiftly suppressed from trending discussions. However, today the platform not only chose to remain silent, but also allowed these posts to linger atop the trending list. With the emergence of what appear to be skeletal remains from the Shishan villa, the online community erupted in fervor. A few hours later, the authorities issued a statement urging netizens to refrain from inciting chaos, affirming that the investigation is ongoing and that no perpetrator will be shielded. This brought a sigh of relief to many. The police have already obtained copies of the videos, and even female officers were moved to tears. Min Wayman is utterly unworthy of existence. A marketing account shared a brief clip depicting Min Wayman assaulting a young boy. Despite heavy pixelation, the overwhelming discomfort evoked a sense of revulsion. This was the first video he had filmed, the only one in which he revealed his face. Some fans recognized that it was their beloved brother. No wonder the cheerful brother had taken his own life 7 years ago. He had endured such horrors. Fans, already grieving the loss of their idol, felt their hearts shatter upon viewing the video. Collectively crying for Min Wayman's demise and rallying for the downfall of the Min family on social media. In a single night, the stock prices of the Min family's enterprises plummeted, their entire industrial chain severed, and soon they caught the attention of several companies in the capital, eager to carve up their assets. The following morning, Liu Jiue was awakened by a phone call. It was Zhou Yang coming to pick him up. That night, Zhou Yang had endured an agonizing wait, increasingly terrified as he browsed the online revelations. The discovery of the corpse was enough to send chills down his spine. Meanwhile, Liu Jiue woke up enveloped in a fluffy blanket, feeling warm and cozy. Although disturbed by the phone call, he had slept well the previous night and was in good spirits, albeit a bit disappointed that his kitten was missing. Knock, knock. Feng Qinian knocked on the door and asked, "Is Ye awake?" Chi-Chi, come in, Liu Jiue replied. The man entered, clad in an identical loungewear set as the young master, holding a velvet box. Upon seeing him, the young master couldn't help but smile. "Good morning, Chi-Chi." "Good morning," the man replied, presenting the box. "Do you like it?" "What is it?" Liu Jiue inquired with curiosity. "A gift for you. Did you forget?" "Oh, right. Let me see." The exquisite velvet box opened to reveal a striking men's wristwatch. Its minimalist design exuded understated luxury, with a dial that captured the brilliance of a starlit sky. The handcrafted crystal face encompassed the most radiant stars of the night. This was Feng Qinian's gift to the young master, a vast cosmos intended to orbit the most beautiful moon in his heart. "Is this the starry sky?" "It's lovely." Do you like it?" "I do. It's crafted beautifully, and the starry sky is gorgeous." Liu Jiue earnestly admired the watch for a moment before placing it back in the box, for he had never been fond of wearing heavy accessories. Previously, he only carried a jade cart pendant and had never adorned himself with other ornaments. "Don't you like it?" The man's voice had grown somewhat subdued. "I have an affinity for them, yet I find wearing such items rather cumbersome." Before the young master could finish his sentence, he locked eyes with the man, whose deep, obsidian gaze revealed a hint of disappointment and grievance. Suddenly, he recalled Chi-Chi's little-known hobby and Lin Xingxing's glittering luggage adorned with diamonds. However, since his arrival, he had never adorned his wrist with a watch, and it seemed he was at a loss regarding the clasp. With a sigh, the young master resignedly said, "Then please fasten it for me." What else could he do but indulge his closest friend his passion? Indeed, you would look splendid wearing this timepiece. It was a bespoke creation designed by the chief designer of Patek Philippe, and last night he had even arranged for a global positioning chip to be embedded within it. As the young master observed the man carefully fastening the watch on his wrist, he casually inquired, "How much does this watch cost?" The man paused, holding the youth's hand, and replied softly, "It is quite inexpensive. The small diamonds were collected by me as a child from the mountains, and the watch was crafted by someone I know who charged little in return." Yes, he did not take much, but he did accept a few carats of pigeon eggs from Feng as payment. The watch was adorned with blue diamonds, meticulously arranged from light to dark, showcasing impeccable clarity, color, and cut. The designer himself remarked that this was the most exquisite piece he had ever created. Years ago, Feng had assisted some smaller nations in South Africa's ruling parties to seize power or quell rebellions. Due to the turmoil, they could not afford to pay him, instead offering some local mines to the Zhejiang army as compensation. Thus, Feng possessed several diamond and gold mines, all managed by professionals nurtured by the Zhejiang army. It was only upon encountering the young master that he was inspired to present such a gift. Like stars encircling the moon, these diamonds, set within the watch and adorning Yi's wrist, were fortunate indeed. As for the positioning chip, Feng had experienced some internal conflict during its installation, with Feng cautioning him about the potential displeasure of Mr. Liu should he discover it. Nevertheless, he did not wish to face a situation akin to the one he had just endured. He would not activate the chip nor invade Yi's privacy unless an unforeseen circumstance arose. Once the man had secured the watch, he remarked, "It looks beautiful on you." The celestial blue dial accentuated the youth's porcelain skin, though the young master's wrist was slender. It bore a clean and beautiful boyishness rather than the fragility typical of a girl. "Thank you, Chi-Chi. By the way, Brother Zhou mentioned he wishes to come and fetch me. Would that be convenient?" The young master was still unaware of Chi-Chi's residence, pondering whether it was appropriate for Brother Zhou to visit. The man's voice lowered slightly. "Your body has yet to fully recover. If you have no pressing engagements, perhaps it would be best to stay for another day. My hand is currently not fit for such task." "Ah, let me see your hand. Does it still hurt?" The young master felt a pang of regret for his negligence, having failed to inquire about Chi-Chi's well-being at the first opportunity. Feng opened his large hand and extended it, noting that his morning grooming had seemingly left him damp. "Damp? That won't do. It requires re-bandaging," he stated. "It's nothing. This minor injury is not worth concerning oneself over." At that moment, Lao Jin, standing at the doorway, knocked and entered, expressing his apologies. "I am getting old, and with my presbyopia, it is rather inconvenient for me to assist the gentleman with his wound. Might Mr. Xiao Lu lend a hand in taking care of him?" The man cleared his throat, saying, "I am fine. It's just that I cannot drive." Before he could finish his sentence, the young master interrupted, "No, that is not acceptable. Chi-Chi, you are being reckless. Your wound is already slow to heal, and this will only exacerbate it." The young master's displeasure was evident as he grasped the man's large hand, examining it closely. Lao Jin chimed in, "Indeed, Mr. Xiao Lu is correct. The gentleman simply does not take his own well-being seriously." Suddenly, the young master recalled that Chi-Chi had lost his parents at the tender age of 10, undoubtedly missing the affection and care that comes from family, which explained his indifference toward his own health. "All right, go prepare breakfast. Lao Jin, you will take Yi later," the man instructed, attempting to withdraw his hand. However, the young master noticed faint traces of blood beneath the adhesive bandage, inciting genuine anger within him. Puffing up his cheeks, he looked up at the man and declared, "No need. I will call Brother Zhou shortly. Today I shall stay to look after you." Hearing this, Lao Jin cast a discreet glance at his employer, secretly impressed. Little did he expect that such a stalwart man would resort to such a scheme of self-inflicted suffering. "Very well, Lao Jin, You may leave for now. Once Lao Jin exited the room, Feng Qinian gently inquired, Is Ye upset? I have grown accustomed to injuries. Please do not be angry with me, all right? Upon hearing his frequent injuries, the young master's heart softened immediately. I am not angry. Just pass me the disinfectant, he replied, albeit with a somewhat fierce tone. Yet, in the man's eyes, Ye resembled a timid herbivore, displaying its teeth in a mock threat, which he found rather endearing. The young master, somewhat clumsy yet earnest, proceeded to disinfect, apply ointment, and occasionally blow on the wound before rebandaging it meticulously. Observing his hand, now wrapped like a mummy, Feng Qinian chuckled softly. His deliberate effort to clench his fist that morning, thereby reopening the wound to enact this ruse, had not been in vain. Look, it's all wrapped up like a dumpling now. In the early hours, Qinli called to inform him that Xingyao Entertainment had changed ownership, and they had missed their opportunity by a hair's breadth. This revelation left Feng Qinian quite displeased, as he could only keep the individuals under his watchful eye for the time being. Meanwhile, through Qian Yao's meticulous planning and the assistance of adversaries from the Min family, the entire Min clan found themselves ensnared in disgrace. None of them, be it Min Weimin, Min Zhengmao, or any other member of the family, could claim innocence. Notably, within Min Weimin's villa, 18 videos of coerced young men were discovered, 7 of whom, unable to bear the torment, had tragically chosen to end their lives, while 4 were directly murdered by Min Weimin within the villa. Their remains had already undergone DNA verification, with several others left permanently maimed by their suffering. The recent police report was unusually swift. Within 24 hours of the incident, someone had compiled a list of the heinous acts committed by the Min family. Each transgression was more chilling than the last, rendering them unworthy of existence. Soon, the ancestral home of the Min family was plastered with posters denouncing their actions. Not only the victims' families, but even passers-by could be heard hurling curses in their direction. The other members of the Min family attempted to rectify their tarnished image, yet inexplicably, they faced a near-total ostracism from the prominent families of the capital. Their assets were swiftly divided and devoured. Even their in-law, the deputy director of the Customs Administration, was taken away for investigation. The batch of contraband entering Huagua was also seized based on the clues provided by Chi. Zhou Yang received a call from his artist, looking utterly perplexed. What did it mean to stay there for a few days? Had their friendship progressed to the point of casually residing at someone else's home? Chapter 71. Poor Chi, have you found him? The man asked, suppressing his anger. Apologies, our capabilities are limited. We have yet to locate Mr. Liu Xiao. The man in the duckbill cap reluctantly replied. Previously, he had merely observed the young Master Liu from afar, occasionally reporting on his whereabouts without ever interfering in his affairs. However, at this crucial juncture, they had faltered. They had not followed him, and by the time they began searching, he had completely vanished. As luck would have it, the eldest son of the Liu family had also arrived, searching all night without any leads on young Master Liu. Fortunately, just as the eldest son was about to erupt in anger, young Master Liu updated his Weibo. Seeing the photo and knowing he was safe, the wrathful figure refrained from demolishing their office. Yet, having utilized all his connections for over 10 hours without any news was undeniably frustrating. The phrase "our capabilities are limited" felt like a slap in the face. Liu Yunxiao maintained a stoic expression, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose, retorting bluntly, "Perhaps the paparazzi possess greater skills than you." The man in the duckbill cap's chest heaved, but he held his tongue. Liu Yunxiao waved his hand, dismissing him. Just as his phone rang, it was his university classmate, Su Zijuan. "Old Liu, let me tell you, there are indeed quite a few individuals eyeing Xingyao. That little broken company. I heard this morning that someone wanted to purchase it, but fortunately, we beat them to the punch. Who wishes to acquire Xingyao?" Liu Yunxiao inquired, furrowing his brows. It seems to be from Dinghua Entertainment, but it was the Jin family inquiring. Why would they be interested in such a mess as Xingyao? Su Sihun, a classmate of Liu Yunxiao, had many admirers during their university days, yet she was solely focused on her career. Later, in search of tranquility, she and Liu Yunxiao pretended to be a couple, which left many heartbroken despite the fact that they had never even held hands. They occasionally dined together or went on outings, but after leaving campus, they were each engrossed in their own pursuits. Su Zijuan was the epitome of a sophisticated beauty, while Lu Yunxiao embodied the aloof, handsome man. One favored sunny, playful companions, while the other preferred soft, adorable beings. Now, as she assisted Lu Yunxiao in acquiring Xingyao, she couldn't help but wonder why the Lu family, not based in the capital, would seek to buy an entertainment company, and why he did not purchase it himself. Later, it became apparent that this individual was in search of an artist named Lu Zhiyue. When he could not locate her, he resorted to dismantling her company entirely. Indeed, he embodied the archetype of a capitalist, blunt and unrefined. Upon learning that the other party also belonged to the entertainment industry, Lu Yunxiao's brow relaxed slightly. You need not concern yourself with them. I will entrust the entire company to your management, and I shall neither interfere nor participate. Furthermore, Xingyao has no ties to the Lu family. Even the funds used to acquire Xingyao were earned through his own company, entirely unrelated to the Lu family. It is a personal investment. This should not be deemed interference with my brother, correct? Moreover, when our parents pursued that dream, I was not part of the Lu household. Thus, whatever he does should be inconsequential. It is anyone's guess how frantic he became upon failing to reach Iya and encountering the chaotic news online. His father also consented to his course of action. Perhaps his brother's opportunity has already arisen. Currently, reaching out to the manager yields no success in contacting Iya, which causes Lu Yunxiao considerable anxiety. His brother's phone is turned off, and all he knows is that he was taken away by a friend named Feng, who presumably ensures his safety. Beyond that, he is entirely in the dark. After ending the call, Lu Yunxiao dialed the number he had been attempting to reach all night. Upon hearing a voice on the other end, rather than the mechanical tone of an unreachable line, his expression softened somewhat. However, the phone rang for a considerable time before it was answered. Yes, who is this? It was his brother's voice, slightly muffled. Lu Yunxiao quickly replied, Yeah, it is your elder brother. Where are you right now? Why has your phone been unreachable? The young master, waiting until he had completely swallowed his food, finally spoke. Elder brother, my phone was turned off, and I just powered it back on. Did you call me for something important? In truth, the young master was concerned that their mother might have encountered some trouble, given that they had not called him for an entire year prior. Lu Yunxiao felt a pang. This insufferable brother, could he not call if there were no issues? I have come to the capital for a business trip and brought some food and drink from home to share with you. The young master's immediate reaction was to assume that his family had sent him nourishing supplements, so he quickly replied, I lack for nothing, elder brother. You should enjoy it yourself. Lu Yunxiao said, Let us arrange to meet later, and then you can return home. The young master informed Feng Qinian that he was heading back. Feng Qinian, lowering his gaze, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Aunt Lee from the kitchen entered with a fruit platter. Lamenting, Oh dear, Mr. Lu, are you leaving? You must come by often. Today, you dine with Mr. Feng far more than usual. In a hushed tone, she added, Moreover, Mr. Feng actually smiled today. In my years of working here, it is the first time I have witnessed it. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyue glanced toward the man engrossed in his work. Had Feng Qi never smiled before? Yet, he always seemed to smile at her. The young master felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he suddenly empathized with his dear friend. He must feel so lonely. His only grandfather, discontent with his quiet demeanor, had sought companionship in a retirement home. Feng Qinian set down his phone and reached for a kitten, only to have it evade him and leap into the young master's embrace, seemingly preferring his company. The young master sighed, Chi is so unfortunate. Yeah, my hand may require some more time to heal. Could you stay with me for a while? My family's old house is conveniently located near your current residence. I wish to relocate there. Would you be willing to accompany me for a few days? Certainly. The young master agreed without a moment's hesitation. In Chapter 72, Let him go, the young master readily consented. Feng Qinian imperceptibly curved his lips in gratitude for Yeye's willingness to keep him company. Shall we go and take a look this afternoon? We can assess what is lacking and consider making some additions. The house has long been prepared. It is essential to keep those dear to us within sight for peace of mind. However, I have an appointment this afternoon. In that case, Let old Jean take you there first. Once you have completed your business, we can visit the house together. Of course, he will accompany you, and in passing, he can ascertain whom the young man is meeting. Yes, if Uncle Jean is not busy. Mr. Xiaolu, I have no pressing matters and can escort you and the gentleman. Old Jean interjected, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Very well. The young master smiled lightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Jean. No need for thanks. Old Jean cheerfully replied as he headed to the garage to select a vehicle. Oh dear, how long has it been since he accompanied the gentleman on errands? Ever since arriving in Huagua. It has been the likes of the poison wolf who have followed the gentleman around, leaving him with nothing but idleness, which has become quite tiresome. Meanwhile, Jiang Jianzhou firmly asserted that he was coerced by Director Min and his associates into substance abuse, claiming they forced him while he resisted and faced humiliation, citing that Min Jingmao had previously administered hallucinogens to him. Due to being compelled to use drugs, he was released. However, following his release, he was promptly admitted to the hospital for treatment due to prior substance use. Lying on his hospital bed, he observed that discussions concerning the Min family remained trending topics online. He seethed with rage, lamenting how he had fallen into their trap and been deceived into that villa. Everything was supposed to belong to him, Lu Jiue. After all his careful planning, he had ultimately ruined his career and reputation. Glancing at Lu Jiue's latest Weibo post, he saw a photo of him sitting on the bed, cradling a cat. The comments overflowed with adoration from fans, expressing relief that his brother was safe. It was perplexing. Though he too had posted a photo from his bed, no one accused him of being supported by a benefactor or having been with an older man. He could not fathom why Lu Jiue had managed to evade such a fate, his eyes burning with indignation. He began to unleash a torrent of vitriolic comments from a secondary account. After posting dozens of scathing remarks, he gradually calmed down. Remembering his manager's words, he realized there were more pressing matters at hand, namely, capitalizing on the situation and portraying himself as a victim. He could align himself with the families of the deceased and the fans, vehemently denouncing Min Weimin and Min Jingmao. Not only would this garner public sympathy, but it would also prompt those grieving fans to voice their support for him, redirecting their affections. Thus, he posted a Weibo update and recorded a video in hospital. In the footage, he appeared pallid and haggard, with bruises adorning his neck. With red-rimmed eyes, he choked back tears, confessing his unworthiness and apologizing to his fans for failing to find meaning in life. Upon posting, the update swiftly ascended the trending charts due to the Min family incident's notoriety. A young star, pitiably ensnared by the threats of his agency, found himself compelled to partake in a debauched gathering, where he was drugged and subsequently violated, only to be apprehended by the police. The comments beneath his Weibo account overflowed with expressions of sympathy from his devoted fans, urging him not to weep and vowing their unwavering support. Many bystanders voiced their outrage against the sordid underbelly of the entertainment industry, while also denouncing the heinous actions of the Min family. Fans of deceased artists offered their solace to Jiang Jianzhou, encouraging him to live well as the greatest tribute to his supporters. Soon, his Weibo was inundated with these messages of comfort and encouragement. It was evident that Jiang Jianzhou's plight had garnered attention. The fans he had lost due to his previous scandal had returned in droves. Even fellow celebrities attempted to ride the wave of public sentiment, commenting on or liking his posts to express their support and condemn the industry's unsavory practices. The scandal surrounding Jiang Jianzhou was swiftly fading from public consciousness. Upon noticing that his follower count was nearly equal to that of Lu Jiue, Jiang Jianzhou, in a fit of rage, overturned the bouquet of flowers on his bedside table, a gift from his ardent fans who had gone to great lengths to deliver it. The bouquet contained encouraging notes from his supporters. Li De, glancing at the fallen flowers, advised, Xiaozhou, we have not yet fully navigated this challenge. You must temper your temper. Moreover, we should reflect on where things went awry. With President Kong in dire straits, we can only rely on ourselves. He dismissed the flowers as inconsequential, questioning the value of such fans, especially when comparing himself to Lu Jiue, who had done nothing yet amassed a similar following. Jiang Jianzhou's ire escalated, his expression becoming somewhat grotesque. exacerbated by the bruises marring his face and neck. He could hardly swallow his indignation. Meanwhile, Lu Jiue, having been previously kidnapped and with his wheelchair damaged, was carried by Feng. Considering the injury to the man's hand, the young master insisted on not being held, leading Feng to demonstrate his ability to carry him with one arm. Upon reaching the designated meeting point with Lu Yunxiao, the young master attempted to alight from the vehicle unaided. However, after steadying himself, he grew overconfident and took a step forward, only to falter. Fortunately, the attentive man waiting by the car swiftly caught the young master around the waist, pulling him into his embrace. With a smile, Feng remarked, "Are you testing my reflexes, Yaya?" The young master puffed his cheeks in embarrassment, recalling that he had previously managed to walk a few steps. Just then, an angry voice rang out, "Let him go." Accompanying this fierce proclamation, a tall figure strode purposefully towards them. Before they could discern the man's appearance, a fist, imbued with formidable force, hurtled toward them. Feng Qinyan's gaze sharpened instantly. He deftly sidestepped the impending strike, simultaneously pivoting with the young master cradled in one arm, shielding him with his own body against the aggressor. As the newcomer struck but missed his target, he stepped forward to deliver another punch, attempting to pull the young boy from the man's embrace. Feng Qinyan, turning his gaze towards the man, felt a chill in his eyes. He blocked the punch with his arm, focusing on the man's lower body, gathering strength in his leg to retaliate. Just then, the young master in his arms urgently called out, "Brother, stop!" Upon hearing this, Feng Qinyan halted his movements, releasing the tension in his leg. Spotting Lao Jin rushing over, along with several black-clad bodyguards descending from their vehicle, he cast a glance in their direction. Instantly, Lao Jin came to a stop and gestured to the 8 bodyguards behind him. They exchanged glances with the imposing figure of Captain Qi, who was engaged in a standoff with the man holding Mr. Deer, and silently retreated to their black G-class vehicle. Meanwhile, on Lu Yunxiao's side, he had no intention of ceasing his assault. Having just landed a punch on that scoundrel, Feng Qinyan, he seized a moment of surprise to strike again. This time, Feng Qinyan raised his hand to meet the blow head-on, their strength locked in a stalemate. At that moment, Lu Jiue stepped in, tapping their fists. "Please stop, brother. Why are you hitting him? Chi-Chi, your hand is bleeding." The young master, in a state of distress, pried apart the 2 men's hands. Observing the crimson stains in the man's palm, his delicate brows knitting in concern, he looked at Lu Yunxiao, disapprovingly exclaiming, "Brother, how can you hit someone like this? Chi-Chi got hurt while trying to save me, and you still strike him." Feng Qinyan cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Lu Yunxiao before turning his attention back to the young master, adopting a magnanimous tone. "It seems there has been some misunderstanding. I am perfectly fine, so please do not worry." Having just exited the vehicle and witnessed his brother nearly stumble, Lu Yunxiao felt a surge of anger towards this man who was teasing his younger sibling and had even embraced him. Reminded of the vile creatures he had seen in the news, his ire intensified. Despite the possibility of misjudgment, the man before him exuded an unmistakable air of menace. With a serious expression, he declared, "I am the elder brother of Yu Bao. Kindly return my brother to me." As he spoke, he grasped his brother's arm, intending to pull him away. His assistant was already pushing a new wheelchair forward, as they always kept one on hand. "Brother, you and I still have matters to attend to. How about we have a meal together?" Feng Qinyan said, his demeanor unchanged. Coughing slightly, Lu Yunxiao nearly choked on his own saliva. "Brother? This man truly has no shame." He towered with a robust physique, exuding a commanding presence that resembled a blend of military and gangland authority. Moreover, he appeared significantly older than Yu, perhaps even older than himself, yet audaciously referred to him as brother. "Yes, indeed, brother. Chi-Chi's injury requires attention. Let's go together," the young master chimed in. Entirely oblivious to the invisible rivalry between the 2 men, his mind solely focused on his friend's wounded hand. Lu Yunxiao's expression darkened as he realized that this man was not easy to deal with. His brother seemed particularly concerned for him. Remembering their parents' words about his brother's fortune lying in the capital, his countenance soured further. Seeing the man still possessively holding his brother's waist, Lu Yunxiao felt an overwhelming irritation. He raised his hand, saying, You, come here, let your brother take you away. Upon seeing that his elder brother had prepared a wheelchair, the young master felt a warmth in his heart. He gently nudged the man's arm and obediently sat down, saying, Thank you, big brother. When did you arrive in the capital? Lu Yunxiao raised his hand to tousle his younger brother's soft hair, speaking in a gentle tone. I just arrived and could not find you. I almost called the police. Fortunately, I saw your Weibo. Otherwise, it would have been more than just acquiring Xingyao. He suspected that their father might resort to old connections, disregarding past promises. After all, a brother should never be lost. Hearing that his elder brother also checked Weibo, the young master felt a tinge of embarrassment. The thought of fans calling him husband, wife, baby, and so forth made him feel his cheeks flush. In contemporary terms, it could be described as social death. Big brother, do you really check Weibo? Aren't you very busy with work? I didn't used to, replied the elder brother. As the two siblings conversed, Feng quietly followed along. He couldn't bear the young master's indifference while speaking to another, even if that person was his brother. Chi, what's wrong? Does your hand hurt? I'll take a look for you in a moment. The young master turned to the man. It's nothing. I'm not in pain. Feng responded. Lu Yunxiao chuckled. If it doesn't hurt, why are you making that sound? Continuing with the story, I may add more content later. Please revisit. Everyone. Chapter 74, A Timeless Friendship. By the way, big brother, this is Chi, Feng my close friend. He is very kind and quite capable. Having helped me on numerous occasions, the young master introduced while looking up at Lu Yunxiao. Lu Yunxiao had been slightly displeased with the title Chi, but since the other had assisted his brother, he suppressed his annoyance and politely said, Oh, thank you, Mr. Feng, for helping my Yuebao. By the way, what line of work are you in? Do you not need to work? Feng felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing the term Yuebao, recalling how this person had just ruffled Yu's hair. The man's phoenix-like eyes met the young master's almond-shaped ones, revealing a hint of gentle warmth. I share a special bond with Ye. We hit it off immediately. After all, isn't it the essence of friendship to help one another? After saying this, he turned to Lu Yunxiao, his dark eyes revealing no depths. My work is quite varied, yet also flexible. I just returned from a business trip and happen to have a few days off. Big brother, you should drink some water. I'll check on Chi-Chi's hand. Lu Jie said, retrieving a small medical kit sent by Lao Jin to attend to the injury. Lu Yunxiao glanced at the indifferent Feng feeling an inexplicable discomfort despite the latter's seemingly kind demeanor. He feigned surprise. This seems rather serious. Since I caused it, let me take care of it. I remember Mom said you were a bit squeamish about blood when you were young, so leave it to me. Lu Jie paused, surprised that the original character was indeed squeamish about blood. To maintain consistency in his persona, he cleared his throat and replied, Ahem, I am much better now. I was timid as a child. As he spoke, cotton swabs and disinfectant were already in Lu Yunxiao's hands. Feng cast a worried glance at the young master, then met Lu Yunxiao's narrow, peach blossom eyes, politely saying, Then I will trouble you, big brother. Lu Yunxiao smiled with a hint of mockery. Mr. Feng is too courteous. But I cannot bear the title of big brother. By the way, may I ask how old you are? Are you married? Feng gazed intently at the obediently seated Lu Jie, then cast a glance at the expectant Lu Yunxiao. He spoke slowly and with great gravity. I am 28 years old, and I have never been in a romantic relationship, nor have I ever been married. Upon hearing that the man was 28, Lu Yunxiao immediately remarked, Then Mr. Feng, you needn't call me big brother. I am merely 25 years old, and it would be rather inappropriate to take advantage of your age. He then turned to his younger brother and added, Our Ye is only 19, just newly of age. In fact, he is nearly a decade younger than you. As for the man's assertion of never having dated, Lu Yunxiao dismissed it outright. At such an age, how could one have never experienced love? He found it hard to believe, and even if it were true, it only indicated some flaw in character. Feng unfazed, replied, I shall call you big brother in relation to Ye. You are indeed worthy of that title. Lu Yunxiao thought to himself that he had never encountered someone with such audacity. Are you truly 28, Chi? At this moment, the young master interjected, his eyes scrutinizing the man with meticulous attention. Was this perhaps the reason he always felt that Chi-Chi was so dependable, instilling a profound sense of security? Feng Qinian met the young master's glass-like gaze and, for the first time, became conscious of his own age. Would ye find me too old? His phoenix-like eyes locked onto the youth's. The young master, surprised, responded, Of course not. Our relationship has nothing to do with age. The you I know is the present you. How could I possibly find you displeasing? Indeed, Feng Qinian's lips curled into a slight smile. Lu Yunxiao seethed silently. The young master continued with sparkling eyes, Besides, we are not separated by nearly 10 years. As the ancient said, Kong Rong and Ni Hung forged a friendship that transcended age, leaving behind a timeless tale. Chi-Chi, do you not think we too could be considered friends across the years, indulging in a touch of elegance? Friends across the years? Feng Qinian lowered his eyelids, feeling a moment of unwarranted grievance. Suddenly, Lu Yunxiao burst into hearty laughter. Yes, friend across the years. Iwa, io truli pusas a raffinat spirit. Ah. Outside the private room, old Jean and Lu Yunxiao's secretary exchanged glances, noting that the conversation within seemed quite jovial. As the meal came to an end, Lu Yunxiao, burdened with other obligations, prepared to leave. Although he sensed that Feng Qinian was not entirely trustworthy, he felt reassured that his younger brother was none the wiser. Before departing, he specifically cautioned his brother to remain vigilant and not to trust just anyone, instructing him to call if anything arose. Were it not for the promises made years ago, preventing him from interfering in his brother's affairs in the capital, he would have long since kept him under his protective wing. Understood, big brother. You seem a bit verbose. The young master replied with a cheerful smile. Lu Yunxiao reached out to ruffle his brother's hair, noticing how it had returned to its previous state. The young master tilted his face slightly upward, his amber-hued eyes gazing at his elder sibling. This. I styled it for an advertisement previously. Does it look good? It looks great, absolutely stunning. Lu Yunxiao smiled indulgently. Chi-Chi, what do you think? Am I looking good? You look splendid. You could do no wrong. Feng Qinian blurted out. The young master's eyes sparkled with delight. Since both Big Brother and Chi-Chi say it looks good, then I shall keep it this way. He had indeed struggled to adjust to his hair when he first arrived. In those days, he refrained from revealing any flaws, even with his unconventional appearance. Now, with newfound opportunities, he could finally embrace his true self. After Lu Yunxiao departed, Lu Zhiyue received a call from Qinqian. It turned out someone had approached Professor Chun, eager to learn the piece from the Book of Songs that Lu Zhiyue had performed in Long Live the Weekend. Upon discovering that his interlocutor was an esteemed elder who had sought him out for quite some time, the young master proposed to engage in a friendly exchange on a pleasant day. He harbored a genuine desire to restore the ancient melodies lost to Huagua. Though he was in no rush, Chun Xian gladly accepted and inquired whether others might observe the session. After receiving confirmation from the young master, he concluded the call with satisfaction. In the car, Feng Qinian handed over a box of digestive tablets, remarking, I just had glutinous rice. I've heard it's hard to digest. The young master's eyes sparkled like a crescent moon as he replied, Thank you, Chi-Chi. You are truly wonderful. I wish to be your good friend in my next life. Indeed, we shall remain friends, the man responded, his dark eyes greedily fixated on the young master. Chi-Chi, is something the matter? The young master suddenly felt an overwhelming familiarity in the man's gaze, reminiscent of the guardian he had found on a snowy day long ago. Aside from being tall and sturdy, he now realized that Chi-Chi shared one more trait with that guardian. Both bore the surname Feng. In truth, the guardian had no name. When he found him, he was on the brink of unconsciousness, yet he stubbornly refused to collapse amidst the frigid snow, clad in rags. At that time, his own health was failing, and unwilling to witness the extinguishing of life, he had taken him home. Later, upon learning of his namelessness, he named him Feng, inspired by the saying that a good harvest is foretold by a timely snowfall. Eventually, he simplified it to Feng, his surname, with Nian as his given name. A year later, he had met the gaze of the Feng guardian, which now struck him as somewhat akin to Chi-Chi's. Nothing, let us go and view the house. Feng Qinian suggested. lowering his eyelids to conceal the heat and possessiveness simmering beneath. "Indeed, let us," the young master responded, having momentarily drifted away in thought. Feng Qinian disapproved of the way the youth had looked at him earlier. That expression seemed to indicate he was gazing through him at someone else. The brilliance of those star-like eyes was filled with desolation and regret, and Feng Qinian admitted to feeling envious of the person who had so profoundly affected the young master, most likely that individual named Jean. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyue, yet to see the house belonging to Chi-Chi, receive a call from Brother Zhou. His voice boomed, "Heavens, Jiyue, I just received word that our company has changed hands. The new owner will arrive shortly, and we've been summoned back to the office for a meeting to renegotiate contracts. Where are you? I'll come to fetch you." Zhou Yang's voice was so loud that Feng Qinian, sitting beside Lu Jiyue, also heard. The man's voice was low as he stated, "There's no need for him to pick you up. Let old Jean take you." The young master turned to glance at the man's profile, sensing that Chi-Chi seemed somewhat displeased. Though he appeared outwardly calm and spoke little, the young master could feel the undercurrent of his emotions. He mistakenly believed that Chi-Chi was upset due to their inability to view the house together. Consequently, he raised his hand to grasp the young man's larger palm. His amber eyes, reminiscent of exquisite glass, fixated on the man. With a gentle blink, he addressed him, "Chi-Chi, once I see Brother Zhou shortly, I shall inform him that I will move in with you for a while. Even if we do not view the house together, I will still go, all right?" The young master deliberately softened his tone, adopting the endearing manner he once used to comfort his mother in their residence. Typically aloof, refined, and dignified, this young master suddenly held your hand with such tenderness, playfully seeking to bring you joy. It was a charm that few could resist, especially not Feng Qinian, who had no defenses against the young master's allure. Almost instantaneously, he tightened his grip around the delicate, warm hand, enveloping it securely, warmth blossoming and spreading between them. The faint scent of herbs emanating from the young master permeated every pore of the man, entwining around his heart. He suppressed the fervor and longing in his dark eyes, which reflected a deep possessiveness. His moonlight was solely his own, since the young master had taken the initiative to approach him. He should not be surprised if he desired him for eternity in this life and the next, even if the young master considered him merely a friend. Or if there were someone like a Jean, he remained indifferent. Ultimately, the young master belonged only to him. "All right, I will wait for you," he murmured softly. Noticing that the man's mood seemed to have brightened, the young master playfully swayed their joined hands, smiling. Yes, wait for me. Chi-Chi, your hand is so warm." "Is it?" "Indeed it is. If you don't believe me, try my hand. Yours is quite hot." Don't move. Let me warm it for a while." Old Jean, who was driving ahead, listened to their conversation, his eyes narrowing in delight. How wonderful it was that the once imposing and cold Chi team leader could engage in such trivial banter, even offering warmth to another. Mr. Feng and Mr. Lu were truly a match made in heaven. So much so that upon their exit, his address shifted from Mr. Lu to simply Mr. The young master remained oblivious to this shift, while Feng Qinian cast a glance at old Jean, saying nothing. Inwardly, he mused. He was Mr., while Ye was Mr. Yes, quite fitting. After Lu Yinxiao departed, he contacted Su Zijuan on the road. The safety of his brother was of utmost importance. It was best for Xingyao Entertainment to arrange a bodyguard for Ye. Moreover, he could not interfere with his brother's life and work. Additionally, he had instructed his secretary to contact a private investigator. He needed a look into Feng Qi to feel at ease. Although his brother claimed to be well, the other was already 28 years old, with experiences and cunning far beyond those of his 19-year-old sibling. Meanwhile, Feng Qinian observed as the young master entered the building with Zhou Yang at the company entrance. He took out his phone to call Feng, requesting information on Ye's elder brother, Lu Yunxiao, as well as the Lu family. Lu Yunxiao bore no resemblance to Ye, and his behavior struck Feng Qinian as peculiar. He seemed to care deeply for Ye, yet refrained from involving himself in any matters. At Xingyao, many artists had returned to sign contracts, including another artist under Zhou Yang. Jiyu, although he would have to wait for his contract due to his level of fame. Among the multitude of artists, it seems that only two are conspicuously absent. However, no one seems to mind, for the terms of the current contract are remarkably favorable. Almost everyone has devised new developmental plans, and the profit sharing has increased significantly. This sudden change has dispelled the previous concerns of the group. In the corridor, Zhou Yang encountered an acquaintance, whose beaming expression revealed that the artist under his management had secured an impressive contract. Instantly, Zhou Yang felt reassured. Jiyu, let us also pursue a contract change. In the office, Su Zijuan was taken aback by the striking presence of Lu Jiyu. The young man, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, exuded an unparalleled charm that captivated all who beheld him. His exquisite features and fair skin, coupled with his glass-like almond eyes that sparkled like stars, rendered him utterly enchanting. He embodied a refreshing, youthful spirit intertwined with an innate aristocratic elegance, creating a mesmerizing allure that was hard to look away from. Noticing the new boss's rapt gaze upon his artist, Zhou Yang felt a sense of foreboding. He discreetly stepped forward, positioning himself between Su Zijuan and Lu Jiyu. Ahem. Welcome. Please take a seat. Here are the contracts for your review. When Zhou Yang laid eyes on the contract, he was taken aback. This was an A-level contract. Could there be more to the situation? Was the new boss truly interested in his artist? Meanwhile, Jiang Jianzhou, who had not received any notification about a contract change, was venting his frustration in a hospital room. Among the dozens of artists at Xingyao, why was he the only one left uninformed? Was the company abandoning him? He was a victim in this scenario, and his fan base was only growing. What justification did the company have to withhold a contract from him? Lida, maintaining a serious demeanor, had inquired about the situation. The company had been acquired by a woman named Su Zijuan, and not only had they failed to notify them about a contract change, but they had also redistributed the resources that were previously in their possession. What did this imply? Were they being cast aside? They had not considered how eerily similar this situation was to Lu Jiyu's past. What about Lu Jiyu? What arrangements have been made for him? What contract has the company provided? Jiang Jianzhou pressed, suppressing his rage. Lida had indeed gathered some information, but was hesitant to disclose it, fearing it might provoke Jiang Jianzhou. Sensing the hesitation from his manager, Jiang Jianzhou pressed on. What kind of contract? After a moment of contemplation, realizing that the truth could not be concealed, Lida admitted, I am uncertain of the contract as classification, but the company has arranged for him a chauffeur-driven car, an assistant, and a makeup artist. With his own team, the contract level cannot be low. Jiang Jianzhou suddenly smiled, a chilling and ominous grin. Ah, Luzi Executive. You truly possess talent. Seeing his unsettling smile, Li Dao attempted to reassure him. You have already enjoyed those privileges. They are nothing extraordinary. Jiang Jianzhou muttered, Indeed. I have long possessed them. Lu Jiyu cannot compare to me. However, he alone understood the sacrifices he had made to attain such privileges. What had Lu Jiyu done? Merely participated in a couple of variety shows without a noteworthy work to his name. What warranted such treatment? It rendered his own efforts almost laughable. He glared at his phone, consumed by thoughts of ruin him, destroy him. In the presence of Lu Jiyue, he did not dwell on it too much. After modifying the contract, he proceeded to Zhou Yang's office, where Zhou Yang intended to accompany Jiyu to sign the agreement. However, this time, they did not visit General Manager Su's office, but rather the office of the artist director. Unbeknownst to him, it was only Lu Jiyue's contract that was personally handled by Su Zijuan, while the contracts of others were managed by the artist director. Initially, Zhou Yang felt somewhat uneasy and wished to gauge the sentiments of this new boss, pondering whether there were particular expectations regarding Jiyue, as the contract seemed to afford him an unusual degree of freedom. Yet, upon reviewing Jiyue's contract, he began to reconsider his apprehensions. Presently, the artists under Xingyao were not required to engage in drinking or attend social events unrelated to their work. Furthermore, each individual had a path tailored to their strengths, and the creation of their public personas was based on their unique characteristics. These conditions were truly commendable within the industry, indicating that the company was poised for significant transformation. Director Zhang's film, The King Wu's Campaign Against Zhou, had completed filming and was set to enter the promotional phase. This production had taken 6 months. featuring grand scenes and meticulously restored costumes, rituals, and music, not to mention that director Zhang aimed for awards, resulting in particularly detailed craftsmanship. Now that filming was finally concluded and post-production commenced, the promotion officially began. At 8 in the evening, director Zhang took to Weibo to express gratitude towards the dedicated crew, specifically mentioning Liu Zhiyue and Professor Qin Xian. His post read, "The filming of the King Wu's campaign against Zhou has wrapped. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the hard-working creative team and the diligent staff, as well as to all the guiding teachers for their thoughtful mentorship." He tagged Shun Tianhua, Chao Rui, Susan, and concluded with Chun Xian and Liu Zhiyue. Additionally, he acknowledged an esteemed professor from the history department of Imperial Capital University, who did not possess a Weibo account by name. The accompanying image showcased the crew celebrating the wrap-up, radiating joy. This post was quickly shared and liked by prominent figures such as Shun Tianhua and Susan, who each boasted millions of followers, propelling it to trending status. Fans and casual observers alike flooded the comments with anticipation and effusive praise. Soon, someone noticed Liu Zhiyue's name and curiously inquired about the role she had played. Liu Rong's fans were equally bewildered, questioning when their idol had collaborated with director Zhang without their knowledge. In the fan group, excitement surged as they fervently refreshed the screen, realizing their beloved star had indeed made strides by working with director Zhang. Upon seeing the trending topic, Zhou Yang promptly called Liu Zhiyue, exclaiming with delight, "Zhiyue, director Zhang mentioned you on Weibo. Could you reply and perhaps retweet it?" "All right, brother Zhou. I will do that shortly." A few seconds later, the young gentleman ended the call and turned apologetically to Chun Qian and the elderly gentleman beside him, who was nearing his 70s. "I apologize, what were you saying just now?" Chun Qian cleared his throat and smiled, saying, "Ahem, little Liu. The esteemed dean would like to invite you to a different location where we have the equipment. We wish to record the piece you played for study. Of course, if you are uncomfortable, we will certainly refrain from recording." The young master originally intended to restore those lost melodies, as they are inherently a part of the historical and cultural heritage of Huaxia, and he was naturally unperturbed by the thought of others recording his compositions. Furthermore, having heard from Master Qin Xian that this venerable gentleman was the president of the Huaxia Cultural Research Institute, he felt a sense of trust. Thus, he smiled gently and replied, "I have no objections. Please proceed as you see fit." President Hao was overjoyed beyond measure, exclaiming, "Comrade Xiao Lu, you are truly a remarkable ally. On behalf of the Huaxia Cultural Research Institute, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." The young master was taken aback. "Comrade?" He recalled the modern history book he had read, realizing that this was likely a term of endearment among like-minded individuals. Upon arriving at the music room, the young master soon understood what Master Qin meant by a few people. The modest space was already occupied by nearly 10 individuals. As soon as they spotted Liu Zhiyue's arrival, their eyes lit up, each gazing at him with fervent admiration. "They are my students, eager to observe." Both Qin Xian and President Hao spoke in unison. Indeed, such a splendid opportunity for learning was not to be missed, and they had brought several devoted disciples along. "Very well." The young master nodded in acknowledgement to the assembly. "Shall we begin?" Hao Jialin, encountering Liu Zhiyue at such proximity for the first time, found it nearly difficult to breathe. She was astonished to discover that he was even more captivating in person than in photographs, and his innate air of nobility utterly enchanted her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt tears welling up. Indeed, she was Lin Shun from the fan community, tasked by her grandfather to record Liu Zhiyue's performance. The young master commenced with a rendition of Kai Wei from the Book of Songs, and observing the audience's rapt attention, he subsequently played Jian Jia. President Hao stood up to applaud, nearly moved to tears himself. He felt that this was how Jian Jia was meant to be, and Kai Wei too, embodying their authentic essence. Chun Xian gazed intently at the elegantly playing youth, experiencing a profound sense of timeless connection through the enchanting melodies. Before Qin Xian and the others could fully absorb the emotional impact, the young master transitioned into Guangling San. In the music room, everyone held their breath, for they recognized this as Guangling San, Yet it was distinct from their prior knowledge. It was more beautiful, more fluid, and imbued with an exhilarating sense of continuity. Upon finishing the piece, the young master flexed his fingers. Chun Qian, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Xiao Lu, the Guangling San Yu played differs remarkably from what we know. Where did you learn this piece?" Meeting the eager gazes of the crowd, Lu Zhu lowered his eyes for a moment, unable to convey that these melodies were inherently such. Instead, he responded vaguely, "Well, I happened to hear it once and tried playing it. What do you think?" He could not fabricate a tale, fearing that Professor Chun might embark on a quest for the truth. "Ah, this is even better. Your rendition possesses an effortless grace," President Hao reflected. "Xiao Lu, your mastery of ancient music is truly astonishing." Chun Qian marveled, perpetually impressed by the youth. His erudition, demeanor, and eloquence left others in awe. "You flatter me, Teacher Chun," Lu Zhiyue replied. "May we use this piece for our studies?" Such a performance might well circulate widely. Director Hao sought the company of a few old friends from the realms of literature and history to listen together. Naturally, this is fitting, as it forms an intrinsic part of the rich tapestry of Chinese historical culture. It does not belong to me, but rather to the world at large. The young master merely wishes to prevent these ancient melodies from being lost to the relentless flow of time, allowing humanity to glimpse only fragments of their beauty. At this moment, several students of the two esteemed teachers gathered around, some inquiring about finger techniques, others about melodies, while still others asked what other instruments he could play aside from the flute and guqin. One even requested an autograph. This individual happened to be the deputy director of the city's cultural bureau, a former student of Director Hao, seeking the signature for his daughter. The young master observed these youthful scholars, all of whom had recently crossed the threshold into adulthood, and felt a fleeting moment of confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyue had just finished managing the situation when a fresh wave of controversy erupted online. Social media, particularly Weibo, is never short of instigators. Beneath Director Zhang's post, questions soon arose. Many were curious as to how Lu Zhiyue had managed to infiltrate the project. Director Zhang responded to a netizen, clarifying that Lu Zhiyue had been invited as the ancient music consultant for the production. This revelation sent ripples through the community, provoking skepticism from many. On what grounds did Lu Zhiyue qualify to serve as an ancient music consultant? Is mere proficiency with the flute and guqin sufficient? Could the film still be worthy of viewing or accolades? Such notions seemed preposterous. The critics were particularly vociferous, with one stating, "Lu Zhiyue clearly has ample resources. How could a mere novice become an ancient music consultant? This is undoubtedly the year's greatest farce. It must be the backing of some powerful benefactor." Another remarked, "I had looked forward to the film, but now I have no desire to watch it." Director Zhang cannot withstand the pressure of capital. It's truly a shame for the lead actors. If the score is subpar, it will indeed be quite lowbrow. Fans of the leading actors could no longer remain passive, flooding Weibo with inquiries and some resorting to disparaging remarks about Lu Zhiyue. Soon, an influx of online trolls emerged, resurrecting past scandals concerning Lu Zhiyue. Ultimately, they unleashed a bombshell. A photograph of Lu Zhiyue in the embrace of an elderly gentleman surfaced, which became the definitive proof of her connections, insinuating that she was catering to an older benefactor. Although the image was unclear and poorly lit, it was unmistakably Lu Zhiyue's visage. A particular gossip account online published an analytical post asserting that if Lu Zhiyue had not been supported, how could she have risen from relative obscurity to trending searches within a mere 2 months? If she lacked a benefactor, how could her follower count swell from tens of thousands to 7 million? It questioned how she could secure an advertisement from the renowned brand Mon without a body of work. Furthermore, her claims of playing the flute and guqin were dismissed as mere script, a fabrication for the sake of entertainment. The capital could easily procure pleasant melodies. Additionally, her biography dared not mention her educational background, likely fearing the revelation that she had not even graduated from middle school, perhaps attending a subpar vocational school. Now, even Director Zhang was serving as a stepping stone for her, clearly due to her wealthy patron. This truly exemplifies the power of capital. Moreover, It was noted that her benefactor could well be old enough to be her grandfather, which raises questions of propriety. Accompanying this discourse was the incriminating photograph. He had also gathered evidence regarding his past scandals, frequenting nightclubs, a chaotic private life, an arrogant demeanor, and even mistreating fans. The analysis seemed to hold some weight, causing a number of bystanders to waver in their opinions. In an instant, Liu Jiyue became labeled as a morally bankrupt artist in the entertainment circle, ensnared by scandals. Jiang Jinzhou's fans, who had never held Liu Jiyue in high regard, began to rally against him. Did they even need a reason to criticize? Their beloved brother's resources were being siphoned away. Why should Liu Jiyue have the audacity to collaborate with director Zhang? Subsequently, a major fan revealed that the reason Jiang Jinzhou ended up at that infamous Shishan villa, where he was subjected to mistreatment, was due to Liu Jiyue. It was said that originally, Mr. Kong intended to take Liu Jiyue for negotiations, but unable to find him, he sent Jiang Jinzhou in his stead. Consequently, Jiang Jinzhou's fans erupted with fury, torn between their sympathy for their brother and their desire to hurl insults and curses at Liu Jiyue on his Weibo page. One fan lamented, "Oh dear, my heart aches for my brother, suffering for someone else. That individual didn't even bother to visit him in the hospital. Always pretending to be a good brother. But now the truth is revealed. How shameless." Another remarked, "So that's why Liu Jiyue was missing. He must have done it on purpose." Unable to locate him, Mr. Kong took Jiang Jinzhou to the villa instead. Everyone knows the rest. Yet another fan declared, "Liu Jiyue is being kept by older men and still wishes harm upon our brother. How despicable." Moreover, the fervent supporters of the leads in the King Wu's campaign against Zhou feared that a mere rotten apple like Liu Jiyue could tarnish the entire film, thus adding to the boycott against him. A wave of online trolls joined the fray, and it appeared that Liu Jiyue was on the brink of being universally condemned. Some even tagged the official Weibo account of the mobile brand Mon, asserting that a morally compromised artist like Liu Jiyue was unworthy of endorsing their products. They threatened to boycott Mon if a change in spokesperson was not made. Lu Rong, upon seeing the photograph, felt a twinge of concern. Observing the current situation, it was evident to any discerning individual that someone was intent on tarnishing her darling's reputation. Thus, she began organizing a counter-campaign. "Chi, you can't wake up. Seriously? Our Yeye just signed a new contract with the company, and here comes another wave of slander. This must be jealousy. You Amlin, it all started with a single image, and the content is purely fabricated. Habitual zeroing. You don't believe Director Zhang, but trust the trolls? A good brain is a precious thing, yet you seem to lack one. This morning is unwavering. To the fans of that individual, you should thank me for having standards and not engaging with trash." On the other hand, Zhou Yang, after completing his tasks, intended to check Liu Jiyue's retweet of Director Zhang's Weibo. He anticipated yet another smiley face, but upon opening Weibo, he was met with a barrage of insults. A few seconds later, he discovered his own account was receiving its share of backlash. He immediately checked the trending topics, and, unsurprisingly, his artist was once again in the spotlight. When he laid eyes on the so-called analysis post, he cursed under his breath. What nonsense! This was merely a pretext to malign his artist, who was so morally bankrupt as to incessantly slander Liu Jiyue. Anxiously, he dialed Liu Jiyue while heading towards Mr. Su's office. At that moment, Liu Jiyue had just bid farewell to Chen Qian and Dean Hao, settling into the vehicle that Feng had sent to collect him. The man sat in the back seat, while the driver in front had been replaced by the cunning wolf. Upon their meeting, the young master eagerly reached for the man's hand, saying, "Chi-Chi, let me see your hand." After signing the contract at the company yesterday, he had returned to his residence, which meant that he had not changed the man's bandage for most of the day, causing him considerable concern. Feng willingly spread his palm, his dark eyes fixated on the youth before him. Your wrapping is not as good as Yeye's. It got wet while I was washing up today, and I had to open it," he remarked. Upon seeing this, Liu Jiyue furrowed his brow, noting that the wound in the man's palm had not shown signs of improvement, and the hastily applied bandage had come undone. He muttered, "Big brother seems meticulous, yet his work is so careless and unreliable." Meanwhile, the unreliable Liu Yunxiao was in a meeting. Just as a partner began to speak, he suddenly sneezed loudly. The partner paused briefly, and Lu Yunxiao smiled apologetically, only to sneeze again as he attempted to speak. This is definitely a sign that someone is speaking ill of me behind my back. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Qinian was quite generous, stating, "It's not your fault, big brother. I just wasn't careful, so you need to keep an eye on me, yeah. I will change your bandage every day, so don't worry, it will heal soon." The young master offered words of comfort. "All right, thank you for your hard work, yeah." The cunning wolf driving in front harbored serious doubts. Was this truly the same leader who had endured a gunshot wound and managed to fight for 2 hours without flinching, even when the bullet was extracted without anesthesia? Before long, the vehicle came to a halt. "We have arrived, yeah. Shall we take a look?" "Yes, let's see." The young master followed the man out of the car, surveying the courtyard at the alley's entrance. The houses here appeared somewhat antiquated, yet the tranquility and privacy were commendable. "Please don't find it unappealing," he added. It's fine. I like the courtyard." The young master had no doubt about the man's claim regarding the property's age, for he had never resided in such a dwelling before. The cunning wolf listened quietly, feeling a pang of envy, disregarding the decor. This courtyard alone was worth 200 million. How could the leader describe it as akin to a slum? As the group reached the entrance of the Sihiyuan, old Jean was there, dressed in an elegant long robe, and upon spotting them, he immediately approached. "Sir, young sir, welcome home." Upon arrival at the Sihiyuan, old Jean, adorned in a distinguished robe, stood outside the crimson-gilded gates and welcomed them with open arms. "Sir, young sir, welcome home." Lu Jiue smiled and remarked, "Uncle Jean, you look quite elegant in this attire. You resemble more of a steward now, whereas before you seemed more like a captain of the guard, exuding a martial aura." Old Jean chuckled. "Young sir, you flatter me. Come, let's go inside and take a look." "Yes, indeed." Lu Jiue instinctively opened his arms, awaiting an embrace. The entrance to the Sihiyuan had steps and a threshold, and he refrained from being overly assertive. However, he still offered a gentle reminder. "Chi-Chi, be careful with your hand." Feng Qinian's eyes sparkled with joy. All right." He raised his hand, wrapping it around the young master's waist, and with a gentle tug, he effortlessly carried him into the courtyard. The entire courtyard, oriented north to south, features its entrance at the southeast corner, exemplifying a classic two-entry quadrangle. The architecture within the courtyard exudes an antique charm, characterized by wooden structures, gray tiles, and azure bricks. The arrangement of potted flowers and plants is meticulous, vibrant with greenery, which accentuates the exquisite paintings on the drooping flower gate. Further inside, one discovers a wooden swing, accompanied by a pomegranate tree bearing luscious fruits. Several large, red pomegranates dangle from the branches, particularly delightful. One even bears a crack, revealing its ruby-like seeds within. Feng Qinian, noticing the young master's gaze, inquired, "This pomegranate seems to have opened up. Would you care to taste its sweetness?" Yes. Lu Jiue eagerly nodded, having already spotted the garnet-like seeds. In the Great Zhou, pomegranates are universally adored, not only for their beauty, but also for their auspicious symbolism and delectable flavor. His mother cherished pomegranates, and his father had personally planted a pomegranate tree in the main courtyard, which had instilled in him a fondness for the fruit since childhood. This was Mr. DeWolf's first visit to the area, and he curiously surveyed the architectural style, deeming the decor and the strategic placement of hidden sentries far more intriguing than the pomegranates themselves. In truth, it was not just this location. The entire alley fell within their security perimeter. Old Jean observed the interaction between the two with great satisfaction, though he could discern that the young master seemed yet to awaken to certain realities. It appeared that enlisting a skilled chef was imperative, as winning the young master's heart through his stomach was essential. This residence preserves the ancient architectural beauty of the quadrangle while seamlessly integrating modern renovations, representing a perfect fusion of antiquity and contemporary design. The master bedroom connects to the secondary bedroom, separated by a spacious dressing room. Although the young master had yet to notice this detail, he was preoccupied with dividing the pomegranates. "This piece is for you, Jinbo, and this piece for you, Mr. DeWolf." After distributing to the two, he retained a substantial portion for himself. Feng remarked, Yeah, seems to have forgotten himself. Mr. DeWolf glanced between the two, holding a generous piece of pomegranate, feeling it prudent to keep his distance. Old Jean, with a warm smile, expressed his gratitude before stepping outside. The young master first washed his hands and then returned, leisurely commencing to extract the seeds from the pomegranate. A glass bowl sat conveniently on the table, into which he placed the seeds. Chi-Chi, shall we bring the little cat along as well? He inquired. The man's gaze fixated on the young boy's delicate, elongated fingers as they deftly manipulated the translucent, red seeds, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly questioned, he swallowed hard before responding. Yes, it has come, though it may have scampered off to play. Does it know the way home? We mustn't let it get lost. It should know, but if not, I shall go look for it. Soon, the bowl before him became a little mountain of ruby-like seeds. The young master presented the glass bowl to the man, a smile gracing his lips. Chi-Chi, these are for you. I prepare them all. With a playful flutter of his beautiful apricot-colored eyes, he teased. Were you unhappy just now? Feng turned his gaze away, attempting to maintain composure. Not at all. Oh, the young master elongated his tone, playfully scrutinizing the man. You certainly wouldn't admit it, would you? Were you feeling jealous earlier? No. Then why do you not smile? I do not enjoy smiling. Every time I encounter you, you are always smiling. To be honest, Feng himself is uncertain if he smiles each time. Noticing the man's silence, the young master assumed his jesting might have been excessive, and thus remarked again, Chi-Chi, you are my dearest friend. I hold you in the highest regard. Feng suppressing the tumult in his heart, replied in a low, husky voice, I cherish you the most as well. As they engaged in conversation, a small figure scuttled through the doorway. Meow, meow. It was the little cat returning. Upon seeing the cat, Lu Jiyue recalled Zhou Ji's advice to post on Weibo and to share some snippets of his daily life. So he took out his phone to snap a picture of the kitten. After capturing a couple of photos, he aimed the camera at the pomegranate seeds in the man's hand. Please hold off on eating. Let me take a picture to share on Weibo. All right, the man said, presenting the bowl of ruby-red pomegranate seeds for the young lad to photograph. Although he had no formal training in photography, the young master possessed a keen aesthetic sense, resulting in splendid photographs. The kitten, adorably gentle and irresistibly cute, was captured in one shot as it sat at the door, licking its paws, exuding a lively charm. As for the pomegranate seeds, they looked like a bowl of red agate, glistening and translucent. Just as he opened Weibo, his phone lagged, but the young master paid it no mind, as it often froze when his follower count increased. He tapped away with his fingers. Lu Jiyue, loving this place, smiles. Image. After posting, he sought out Director Zhang's Weibo to like and share. Lu Jiyue, no need for thanks, a delightful collaboration. Smile JPG. Zhang Mao Renvi. The King Wu's campaign against Zhou has wrapped up. Gratitude to the diligent cast and crew, and heartfelt thanks to the instructors for their guidance. Sentian Gu, Gao Zui, Susan, Tianqian, Lu Zhu. After retweeting, he noticed he seemed to be trending. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Zhou Yang. Jiyue. The trolls online are clearly orchestrated by hired hands. I'm heading to find President Su now. Given our current contract, the company will certainly handle this well. So do not worry. Lu Jiyue. I'm not concerned, I just saw it. At that moment, Feng received a call from Qian Yao and moved to the window to answer. A few seconds later, the man's expression darkened. He had no need for guilt and immediately began to retaliate. Meanwhile, on the other end, Su Zijuan was on the phone with Lu Yinxiao. As they discussed collaboration, upon seeing Su Zijuan's call, Lu Yinxiao paused the negotiations to take the call. The partners smiled politely, and once the man stepped away, a glimmer of interest appeared in his eyes. This individual is rather intriguing. Lu Yinxiao had been engrossed in discussions, neglecting Weibo for several hours. Upon receiving news from Su Zijuan, he immediately checked Weibo and was incensed by the derogatory remarks. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself not to interfere in his brother's matters. Yet, it seemed he could hardly contain himself. Chapter 79. He is destined for great success. In the dimly lit hospital room, Jiang Jianzhu observed Lu Jiyue trending online amidst a storm of criticism, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with excitement. After watching for a while, feeling unsatisfied, he switched to a secondary account and personally joined the fray, fervently contributing to the horde of trolls attacking Lu Jiyue. Su Zijuan observed that Lu Yunxiao had been silent for quite some time and remarked, "General Lu, previously you mentioned that you would not interfere with my work, granting me full authority to manage the company. I'm truly grateful for your trust. Regarding the matter of Lu Jiming being slandered, I have my own considerations. In fact, I've already uncovered the instigator behind this chaos. From the company's perspective, it is prudent to allow the situation to simmer for a day before we clarify the truth. When the time comes, we shall receive an outpouring of remorse from the netizens. Those who criticized him most vehemently will likely feel the deepest regret afterward. This will undoubtedly lead to an increase in Lu Jiming's followers, which, in essence, is beneficial for him." Lu Yunxiao frowned, as he did not share her perspective. He believed that if his brother continued to be maligned with accusations of having a wealthy patron or being supported by an older man, it would leave an indelible mark on people's minds over time. Ultimately, they would only remember what they wished to remember, even if the truth were revealed later. What difference would it make? People tend to cling to the labels associated with being sponsored or supported by a benefactor. They might even dismiss subsequent clarifications as mere public relations tactics. Is this your notion of gratitude? Lu Yunxiao retorted coldly. Of course. What I just mentioned are conventional public relations strategies. For artists, maintaining visibility is advantageous, and such actions are not without merit, Su Zijuan replied, shifting her tone. However, Lu Jiming seems to have no shortage of attention. We need not wait for the situation to escalate before countering it. She was not naive. The moment she learned that an old classmate had purchased Xingyao to seek information on Lu Jiming, she had her suspicions. Furthermore, both individuals shared the surname Lu, one named Jiming and the other Yunxiao, an evident familial connection. Moreover, Su Zijuan had already seen Lu Jiming's latest Weibo post, which astonishingly garnered over 10,000 comments and shares within a minute, with likes surpassing 20,000. This data astounded her. Such engagement was typically reserved for top-tier celebrities. It was noteworthy that Lu Jiming had only 7 million fans, making this level of activity truly remarkable. As the shares continued to rise, Su Zijuan witnessed Jian He retweeting and commenting on Lu Jiming's Weibo. Jian He posted, "Where is this? How could you enjoy delicious food without me? Lu Xiaoya, am I no longer your best friend?" Angry, JPG. Lu Jiming replied, "I love this place," accompanied by a smiling image. At that moment, Jian He's actions clearly indicated his support for Lu Jiming, prompting a portion of the detractors to flood Jian He's Weibo with complaints. Lu Jiming is a lifelong target for slander. Capital is indeed powerful. Jian He, how shameless are you to still endorse Lu Jiming? Pure bystander. They must have a script. Jian He surely intends to divert attention. TSK. Being linked with Lu Jiming is truly disgusting. Jian He is no saint either. Jian He's fans staunchly defended him, fiercely confronting the keyboard warriors and detractors. Jian Qiqi's zombie fans. Who do you think you are? What exactly are you? Qiqi's love. Keyboard warrior. Please check if your brain is still intact. Did it fall on the ground? Hurry and pick it up. It might still be usable. Jian Qiqi's big wife. A script. You say? If we Qiqi and Lu Jiming had a script or a benefactor backing us, would we still be subjected to bullying on shows? Few fans of Jian He blame him for supporting Lu Jiyue at this time. Rather, they express understanding. Jian He is, after all, a genuine and warm-hearted young man, devoid of guile. Furthermore, with the exposure of the Min Zheng Mao family's issues and their subsequent arrest, it became evident why Jian He chose to abandon the competition and support Lu Jiyue, leading to an increase in gratitude towards him for standing by Jian He during that momentous occasion. They appreciate his role in allowing a singer to complete his performance. Now that Jian He openly supports Lu Jiyue, his fans naturally stand as a solid backing, each adept at confronting detractors. Su Zijuan experienced yet another revelation when she noticed Wu Yuan had retweeted Lu Jiyue's Weibo post. Wu Yuan v. Little Yaya, how can you be so selfish? Am I no longer your best ship? By the way, I'm stealing your cat. Lu Yue responded. Love this place, smiling. Wu Yuan. With her considerable fan base and positive reputation within the industry, ensured that her retweet garnered significant attention. Subsequently, Director Zhang liked Lu Yue's post and commented, the photo is well taken. The interplay of light and shadow is quite unique. Su Zijuan then observed that Chu Tianhua, Xie, and Shirley had also liked Lu Yue's post. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, realizing that Lu Yue seemed to be more well-liked than she had anticipated. The willingness of others to interact with him subtly affirmed his character. Then, she noticed that Gu Yi, the president of the Gu Corporation, had also commented positively on his artist Weibo. This place feels somewhat familiar. The little cat looks familiar too. Lu Yue replied, love this place, smiling. Additionally, the official Weibo account of Mon Mobile recently released a segment of an advertisement, accompanied by the caption, You are the wind. You are warmth. You are dew. You are the mountains dedicated to the one and only you, capturing the most beautiful moments. Lu Yue. The accompanying video depicted Lu Yue standing atop a mountain, surrounded by a vibrant forest backdrop and a sky painted with the hues of dusk. He wielded a paintbrush, gesturing in the air as if responding to something said by the crew, turning around with a radiant smile that dazzled the onlookers. Upon the release of this Weibo post, the comments flooded in with admiration. Ah, so handsome. Even when detractors attempted to sow discord, they were quickly drowned out by the effusive praise of his fans. For instance, Lu Yue's lifelong detractor. Lu Yue has had cosmetic surgery and is supported by older men. Mon Mobile is doomed. Fool, Yue Bao, please ignore those detractors. They are envious of your talent and beauty. No, dear guest. Ah, Awei has passed away. Is this really Lu Yue? Wait, let me check my bank account. I want to support Lu Yue. 2333. Lu Yue not only has financial backers, but also acts arrogantly toward fans. How can anyone trust him as a spokesperson without a strong background? Rose Nebula. If I may say, would you consider me? I am 183 Zentimeter tall. A fine young man with a house, a car, savings, no smoking or drinking habits, and no vices. All I lack is a warm partner like you to share my bed. Idle Jade. In the realm of entertainment, this unique style is truly unparalleled. Mon's response via mobile can be seen as a direct rebuttal to the detractors, standing firmly in support of Lu Yue. Meanwhile, Lu Yinxiao, growing impatient due to the lack of further communication, inquired, So, what do you intend to do? Su Zijuan, filled with admiration, assured, Rest assured, old Lu, your brother is remarkable. He hasn't even offered an explanation. He merely shared a casual photo, and the tides of public opinion have already shifted. I will promptly deal with the troublemakers. Yue is destined to be celebrated and the center of attention. He is bound to achieve great success, the kind that is explosive. Su Zijuan was particularly exhilarated, especially upon seeing the post from the president of the Gu Corporation and Mon's official microblog. The notion that someone of Lu Yue's stature could be kept by someone else is utterly ridiculous. The competitors are both inept and malicious. She has no intention of sparing them, as this will not only rectify the company's reputation, but also establish her authority. Chapter 80. Quite sweet on the other end of the line, the 25-year-old Lu Yinxiao remarked, Old Lu? His expression lightened as he realized he could swiftly handle matters regarding his brother. After a few more inquiries, he returned to his meeting, silently reflecting that he had not interfered in his brother's affairs. Everything was managed by the company. As for Feng Qinian, he hung up the phone and began perusing the disparaging posts on Weibo. The sheer volume of negative comments directed at Yuan darkened his mood. He was incensed by the keyboard warriors and fickle fans echoing the sentiments of the trolls. His Yuan did not require their hollow apologies. They were unworthy. His spirits lifted somewhat upon seeing Lu Yue's latest Weibo post featuring his photo. Note: Mr. Feng believes that although he did not appear in the picture, since he held the pomegranate seeds, it is tantamount to his own image. He had only recently created his Weibo account and was still learning how to navigate it, with his following consisting solely of Lu Yue. He first liked and shared Lu Yue's post, commenting, So beautiful, Yuan, you are my favorite, love you. After posting, he glanced at the youthful boy devouring pomegranate seeds, who looked his way, prompting him to awkwardly cover his mouth with a fist and cough lightly. He lowered his gaze to his comment, only to find it overwhelmed by a flood of "I love you," and "Baby, Mama loves you," and "Darling, I adore you." Feng realized that his earlier anxiety had been somewhat unwarranted. Then, he noticed Jian He had shared Yun Yuan's post, along with Wu Yuan's, naturally coming across the line. "Am I still your best friend? Or am I still your best partner?" Feng frowned, thinking, why is everyone vying for Yuan? He composed himself and directly commented, "User 3334526. You are not." "I am." Satisfied, yet feeling it insufficient, he added, "User 3334526. I'm the one holding the pomegranate bowl. Yuan is calling me to share pomegranates." Soon, the comment section was filled with playful jests. "Fanoxy, TSK, yet another case of delusion. I could say that Yuan personally fed me pomegranate seeds too." Feng believed that the fans on Weibo were afflicted with delusions. Just as he was about to respond and enlighten them, he was called back by Lu Jiyue. "Chi, this pomegranate is incredibly sweet. You should try it." The young master hastily beckoned him back, lest he finish all the pomegranate seeds himself. Feng immediately put away his phone and replied earnestly, "All right." He strode over and sat at the table, then hesitated, saying, "I haven't washed my hands yet," while gesturing with his left hand wrapped in gauze. The young master, not giving it much thought, and since they were close friends, naturally pressed a few pomegranate seeds to the man's lips, saying, "Then I'll feed you. I've washed my hands. Do try it." Feng Qinyan's dark eyes flickered momentarily, and with a reserved hum, he opened his mouth to accept the pomegranate seeds, along with a slight touch from the young master's fingertips. Time seemed to freeze as both were momentarily taken aback. The young master, unfazed, apologized, "Chi, I'm sorry. It's my first time feeding someone, and I touched you. But don't worry, my hands are very clean." The man's gaze deepened, his voice low and husky, laced with a hint of secret pleasure. It's quite sweet. I really like it." "See? I told you it was sweet," the young master said, his almond-shaped eyes sparkling with delight. This was his first experience feeding someone, and it felt so tender. How to describe it? It was entirely different from the sensation of a kitten's lick, and he felt a peculiar flutter in his heart. If a certain man knew that the young master was comparing him to a kitten, he would likely be quite distressed and might even send away the kitten. Lu Jiyue thought to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. "What are you looking at, Yaya?" Feng noticed that the other was staring at his face. The young master, ever straightforward, candidly remarked, "Chi, your lips are so soft." Feng lowered his gaze to conceal the desire simmering within, softly asking, "Is that so? I hadn't noticed. We should be the same, shouldn't we?" The young master blinked his beautiful almond eyes, pondering the notion of similarity, and even touched his own lips, unable to feel the same softness. The man lifted his gaze, dark eyes fixed on the innocent youth. "May I try?" Go ahead and feel," the young master replied, unguardedly tilting his head, presenting his lips to the man. This gesture seemed akin to inviting a kiss. Almost instantaneously, Feng Qinyan's eyes darkened, and he yearned to disregard all restraint, but upon meeting the young master's trusting, pure gaze, he suppressed the fierce desire within. The man's calloused fingertips gently pressed against the young master's pale, pink, cool lips. The scene was both ambiguous and beautifully innocent. His index finger glided over the young man's lip, still tinged with the sweet essence of pomegranate seeds, and he could almost envision how delightful it would be. Suddenly, a phone rang, shattering the enchanting atmosphere. Oblivious, the young master turned to look at the phone on the table, recognizing it was a call from Zhou Yang. "Chi, I'll take this call." Feng Qinyan replied as he stood and moved toward the window, feeling a twinge of disdain for himself. When had his self-control become nearly non-existent? "Jiyu, please respond on Weibo. Jian He and Wu Yuan are both supporting you. Additionally, could you retweet on Mon's official account? Su has already made arrangements, and the company is preparing a counterattack. Do not worry, and refrain from paying attention to the comments from the detractors. We will clarify everything soon." "All right, I understand. Thank you." Zhou for your hard work. Lu Jiyu opened Weibo, only to encounter a brief lag. Habitually, he waited a few seconds and saw the retweets from Jian He and Wu Yuanyuan. With a graceful finger, he tapped to respond. He replied to Jian He, Lu Jiyu v. Apologies, but that position is already taken by my best friend. However, if you wish to have some pomegranates, I can inquire with him and pick a couple for you. Then, he replied to Wu Yuanyuan, Lu Jiyu v. Sister Yuanyuan. I am not monopolizing the little cat. It is not mine. If you are fond of it, there may be an opportunity for you to pet it. But stealing is off the table. As he prepared to retweet Mon's official Weibo, he noticed that his 2 replies had already soared to the top comments, eliciting a plethora of responses below. The comments were a vivid tapestry of reactions, ranging from disparaging remarks to playful banter among fans, and even confrontations between opposing factions. 2Gnet's Chi-Chi. Ha. Yeah. Is it really appropriate to disregard Jian-Chi's feelings like this? By the way, who is your best friend? Curious Face, JPG. Zhao Manny. Count me in for the curiosity. Who is Ye's best friend? Yao not a fairy. Curious X10086. I too wish to know. Lu Jiyu's lifelong critic. Lu Jiyu is unresponsive to rumors of being supported by older men, yet still finds time to engage here. Truly perplexing. Is this a diversion? Huang Yizhou. Lu Jiyu has always relied on such antics for attention. Previously, she was closely associated with our Zhou, then with a bodyguard, and now Jianhe. Tisk, utterly shameless. Yuxian, I am not idle. What topic is being diverted? That photo is clearly edited. Do they think the netizens are fools? 180s Coconut. Please, dear detractors, before criticizing Lu Jiyu, perhaps you should assess the situation accurately. It seems Zhou has always been the one approaching her, proclaiming friendship, while the harshest critics behind her back appear to be Zhou fans, hypocrites. Moreover, regarding the bodyguard pairing, it was merely a source of amusement for netizens. Lu Jiyu herself likely remains oblivious, so why the accusations? Chelly eats roasted chicken. Am I the only one curious about who the cat is? Last time, Ye was photographed holding the cat at midnight. Jakku making a blind guess. The cat might belong to Ye's best friend. Otherwise, why would they be together so late? Anti-smile, JPG. Chapter 81. All is lost. This comment caught the attention of a young master, who then replied, Lu Jiyu. Yes, indeed, you are quite perceptive. Jakku. Ye replied to me. We must know who your best friend is. We want to see a picture. Hua Jingding. Ye, please don't leave. We beg for a photo of your best friend. Kale. Sisters above, is this truly how you wish to proceed? Do you not consider the feelings of others? Well, I too wish to see my friend's photographs. Lu Jiyu chose to ignore the comments and did not respond. However, some individuals took it upon themselves to claim their connections. User 333452, I am the best friend of Xiaoya, and I am also the one who raised the kitten. Naturally, this led to a chorus of mockery from fans and various claims, including, I am the true best friend, and the kitten was adopted by both Yeya and me. Before Feng could comment further, the poison wolf appeared at the door with an unfavorable expression, signaling for the man to exit. Netizens on Weibo noted that the former head of the National Institute of Ancient Music had begun following Lu Jiyu's account. Subsequently, the dean of the Institute of Literature and History at Imperial Capital University, along with a professor from the history department, also followed Lu Jiyu. Curious fans queried, what is so special about your brother that so many prominent figures are following him? The fans were perplexed, unsure of the answer, and humorously replied, perhaps our Yeya is exceptionally handsome? A netizen remarked, while I cannot refute that. Shortly thereafter, someone posted a video of an ancient melody online. Captioned, Lu Jiyu is incredible. With a mere strum, we have the original version that has been lost for 1,000 years. One user commented, I entered with skepticism and left in awe. Lu Jiyu is remarkable. Even as someone who knows nothing about music, I felt a sense of belonging that could resonate for 3 days. Another added, did you see the few individuals listening to the Guqin at the end? They are all towering figures in China's cultural and musical circles. A third chimed in, I believe this level of talent is sufficient to serve as a musical director for a film. Director Zhang indeed remains a master. This embodies the precious melodies lost in the river of time, a true gem of Huaxia culture. Jiang Jianzhu, upon observing the online sentiment, grew furious and decided to hire more online trolls to continue the smear campaign against Lu Jiyue, insisting that he must have a wealthy backer and connections. In a hospital room, Manager Li burst into Jiang Jianzhu's space, seeing him lying down while scrolling through his phone, with the very page being Lu Jiyue's Weibo. He felt a vague certainty about something. Suppressing his anger, he inquired, "Are those trolls attacking Lu Jiyue online you're doing? And did you orchestrate that leaked photo as well?" Jiang Jianzhu looked up, his expression darkened. "So what if it was me? I want to see him insulted and disgraced. Why should I be left here while he enjoys such favorable treatment? What right does he have? He possesses nothing but his looks, and in every other aspect, he's inferior to me." Jiang Jianzhu's eyes reddened with rage, the agitation aggravating his injuries, rendering his expression grotesque and terrifying. He was undeniably less accomplished than Lu Jiyue. He should be the one despised and ruined by those around him. Why was he the one lying in a hospital bed? Has Jiang Jianzhu lost his mind? He had just begun to restore his image, recently distancing himself from the disgrace of drug abuse and promiscuity. Why engage in such reckless behavior? You must cease your actions at once and instruct your associates to desist from tarnishing Lu Jiyue's reputation. I demand a moment of silence. Otherwise, when the company discovers the allegations of drug use and promiscuity, Jiang Jianzhou, in a fit of agitation, declared, "No, I am determined to ruin Lu Jiyue. Everything I possess should rightfully belong to him. Soon, he too shall be ensnared in scandal, just as I am." Ha 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 ha. What else have you done? Lita felt an urge to strike him. As for me, I have done nothing but inform his fervent admirer of Lu Jiyue's address and room number. Hasn't she longed to share his bed? Once she achieves that, she will surely document it. You have lost your mind. If these matters come to light, you will be finished as well. Lita felt a growing sense of foreboding. Fear not, it won't be disclosed. I have not shown my face, Jiang Jianzhou replied dismissively. You are too naive. Lu Jiyue is a rising star that Xingyao is keen to promote. The company would never relinquish him so easily. Lita understood this, yet regrettably, some individuals were blinded by malice. Suddenly, Li Da's phone rang, and upon seeing it was a call from the company, he answered immediately. Moments later, he mechanically checked Weibo, where he found a recent statement from Xingyao's official account. Due to Jiang Jianzhou's violation of company regulations and intentional defamation of the reputation of fellow artists, causing significant repercussions, the company has decided to terminate his contract and pursue accountability. Li Da's mind echoed with two words: finished. All is lost. In the comments beneath Xingyao's post, the fans of Zhou were not placated, inundating the platform with inquiries and threats. A leaf boat. On what grounds does Xingyao terminate Zhou's contract? If anyone is to be compensated, it should be us for the termination fee. Why should Zhou be held accountable? Zhou's loyal supporter. How could such a kind soul tarnish the reputation of the company's artists? It is clearly some individuals who are rotten to the core. Xingyao responded directly to the fans. Evidence will be released shortly. We are currently compiling it. Additionally, a reminder, any defamatory marketing accounts or certain fans targeting our artists should anticipate legal action. Upon reading this, Lita felt his heart sink. The schemes Jiang Jianzhou had orchestrated behind the scenes, notably the plot to place Lu Jiyue in Min Jingmao's bed, could utterly destroy him. Particularly now, as Lu had only recently garnered sympathy from fans and the public through his misfortunes. As for himself, he too had been a participant in many of these machinations. He glanced at Jiang Jianzhou, who remained lost in his delusions, and felt a surge of anger. Now look where we are. You are finished, and so am I. Jiang Jianzhou, still immersed in his fantasies, awaited the photographs of Lu Jiyue with his admirer, and bewildered by Li Da's words, inquired, "What?" Lita could no longer contain his fury. Sneering, I said, "Jiang Jianzhou, you are done, and damn it, I am finished too. Just look at Xingyao's official account." With that, he slammed the door and left. He intended to visit the company, seeking one last chance to fight back. After all, he had been with the company for years, and still had other artists under his wing. If Xingyao terminated his contract, his reputation would be ruined, and his career in this industry would likely be over. Jiang Jianzhou, in a panic, opened Weibo, where the first post he saw was the announcement of his contract termination and the subsequent accountability demanded by Xingyao. How could this be? On what grounds? The involvement of hired online trolls, from which he distanced himself, raises questions as to why he should face legal action. Fans are beginning to waver, with only the most ardent supporters condemning Xingyao for their perceived injustices against their idol. Xingyao's official account unveiled undeniable evidence in the form of a recording featuring Jiang Jinzhou's manager, Li De. In this recording, Jiang Jinzhou explicitly stated that he had implored General Kong to allow Lu Zhiyue to participate in the variety show on Xianghua Station, hoping that producer Min would take notice of him. Netizens were quickly reminded of the recent outrageous actions perpetrated by the Min family, leaving many in disbelief. Comments flooded in, expressing shock at Jiang Jinzhou's perceived malevolence. Is Jiang Jinzhou truly this malicious? And if I had such a colleague, I would be terrified. How can someone be so vindictive? Some of Jiang Jinzhou's loyal fans remained in denial, asserting that the recording must have been fabricated and suggesting that Xingyao was orchestrating a smear campaign against him out of concern for his contract. Xingyao swiftly released a second wave of incriminating evidence, which included chat logs between Jiang Jinzhou and the troll company, complete with screenshots. As the public delved deeper, they uncovered a shocking revelation. The individual discussing content and fees with the troll studio was none other than the notorious ID associated with Lu Zhiyue's detractors. To quell doubts, Xingyao also disclosed Jiang Jinzhou's altered personal information from the company database, including an old bank account number that matched the one used for transactions with the troll agency. Onlookers expressed their astonishment. Jiang Jinzhou must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Lu Zhiyue. I checked that ID, and it was filled with vitriol against her. And it seems to stem from jealousy. I recall Jiang Jinzhou initially gaining fame slower than Lu Zhiyue, but over time, she inexplicably accumulated negative press, allowing him to rise. Upon discovering this damning evidence, Lu Rong and her supporters were left fuming, their eyes reddened with rage. The realization that the despicable account targeting Lu Zhiyue belonged to Jiang Jinzhou, who had mobilized trolls against her, infuriated them. When they learned that Jiang Jinzhou sought to advance Lu Zhiyue's career by introducing her to the perverse Min Jingmao, their outrage escalated to a boiling point. Many fans, recalling the tragic fates of boys victimized by the Min family, were left in tears, expressing their love and concern for Lu Zhiyue beneath her social media posts, praying for her well-being. Lu Zhiyue recently uncovered previous posts maligning her, including a so-called analysis. In response, she stated, "I do not know that elder, and I can support myself." Jian He, initially enraged, found himself overwhelmed with fear and anger upon viewing the evidence released by Xingyao. At that time, Lu Zhiyue was still assisting him, and he felt a profound discomfort. In Chapter 83, Jiang Jinzhao's situation was unprecedented. Jian He found it challenging to articulate his emotions. And then he witnessed Lu Zhiyue responding to the scandal regarding her being supported financially. In a moment of impulsiveness, he transferred money to Lu Zhiyue. The young master, engrossed in Weibo, was suddenly alerted by a message. Upon opening WeChat, he found that Jian He had sent him a transfer. Staring at the string of zeros, he was momentarily bewildered. Was Jian He truly this courteous? Wasn't he merely asking him to pick 2 pomegranates? Why was he sending such a significant amount of money? Moreover, he had no idea Jian He was this affluent. Feng Qinian, having dealt with matters outside, returned to find the usually composed young master staring intently at his phone, displaying a mixture of surprise, frowning, and a pout. The man's gloomy expression suddenly broke into a smile. Ye was truly adorable. As he approached, due to his height, Feng Qinian caught a glimpse of Lu Zhiyue's phone screen and naturally noticed the transfer from Jian He. The man's gaze sharpened. The young master, seeing Feng Qinian, immediately raised his phone and exclaimed, "Chi-Chi, look at this. Jian He is so wealthy. I merely mentioned picking 2 pomegranates, and he transferred me this much money. Too bad I'm not in the business of selling pomegranates." Feng Qinian took the phone, just as Jian He sent another message. "Jian Chi-Chi, yeah, from now on, my money is yours. You can use this first, and let me know when you need more." Feng Qinian sneered. What was Jian He attempting to do? He certainly didn't need to rely on others for money. With a tap of his finger, he deleted the message. Perhaps it was a mistake. It was best to disregard it. Reflecting on the modern concept of online payments, where one can spend without physically seeing the money, the young master nodded seriously. Indeed, that was quite plausible. Consequently, he replied to Jianhe, "Pomegranates are not for sale, only given. You are truly careless, Jianhe." Upon seeing the reply, Jianhe was puzzled. What does Ye mean? Feng tentatively inquired. Do you think that amount of money is substantial, Ye? Lu Jiyue responded. Feng continued. Actually, I have saved some money over the years from work, and I don't have many places to spend it, nor do I have friends or family. So yeah, feel free to ask me for anything you desire, anything at all. Feng initially intended to gradually reveal his financial background to Ye, but the young master seemed entirely unconcerned about the money. Instead, he only grasped that the man lacked family and friends and had no place to spend his wealth. Suddenly, he understood why Chi, like a child, enjoyed adorning himself. It was not merely about perceiving himself as a doll. Rather, it fulfilled a deeper spiritual need. He yearned to feel needed. Once again, feeling a pang of sympathy for this man, the young master rose abruptly, pretending to stumble. Feng taken by surprise, caught the beautiful little deer that fell into his embrace. Their eyes met, his deep, phoenix-like gaze locking onto her glassy apricot eyes. Chi, I want you to accompany me as I recover my ability to walk, and I desire many delicious treats, she said, her voice laced with affection and dependency. All right, Feng replied softly, his gaze tender, yet his arms securely wrapped around the young master's waist. A blogger online had posted a Weibo entry that circled around Lu Jiyue's topic. Consequently, a multitude of curious netizens flocked to see what sensational news awaited them. Upon perusing the chat records of Jiang Jianzhou and Lu Jiyue's obsessive fan, the blogger disclosed that he stumbled upon them while repairing a phone and recovering files. Aware of the perilous nature of such fans and lacking Lu Jiyue's contact information, he chose to release this information in hopes that the vast web of data would relay the message to her. In these exchanges, Jiang Jianzhou, under the guise of Lu Jiyue's notorious pseudonym, not only divulged her address and room number, but also the location of her spare key to the fan, requesting photographs in return as a means of exchanging information. The public could no longer tolerate this situation, and the fervent admirers of Lu Jiyue were beside themselves with anxiety, wishing to personally protect her from the madness of such an obsessive fan. Goodness, I thought Jiang Jianzhou had already sunk to the lowest depths before, but now he is targeting Lu Jiyue, even colluding with a fan to cause her harm. Lingwei, I am so worried about Lu Jiyue, although I am not her fan. Hua Xiaomei 20. My goodness, as someone within the industry, I recall this obsessive fan. She had previously stalked Lu Jiyue, attempting to embrace her, but was forcefully pushed away, which later sparked rumors about Lu Jiyue confronting fans. Chozi Fomi Cha. Woe is me. I am so concerned for Ye. Has the company arranged for her bodyguard? Someone must protect her swiftly. Zhou Yang's phone rang again. Is everything all right on your end? Is that fan following you? We have already reported it to the police. Do not fear. The young master was bewildered. What? I am with Chi. For the first time, Zhou Yang felt immensely grateful for Lu Jiyue's connection to Mr. Feng. Subsequently, the entertainment industry was ablaze with explosive revelations one after another. Jiang Jianzhou was implicated in improper relations with company executives, disrupting other families, and acting as a male mistress. He was reported to have engaged with fans, only accepting gifts from affluent admirers. Furthermore, evidence emerged of Jiang Jianzhou's clandestine dealings with Lu Jiyue's obsessive fan. It was confirmed that Jiang Jianzhou, leveraging his inappropriate connections, attempted to deliver Lu Jiyue to Min Zhengmao, a notorious figure. His intention was to draw the attention of the lecherous Min Zhengmao to Lu Jiyue by sending her to Xiangguitai while she was still in recovery. In a shocking turn of events, Jiang Jianzhou's family was discovered to be involved with a new type of narcotic. The audience was left astounded, and by the time they processed the information, Weibo was nearly overwhelmed. This time, Jiang Jianzhou's influence was unprecedented, capturing 5 out of the top 10 trending topics. Chapter 84. Live streaming? But I cannot. Jiyue, please remain with Mr. Feng and do not venture elsewhere. That fan possesses some background. She had previously stalked a film emperor, leading to a tragic accident. The emperor's fans denounced her online, yet she faced no significant repercussions after merely being reprimanded by the police. Thankfully, you are with Mr. Feng now. She is far too deranged, Zhou Yang cautioned with trepidation. Yes, I understand. Chi is my lucky star. She always appears at the most opportune moments. Remembering something, Zhou Yang added, Jiyue, please ask Mr. Feng to check if that fan has followed you to his place. I cannot shake this unease. Without waiting for Lu Jiyu's response, Feng Qinyan said softly, she followed, but was discovered by the poison wolf and has already been taken to the police station. The young master was taken aback. Just moments ago, the poison wolf had been here, and he had just shared a pomegranate with him. How could he have discovered the stalker so swiftly? When did this happen? He inquired. It was while I was out. Do not worry, the police have been notified. And the poison wolf personally escorted her to the station. Mr. Poison Wolf is quite impressive. His vigilance is remarkable, the young master couldn't help but exclaim. Feng Qinyan fell silent, suddenly feeling that the poison wolf was somewhat of an eyesore. He had just taken a large piece of pomegranate that Yu had given him. Perhaps it would be better to send him back to the base. His uncle had many tasks at hand. However, that woman came from a well-connected family. Otherwise, how could she be so brazen? Just a little persuasion would see her released again. If she were set free, she would only become more audacious. There is a saying that while a thief may steal for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Being pursued by such stalkers in the future would be exceedingly bothersome. Zhou Yang once again contemplated eliminating Jiang Jianzhou. This time, she will pay for her actions. Feng Qinyan stated coldly. Zhou Yang didn't pay much heed. After all, the stalker had not harmed Jiyu in any way. The police would likely only provide a warning. Still, he felt it necessary to remind his artist. The place you were staying has been exposed. You cannot return there. I will arrange for the company to provide you with accommodation as soon as possible. If there is anything you need from that place, do not go back. The young master instinctively nodded, realizing that during the call, Zhou could not see him, and then replied, I understand, Zhou. Chi will take care of me. Yes, you can stay here indefinitely. It's perfect company for me. This place has been vacant for a while. Feng Qinyan looked into the boy's bright eyes and said, as long as Yu does not mind the house being old. I do not mind. Although it is somewhat antiquated, it is very quiet, and I like it. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Yang was already conjuring images in his mind. An old house in the third ring? It must be from an older neighborhood from a few years back, perhaps collective housing from various units, with facilities that had seen better days. To be honest, such a neighborhood would not provide adequate security. And an artist like Lu Ji, you could not possibly reside in such a place. Yet he did not voice his thoughts. It would be better to wait until the company arranged a new residence. He simply said, due to the stalker incident, Jiyu, your fans are quite worried about you. My Weibo inbox is flooded with messages inquiring about your well-being, and some have been incessantly calling the company to ask about your situation. If you do not make an appearance soon, they will be frantic. Those young girls sincerely care for you. Perhaps you could do a live stream to reassure them. You need not say much. Just a few words to confirm your safety will suffice. Live stream? But I have never done one. The young master had never even watched a live stream before, not even those for product promotion. The only kind of live stream he was aware of was the recorded variety from variety shows. All right, I will come to find you shortly and take you to the company for a live stream. Feng Qinyan mused that Mr. Feng's home was so old that it might not be conducive for a live broadcast. Moreover, if any information were leaked, it could inadvertently reveal Ji Yu's new residence, which would be undesirable. There is no need for any fuss. Ye will simply express a few words here. Feng Qinyan has already instructed Lao Jin to arrange the necessary equipment for the live broadcast via his phone. Yes, that will suffice. Su Yi, please come to Chi-Chi's home and guide me through this. Zhou Yang did not insist either, thinking that a brief live stream should pose no issues. Once the arrangements were finalized, Lu Jiyue hung up the phone and turned to Weibo. Upon seeing the trending topics regarding Jiang Jianzhou, He could not help but feel astonished. This man was indeed quite malicious. It was shocking how many schemes he had orchestrated against him. The young master narrowed his eyes. Furthermore, the fans who adored him were terribly unfortunate. Online, the revelations concerning Jiang Jianzhou proliferated, each accompanied by substantial evidence. For instance, a self-identified former collaborator revealed that Liu Zhiyue's leg fracture was, in fact, a deliberate act orchestrated by Jiang Jianzhou, supported by a video recorded inadvertently by that individual. Moreover, there were chat records between Jiang Jianzhou and his cousin, wherein he suggested that Liu Zhiyue participate in a variety show, while also mentioning that a certain wealthy scion from the Lin family had bullied him, advising his cousin to create obstacles for Liu Zhiyue during the show to embarrass him. Observant netizens began to speculate. Mo Zhishue. This variety show must be big hands holding little hands. I felt that the host was deliberately making things difficult. It turns out she is Jiang Jianzhou's cousin. Bada duh. But she didn't really trouble Liu Zhiyue. She even allowed him to shine. In the end, Master Shui wanted to take Liu Zhiyue as his disciple. Haha. Can you believe that? Ye is a good child. I became a casual fan of Liu Zhiyue after watching Big Hands Holding Little Hands. I never followed celebrities, but he is truly handsome. A bit aloof, yet adorably naive, and exceptionally kind. He does not seek the spotlight or show off. Who wouldn't admire such a pure and charming young man? As the revelations about Jiang Jianzhou continued to mount, most of his fans found it increasingly difficult to accept reality and chose to unfollow him. After all, when one's character is in question, particularly involving drugs, most individuals have their limits. Only a handful of die-hard fans remain steadfast, unwilling to believe the online allegations and seeking various excuses to justify their loyalty. Suddenly, a prominent fan account, Zhou's wife, wrote a heartfelt post announcing her decision to unfollow. This left those remaining die-hard fans in shock. Zhou's wife V. As a longtime fan of Jiang Jianzhou for nearly 3 years, I hereby declare my official departure from his fandom. The past few years can only be described as a delusion. The reason is quite simple. Below is a recording. The sound of a vase shattering is followed by the voice of Jiang Jianzhou's manager, De Gu, which all fans could recognize. Xiao Zhou. This is not the time for anger. Our priority is to stabilize the fans and extricate ourselves from this situation. Furthermore, that flower was delivered through many efforts from your fans. It's just a bouquet. It's not valuable. Why are you so anxious? Besides, what good are those fans? They merely send flowers and write cards. What significance does that hold? Look at Liu Zhiyue. He has done nothing, yet has garnered as many fans as I have. Hearing these words, the die-hard fans felt utterly disheartened. It seemed they had never truly adored this version of Jiang Jianzhou. Chapter 85. Speak no evil. Act no evil. The one they admire, Jiang Jianzhou, is radiant and charming, exuding a refreshing simplicity and a positive spirit, always friendly towards his fans. Yet now, all of this seems like a cruel jest. In Liu Zhiyue's fan group, concern for Ye permeates the air. The infamous stalker within the circle is notorious for her relentless obsession. Once she becomes infatuated with a star, she pursues them with fervor, perhaps fueled by her affluent background, as she even hires others to assist her in her pursuits. From bribing waitstaff to loitering in hotels, to employing professional drivers to tail their targets, and even boarding flights alongside them, she purchases multiple tickets. One could say she is more deranged than any paparazzo. Xingyue, Shanhua. The mere thought of that stalker trailing Ye, perhaps even lurking within her home, ignites a murderous rage within me. The obedient darling. I am truly in tears. Why hasn't he the heavens taken that Liu Yang away? She is nothing short of a demon. And then there's Jiang Jianzhou. His malice surpasses even that of the devil. Ye's devoted fan. Please, everyone, remain calm. I have already contacted Xingyao, and I trust we will receive a response shortly. Shaking with anticipation, ladies, hurry to Weibo. Ye is about to go live. The group dispersed in an instant, everyone rushing off to Weibo to keep watch. Zhou Yang arrived at the courtyard an hour later. As he stood before the ornate golden door, escorted inside by the butler, he was struck dumb. Glancing once more at his phone, he confirmed the location was accurate. But where was the promised, dilapidated dormitory? Before him stood a traditional courtyard. A courtyard of this caliber is a rarity in the capital, and wealth alone may not suffice to acquire such a gem. He couldn't help but inquire again. Is Jiue truly here? Is this Mr. Feng's residence? Old Jean raised an eyebrow, perceiving the man's apparent lack of wits, yet replied in an even tone, Indeed, Mr. Zhou, please follow me inside. Very well, thank you. Zhou Yang forced a smile and followed old Jean into the courtyard. Throughout the journey, he murmured to himself, This is a courtyard. The property prices are astronomical. In the capital, who could possess such a residence? Truly, only the affluent. With this realization, Mr. Feng's Cullinan became somewhat more comprehensible. After all, residing in a courtyard worth hundreds of millions and driving a car worth tens of millions is hardly surprising. Meanwhile, Lu Jiue had just savored the delightful snacks brought by Jean Bo and was quite content, currently sipping tea. Feng Qinian had already set up the live streaming equipment, meticulously calibrating it according to the instructions. Upon entering the room, Zhou Yang was captivated by the aesthetically pleasing decor, which harmonized beautifully with the courtyard's essence. Upon spotting Feng Qinian, he expressed his gratitude. Feng Qinian replied nonchalantly, It was my duty. Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback, pondering the significance of those 3 words when he was interrupted. Lu Jiue, noticing Zhou Ji's arrival, greeted him warmly. Zhou Ge, you're here. What do you think of these? Chi-Chi sourced them for me. Her tone resembled that of a child eager to show off. The equipment was evidently of high quality, and Zhou Yang nodded in approval. It looks excellent. The setup is sufficient for the live stream. As Zhou Yang spoke, he recalled Mr. Feng mentioning over the phone that his residence was somewhat antiquated, to which his own artist had concurred, leading him to conjure an image of an old and dilapidated abode. However, upon further reflection, he remembered that Jiu had grown up in the opulent Lu family of Huacheng, which provided him with a different perspective. As for the evidently new equipment, he was not particularly astonished, as these trivialities paled in comparison to Mr. Feng's willingness to modify a Cullinan for Jiu. Splendid. We can commence as soon as we find a suitable location, stated Feng Qinian, who had just stepped out, expressing his intention not to interrupt their work. Ultimately, they chose Jiu's room, a space that would not divulge excessive information about their surroundings. Once everything was prepared, Zhou Yang initiated the live broadcast. Almost instantaneously, within mere seconds of the stream's commencement, tens of thousands of fans flooded in. Within 3 minutes, the number of viewers surpassed 500,000, and it continued to swell. Zhou Yang could not help but be astonished by Jiu's immense popularity. The young master, peering into the live room, noticed that he was alone. Tilting his head and blinking, he greeted the audience as previously agreed upon. Hello everyone, I am Lu Jiu. I am well and safe, so fans can rest assured. After delivering his message, he smiled faintly. The excited fans, known as Lu Rong, flooded the screen with comments. The young master leaned closer, his eyes widening at the barrage of overlapping subtitles, which were difficult to decipher. Fan 1, I can't handle it. Yu smile is too beautiful. Fan 2, sob, seeing you safe puts my mind at ease. Fan 3, Yu, where are you? A hotel or a new place? Is it safe? Upon reading the latter, the young master smiled sweetly and reassured, Everyone, rest assured, this place is very safe, and that stalker has already been taken to the police station. As for this location, it is my good friend's home. His sudden closeness to the camera left the audience dazzled by his beauty, igniting a wave of excitement. Fan 4, y me fainting. I just felt my heart race and forgot what I wanted to say. I just wanted to declare my love for you, Yu. Fan 5, Yu, when you leaned in suddenly, I thought you were going to kiss me. How shy. Fan 6, taken to the police station? Did that Lu Yang really stalk you? I'm so worried. I just want to give him a hug. Curiously glancing at the comments, the young master inquired, Who is Awe? Upon reading further comments, his cheeks flushed as he recited, A gentleman should neither speak of nor act upon impropriety. Chapter 86. The mysterious friend appears with his cheeks tinged crimson. The young master reiterated, A gentleman should neither speak of nor act upon impropriety. Little did he know that this statement would incite an even more fervent and candid response from the audience. Almost all comments erupted with, "Ah, so adorable. I want to give you a hug. You, my love, I want kisses and hugs. Oh my gosh, your serious demeanor is so endearing. I'm transitioning from being a fan to wanting to be your girlfriend." The young master was acutely aware that these individuals were his admirers, predominantly young girls. Although he had previously encountered fans requesting autographs, he found himself overwhelmed by such fervor and chose to avert his gaze from the barrage of comments, instead seeking assistance from Zhou Yang. As he observed the live stream for a few minutes, Zhou Yang couldn't help but marvel. Jiyu now possessed not only striking good looks and an admirable demeanor, but also an endearing charm that would undoubtedly captivate these girls. "Brother Zhou," the young master pondered, questioning whether the live broadcast was proceeding adequately. He had already reassured everyone of his well-being and safety. Suddenly, an orange figure leaped into the frame, landing gracefully on the table. The little cat began to meow sweetly, nuzzling against the young master. He instinctively reached out to pet its fur and gently stroked its head. The comments surged with even greater fervor. "Ah, what an adorable cat. I want to steal both you and the cat. And the cat seems quite familiar with you. Their bond is evident." Upon reading one of the comments, the young master smiled warmly, replying, "Indeed, we're the best of friends. I actually met the little cat first, so it is naturally quite familiar with me." Discussing the cat seemed to ease the flow of the live stream. Just then, a knock resonated from the door. Jiyu glanced up to see a tall and handsome figure standing at the entrance. Feng Qinyan held a freshly squeezed pomegranate juice in his hand. "This is just made. Would you like to give it a try? It should be quite delightful." "Yes, please." "Thank you, Chi-Chi," the young master responded, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes crinkling into a smile, his lips curving in a particularly charming manner. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang felt an odd tension in the atmosphere. Sensing his own presence was somewhat superfluous, Feng Qinyan approached, extending the cup towards the young master, standing beside the table where he remained out of the camera's view. Only a well-defined, muscular forearm and a prominent hand were visible, holding a glass filled with enticing juice. The comments momentarily paused before erupting in excitement. "Ah, that voice is so incredibly manly, yet so sweet and affectionate. I can't help but swoon. Oh my, that hand, that forearm, simply perfect. This man must be extraordinarily handsome." While the certainty of his attractiveness remained unconfirmed, it was evident he possessed an impressive physique and stature. What had you just refer to him as? Chi-Chi, a name or surname, perhaps? With a fine physique, height, and an appealing voice, he was almost conclusively deemed handsome. "Please, someone angle the camera. I am desperate to see this friend of his." Despite the fervor surrounding the live stream, the young master, unfamiliar with the intricacies of broadcasting and devoted fans, was preoccupied with the desire to savor the visually appealing juice. Thus, he declared, "Let us conclude the stream here. I am well and safe, so please do not worry." The comments erupted in lamentations. "Ah, please don't end it. You don't go. We are crying and throwing tantrums." Regrettably, the young master did not notice this outcry, believing he had communicated his intentions clearly. The live stream was merely a means of conveying his safety. He has already reported it and even reiterated it twice. Zhou Yang silently glanced at the live broadcast duration. It had barely been 10 minutes. Soon, relevant topics began to trend on Weibo. After being stalked by a delusional fan, Lu Jiyue comforted her followers during the live stream. Lu Jiyue stated, "Speak not of impropriety. Act not upon it." Yeah, it turns out you are quite the foodie. A mysterious hand belonging to Lu Jiyue's closest friend made an appearance. The phrase, "Yeah, it turns out you are quite the foodie," quickly ascended to trending status. The comments were filled with playful jabs at Lu Jiyue. After a long-awaited live stream from their idol, fans hoped for interaction, only to find that Yia was distracted by a cup of fruit juice, revealing her hidden foodie nature. In an instant, the small lord's refined aura became more relatable. Meanwhile, the delusional fan, Lu Yang, believed she would be scolded and released as before. After all, she merely followed Lu Jiyue. She had not harmed her in any way, so they had no reason to detain her. To her shock, she was charged with damaging property and causing substantial losses. Naturally, She was incredulous and demanded to call her parents. Consequently, her mother and father arrived at the police station. Upon meeting, her father delivered a resounding slap, leaving Lu Yang dazed. Immediately write an apology on Weibo, send it online, and publicly admit your fault. Promise you will no longer pursue idols. After your release, you will personally apologize to them, or I will send you abroad. Why? I don't want to go abroad. I don't know a word of English, Lu Yang retorted, covering her face in anger. Why? Do you dare to ask why? Do you have any idea the trouble you have caused? That is the Feng family. Although the Lu family has some wealth, we are mere small fry in this capital city. We are not even worthy to carry their shoes. Within just 2 hours, several key projects at their company were halted, and the board was already discussing replacements. He received a call from the assistant of the other party, informing him of his daughter's actions and that she had also damaged a valuable antique vase. That vase was a Ming Dynasty masterpiece, a genuine antique worth 200 million. Lu Wei felt like he was about to vomit blood. Not only would he have to pay compensation, but he would also lose his position as chairman. In truth, what awaited him was far more than this. As the saying goes, it is the father's fault for not educating the child, and he would certainly regret his previous indulgences. Chapter 87. Is he investigating me? After the live stream concluded, Zhou Yang could not help but inquire. Mr. Feng is a native of the capital, correct? Such a courtyard is unattainable for the average person. Feng Qinian, with an unflinching expression, replied, Yes, this is an old house left by my family. It is too dilapidated to rent out, so I tidied it up a bit. Fortunately, Ye does not mind. Zhou Yang later learned that the reason his artist would be residing with him was due to concerns regarding Mr. Feng's hand, which had been injured while saving his artist. He found himself at a loss for words, considering the severity of the bandaging. It must have been a serious injury. Never mind, he thought. He should hasten to arrange for Jiyue's accommodation. Once everything was settled, he would have Jiyue move in. As for the entire team, the company would soon provide adequate support. By then, Jiyue's safety would naturally be assured. Due to the brief duration of the live stream, Lu Rong and the others were left wanting more of their beloved idol, prompting them to watch the replay. Soon, everyone began to engage in conversation. In the comments, Idol Jade, have you seen the decor of Ye's room? It's so sophisticated. Both the color scheme and the style of the furniture are exquisite, and the artwork on the feature wall is simply stunning, harmonizing perfectly with the decor. Shake it. Why do I find it somewhat familiar? Awake from nap. Dear sister upstairs, I understand why it seems familiar. It once appeared in our textbooks. Universal Love Xiaoha. ISNT that the ink bamboo painting by Zheng Banxiao? Meow, 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 meow. It must be a replica purchased to complement the decor. Also Jiuquan. Even if it is a replica, I still find it beautiful. It oddly complements Ye, who exudes a bamboo-like resilience. Ye's big sister. Ladies, let us cease discussing the painting. We do not wish to draw negative attention to Ye and her dear friend. Lu's father remained oblivious to the fact that he was ensnared in a predicament due to his daughter. In truth, even if he contemplated visiting Lu Yang to apologize, it would be an exercise in futility, for the enigmatic patriarch of the Feng family was a figure unseen by outsiders. His ruthlessness and indifference had long since become the subject of rampant gossip. For instance, a real estate magnate named Peng, who unwittingly incurred the patriarch's ire, found himself unceremoniously expelled from a sanatorium, sustaining numerous injuries in the process. More alarmingly, his company plunged into a crisis overnight, leading to bankruptcy within mere days. This calamity unfolded even before the patriarch had to lift a finger. In reality, he need not intervene directly. Merely exhibiting disfavor towards someone would suffice, as there were plenty eager to act on his behalf to curry favor with the Feng family. Thus, the Lu family could be regarded as effectively finished. Subsequently, Liu Yang swiftly composed an apologie on Weibo. She publicly expressed her remorse to Lu Jiyue, deleting several videos and photos from her years of fandom, vowing never to engage in such behavior again, stating her intention to study abroad and hoping for Lu Jiyue's forgiveness. The entire internet was taken aback. This malignant presence had admitted fault so swiftly. Regardless of the motives, it was a relief to many. Fans of artists previously harassed by Lu Yang were eager to celebrate. On Jiang Jianzu's end, He too penned a heartfelt apology, tearfully declaring his intention to retire from the industry, pleading for Liu Zhiyue's forgiveness. Some mocked him, questioning, "If you're retiring, why do you still care about Liu Zhiyue's forgiveness? This is hardly your usual demeanor." Subsequently, he was taken away by the police, and Xingyao terminated their contract with him, with the penalty sufficient to deplete his earnings from the past 2 years. Due to drug-related issues, he was also facing imprisonment. In recent days, Liu Yinxiao had been occupied with business dealings, his partner being rather overly meticulous. He had initially intended to carve out some time to visit his younger brother, only to learn via Weibo that his brother had nearly been stalked by a devoted fan. He immediately called his brother, discovering that he had taken refuge at Feng Qinyan's place, which displeased him. Nevertheless, in light of his brother's safety, he chose not to voice his dissatisfaction. After all, their family's foundation in the capital was still fragile. However, he had instructed Su Zijuan to secure the best possible protection, emphasizing that the safety of the company's artists was paramount, and, of course, Ye's safety was of utmost importance. One matter weighed heavily on his mind. He could find no information regarding Feng Qi. He had indeed engaged professionals for the investigation. How could they possibly find no information? It comes to mind that my younger brother mentioned that Feng Qi works at a security company. Could this be the reason? The Feng Corporation's presidential office has recently garnered attention, as it seems the boss has been leaving work considerably earlier. Furthermore, there appears to be a newfound warmth to his countenance. If his expression once resembled a frigid 0, it has now reached a degree of 1. This is not merely a trivial difference. It marks a pivotal transition from frost to thaw. Keenly observed the boss, frequently glancing at his left hand, prompting him to inquire, "President Feng, is there an issue with your wound? Do you require assistance?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a chilling glare from the boss, leaving the remainder of his words lodged in his throat. Just then, Feng knocked and entered, prompting Qin Li to hastily retreat, terrified by the boss's imposing presence, as if he were attempting to steal his wife. "Boss, here are the materials from the Liu family," Feng announced, handing a stack of documents to Feng Qinyan. "Moreover, it seems Liu Yinxiao is also investigating you," he added. These two genuinely seem to harbor mutual suspicion. Feng Qinyan raised an eyebrow. "He is investigating me?" "Arrange for him to be assigned the highest-level bodyguard status from the 5 Tigers, and keep the rest confidential, if he cannot uncover my information. I fear this gentleman may not permit Ye to associate with me." Chapter 88. A romantic variety show? Confidential about what? Guyi barged in, appearing rather nonchalant. Feng Qinyan shot him a glance, causing Guyi to awkwardly chuckle. "I didn't mean to. I just happened to be lost in thought," and pushed the door open. "Is that so? Quite a rarity that your mind is capable of thought," Feng Qinyan retorted, dismissing him with a wave, signaling Fei Ying to proceed with his arrangements. "Of course, I am not at fault. Anyan, are you actually scolding me indirectly? In the past, when you found me displeasing, you would simply use your feet to express it. Guye exclaim it. Anyan, you seem to be in a good mood?" "Not all," Feng Qinyan replied curtly, turning his attention to the documents. Guyi surveyed the room. "How could that be? You Haven T asked me to leave, which surely indicates you're in a good mood." Feng Qinyan regarded Guyi with disdain. "How is it that he manages to date 4 girlfriends in a single year? Ah, has your hand been fractured? How did that happen? Is it serious? Why didn't you inform your brothers about your injury? Does Lao Fu know?" Feng Qinyan, exasperated, responded, "You may take your leave." Guyi felt a sense of relief. This was the Anyan he knew, aloof, sharp-tongued, and uniformly unsympathetic. "I won't leave. How can I not express concern for my injured good brother?" Feng Qinyan lifted his gaze to meet Guyi's eager expression, raising an eyebrow. "If you have something to say, do so directly. Otherwise, I shall have the poison wolf escort you out." Wait. I merely wish to change my mood and visit your courtyard in the 3rd ring to play and perhaps pick a few pomegranates," he pleaded. Guyi recalled visiting that courtyard as a child, where several pomegranate trees thrived, bearing fruit far superior to that found in imported supermarkets. Recently, following a photo of pomegranates posted by Xiao Yiya, the trend of eating and photographing pomegranates had surged online. He aimed to charm the lovely beauty with pomegranates from his childhood friend's home. As soon as he finished speaking, He was mercilessly rejected by his childhood friend, who claimed that there were no pomegranates left. Guyi interpreted this as the pomegranate tree having died, considering it had been many years, and after a moment of regret, he inquired, "By the way, Anyan, have you seen the news about Xiao Yuliang online recently? It's infuriating. That Zhou is truly despicable. However, it seems Xiao Yuliang lacks resources. Do you think he would come if I introduced someone to him?" "What resources?" Feng Qinyan asked with curiosity. "We appropriate ame un not poursunjia. There's a delightful dating variety show that I want to invest in and invite Xieya as a guest. But I fear she may decline. What do you think about bringing Xiao Yuliang along?" Feng Qinyan's previously indifferent expression suddenly turned frigid. "Not a good idea," he retorted. Guyi, oblivious to the change, continued, "I think it's quite acceptable. These dating shows are generally not strenuous. It's merely a matter of completing tasks together and engaging in flirtation. For instance, dining, chatting, going on dates, and interacting. Sometimes hand-holding or carrying one another is required. In any case, it's very relaxed." Guyi's thoughts were consumed by his aspirations with Xieya, stirring a surge of excitement within him. The more unattainable she seemed, the more he yearned for her. He had truly abstained for quite a long time, over 3 months, perhaps. Meanwhile, with every word Guyi uttered, Feng Qinyan's expression darkened further. Upon hearing about flirtation, dates, and hand-holding, the nib of his pen snapped once more. Like a provoked beast, Feng Qinyan lifted his gaze to Guyi and said, "Guyi, haven't you always been curious about the training grounds I visit? Come, I will take you today." "Really?" Guyi's interest was piqued instantly. He had long desired to see it. "All right, let us go. I will accompany you for practice." Feng Qinyan rose, donned his jacket, and strode out. Guyi hastily followed, chattering away, "But Anyan, your hand is injured. Practicing with you is sufficient. I only need one hand. Who you look down upon? I train every day." Although Guyi had initially intended to spar with a practice partner, he blindly accepted the challenge against Feng Qinyan. 3 hours later, he would wish he could travel back in time to cover his mouth and chastise himself. "You should have kept quiet. You should have known better." Meanwhile, Suzy Jun was on the phone with Liu Yunxiao. "Rest assured, old classmate, I have already contacted the Wahobo Security Company. They're the top-tier security firm in the industry, with nearly all employees having military backgrounds and exceptional professional skills. Regarding housing, the company has arranged for the artist to reside in a well-appointed upscale community, though Jiyu cannot yet enjoy the highest privileges, so the accommodation may be somewhat modest. There isn't enough space. If the company provides too lavish arrangements, it may not be favorable for Liu Jiyu after all. Isn't there an ancient saying? It's not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequality. I want to interfere with your work," Liu Yunxiao stated, already planning to return Huacheng. As his tasks here had reached a conclusion, Suzy Jun felt inclined to roll her eyes. This person consistently claimed he would not interfere, but needed to inquire about everything. It was truly baffling what his intentions were. Just express your concern for your brother. It is perfectly reasonable. With the comprehensive launch of the Mon mobile advertisement, Liu Jiyu's national recognition has significantly increased once again. His invitations have multiplied, and each one is quite commendable. Zhou Yang could hardly contain his delight. He had come across a dating reality show that piqued his interest. With the comprehensive launch of the Mon mobile phone advertisement, Liu Jiyu's national recognition had surged once again. Consequently, his invitations had increased, and they were all quite promising. Thanks to the company's support and their emphasis on nurturing their artists, the resources allocated to him were exceptional. Zhou Yang believed he was on the verge of becoming a premier talent manager, and naturally, his elation was palpable. Perusing the invitations in hand, he found one dating show that seemed quite appealing. Such programs had gained immense popularity recently. It appeared that everyone was too preoccupied with their own lives to engage in romance, yet they reveled in watching others experience sweet love. Dating shows featured both celebrities and ordinary individuals, offering a pressure-free environment where participants could simply join as long as they were single, regardless of whether they found their ideal match or not. Zhou Yang mused that his artist could benefit from participating, as broadening his social circle would be advantageous. Thus, he approached Liu Jiyue. "Jiyue, There's a trending dating show that has extended an invitation to you. Perhaps you should consider it. I believe they are drawn to your charisma and good looks, as it has previously been quite challenging to gain entry to their program. Dating show. Lu Jiyue recalled having seen it once while catching up on television. He felt that he had no intentions of seeking a partner at present. The concept of completing tasks together, engaging in romantic exchanges, and experiencing dates, hand-holding, and embraces seemed unsuitable for him, so he declined the offer. Very well, Zhou Yang thought, observing the young man diligently persevering through his rehabilitation. He felt that regardless of whom his artist might date, it would be a loss. Someone as striking, composed, and intellectually profound as Lu Jiyue deserved a celestial match. Besides, the young man was still quite young. If he chose not to participate, they could simply explore other opportunities. He sifted through the various resources before him. There was an advertisement for a men's clothing brand, a feature in a second-tier magazine, a supporting role in a web drama, an ancient music advisor for a particular production, and a surprise segment as an ambassador for the Mobile Phone S official livestream. In terms of variety shows, several invitations have been extended for Lu Jiyue to appear as a guest, but Zhou Yang felt that apart from the dating show, the other options were too frivolous and did not align with his artist's temperament. However, the director of Big Hands Holding Little Hands was fervently pushing to film the last 2 episodes and wished to invite Lu Jiyue to participate. The compensation for this opportunity had increased tenfold compared to previous offers. After completing his steps for the day, the young master slowly seated himself at the table. Looking at the work before him, he felt a faint desire to retreat from the industry. Yet, with 2 years remaining on his contract and no compelling reason to leave, especially considering the expectations from the Lu family, he knew he would inevitably be summoned back home if he were to cease working. While he could manage his mother, his father would likely impose a job upon him. As someone from an ancient lineage, he was ill-equipped to manage a company. So for now, he resigned himself to remain an artist, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, he has become somewhat familiar with his current job. He outright declined the film role, fully aware of his lack of acting experience and preferring not to burden the production team. As for guiding ancient music or photography, he felt capable of handling those tasks. Regarding the tenfold salary increase for Hand in Hand, the young master expressed that they had discerning taste. After the two of them finalized some tasks together, Zhou Yang summoned the team members assigned to Lu Zhu, allowing everyone to meet and familiarize themselves. Soon, several young individuals, both male and female, entered the office. Zhou Yang proceeded with the introductions. Jiyue, these are the bodyguards assigned by the company, Lin and Chongpingen. The 2 bodyguards appeared robust and well-trained, exuding professionalism. The young master nodded slightly and courteously said, "Hello, I am Lu Jiyue. I will be relying on both of you." "We are honored, Mr. Lu." "You are too kind," the bodyguards replied in unison. Zhou Yang continued, "This is your life assistant, Xiao Yu, and the other is your makeup artist and stylist. Xiao Yu is not a novice. Having previously assisted other artists, he was meticulous, discreet, and personally selected by Su Zijuan. Although Xiaomi was young and new to the field, her makeup skills were exceptional, showcasing a natural talent. She had trained under top industry professionals, and Su Zijuan had managed to recruit her with some effort. In fact, it wasn't so much a recruitment as it was her volunteering to assist Lu Jiyue upon hearing Su Zijuan was searching for a makeup artist. "Hello, Yue," Xiaomi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Lu Jiyue. Her lively personality prompted her to introduce herself first. Yeah, I'm your fan. My name is Mi Lele, but everyone calls me Xiaomi or Lele. I could do all types of makeup except for those intricate special effects. Could you please give me an autograph? I want to show it off in the fan group." Lu Jiyue responded, and Zhou Yang explained, "Xiaomi has been part of the fan community, which makes management easier." Assistant Xiao Yu chimed in, "I would like an autograph as well, if possible." The young master readily agreed, now proficient with a signature pen, to ensure fairness. He even signed autographs for both bodyguards. As for where those signatures ended up, one in Feng Qinyan's hands and the other in Lu Yunxiao's, he was blissfully unaware. In the nursing home, old Master Feng angrily called Feng Qinyan. "Onion, there's a wonderful child here, exceptionally talented, but he lacks protection and is often bullied. How about I introduce him to you?" You can look after him, and he can keep you company. It would be a perfect match. Feng Qinian glanced at the sprawled Guyi on the floor, groaning, and sighed. Grandfather, please don't worry. If you believe he is a good person, you can take him as a god-grandson, and I assure you no one will dare to bully him. But please, let us not discuss pairing us together. Old Master Feng replied. That suggestion doesn't sound too bad. That afternoon, in the Mon mobile phone live streaming room, when Lu Jiyue appeared, the viewership skyrocketed from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Hello everyone, I am Lu Jiyue, the spokesperson for Mon mobile phones. The young gentleman donned a luxuriously soft azure sweater, the collar revealing a hint of a white shirt beneath. He paired it with casual white cropped trousers and simple white sneakers, presenting a refreshingly clean and charming appearance. Particularly delightful was the soft woolen hat perched atop his head, accentuating his adorable and obedient demeanor. When his captivating almond-shaped eyes glanced over, the audience in the live stream erupted with enthusiastic howls. Oh my, how can Ye be so stunning? Has he just sparked some magic? My heart is aflutter, exclaimed one viewer. Another remarked, did my eyes deceive me? Can Ye walk now? So handsome. A third chimed in, I'm here to snatch a phone, and look at this surprise. Is it a promotion for buying a phone with Ye? In Chapter 90, Girlfriend? It seems not. When someone inquired about his ability to walk, the young gentleman smiled gently and replied, Yes, I've been undergoing rehabilitation recently, and the doctor says the results are quite promising. I can now walk a certain distance. When another viewer suggested purchasing a phone to gift to Ye, his almond eyes brightened as he nodded affirmatively. Instantly, the chat was flooded with comments. Really? Really? I want to buy a phone for Ye. The number of viewers in the live stream surged from hundreds of thousands to 2 million. Hearts and light boards illuminated the screen continuously, with flowers, rockets, and carousel emojis taking turns to express excitement. The livestream host adeptly seized the moment, swiftly detailing the purchasing options for the phone and its various specifications. Noticing the audience's fervent request for gifts for Ye, he chuckled. It seems everyone adores our spokesperson for the MON phone. Yeah, just mentioned that buying a phone would come with a gift for him. With so many viewers, we certainly want to go back on our word. However, there's only one Ye, and we can't share him among so many. How about this? I'll apply to the company for a special offer. Every customer who places an order in the live stream will receive a live-action figurine of Ye. What do you think? The chat rolled on. Yes, yes. Ye looks so cool today, both soft and handsome. The host added, Please note, only customers who place orders today will be eligible. The figurines are exquisitely crafted and take time to produce, so we have a limited stock of 1,000. Let us see who can be quick. The atmosphere in the live stream became electric, with everyone preparing to be among the first 1,000. I'm already perched on my router, eagerly awaiting Ye's arrival in my home, one user wrote. Everyone, be quiet and get ready to pounce. Another urged. Oh my, I'm so nervous. I'm still in class and fear I won't make it, lamented another. Oh dear, please let Ye come to my house and keep me company, another prayed. Watching these comments, Feng Qinian felt an overwhelming irritation. The audacity of these young girls was astounding. He would ensure they did not obtain Ye. His fingers drummed on the table as his sharp gaze flicked to the side, where the poison wolf stood. The poison wolf called upon Feng and Qin Li, instructing them to purchase phones in the live stream and then report back for reimbursement. The phones would be theirs, but the gifts would belong to him. Subsequently, he ventured outside, gathering the entire secretarial team to join the rush for the phones. As the host initiated the countdown, Feng Qinian's finger was poised to touch the screen. A novice in online shopping, Mr. Feng immediately clicked on the link that popped up on his phone. Without hesitation, he input the quantity of 900 and clicked to purchase. To his dismay, a notification appeared indicating insufficient stock. With furrowed brows, he swiftly adjusted the quantity to 600 and attempted to buy again, only to be met with the message that the item was sold out, the link now rendered gray and inaccessible. Feng Qinian looked on in disbelief as the host announced that all 1,000 orders had been claimed. At that moment, Du Lang, a fellow associate, entered with excitement, exclaiming, Boss, I managed to snag one, and several of our secretaries did too. Thank you for securing us phones. One might say he possessed the foresight to act. Meanwhile, those in the live stream who had failed to obtain the dolls clamored for additional stock. However, due to the slow production of the figurines, the brand representative stated that they could not fulfill the requests, promising instead to send out photos from the advertising shoot of Yaya, which finally appeased the crowd. They turned their attention to Lu Jiue, peppering him with questions. Yaya, your look today is quite different. Have you changed stylists? One fan inquired. The young master replied candidly. Yes, the company arranged for a stylist recently. I didn't have one before. Don't you appreciate my personal taste? The fans erupted in flattery. We love it. Yaya looks good in anything. Another chimed in, Kai, during your last live stream, we wanted to see your best friend, but you ended your broadcast too quickly. Is he particularly handsome? The young master responded honestly. Indeed, he is quite attractive and a warm person. He asked the one who adopted the kitten. Seeing that he was willing to answer every question, fans eagerly began to inquire further. How did you two meet? Are you living together now? Does he have a girlfriend? Yeah. I heard you were invited to be on a dating show. Could you please decline? I don't want to face heartbreak, pleaded another fan. The young master replied with sincerity. Our meeting was quite extraordinary. It felt like fate. I'm currently residing at Chi-Chi's home, though the company has arranged accommodation for me. As for a girlfriend, it seems there is none. He hasn't dated either. I haven't participated in that variety show yet. I'm not ready to seek a partner so soon. The comments continued to flood in at a rapid pace. This is truly remarkable. It's undoubtedly fate. I feel a desire to ship this pairing. Another fan exclaimed. Madam? Someone else interjected. Ah, Yaya is adorable. Speaking in such an eloquent manner, reminiscent of ancient scholars, another noted. Suddenly, a detractor appeared, stating, I heard that Xiao Tingting was blacklisted for offending you. Do you have anything to say about that? A passerby added, you must have substantial backing. Otherwise, how do you explain this endorsement? Don't you feel guilty for suppressing newcomers? Chapter 91. After work, do you not feel a twinge of guilt when you suppress newcomers? Zhou Yang watched the live broadcast with beads of sweat forming on his brow, particularly anxious when he noticed a detractor attempting to create chaos. He discreetly gestured to Lu Jiue, concerned that his inexperience might lead him to fall prey to their provocations. To his dismay, the young master innocently inquired, Who is Xiao Tingting? His puzzled gaze shifted toward Zhou Yang. She asked the girl from the advertisement. Zhou Yang replied, but her segment was cut, and she has since been released from her contract with the company. At that moment, the host of the live stream interjected, Yeah, may we take a look at your current phone? The young master, perplexed, produced a phone from his pocket. Is this what you wish to see? It was indeed the very phone that had previously met an unfortunate fate at the hands of a white goose. The comments surged rapidly. Forgotten child milk. Indeed, it's a phone from the Mon family. And Yuhan, is this the one that smashed the white goose? No wonder Mon suddenly chose my Yaya as their spokesperson. Truly discerning taste. The young master chuckled. Yes, this phone is quite sturdy. Thus, a few casual remarks effortlessly dispelled the detractors' attacks. Suddenly, the host exclaimed, What do my eyes behold? Someone has placed 5,000 orders through link number 1. Oh no, link number 2 is out of stock as well. Sleepy and lazy. Who is this wealthy individual that ordered 10,000 phones? I bow before you. After finishing his work, Lu Jiue received a gift from the brand and, after expressing polite gratitude, joined Zhou Yang and Xiao Yu in their van. His striking appearance and marketing prowess had once again catapulted him into trending topics. One Zhao Mu Xiao. Yaya looks stunning in such vibrant colors. It's a different style, yet perfectly suits him. The stylist deserves a bonus. Miss Lien CNC. I couldn't snag the phone. I'm so sad. Tomato little potato. I'm curious who the big shot is that placed 10,000 orders. I'm in awe. Observing the comments, Zhou Yang felt a swell of joy. His artist's commercial value was truly remarkable. Moreover, the brand had already contacted the customers who placed orders, revealing they were purchasing them as employee benefits, alleviating any concerns about returns. However, the young master remained unfazed. He opened the gift from the brand, a smile creeping onto his lips. Brother Zhou, I wish to visit the Chi-Chi company. Is there nothing else on your agenda? Zhou Yang glanced at the items in his artist's hands and understood his intentions. You're free to go, but do remember to disguise yourself. You now have fans. Yes, I understand, he replied. As the weather had turned chilly, the young master had donned a thick down jacket, pulling the hood over his head to conceal his face. Meanwhile, Feng received a call informing him that Ye was coming to pick him up after work. The disappointment of not securing a Ye figurine dissipated almost instantly. Furthermore, he had placed an order for 10,000 phones, and Xin Yao promised to reward the highest spender with a mysterious gift. He glanced at the documents on his desk, hastily addressing a few urgent matters, leaving the rest for tomorrow. Once he had tidied everything up, he visited the lounge to change into a fresh outfit and tidy his hairstyle. As he passed by the tea room, he unexpectedly ventured inside, selecting 2 small cakes, recalling that Yu adored such delicacies. After glancing at the time, he descended to wait. The poison wolf, following his leader, found the scene rather surreal. Who would have imagined that the formidable and iron-fisted CEO of the enigmatic Chi team would carry 2 boxes of cake in his pocket? In the lobby's seating area, the poison wolf cast a helpless glance at Feng, remarking, "Boss, this feels somewhat peculiar." Most of Feng's employees were unfamiliar with Feng, but they all recognized him as part of the executive office. At that moment, seeing him accompanied by such a remarkably handsome man, many couldn't help but steal glances at them. The man with his striking phoenix eyes coldly commanded, "Silence, wait." Meanwhile, Lu Jiyue received a call from the old master Feng while in the chauffeur-driven car. "Little Lu, do you still remember your old man?" "Of course, sir. I hope you are in good health?" Yes. I'm doing well, just bored without anyone to play chess with. By the way, I heard from the nurse that someone bullied you at work. Though I may not have great influence, I know a few people in the capital, so remember to reach out if you ever need anything." The old master hesitated to ask directly, "Would you consider being my grandson?" It felt too strange. The young master felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you. I'll come by to play chess with you when I have the chance." "That would be wonderful." They chatted for a while, and the old master subtly mentioned his own grandson. "If only my grandson were half as well-behaved as you. I do wake up smiling from my dreams. He always has a cold demeanor and no partner. I truly fear he'll be all alone once I'm gone." However, while he may not excel in personal matters, his professional capabilities are exceptional, so if you ever face any challenges, feel free to let me know. The young master was somewhat touched and, after expressing his gratitude, began contemplating visiting the old master during the holidays if he was still at the nursing home. After all, the elder had provided him with considerable support upon his arrival in this world, indirectly helping him learn many new things. Upon receiving Feng, the young master opened the window to let someone in the car, spotting the poison wolf. He was about to inquire if they should return together when Feng preemptively stated, "Coincidentally, the poison wolf has a blind date today, so I'll lend him my car." Yu, your timing is impeccable." The young master chuckled. "Is that so? I hope I'm not interrupting your work. By the way, good luck, Mr. Poison Wolf." The bewildered poison wolf thought to himself, how does he not know he is going on a blind date? Inside the car, as Lu Jiyue was about to retrieve a gift from the brand, she was handed 2 small cakes instead. "Are you hungry from work? Have a bite first." Lao Jin said he made soup at home. Thank you, Chi. This one is for you." The young master passed the box over, exchanging it for the small cakes in the man's hands. "What is this?" Feng inquired as he accepted the box. Just as the young master took a bite of the fragrant and sweet cake, his eyes closed in bliss. "So soft like a cloud." "Yes, it's a gift from the brand. They call it couple's cake, but I think it's suitable for friends as well." Chapter 92, Couple's Phone Brotherhood. This is a gift from the brand. They mention it's a couple's phone, but I believe good friends can share it too. Besides, I've never given you a gift, so I'll borrow this flower to present to the Buddha. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Feng could hardly suppress the tumultuous beating of his heart. Ye wanted to use the couple's phone with him. In the car, apart from Zhou Yang, the other 3 were discreetly observing the 2 protagonists. "So, this is Ye's good friend?" "Indeed, he is quite handsome, though his expression is rather cold, exuding a sense of pressure." Mi Lele cast a furtive glance at the man, who was fixated on Ye. Why did she feel an urge to ship this couple? Couple's phone brotherhood. I really like it. Thank you, Ye. Feng suppressing a smile, retrieved the phone box from the bag. The young master, having just devoured a small cake, leaned in, his breath sweet with milk. They say these two phones were customized for the spokesperson. Let us see what's different about them. Let me take a look. Feng Qingyan's voice was deep. Suddenly, the car jolted violently, swerving sharply. The driver, old Zhang, immediately apologized. Sorry, there was a cat just now. Zhou Yang and Mi Lei, seated in the back row, were shielded by the seats and were unharmed. However, the young master, who had been leaning, realized something was amiss the moment the car swayed. In the next second, a strong arm encircled his waist, pulling him back. Due to the inertia, his forehead and nose collided with the man's shoulder. The young master felt a pang in his nose. Where did I hit? Let me see. Feng Qingyan quickly withdrew a bit, gently lifting the young master's chin to examine him closely. The beautiful almond eyes blinked softly, and a tear rolled down his cheek. It's nothing, just a bit of soreness in my nose. The young master felt somewhat embarrassed. This tear was not something he wished to shed. After all, he was no child. Seeing Lu Jiue's tears, Feng Qingyan immediately reached out to wipe them away, feeling an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Did it hurt? I'm sorry. Let me check elsewhere. Your forehead is red too. Does it hurt? Just a bit. The young master tilted his face upwards, allowing the man to inspect him. We should apply some medicine when we get back. The young master's skin was too delicate. Even a slight mark was quite noticeable. Just blow on it. No need for medicine. That medicine smells terrible, and I don't want to use it. Feng Qingyan paused for a moment, then leaned closer to the young master, his deep gaze sweeping over the young man's damp lashes and flushed nose. He then gently blew on it. Zhou Yang, he felt something was off. In the back, Mi Lei's cheeks flushed crimson, her fists clenched tightly to stifle any sound. At that moment, 1,000 groundhogs screamed in her heart. Oh my gosh, sweet mother. This sweetness is overwhelming. I shipped this couple. I'm locked in. I've swallowed the key. This is undoubtedly love. Absolutely. Then she saw Feng Qingyan wiping the corner of Ye's mouth. Unable to control her hands any longer, she quickly typed in the group chat, insulin. I'm going to faint. The other sisters in the chat were confused. Nonetheless, Mi Lei possesses a commendable sense of professionalism. She now indulges in her secretive habits. Perhaps it is the peculiar expression on Mi Lei's face or the intensity of Zhou Yang's gaze that captures attention. The young master realizes he has yet to introduce his team to Chi. Chi, I almost forgot to introduce them. These are the team members assigned to me by the company. This is the makeup artist Mi Lei. This is my assistant Xiaoyu. And the driver up front is bodyguard Lin. As Feng Qingyan spoke, Chi nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze swiftly returning to the young master. Mi Lei observed everything. This is truly happening. It must be genuine love. Oh, how delightful. Lin, who had made a driving error earlier, breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that the boss had not directed his attention toward him. Thankfully, Mr. Liu was present, which seemed to soften the boss's demeanor. After the few exchanged polite greetings, Zhou Yang suddenly remarked, Jiyu, the company has arranged a house. Would you like to take a look? Sure. I will go see it another day. The young master did not dwell on it, nor consider moving. However, Zhou Yang noticed that Mr. Feng had cast a glance in his direction, and when he looked back, the other was already engrossed in fiddling with his phone alongside Jiyu. The phone in the gift box was available in black and white, distinctly different from others, as it was the latest model yet to be launched, with the back cover engraved with the initials of Lu Jiyu. My name is on it. Chi, I hope you don't mind. It is my honor. Then, I shall present you with other gifts next time. All right. Was work smooth today? Feng Qingyan inquired. Well, relatively smooth, though I had to answer quite a few questions, leaving my mouth a bit tired. Being a broadcaster is certainly not a task for everyone, the young master summarized. Zhou Yang thought to himself, little ancestor, why do you answer so many questions and with such honesty? By the way, today someone purchased numerous phones. We were concerned he might make an error, so we inquired several times. He must be quite wealthy. Very wealthy, Feng Qingyan replied nonchalantly. The young master, in the presence of men, always became more talkative and eager to share, a stark contrast to the aloof demeanor perceived by others. As the vehicle departed from the courtyard, Zhou Yang observed Xiao Yu and Xiao Mi, who appeared to be in a daze, and feigned calmness as he advised, "Don't speak carelessly outside, Mr. Feng is a native of Old Beijing. Possessing some older properties is entirely normal." Xiao Mi and Xiao Yu responded, "Is that really an old property? That's a courtyard house. A protected site by the state, no less." Chapter 93. Would you like to touch it? Inside the courtyard, dinner was splendid, featuring an array of dishes that the young master relished, and inadvertently, he overindulged once again. Gently patting his slightly protruding belly, the young master lamented, "I believe I have gained weight." Feng Qinyan was busy clearing the remaining dishes. He was not picky, enjoying both meat and vegetables, though he consumed more meat to maintain his strength. "You're not gaining weight. You're too thin and should eat more." Observing the young master's slightly fuller cheeks, Feng Qinyan felt quite satisfied. The young master noticed that Feng Qinyan's portion was more than double his own and curiously asked, "Chi, despite eating all this, how is your belly still so flat, unlike mine?" As he spoke, he playfully patted his belly, his expression adorably innocent. Flat? I hadn't noticed." The man lifted the hem of his shirt and glanced at his abdomen. The young master, caught off guard, beheld the man's exquisite and powerful abdominal muscles. His glass-like amber eyes were filled with curiosity, gazing repeatedly. Feng Qinyan raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. Would you like to touch it?" "What?" The young master looked into the man's eyes. "Your belly. Let's see how it differs from mine. Is that all right?" Curiosity lingered in his voice. This was his first encounter with another's physique. Previously, he had only glimpsed the bare torso of a blacksmith. "Of course, we are the best of friends. So touching your belly is nothing unusual. In exchange, you should touch mine as well," the young master suggested, guiding the man's hand to his own stomach. "Am I getting chubby? I overindulged tonight." Feng Qinyan was taken aback as his hand made contact with the young master's soft abdomen. The sensation akin to warm jade, delicate and smooth, reminiscent of fine silk that required gentle handling. He feared that his hands might be too rough and mar the young master's skin. In a low, husky voice, he replied, "You're not chubby. It's just perfect." Later, when the young master's fingers traced the defined contours of Feng Qinyan's muscles, he marveled at the firmness, squeezing and inspecting with keen interest. He concluded, "It's surprisingly elastic. Chi, you're impressive." The young master's touch felt feather-light, teasing his senses and testing his resolve. Feng Qinyan found himself regretting the display of his physique as his willpower began to wane. "Shall we take a stroll outside? It might help with digestion," he proposed. "Yes. Let us go now," the young master exclaimed, reaching for his down jacket. As he entered the house, Feng Qinyan let out a slow breath, shifting from a casual cross-legged position to his customary authoritative posture. Internally, he cursed himself for his indecent thoughts. Old Jean, aware of their outing, remarked, "There's a vendor selling candied hawthorns near the small park. He's a skilled artisan. His candy coating is crisp and doesn't stick to your teeth." Upon hearing this, the young master immediately said, "Hawthorn aids digestion. Let us check it out." Feng Qinyan readily agreed. "All right, let us go." As they exited the alley, they encountered a little cat returning from somewhere unknown. Spotting the two, the cat immediately snuggled up to them, mewing affectionately. Thus, their stroll transformed into a delightful jaunt with a feline companion. This area was sparsely populated, predominantly housing the elderly, and, apart from a few shops, there were hardly any people around. With the cold weather and concern for the young master's safety, Feng Qinyan held his hand throughout their walk. During his rehabilitation, Lu Jiyue had always been guided and protected by this man. Thus, holding hands while walking became a natural occurrence. As the chill set in, the young master grew weary after a short distance. By the time they acquired the candied hawthorns on their return journey, he was utterly drained. Consequently, onlookers observed a tall man carrying a young boy on his back, both enjoying the sweet treat. A charming orange cat trailed a few steps behind them. This scene cast a warm glow over the early winter night, prompting many to discreetly capture the moment with their phones. Upon returning home, Lu Jiyue quickly fell asleep. While Feng Qinyan perused the trending topics on Weibo regarding Lu Jiyue's surprise gift during her mobile livestream today, Many users criticized the apparent fakeness of the bulk orders, questioning who would purchase over 10,000 phones. Even if one intended to fabricate data for Lu Jiue, such an exaggerated figure seemed implausible. Numerous comments echoed this sentiment. Feng promptly shared a screenshot of his purchase beneath the heated discussions, stating, "As a fan of 10,000 orders are merely insufficient. I regret it." Accompanied by a record of purchases, the online uproar escalated, revealing Lu Jiue's lavish fan who had supported her by purchasing 10,000 phones. The buzz continued to grow, leading many to track down the account 3334526, which indeed belonged to a devoted fan of Lu Jiue, inciting envy among fans of other idols. At first glance, the ID might suggest a fake fan, but the reality was that this user followed exclusively Lu Jiue, and his retweets were solely about her. His latest post read, "Accompanied Ye on a stroll, bought her favorite candied hawthorn, and she shared one with me. So sweet." Despite numerous comments ridiculing his imaginative tendencies, the followers of user 3334526 surged rapidly, gaining 100,000 overnight. In the Lu Rong fan group, Feng had just been added. He would not have sought out the group himself. Instead, he had been invited by a prominent fan. Upon entering, he was warmly welcomed by the members. "Ye's big sister. Welcome, new sister. As long as you love Ye, we're like sisters from different parents. Shake it. Hello, wealthy young lady. Welcome to the Lu Rong family. Star Mu Myth. Welcome, new sister. What is your attribute?" User 3334526. Not a sister. I'm male. User 3334526. Attribute? I don't know. I only like Ye. Ye's big sister. Oh my gosh, a male fan. Star Moon Myth. Oh my, our idol has male fans now, and a prominent one at that. Instantly, everyone was captivated by Ye's male fan, exchanging lively remarks. As for the statement about not knowing his attribute, merely liking Ye, it went unnoticed since all the sisters in the group adored her. Feng suddenly felt as if he were surrounded by 1,000 chirping sparrows. The following morning, Zhou Yang arrived to pick up Lu Jiue, and her schedule was quite full, including magazine shoots and recording the finale of Big Hands Holding Little Hands. After that, she would be busy for several days working behind the scenes, providing guidance on ancient music for a film crew. In short, her schedule was about to become quite hectic. Chapter 94. Recording again Lu Jiue as the mysterious special guest for the new season of Big Hands Holding Little Hands had been kept under wraps by the production team. Following the departure of Lu Jiue and Jian He, the show had introduced new members, yet viewers found the new guests unappealing, and there was a complete lack of chemistry between the old and new participants. Consequently, the show's popularity plummeted, and as the finale approached, the director decided to spare no expense in inviting Lu Jiue back. Otherwise, not only would the advertisers be dissatisfied, but the show's chances for a subsequent season were also in jeopardy. Due to the frigid northern weather, coupled with the demands of a family-oriented variety show, the filming this time will take place in a southern city. The production team contacted Lu Jiue early in the morning to arrange for his pickup from home, aiming to cultivate an air of mystery and enhance the show's appeal. Zhou Yang suggested that Lu Jiue relocate to the accommodation provided by the company for greater convenience. However, the young master, accustomed to the delectable cuisine of the Sihyuan and the soft, cloud-like comfort of his bed, was reluctant to move. The primary reason for his reluctance was Feng. Whenever he expressed a desire to leave, Feng would lower his brows and quietly acquiesce. Yet, his demeanor clearly indicated discontent, and Lu Jiue could not bear to part ways. Consequently, the production team received the address of the Sihyuan for today's filming. In the morning, the production team's van was filled with the excitement of young Lin Xingxing, who frequently gazed out the window, despite the lingering darkness outside obscuring her view. The live broadcast had commenced, beginning with the pickup of the guests. Many viewers speculated about the identity of the mysterious guest. Other guests had already begun their broadcasts, with fans alternating between various streams. Olivia, isn't that the little princess of the Lin family? Who are they going to pick up? Shichi717. I have no idea. It must be a mystery guest invited by the production team. I've checked other streams, and it's all adults picking up children. But here it's children picking up adults. Wangzai milk. They're making it so mysterious. I doubt it's Yi, right? After all, she partnered with Xingxing last time. And Susu, no way. If it really is Yi, I will definitely follow the show. I haven't seen my husband in ages. Sobi. The vehicle soon reached the third ring road, and Lin Xingxing began to grow a bit impatient. Seated in her child's chair and rummaging through her small bag. Inside were gifts she had prepared for her brother Ziwa. Homemade bear-shaped cookies from her aunt, along with chocolate balls. She had discovered last time that her brother Ziwa shared her fondness for sweet treats. After another 20 minutes, the driver hesitated, saying, "The address is correct." The accompanying PD inquired, "What's wrong? Did we take a wrong turn?" Although the address seemed accurate, there appeared to be no residential complex in sight. The viewers in the live chat began to express their frustrations. Living on a rainbow. What is going on? After watching for so long, they took a wrong turn? The production team must be doing this on purpose to build suspense. June cold. It's already mysterious enough. If this continues, we might not watch anymore. Seeing the barrage of comments, the accompanying director promptly responded, "Let us check the address first. If we're wrong, we can call for directions." The vehicle continued for a few more minutes until the driver spotted a number on a wall in an alley, announcing, "We've arrived." It's just inside. However, the narrow road prevented the vehicle from proceeding further. The accompanying director promptly declared, "Let us get out and take a look." Meanwhile, the live chat was filled with confusion. Mumu, where are we? There's not a soul in sight. Mumu Montak Xiang, I am truly baffled. This clearly doesn't seem right. This house looks so old. And Yuhan remarked, "Let us not forget that Lu Jiyu's address was previously exposed. It is likely he has sought temporary accommodation for the filming to avoid the hassle of moving." Young Lin Xingxing, indifferent to the chatter around her, leaped from the car with her little backpack and sprinted forward upon learning that her beloved brother, Ziyu, was just ahead. The filming crew promptly followed her, and as the live broadcast unfolded, they meandered through an alley to discover a pair of resplendent red pillars marking the entrance. The production team's director, momentarily disoriented, glanced at the number plate and then at the surrounding walls, realizing they were at a traditional Sihiyuan, while everyone else was taken aback. Lin Xingxing had already tiptoed to knock on the door. Just then, another vehicle arrived, and a woman in her 50s emerged, carrying groceries. Spotting the crew and the camera, she inquired, "Are you looking for the young master?" The crew, bewildered, responded, "Young master?" Viewers of the live stream were equally perplexed, asking, "What is happening?" Noticing the presence of a child, she cheerfully beckoned, "Come inside." However, the gentlemen are not yet awake. "Please wait in the front yard." In the live chat, comments erupted. "Sleepy and lazy, what is going on? Where are we? This looks like a Sihiyuan. He is gentle. Who is the guest? So mysterious." One Leaf Nose fan, "Very well, Tomato Video Network, you have piqued my curiosity. Suimo, if I'm not mistaken. This is indeed a Sihiyuan. That door is characteristic of affluent households." In the background, the director observed the increasing viewership in the live stream, noting that the excitement had surpassed other channels. He mused, "Indeed, Lu Jiyu never fails to astonish." Inside the Sihiyuan, the woman remarked, "You all have arrived quite early. The young master will not awaken so soon, but our gentleman is about to rise, so please bear with us." After providing seating for the guests, she busied herself in the kitchen. The crew hesitated to inquire whether this was Lu Jiyu's residence, but they eventually contacted Yang Zhou for confirmation, which eased their minds as they waited. Young Lin Xingxing gazed longingly at the flower-laden gate. In the subsequent chapter, Lin Xingxing continued her watchful vigil at the gate. Suddenly, an orange cat leapt down from the roof, unperturbed by the gathering in the courtyard. It meowed softly and approached the group, ready to rouse its beloved bipeds from slumber. "Ah, cat!" Lin Xingxing exclaimed in surprise. The kitchen lady chuckled, "Indeed. That is the gentleman's cat, although it seems to be closer to the young master." In a live chat, some recognized the feline. "Iwe Zanlan, ah, the mysterious guest is indeed Yu. This cat is the proof. Yao is not a fairy. Exactly. This cat is identical to the one on Lu Jiyu's Weibo." As the little cat darted through the flower-laden gate, it quickly reached the main house's door. Meanwhile, the kitchen lady handed Lin Xing a small plate filled with golden juju paste cake, glutinous rice osmanthus cake, and 2 transparent dumplings, saying, "Here you go. It's quite early for recording a show, and you must be tired. I previously watched your program with our young master." Lin Xing, a young child not unfamiliar with the world, spoiled by her parents and accustomed to the finest delicacies, was captivated by the aroma of the food before her. With her large crescent-shaped eyes gleaming with delight, she expressed her gratitude to her grandmother. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast, many viewers, still hungry, watched in envy as they beheld the exquisite plate of snacks. In the main house, Feng had long since awakened. After tidying himself up, he went to check the little lord's suitcase, which had been meticulously organized by old Jean the previous night. Upon inspection, he discovered a watch nestled within the suitcase's compartment, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Indeed, Ye had never been fond of wearing accessories, yet he found it amusing that she had remembered to pack a watch. After the waiting guests had spent a good 10 minutes indulging in the breakfast, the little lord was stirred from his slumber by the sound of a mewling kitten. Realizing that the production team had arrived quite some time ago, he quickly dressed in a simple sweater and casual trousers, preparing to greet them. Feng Qinian, already awake and having spent half an hour exercising in the adjacent gym, noticed the little lord's hasty demeanor and gently pulled him back, reminding him of the chill outside. They could wait for old Jean to escort them over. As they conversed, a small figure burst through the door. "Brother Ziyue, I missed you so much," exclaimed Lu Jiyu, who promptly squatted down to embrace Lin Xing. The abruptness of the encounter nearly caused him to stumble, but Feng Qinian steadied him with a supportive grip on his shoulder. In a live chat, the moment Lu Jiyu appeared, the screen was flooded with messages. "Ah, it's Yaya. Finally, I've seen Yaya. Cubs, Mama loves you." As the camera panned around, it avoided capturing Feng Qinian's face, prompting curiosity among viewers. "Who is that man? He seems so tall. When Yaya stands, she seems to reach his mouth." Raise the camera. "I want to see the handsome man's face. I'm guessing this must be Yaya's very handsome friend's home. I can't help but ship them." The accompanying director, noticing the audience's intrigue, read a couple of comments aloud. "Teacher Lu, everyone is curious if this is your home?" "No, this is my friend's house. After the last incident with paparazzi, he invited me to stay with him. Now I don't want to leave, fortunately. He has plenty of rooms and told me I could stay as long as I like, right?" The little lord replied playfully, glancing at Feng Qinian, who responded with a gentle gaze, saying, "Yes, having you here brings me great joy." The atmosphere suddenly felt sweet, a testament to the essence of true friendship. As the director noted, the camera then swept across the room, capturing the decor and furnishings. Bullet screen. "Guyu, I just saw the painting in Ya's room, and it looks like something by Zhang Banxiao. Yuguola. If it's an authentic piece, I can believe it. After all, she resides in a quadrangle worth hundreds of millions, so having a famous painting is quite normal. Yinchi, I don't know why, but perhaps it's due to my prolonged singlehood. I can't help but find Yiya and her friend's interactions so sweet. Murong Xiaoji. You're not the only one. I feel the same. Watching her friend carry the suitcase in one hand while pulling Yiya with the other makes me smile. Qing Tongzi. Hey, everyone wake up. This is a child's variety show, not a romance show. Meow meow meow. Suddenly, I want to see Yiya on a dating show. After a simple meal, the young master dressed impeccably and boarded a business vehicle with the production team, heading toward the airport. Chapter 96. Recording the children's variety show 1 after a brief wash-up. Lu Jiyu sat down to breakfast with Feng Qinian. Aunt Li had moved from the villa to the quadrangle, and her culinary skills were exceptional, particularly with her crab soup dumplings that were fragrant and delectable. The freshly ground whole grain soybean milk emitted a delightful aroma, enhanced by the roasted black sesame, resulting in a uniquely rich flavor. Due to their tight schedule for the flight, the crew had not eaten, initially planning to grab a quick breakfast or a piece of bread on the way. However, upon catching the enticing scent, their stomachs began to rumble. Noticing the collective gaze of his companions, the young master inferred that they had all skipped breakfast and thus invited everyone to join him. The accompanying director hesitated for only a moment before expressing gratitude and agreeing. prompting the photographer to find a suitable angle and set up the camera in a corner of the room, capturing their meal. Seizing the opportunity while they were eating, the young master urgently pulled Feng aside, saying, "Chi-Chi, I seem to have forgotten my money, and I didn't bring any food in my suitcase." It was only upon seeing Lin Xingxing that the young master remembered he should have brought some belongings, including food. Last time, Jin He and the others seemed to have brought quite a lot, but it had all been confiscated. Feng Qinian leaned closer to the young master, whispering discreetly as he helped him into a down jacket. "Don't worry, I've asked Aunt Lee to prepare some delicious food for you, which I'll put in your pocket later. As for money, the production team will surely check, so I prepared a few outfits for you to wear during the show." While the staff remained oblivious to Lu Jiue's side, the viewers in the live stream were anxiously eager to discover what little secrets Ye and her friend were sharing. Lu Yinyuang, cameraman, can't you just shift the camera a little? After finishing their meal, the young master was also dressed and ready. Xiaoyu and Lin were already waiting. They would accompany the young master to South City for the recording. Zhou Yang stayed behind, as there were other resources to discuss, and having too many people along would be somewhat ostentatious. After all, during the recording, assistants were not permitted to approach. After bidding farewell to Feng Qinian, the young master boarded the business vehicle heading to the airport. He had never flown before and felt a tinge of excitement. Lin Xingxing's guardian, her uncle, was already waiting at the airport. He had arrived late due to work arrangements and went straight to the airport to meet up. A considerable number of fans, having tuned into the live broadcast, became aware of Lu Jiue's travel itinerary and made their way to the airport to bid farewell. As soon as Lu Jiue and his entourage made their appearance, the excited fans gathered around. Due to the presence of some prominent supporters, the younger girls refrained from pushing forward, instead gazing intently at them, calling out, "He Webao." This marked the first time the young master encountered fans at the airport, and he curiously glanced over. At that moment, Xiaoyu remarked, "They must have learned about our schedule from the live stream and came specifically to see us off." The young master observed the overcast sky, feeling a bit cold, and couldn't help but admire these girls' dedication. He exchanged a few words with the accompanying director before striding towards the fans. "Ye is here," one girl exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "He is so handsome, 1,000 times better looking than in photos." Another girl chimed in, shaking her friend's arm. Lin and Xiaoyu flanked Lu Jiue on either side, while the production team's camera crew joined them. The young master, looking somewhat helplessly at the girls, said, "Thank you for your affection, but I must catch my flight. So please head home." Yeah, I love you," someone shouted, momentarily leaving the young master speechless. To his surprise, another voice called out, "Zai Zai, Mama loves you. I bake you some cookies, they're delicious." Lu Jiue could only respond with a smile, unable to withstand the charm of these girls. He turned to leave, but not before instructing, "Xiaoyu, make sure to take the cookies with us. Len, find a place to order some hot food for them to warm their hands." In a live broadcast chat, the comments poured in with laughter. "Jiku, haha, yeah, is just too adorable. I feel like yes about to say no means no. Mobile King card user. Haha." Food-loving Yia has been teased by fans and fled in embarrassment, yet he still remembered to grab the cookies. And Susu, Yia is so warm-hearted. He actually had his bodyguard order food for the fans. I envy those girls. Before long, Lu Jiue arrived at the courtyard where he would be staying. Despite the teasing he received, he managed to escape unscathed. The mysterious guest, Lu Jiue, had already begun trending on social media, although his current ranking was not high. It was a genuine grassroots effort from netizens to promote him. The director and producer exchanged knowing smiles, having placed their bets wisely. Lu Jiue was destined for fame, and their program had secured a promising future. On the airplane, the young master felt a slight discomfort, but he soon marveled at the advancements of modern technology. As he gazed down at the city beneath the clouds, he took a moment to appreciate the view before indulging in the bear-shaped cookies and chocolate gifted to him by Lin Xingxing. Meanwhile, in the large live broadcast room, the other guests had already arrived at the temporary meeting point. Jian He, feeling quite smug, declared, "This time, I will make the production team eat their words." Xie chuckled, saying, "I came straight from the set and brought nothing." The actor Chuxing echoed, "I also couldn't be bothered to pack much. I'm traveling light this time. Another guest, Zhou Ming, quickly chimed in, yes, we didn't bring anything at all, before winking at the others. Jianhe, showing no regard for their camaraderie, turned his face away and continued chatting with Chuxing. Inwardly, I scoffed at this individual's pretentiousness. He constantly imitates yeah, feigning ignorance of everything. Last time he attempted to cook, he nearly set the kitchen ablaze. Zhou Ming remarked, I wonder who the new guest is. Aren't you all curious? Xie and Jian, he had no intention of engaging with him. As the elder brother, Chuingdi feared the program might become too awkward, so he casually replied, Curiosity is futile. In 2 hours, we shall naturally discover the answer. Indeed, I chuckled. I suspect it must be a big star or perhaps a senior figure. Otherwise, making us wait like this seems rather inappropriate. Jenny could hardly contain his thoughts, saying, why overthink? We'll know when they arrive. Besides, flights can be delayed. Or perhaps the production team intentionally requested a later arrival. Zhou Ming's expression stiffened momentarily before she added, true, let us just wait. I'm merely concerned about the children getting anxious. Jenny glanced at the 4 little ones already engrossed in play, smirked, and was about to speak when he caught a stern glare from his manager, ultimately refraining from further comment. He truly disdained Zhou Ming, always feeling she was merely mimicking Yaya. It was nothing more than a case of clumsy imitation. Chapter 97. Child Variety showed to Jian he chose to remain silent. But the comment section was lively. Chi-Chi's wife. Jian Chi-Chi, your words are truly my voice. I've been unable to tolerate that Meng for quite some time. Universe's cutest. Our Meng simply speaks casually. You're distorting her meaning. Are you unwell? Rabbit Xiaodo. To the one above, others aren't fools. They're all cunning foxes in disguise. Catfish fishing. Oh dear, let us not argue. Having a goddess perspective is delightful. If Jian he knew the new guest was Lu Jiyu, what would he do? Chi-Chi's love, suddenly reminded of the last time on Weibo when little Yaya said Jian Chi-Chi wasn't her best friend. I can't wait to see Jian Chi-Chi being disliked. Tea that arrived 1,000 years late. To the one above, are you really Jianhe's fan? Or perhaps a hater? Xiaoyu doesn't eat fish. Haha, the Red Powder Clan is so amusing. Chuingdi seems to have lost weight recently, looking even more handsome. The comments erupted with excitement as everyone at the temporary gathering point was informed that the mysterious guest was about to arrive. Instantly, everyone straightened in their seats, gazing towards the entrance. A black vehicle soon pulled up to the open space in front of the small building. As the car door swung open, a pair of long, straight legs emerged, and the camera zoomed in at just the right moment, revealing Lu Jiyu's extraordinarily handsome visage on screen. Upon noticing the camera, he greeted with a gentle smile, hello everyone. Morong Xiaojia. Lu Jiyu is simply too stunning. Lan Xiuruhua. My goodness, my Yaya's figure is absolutely perfect. In the frame, the young gentleman bore the delicate demeanor of youth, yet radiated the vigor of young adulthood. He donned a cream-colored sweater paired with deep brown cargo pants featuring large pockets on either side, and on his feet were the latest black and white panda-themed sneakers. The sweater featured a collar design, layered over a terracotta-colored turtleneck. A brooch shaped like bamboo adorned the left side of his chest, accompanied by a charming panda silhouette. The originally cool and aloof young master now exuded a touch of charm and softness. At that moment, upon hearing the name of Lu Jiu, Jianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to rush outside for a glimpse. The instant he laid eyes on Lu Jiu, he dashed forward to envelop her in a warm embrace. Yeah, is it truly you? Are you able to walk without any issues now? Splendid. We can collaborate once more. Cheng Yingdi and Xie soon joined them, followed by Zhou Ming. Upon seeing Cheng Yingdi and Xie approach, the young master seized the opportunity to extricate himself from Jianhe and greet them. Previously, during a bout of online criticism, both Cheng Yingdi and Xie had expressed their support for him on social media. Their sole collaboration had forged a bond of trust, and thus the young master naturally categorized them as friends. Noticing Zhou Ming, whom he did not recognize, he offered a slight nod as a greeting. Zhou Ming, with an unreserved smile, remarked, Teacher Lu, I never anticipated the mysterious guest would be you. But which airline did you fly with? We've been here for nearly 2 hours. The young master, oblivious to the underlying tone of this comment, casually responded, "The airline? It was all arranged by the production team. Didn't you take it?" Zhou Meng internally scoffed at the pretense but maintained a cheerful facade, saying, "Oh no, I was merely inquiring." Once all guests had assembled, the production staff requested to search their luggage. It seemed that this time, the guests were rather compliant, bringing only a few changes of clothes without any food or money. However, Zhou Meng's suitcase revealed a stash of self-heating hot pots and coarse grain biscuits. When the camera panned over, he feigned sorrow, wearing a look of regret. As the staff requested everyone to surrender their phones and valuables, the guests cooperated without hesitation. Today seemed unusually smooth, prompting the director to order a search of their clothing, particularly the thick outerwear they had just removed, such as down jackets. To everyone's astonishment, the search unveiled that Lu Jiyue had hidden several types of pastries in her coat pockets, enough to assemble a platter. Cheng Yingdi had concealed money and some snacks within the layers of his jacket. Though he had done so discreetly, it was still discovered. Xie, like Jianhe, also had food stashed in her removed down jacket, though no money was found. The search then extended to the children's luggage, ultimately uncovering a roll of pink bills hidden within Lin Xingxing's spare socks. The director had a lingering suspicion that these guests were still harboring secrets. Yet nothing further could be found. Consequently, he declared the program officially commenced. The guests boarded their vehicles, heading towards the recording location for the day's tasks. The accompanying director began the opening remarks. "Dear guests and children, we stand on land that was once the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties of Huaxia, rich in historical and cultural heritage. There are countless discoveries and lessons to be learned here. What is the first thing that comes to mind upon arriving in Nanjing?" Zhou Meng promptly replied, "The Confucius Temple. I've worked there before, and it's quite lively." The accompanying director acknowledged, "Indeed, it is bustling, yet it is not our designated task checkpoint. You may choose to head over there, as the guests have the liberty to decide where to work and earn money. Everyone needs to gather sufficient funds within half a day to embark on an evening boat ride." A boat ride? Indeed, when one arrives in the southern city, how could one resist the allure of a tour along the Qinhuai River? Our first destination is the illustrious Qinhuai River. However, upon hearing of the impending boat ride, the young master's spirits dampened. He found himself yearning for home. The Confucius Temple area buzzed with activity, and everyone planned to explore it first. Yet upon arrival, they discovered the throngs of people rendered it unsuitable for wandering with children in tow. Thus, the group resolved to depart and, turning down a side street, stumbled upon an ancient alley selling antiquities, calligraphy, and an array of curious trinkets. Suddenly, an irate individual surged from the street, pushing aside a child in his path as he made a beeline for a shop. Lin Xingxing and the youngest, Xie Zihan, nearly toppled over from the force, while Lu Jiyue swiftly embraced the 2 young girls, only to collide with the sign herself. Xie, shaken, scooped up her niece, offering profuse thanks. Lu Jiyue shook his head, indicating it was of no consequence, though he felt a twinge of pain in his shoulder, yet it was bearable. Jianhe simmered with anger, tempted to shout, but refrained due to the presence of cameras. Soon, chaos erupted at the shop's entrance, accompanied by shouts. What is happening? Have they resorted to violence? The commotion drew the attention of nearby residents, and curious tourists flocked to the scene, eager to ascertain the cause and whether assistance was required, even contemplating calling the authorities. It is a common trait among the Chinese to relish in communal gatherings and to offer unsolicited help. The barrage of comments online reflected this curiosity, with many inquiring about the situation, while others expressed concern for the guests' safety, urging the production team to vacate the area swiftly. "We should investigate. We have bodyguards, after all. Perhaps we could offer assistance," Jianhe thought, eager to verify if the earlier aggressor was indeed the same person, as it would provide an opportunity for a live broadcast to expose his unruly behavior. The production team hesitated to allow everyone to converge on the scene, mindful of the potential repercussions. Nevertheless, Jianhe hastily dashed forward, feeling uneasy without anyone accompanying him. Among the guests, Chu Tianhua, the eldest, garnered the attention of the others. He frowned and instructed, "Gather the children together and have a few staff members stand guard. We shall investigate. At this juncture, Guyi made a timely entrance, as Lin Xingxing had narrowly avoided being struck. Naturally, he felt compelled to ascertain the identity of the ruffian, assigning his bodyguards to protect the children while he intended to follow closely behind Xie, serving as a gallant protector, all the while noting down the name of the reckless individual. Meanwhile, the young man in his 20s, flanked by two burly bodyguards, stormed into the shop and threw a punch without warning. The proprietor, who was welcoming customers, had no time to react before the fist landed squarely on his face. The other patrons in the shop gasped in shock, and the young apprentice rushed to assist the injured owner. As I observed the crowd of street vendors and tourists gathered at the entrance, some individuals were attempting to record videos with their phones. The young man displayed an unfriendly demeanor, gesturing for his bodyguard to keep watch at the door. He declared, "Let us see who dares to film. Do you know who I am?" With that, he lifted his foot and forcefully kicked over a display cabinet inside the shop. A delicate turquoise inkstone was sent crashing to the ground, trapped beneath the cabinet, while other bottles and jars toppled over in disarray. At that moment, Jian He and Chu Tianhua arrived. To avoid recognition from fans while filming their show, they donned masks and hats, allowing them to remain incognito. The shop owner, a middle-aged man, was reeling from a sudden punch, blood streaming from his nose. Supported by a young apprentice, he pressed a tissue to his face and exclaimed, "Young master's son, how have I offended you? Why attack me without cause?" Upon hearing this, Sun Haoyang's anger flared. He sneered, reaching for a gift box from his bodyguard. Inside the box lay a pale blue porcelain vase, which he hurled at the shop owner. "I spent 3 million to acquire this Song Dynasty Celadon to present as a gift to my elder, and this is how you provide it? Is this a gift or an affront? Damn it, you made me lose face in the neighboring city." The shop owner barely managed to push aside his young apprentice and evade the vase as it shattered on the ground at their feet, narrowly missing Jian He and his companions. Zhou Meng, startled, stepped back several paces, hiding behind Lu Jiyu, fearful of flying shards. Lin and Guyi subtly advanced to shield Lu Jiyu and Xie. The shop owner, suppressing his fury, confronted Sun Haoyang with a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Young master's son, you requested Song Dynasty Celadon, but did not specify its intended use. I procured the Celadon as per your request, ensuring it was genuine. I warned you upon purchase that this Celadon vase is no ordinary piece. It is a huajia, a flower-watering vessel. You agreed to take it, and now you create a scene. What is this all about?"